In an unexpected twist of fate, Yisu found himself transported to the world of Pokémon, equipped with a sign-in system from the outset, and effortlessly acquired a mutated Rayquaza. While others struggled to capture a Caterpie, he was already claiming mythical beasts through daily sign-ins and hatching rare Pokémon eggs by completing tasks. As other trainers toiled for years only to be defeated in a single blow, Yisu could only remark, "It is not that I lack martial virtue, it is simply that the system has bestowed upon me far too much." Witness a formidable player's sweep through the league, crafting the legend of the most powerful trainer. Chapter 1. The System. Sigh. Yisu exhaled as he lay on his bed. Has it truly been 5 years since I arrived in this world? Indeed, Yisu was one among countless others who had crossed over. 5 years prior, he had been living a mundane life in another realm, a 22-year-old recluse, spending his days immersed in the glow of his computer screen, with little else to occupy his time aside from eating and sleeping. One fateful day, yearning for a change from his lackluster existence, he took a bold step into the world outside. Perhaps fate had other plans, for as he stepped onto the street, a speeding truck struck him down, and he perished despite efforts to save him. I never imagined my favorite game, Pokémon, would lead me to this world. His final memory was of the truck's front end before he slipped into what felt like an eternal slumber. After an indeterminate time, he awoke to find an elderly man before him. Though he did not recognize him, Yisu immediately discerned that this was Professor Oak from the Pokémon universe, and he realized he had indeed crossed over. Yisu wished to express his joy, but when he opened his mouth, only the coos of an infant emerged. Professor Oak took him in, adopting him as his grandson. It was rather amusing to think I could do as I pleased in this new world. Yisu stood and approached the door. Though he had been bestowed with a golden finger in advantage, found it eerily quiet, displaying only a stagnant progress bar at 100%. Yisu had anticipated a swift loading, yet 5 years had passed with no progress. "Little Yi, you're back. Why didn't you tell me?" As he prepared to open the door, Alice, hearing his voice, swung it open, her cheeks puffed with indignation as she confronted him. "Of course, my brother goes off to assert his independence and forgets all about his sister. How heartbreaking, sobi. Alice wiped away non-existent tears. Yisu glanced at Alice, his sister not by blood, but a relative of Professor Oak who had taken her in 3 years prior. Previously, Alice had resided there under the pretense of being an assistant. Ignoring her, Yisu sank into the couch beside his bed, wishing she would conjure even a few droplets of real tears to enhance her performance. Her acting skills were woeful, rendering him unable to offer any words of comfort. Noticing Yisu's indifference, Alice ceased her faux weeping and took a seat beside him. "Little Yi, did you make any friends at the summer camp?" she asked with a smile. The summer camp was organized by Professor Oak, and, as his grandson, Yisu had naturally participated. "Of course, making friends is as simple as having hands," he replied. Alice pouted, realizing that, like in his previous life, Yisu spent most of his time assisting Professor Oak with research or remaining indoors, leaving him with few friends outside of those acquainted with the professor. How can he boast so shamelessly about making friends? "Did you truly make friends?" Alice pressed, uncertain. Yisu, noting her disbelief, decided he needed to provide evidence to convince her. He retrieved his phone, pulled up a photo, and presented it to her. "See, this is my friend. Isn't she lovely?" The image depicted Yisu alongside an adorable girl, their poses intimate. A pang of discomfort struck Alice upon learning that Yisu was her cousin. She had moved into Professor Oak's research facility. How could her brother be photographed with another girl? What does it matter if she's pretty? She's just a little girl, cute at best. "What's her name?" Alice remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Alice, are you jealous?" "Oomph. I simply disapprove of my brother being photographed with someone else," she huffed. "You're not being honest, Alice." Yisu teased, finding her jealousy endearing. "Now tell me, what's her name? Where is she from?" Alice playfully punched him on the head. Yisu rubbed his sore spot at hurt. Just moments ago, she had affectionately called him brother, and now she was scolding him for her own jealousy. Was that fair? "Her name is Sabrina, and she hails from the Kalos region." Yisu surrendered to Alice's playful authority. "Are you conducting a census?" "You should refer to me as Big Sister," Alice retorted, delivering another light smack to his head. "Ah, so she's from Kalos. That eases my mind," Alice murmured, her voice barely audible. The Kalos region was quite distant from Kanto. As long as they maintained their distance, they would likely forget each other over time. Thus, Alice felt reassured, believing that her brother would always belong to her and could not be taken by another. If anyone were to claim him, it would be her first. After a long day, Can't you let me rest, sister? Yisu gently pushed Alice out of the room. Staring at the empty ceiling, he smiled. Although he lacked the system's assistance, life in this world was quite pleasant. When he first arrived, he had been but an infant. In truth, Alice's adoptive father had been friends with Professor Oak. Upon learning of Yisu's existence, Alice's father had arranged a betrothal, though Yisu remained oblivious. He only knew her as an adorably doting sister. However, Alice's adoptive father had tragically perished during an archaeological expedition, leading her to reside at Professor Oak's research facility. Coincidentally, the summer camp's timing aligned closely with the one in the original narrative. During this camp, Yisu encountered the injured Sabrina before Ash did, saving her and forging a bond of friendship. Yisu could only apologize to Ash for inadvertently claiming a romantic interest. It seemed the sheer number of participants at the camp had prevented their paths from crossing, given Professor Oak's reputation and the influx of children eager to join. The system has officially activated, presenting the host with a beginner's gift package. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Yisu's expression remained unchanged, calm as ever. Each time he closed his eyes, the system's voice resonated within him, yet all it displayed was the unyielding progress bar. It appeared that the system had accompanied him during the crossover, possibly even facilitating his arrival in the Pokémon world. However, it had remained dormant since that fateful day 5 years ago. Chapter 2. System Space. System, why have you only now decided to make your presence known? I've come to terms with it even without you. I can thrive in this world, Yisu said matter-of-factly. Do you realize who my grandfather is? Professor Oak possesses considerable influence in the Pokémon universe, so I no longer require your assistance. I intend to cling to Professor Oak's formidable support, Yisu declared, now serving as an assistant at Professor Oak's research facility. With memories from his past life, he had some knowledge of Pokémon research, and his days were fulfilling. Yet the system remained unresponsive, leaving Yisu feeling awkward. After all this time, shouldn't you be encouraging me? Urging me to embark on an adventure, to forge great aspirations, rather than resigning myself to a life within Professor Oak's research facility? I am a person of integrity, Yisu declared, and I am not one to rely on external forces. I disdain using systems ascending to greatness through such means is not my aspiration. Despite his words, Yisu found himself honestly stepping into the realm of the system. What is happening? How did I suddenly enter the system space? He remarked, his expression unflinching. I merely came to admire the scenery. I would never resort to using such an insidious tool. Yes, that is it. Nodding, Yisu gazed into the vast expanse of the system space. Whether it was an illusion or a revelation, it seemed as though two words transcended time and space, embedding themselves in Yisu's consciousness. True fragrance. These words echoed in his mind, resonating with an undeniable allure. As he surveyed the system space, it appeared as an immense and independent world, seemingly infinite in its expanse. At the very heart of this realm lay a small area known as the Absolute Domain, which seemed to represent the core of the system. Only Yisu, as the system's master, could enter this sanctum. Beyond the Absolute Domain, the world appeared to have the capacity to introduce other beings, as conveyed by the system's introduction upon his arrival. And there's a novice gift pack. Since the system has generously provided it, it must be an expression of goodwill. If I do not open it, would I not be betraying the system's trust? Yisu mused aloud. He mentally summoned the system's backpack and retrieved the novice gift pack. Indeed, no matter the world, even one as strong as I cannot resist the true fragrance principle, it seems I must continue my training. Yisu sighed, attributing his predicament to the true fragrance principle. Open the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 lucky draws, a luck aura, 1 divine beast lottery, a mysterious egg, and a lucky card. Truly a generous gift pack. While others may offer but a single item, this one bestows 4 opportunities for drawing. Yisu silently commended the system. By the way, what is your name, system? What is your purpose? Do enlighten me, Yisu inquired. The system is simply the system. It has no name. Then what kind of system are you? Just the system. Yisu is at a loss for words. Observing the grandiose titles of other systems, such as the strongest system of the multiverse or the ultimate life system, he wondered why his was so straightforward and devoid of a defined purpose. Yet, Yisu paid little heed to this detail. As long as the system was functional, ostentatious titles were mere embellishments. Most were inflated claims anyway, and by that measure, this system was far superior to those that appeared impressive yet ultimately deceived their hosts. Yisu examined the mysterious egg obtained from the gift pack, holding it in his hands and scrutinizing it. With a grandfather who was a professor, Yisu had absorbed much during Professor Oak's research, considering himself a third of a scholar. However, he could not discern what Pokémon the egg belonged to. Conceding that visual inspection would yield little, he surmised that the system should provide some description. Otherwise, even if he strained his eyes, he would glean nothing. Mysterious Pokémon egg, a gift from the system, capable of hatching into the host's favorite Pokémon, and the resulting Pokémon will be unique. Oh, it can hatch into my favorite Pokémon? Yisu pondered the possibilities of his favorite creatures. He cherished many legendary Pokémon, such as Gardevoir, Rayquaza, and Celebi, among others. If he had to choose a favorite, it would likely be Gardevoir and Mew, though Gardevoir was not a legendary. Her beauty was unparalleled, while Mew possessed an undeniable charm. Yet, he was curious as to what this mysterious egg would yield. Not wishing to dwell too long on speculation, he resolved to await the hatching when the time came, subsequently examining the other items acquired from the gift pack. Luck Aura enhances fortune, ensuring continuous good luck and essential for both daily life and adventures, a true necessity for protagonists. Lucky Card, usable for 15 minutes, granting an explosion of luck. Divine Beast Lottery, allows participation in a Divine Beast Lottery, guaranteeing a Divine Beast. Note, only Divine Beasts from the Pokémon universe can be drawn. Lucky Draw, facilitates the drawing of items, capable of yielding any item except Divine Beasts. Note, only items from the Pokémon universe can be drawn. Yisu's eyes widened with astonishment, unlike the gaudy systems outside. This one was remarkably generous. He recalled how some Pokémon systems required completing various tasks to earn draws, and the odds of obtaining a Divine Beast were as slim as a certain honor. This system was undeniably affluent. Setting aside other considerations, the Divine Beast Lottery alone was a remarkable opportunity. While it might yield a common Pokémon with Divine Beast level potential, the likelihood of securing a true Divine Beast was substantial. Having lived in this world for 5 years, Yisu understood the significance of Divine Beasts. Possessing even the weakest of them would afford him unparalleled power. At the very least, individuals from the Pokémon League and noble families would treat him with respect, refraining from overt insolence. If he were to possess a being of Rayquaza's caliber, he could truly act with impunity. In this authentic Pokémon world, Divine Beasts surpassed the strength depicted in the original narratives, truly deserving of the title Divine. Taking a deep breath, Yisu calmed his exhilarated heart and first activated the Luck Aura. Perhaps this boon was even more critical than acquiring a Divine Beast. After all, Ash had benefited from a Luck Aura, which facilitated his encounters with numerous legendary Pokémon. Chapter 3, The Lottery in the Twilight of the Final Night. Yisu cast his gaze upon the opulent card before him. Why, one might wonder. Is it described as luxurious? This card is crafted from pure gold, with each corner adorned with diamonds. Even disregarding its purpose, selling it would yield considerable benefits. However, Yisu was not foolish enough to part with such a treasure. This card possesses the power to bestow extraordinary luck, albeit for a mere 15 minutes. At this moment, it seemed as though Divine Beasts were beckoning to him. In this world of Pokémon, the hierarchy of strength is categorized as Hatchling, Ordinary, Elite, Champion, and Master. The Divine Beasts are further classified into 3 tiers: Tier 3 Gods, Tier 2 Gods, Tier 1 Gods, and the Super Divine Beasts, culminating in the Creator God. Apart from Hatchlings and the enigmatic Creator God, all other realms possess early, mid, late, and peak substages. Tier 3 Gods primarily include the legendary birds, the legendary beasts, and the legendary pillars, among others. Tier 2 Gods encompass entities such as the Nightmarish God, the Dream God, Latios, and Latias. Tier 1 Gods include iconic divine beasts like Ho-Oh, Lugia, Rayquaza, and Kyogre. Super Divine Beasts are a different matter altogether. Creatures like Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Rayquaza exhibit the potential to ascend to Super Divine status, yet those who achieve this are exceedingly rare. Some Divine Beasts exist in groups, yet only a select few possess such kinship. Typically, only the leader of a Tier 1 God clan may attain the prowess of a Super Divine Beast. Across the vast Pokémon world, the number of beings with Super Divine strength does not exceed 10, with 3 residing in the Sinnoh region, all of which are the legendary dragons, renowned for their super divine capabilities. According to ancient records and tales, each super divine beast is said to possess world-shattering power. Although these claims remain unsubstantiated, as no one has ever witnessed their true strength. The creator god, Arceus, stands alone as the singular creator god. reigning overall with an unknown level of power. It is important to note that this classification is merely a simplification. Unexpected occurrences do arise, such as the legendary birds displaying Tier 1 strength, but such instances are exceedingly rare, akin to encountering a Tier 3 level B drill, like the one owned by Team Rocket's Butch. Once again, Xiaosua accessed the system interface, which consisted of 4 sections: the marketplace, sign-in, and more. How minimalist, he mused. Is there no task section? Host. The system lacks a task section, came the response. So, rewards can only be obtained through sign-ins? Indeed. How does one sign in? Is it once daily? In specific regions? The system will provide automatic prompts. Xiaosua chose not to inquire further. He was eager to proceed with the lottery, anticipation surging within him. He opened the lottery section to reveal 2 spinning wheels, one for the lucky draw and the other for divine beast draw. Xiaosua selected the divine beast draw, and a grand wheel materialized before him, adorned with the visages of various divine beasts, alongside ordinary Pokémon. The odds of drawing a divine beast appeared minuscule. Their representation among Pokémon was scant. For reasons unknown, he felt the divine beast lottery was rather dubious, yet with the lucky card in hand, he remained undeterred. To comprehend the lottery mechanics, he learned that by simply muttering begin, the wheel's pointer would commence its rotation, and upon calling stop, it would cease instantaneously. Xiaosua took out the lucky card, silently invoking its power, watching as the invaluable card gradually faded from view. A tinge of regret flickered within him, yet upon activation, he felt an invigorating surge of luck. He did not yearn for the majestic Arceus, but rather hoped to at least obtain a divine beast of any kind. With only 15 minutes at his disposal, Xiaosua was eager to maximize his time and promptly whispered, begin. The pointer whirled with great velocity, and he fixed his gaze upon the wheel, but it spun too rapidly, and with countless Pokémon displayed, he swiftly shouted stop. Knowing that more rotations would yield no greater fortune, luck was the essence of this draw. Congratulations, Master. You have drawn a variant Rayquaza of super divine power. Xiaosua leapt into the air, unable to contain his elation. Now, he could proclaim to the world, Xiaosua is the strongest trainer. Even the divine cannot deny it. This was Rayquaza, and a shiny one at that, exuding super divine strength. Xiaosua felt emboldened, ready to confront even Arceus himself. Rayquaza possesses the ability to Mega Evolve, and such an evolution would amplify its strength immensely, making a face-off with Arceus not entirely implausible. Yet, this remained a mere fantasy, even with Mega Evolution. Rayquaza would only be able to exchange a few blows with Arceus, given that Arceus wields the power of the plates. After reveling in his excitement, Xiaosua composed himself, resisting the urge to summon Rayquaza just yet. The duration of the lucky card had yet to expire, and he still had 3 chances remaining. This was not the time to squander. Xiaosua promptly exited the divine beast draw and selected the lucky draw, not even glancing at the items available. He simply murmured begin. The array of items was far too vast to comprehend. Stop, he bellowed, and the pointer came to a halt. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the universal skill machine. Xiaosua paid little mind to the item received, instead exclaiming, continue the draw. Stop. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the enhanced psychic ability. Continue the draw. Stop. Congratulations, Master. You have received the enhanced aura power. Once the draw is concluded, Xiaosua began to steady his breath and inspect his newfound acquisitions. The psychic ability and aura power were tangible manifestations of extraordinary human potential, which he could now wield. Xiaosua discovered he could levitate with telekinesis and perform instantaneous movement. This psychic ability was indeed formidable, living up to its designation as an enhanced version. With the augmentation of his psychic prowess, Xiaosua felt an exponential increase in his mental acuity. The sudden influx of these powers did not induce discomfort or a loss of control, much to his relief. He feared the possibility of his abilities spiraling out of control, potentially endangering his sister, Alice. Fortunately, he found himself fully in command. Xiaosua also experimented with the aura power. Aura is a form of energy that permits communication with Pokémon, and those who wield a strong aura can execute aura spheres. While he managed to generate an aura sphere, its power was disappointingly feeble. Chapter 4. The variant Rayquaza, perhaps with further training, its strength might amplify. Xiaosua reached for the universal skill machine beside him. This machine allows Pokémon to swiftly learn skills, encompassing every skill available to Pokémon, and is reusable. In truth, such an item does not exist in the real world. It is a construct of the game, facilitating rapid skill acquisition. Unlike the game, where a TM can only store one skill and certain rare abilities, such as those exclusive to divine beasts, cannot be stored, this machine is simply unprecedented. In the real world, such a skill machine would be akin to a cheat, eradicating the time required for skill mastery. However, one must acknowledge that skill machines are not infallible. While they may impart skills to Pokémon, genuine mastery of these abilities necessitates considerable practice. The distinction between merely knowing a move and executing it proficiently is vast. Take the grass-type move Solar Beam, for instance, when first learned. The accumulation of sunlight occurs at a painfully slow pace, leaving one vulnerable to being knocked out before the move is fully charged. Conversely, a Pokémon that has mastered Solar Beam can unleash it in an instant. Yet, reaching such a level of proficiency typically requires years of dedication. What brings great joy to Xiaosua is the fact that this skill machine can be utilized repeatedly, unlike most versions of skill machines in previous games, which were one-time use items. This one holds the promise of endless learning. With a Master Ball in hand, Xiaosua could hardly contain his elation. He had drawn a variant of Rayquaza and was even gifted an additional Master Ball, a treasure of immense value. The System's storage could accommodate Rayquaza, rendering the Master Ball essentially a free gift, a tremendous bargain. Yet, despite the Master Ball's rarity, it pales in comparison to the value of Rayquaza. In truth, Master Balls are ineffective against legendary Pokémon, let alone the formidable variant of Rayquaza. Nevertheless, Pokémon obtained from the system possess maximum intimacy and loyalty towards Xiaosua, meaning that unless he calls upon it, the Pokémon will not act on its own accord, except in times of danger. Here in the system's realm, even a Master Ball cannot bind Rayquaza, yet it remains unable to emerge. Rayquaza, come forth. Xiaosua commanded, releasing Rayquaza from the Master Ball. With a thunderous roar, the massive creature soared into the sky before descending to hover before Xiaosua, affectionately nudging him with its large head, eyes narrowed in delight. The variant Rayquaza was markedly different from its ordinary counterpart. Its body was adorned in a striking pattern of black and white. Xiaosua reached out to touch the cool surface of Rayquaza, contemplating how refreshing it would be to have such a companion during the summer. You look truly magnificent, he remarked with a smile. Rayquaza, seemingly excited by Xiaosua's expression, danced around him in joyful flight. Xiaosua noted that this variant was significantly longer than the typical Rayquaza, which is recorded at 7 meters. His version undoubtedly exceeded 10 meters. In his mind, Xiaosua initiated a scan. Name, Rayquaza Potential, Ultra Legendary Strength, Pinnacle of Ultra Legendary Type, Dragon, Flying. Fairy Ability, Airlock Hidden Ability, Telepathy. To possess the pinnacle strength of an Ultra Legendary is astounding. Just imagine the power it could wield upon Mega Evolution. Yet, what truly captivates Xiaosua is that his Rayquaza boasts 3 types, including the rare Fairy type. Perhaps this is a consequence of its status as a variant Pokémon. He mused. Rayquaza, do you possess telepathy? Xiaosua inquired. Indeed, most legendary Pokémon are endowed with this ability. A gentle, ethereal voice resonated within Xiaosua's mind. Now it was Xiaosua's turn to be astonished. This striking Rayquaza was, in fact, female. Are you female? He asked, to which Rayquaza nodded. In this reality, most legendary Pokémon have genders, although some remain genderless, a characteristic that contributes to the existence of certain species within the legendary realm. As gender allows for reproduction, though this is not an absolute rule. Much like the legendary Pokémon of the Unova region, Reshiram and Zekrom, which are female and male respectively. They do not belong to any known species. This was Xiaosua's first encounter with a legendary Pokémon, and he had assumed, based on his experiences in previous games, that Rayquaza was genderless. The revelation that Rayquaza possessed a gender left him quite surprised. Rayquaza, you shall remain here, Xiaosua decided, leaving the legendary Pokémon in the system's realm. Contrary to a void, this space mirrored the terrain of the outside world. Rayquaza took to the skies, vanishing from Xiaosua's sight, while he remained unaware of its intentions before departing the system's realm. Clutching a Pokémon egg in the Master Ball, Xiaosua exited his room. Weren't you supposed to be resting? Why are you out so soon? Queried Alice, perplexed. Resting? With my newfound psychic abilities, my mental fatigue has dissipated entirely. Especially after the excitement of acquiring a legendary Pokémon, Xiaosua replied. He felt compelled to share his good fortune with Alice, who was among his closest companions. Although he would keep the details of the system to himself, the acquisition of Rayquaza was something he wished to reveal. Where did you acquire that Pokémon egg? And what about the Master Ball? Where did it come from? Alice exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, while the Pokémon egg did not elicit much surprise. The presence of the precious Master Ball certainly did. Despite her noble lineage, this was Alice's first genuine encounter with a Master Ball. She had only seen them in images before. In this world, Master Balls are exceedingly rare. Since the last one was manufactured, only a limited number remain. Akin to a collector's item, the Master Ball is of little consequence compared to the Pokémon it contains. What? You captured a Pokémon? Surely you did not waste that Master Ball on a Caterpie? Alice queried, skepticism evident in her tone. She found it hard to believe that Xiaosua could capture any rare Pokémon during this summer camp, hence her accusation of recklessness. Once a Pokeball captures a Pokémon, it cannot be used again for another capture. Master Balls, however, are priceless, and if Xiaosua truly had captured a Caterpie, Alice would be at a loss for words. Chapter 5. Alice's surprise. Xiaosua regarded his sister in silence, acknowledging her keen intuition. It was no surprise she had accurately deduced the situation. Players often jestingly referred to Rayquaza as a Caterpie in the gaming community. However, Xiaosua's Caterpie was a variant. Could it be that I'm right? You are indeed a spendthrift, Alice remarked, her eyes narrowing as she pondered how to console him. What do you mean? Mine is a variant shiny Caterpie, which you wouldn't understand, Xiaosua replied. Alice blinked again, pondering that if the Caterpie had indeed undergone a variant transformation, it was still, at its core, a Caterpie. What difference does it make? If it is a shiny Caterpie, it does possess some value, since shiny Pokémon are rarer than the elusive legendary ones. Legendary Pokémon seldom appear within human sight, yet, even possessing some value. Alice had never heard of anyone boasting a powerful Butterfree, the final evolution of Caterpie. Are you alright, little knight? A variant Caterpie seems rather inconsequential. Huh. I see you remain unconvinced. Follow me. I shall show you the wonders of the world, Xiaosua said, taking Alice's hand as he led her toward the garden behind the research facility. There's no need. Let's stay here, Alice insisted, having already made up her mind that this was merely a Caterpie, albeit a shiny one, which piqued a hint of her curiosity. The room is too cramped. We must venture outside. Xiaosua continued to pull Alice outside, although Alice appeared somewhat reluctant. Her Pokémon, a single-headed dragon, followed closely behind with its short legs. In stark contrast to the formidable and majestic three-headed dragon that had undergone its final evolution, the single-headed dragon appeared rather adorable, its bangs obscuring its eyes, leaving one to wonder how it perceived its surroundings. Its short, rounded limbs resembled those of a small puppy, contributing to its cuteness. Observing Alice's disinterest, Xiaosua smiled, hinting at a surprise that would leave her astonished. Come forth, Rayquaza, Xiaosua exclaimed, releasing the legendary Pokémon from a Master Ball. Although he could have summoned Rayquaza directly from the system's space, he opted for discretion. Alice blinked in disbelief. Had she misheard? Why was her brother summoning Rayquaza instead of a Caterpie? It wasn't until Rayquaza let out a resounding roar that Alice's attention was drawn to the sky, where the magnificent creature loomed. Its elegant black and white form exuded an aura of power and terror. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been pondering what a shiny Caterpie might look like, and now she was face to face with a grand Rayquaza. Though only 8 years old, Alice was no naive child. With a renowned professor as her grandfather, she possessed a wealth of knowledge. How could she not recognize Rayquaza, one of the 3 legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region? Despite its black and white coloration, its identity was unmistakable. Little Knight, is this your Pokémon? Alice exclaimed, gripping Xiaosua's hand with excitement. Rayquaza's emergence from the Master Ball validated Xiaosua's capture of the legendary creature. Yet, such beings were exceedingly rare. Fewer than 1% of humanity had ever encountered a legendary Pokémon. Rayquaza circled around Xiaosua and Alice, who cautiously reached out her small hand. The moment she touched Rayquaza, she immediately withdrew it. The legendary Pokémon showed no significant reaction, aware of the special bond it shared with the girl and her brother. After all, a noble being like Rayquaza would not permit just anyone to touch it. Legendary Pokémon possess their own dignity. Are you not amazed? Your brother has introduced you to a legendary Pokémon, Xiaosua said with a grin. This Rayquaza was arguably the second strongest legendary Pokémon, after Alpaca, as it possessed fairy-type attributes. This addition was significant. For Rayquaza, it was not merely an immunity to dragon-type Pokémon. It granted a considerable advantage in battles against them. Typically, Rayquaza is a dragon and flying type, but with the fairy-type added, its strengths against dragon types multiplied. However, ice-type moves would inflict quadruple damage, presenting a notable vulnerability. Fortunately, when Rayquaza undergoes Mega Evolution, its ability would transform into Delta Stream, nullifying its flying-type weaknesses. Thus, ice-type moves would only deal double damage to Xiaosua's Rayquaza post-evolution. Of course, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. The addition of the fairy-type meant that poison and steel-type moves would inflict double damage on Xiaosua's Rayquaza. Nevertheless, this was a trivial concern. What poison or steel-type Pokémon could possibly challenge Rayquaza? The only contender worthy of such a battle would be Arceus, who possesses the plates to change its type. Yet Arceus does not belong to the rock-type category. Thus, the benefits of Rayquaza's fairy-type far outweighed the drawbacks. How did you manage to capture Rayquaza? Alice inquired curiously. Her excitement over the legendary Pokémon now calmed. Eager to learn how Xiaosua accomplished such a feat that is a secret, Nightso replied mysteriously. He was reluctant to share details about the system, even with Alice, whom he trusted immensely. However, should the information leak, it could attract unscrupulous individuals seeking to exploit his legendary Pokémon. While Nightso was not afraid, he was concerned for those around him. After all, he could not provide constant protection. Moreover, even the Rayquaza produced by the system was unaware of the system's existence. Alice refrained from probing further. If Nightso had declared it a secret, she would respect that boundary. From now on, I will rely on you to protect me, she declared joyfully. With Rayquaza by Nightso's side, she felt assured of his safety. No one would dare to threaten him with a legendary Pokémon safeguarding him. Your Rayquaza is quite large, and it appears to be shiny, Alice remarked, gazing at Nightso's Rayquaza. It also seems much larger than the descriptions in books. Indeed, my Rayquaza not only possesses fairy-type attributes, but is also a Mega Rayquaza at the pinnacle of its power, Nightso replied. Mega Rayquaza at its peak? Alice gasped, her mouth agape. She had assumed this Rayquaza was merely of the first-tier legendary status, unaware it was a Mega Rayquaza, as all the literature described it as first-tier. After spending some time playing with Rayquaza, Alice returned the legendary Pokémon to its ball and informed her grandfather, Professor Oak, of the momentous occasion. Such significant news warranted his attention, and they were excited to surprise him. Upon receiving the message, Professor Oak immediately set aside his work and hurried home. Is it true? Little Knight, have you truly captured Rayquaza? He asked, pinching Nightso's cheek. Nightso nodded and released Rayquaza for his grandfather to see. Little Knight, while capturing Rayquaza is an incredible achievement, it's best not to flaunt it publicly. We must exercise caution, Professor Oak advised, suppressing his own excitement. Despite Rayquaza's formidable presence, there would always be those with malicious intent. In a capitalist society, individuals would resort to heinous acts if the potential profit was sufficient, even targeting legendary Pokémon. Even with Rayquaza's protection, unexpected dangers could arise. The world was rife with unscrupulous individuals. Some malevolent factions would go to great lengths to achieve their goals. And Professor Oak worried about Nightso's safety in such a perilous environment. Nightso nodded, understanding that Professor Oak had his best interests at heart. Grandfather, do you know how to summon Giratina? Nightso asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Although Professor Oak resided in the Kanto region, his research encompassed a broad spectrum of topics. Nightso was aware of Giratina from the games, but understanding its existence in this world was essential. Indeed, he was contemplating Giratina's summoning, as Professor Oak and Alice were the two individuals Nightso valued most in this world. In the distortion world, Giratina could traverse between dimensions, making it an exceptional guardian. Although the Ultra Beasts, like Necrozma, could also shift between worlds, for now, Nightso aimed to secure Giratina. Xiaoyi, why do you ask this? Are you perhaps intending to capture Giratina? It is the guardian deity of the Sinnoh region, Professor Oak remarked, gazing at Yisu. Let us not even discuss whether you can capture it. Even if you succeeded, the Pokémon League of Sinnoh would never allow you to leave. He continued. As far as I know, Giratina is an ultra-legendary Pokémon. One might say it is among the most powerful Pokémon, second only to the creator deity Arceus. Even with your Rayquaza, you would struggle to defeat Giratina. Hearing this, Rayquaza displayed a disgruntled expression, as if to say, are you underestimating me, the sky god Rayquaza? I am indeed formidable. I guard the atmosphere of this planet. It is my duty to protect the skies from extraterrestrial beings and monitor those who venture beyond our world. One could say I am the customs officer of this planet. Entry and exit must be sanctioned by me. If I were not powerful, how could I intercept alien species? Rest assured, Grandpa, Rayquaza possesses peak ultra-legendary strength, Yisu confidently asserted. As long as I encounter Giratina in the distortion world, I am certain I can defeat it. Not to mention that Rayquaza, with its ultra-legendary abilities, is capable of overpowering all Pokémon aside from Arceus. Furthermore, Rayquaza can Mega-Evolve. Once it does, it attains the power of a creator deity. Although it may not match Arceus, defeating Giratina would be effortless. Mega-Evolution does not require a Mega Stone. It relies on Rayquaza's innate abilities. It seems that in this world, there is no Mega Stone for Rayquaza, just as in the games. The process of Mega-Evolution stems from its inherent celestial organs. However, regarding stones, it appears that this world has yet to discover them. Thus, Mega-Evolution remains a mystery to many. As for capturing it, I cannot guarantee that, Yisu pondered. To capture a legendary Pokémon, one must earn its recognition. Merely defeating it does not ensure that. Peak ultra-legendary strength? Professor Oak paused, contemplating for a moment, yet he still shook his head. Giratina resides in the distortion world and typically does not appear in the real world, so it is improbable that you will encounter it. Xiaoyi, it might be best to abandon the idea of capturing Giratina. Grandpa, you need not tell me. I already know that the ruins of Ulf connect to the distortion world. Right? From there, one should be able to enter the distortion world. The column of gun also connects to the distortion world, does it not? Xiaosua inquired. Looking at Professor Oak. Professor Oak's expression changed upon hearing this. Who told you that? He exclaimed. It seems you were not mistaken. Xiaosua clenched his little fist, beginning to feel uncertain about whether these two locations indeed connect to the distortion world. While he could directly access the distortion world, if he discovered that this world mirrored the game in terms of locations, many things could be confirmed. However, Xiaosua was now certain that Giratina in this world should be akin to that in the games, and even if there were discrepancies, they would not be significant. Professor Oak lightly tapped Xiaosua on the head. He did not wish for Xiaosua to take such risks. You are not to seek out Giratina. You will not be able to capture it. His concern was not that Rayquaza would be unable to defeat Giratina, but rather for Xiaosua's safety. The distortion world was not a place to be taken lightly. The power of legendary Pokémon is well known, and Professor Oak would never allow Xiaosua to take such a risk. If anything were to happen, he would be consumed by guilt. From the confrontation between Hoa's Burn Tower and the legendary birds, it was evident that even the legendary birds, classified as Tier 3 Pokémon, possessed a strength that humanity could not withstand. The power of legendary Pokémon is akin to the forces of nature. Can humanity truly contend with nature? The answer is a resounding no. It is akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Professor Oak would not permit Xiaosua to embark on such a perilous journey. Alice, keep a close watch on Xiaoyu. If he dares to slip away, I shall deal with you, Professor Oak warned. Alice nodded, feeling wronged. Why should I be held responsible if he sneaks away? Xiaoyu, you must not think of escaping. I have decided that from now on, I will sleep beside you, Alice said, her eyes glinting. This seemed like an excellent opportunity to have an excuse to sleep with Xiaoyu. Very well, I promise to be completely obedient, Xiaosua nodded dutifully. Though in his heart, he was far from compliant. He was unlikely to abandon his quest to capture Giratina. Chapter 7. The Hatching of the Pokémon Egg. Ralts's character had always been thus. In his previous life, he spent his days cooped up at home with nothing to do but read various books, with Pokémon being the most frequently perused. This led to his desire to capture Giratina. It was not that he held a particular affection for Giratina. Rather, Xiaosua was motivated by the safety of his family. Although the original narrative did not mention Professor Oak being injured, and Professor Oak wielded considerable influence, most would not dare to provoke such an authority in the realm of Pokémon research. There was always the possibility of unforeseen events due to his own butterfly effect. Securing a powerful bodyguard for Professor Oak would be advantageous, allowing Xiaosua to travel with greater peace of mind. Thus, he planned to venture into the distortion world to seek out Giratina and defeat it. However, capturing Giratina was another matter entirely. Legendary Pokémon are proud beings. They do not easily reveal themselves to humanity, nor will they be captured without due process. Yet, the system shattered this norm, much like Rayquaza, once hatched. Its loyalty and intimacy levels were maxed out. Capturing a legendary Pokémon is not a straightforward endeavor. First, one must defeat it. Just this requirement alone is enough to eliminate many contenders. After all, even the weakest Tier 3 legendary Pokémon is still a legendary. The essence of legendary is not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, one must earn their recognition. Only then will they choose to accompany you. Master Balls cannot control legendary Pokémon. Even if they are contained within one, they can easily break free. Thus, to this day, no one truly possesses a legendary Pokémon. It is about having a bond rather than ownership. In the Unova region, Reshiram and Zekrom will fight for those they deem worthy. But that does not mean they are captured. They will simply battle for your ideals. Should they find you unworthy, they will abandon you without hesitation. Regardless of whether he can capture Giratina, Xiaosua is determined to make the attempt. Otherwise, the opportunity to venture into the distortion world would be squandered. Moreover, with the system as his ally, there is a chance that he might gain something valuable once he arrives in the distortion world. Perhaps he could discover ways to enhance his intimacy with Giratina within the system. After all, raising Giratina's intimacy level to the point where it acknowledges him should not be insurmountable. So, for now, Xiaosua's primary goal remains to locate Giratina. Although there is an opportunity to enter the distortion world, it is not a realm where just anyone can linger. Prolonged exposure could lead to adverse consequences. Nevertheless, as long as he can find Giratina, everything else can be negotiated. Xiaoyu, let me see that Pokémon egg in your hand, Professor Oak said, eyeing the blue-patterned egg that Xiaosua held. He had never encountered a Pokémon egg with such a pattern before. While Professor Oak primarily focused on Pokémon battle knowledge, it did not imply that his other knowledge was lacking. Strange. I cannot discern which Pokémon this egg belongs to, he mused, shaking his head before returning the egg to Xiaosua. However, this Pokémon is on the verge of hatching, likely within a few days. Yisu nodded. He had already formed a suspicion in his mind. It was either Ralts or Mew. The system had indicated that it was a most unique Pokémon. So even if it hatched into a Caterpie, Yisu believed it could become an exceptionally powerful Caterpie. 2 days later, Yisu, Alice, and Professor Oak sat together, observing the Pokémon egg resting on the table. According to Professor Oak's predictions, the egg was about to hatch. Knight's heart raced with anticipation. Although it was not his first encounter with the hatching of a Pokémon, witnessing the birth of his own little creature was a unique experience. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted, transforming into a dazzling spectrum of colors that caused Knight to squint. Yet, as quickly as it appeared, the radiance faded, revealing a Lurantis with delicate azure hair before him. The creature lifted its gaze to meet Knight's eyes, then abruptly leaped into his embrace, nuzzling its head against his cheek. Lurantis emitted a series of soft, intermittent sounds, seemingly still adjusting to the world. Knight stroked Lurantis gently, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection. Is it truly a Lurantis? However, according to my knowledge, the egg pattern does not match such a creature. Even a shiny Lurantis should not possess such an unusual design. Professor Oak shook his head, perplexed by the situation. Lurantis is so adorable. May I hold it? Alice's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at the charming creature, irresistible to any woman. However, after a brief glance at Alice, Lurantis turned away, outright rejecting her. Alice's disappointment was palpable, and her single-headed dragon, witnessing her sorrow, regarded Lurantis with a fierce glare. Knight looked down at Lurantis nestled in his arms and activated the System S scanning feature. Name, Lurantis type, Psychic, Fairy potential, Strength, Pseudo-Champion Peak abilities, Wonder Guard, Synchronize, Copy, Telepathy, Force Damage. Note, this Lurantis is exceptionally unique, seemingly transcending its species limits with boundless potential. Knight's eyes widened in astonishment. The potential was marked with a question mark, and Lurantis had reached a pseudo-champion peak right after hatching an anomaly among ordinary Pokémon. What might its strength be upon evolving into its arena? Would it ascend to champion status, or perhaps even reach level 3 god? Knight dared not speculate further. Moreover, the 5 abilities it possessed were indeed extraordinary, as typical Pokémon only had one ability, while some special ones might possess a hidden ability. A standard Lurantis would only have Synchronize and Telepathy or Copy and Telepathy. Unlike in the game, where a Pokémon can have only one ability or hidden ability. In this real world, both can coexist. Yet, even so, a Pokémon usually has a maximum of 2 abilities. Lurantis possessed 5. One of which was the Wonder Guard ability of Shedinja. Wonder Guard was arguably the most overpowered ability. Fortunate for Knight, Shedinja was relatively weak, or else it would truly turn the tables. Possessing the Wonder Guard ability meant that non-super effective damage was completely ignored, indicating that only attacks that countered Lurantis could harm it, granting a significant advantage from the outset of battle. The only types that could counter Lurantis were Poison, Ghost, and Steel. Any moves outside these types could be disregarded by Lurantis. Chapter 8. The Unveiling of the Fairy type. There had been no shortage of brave novice trainers who attempted to tame this little Charmander, but they all met with failure. Now, finally, it had been successfully tamed, leaving Professor Oak astonished yet more relieved that the little Charmander had found a new home. Though he longed to inquire how Knight achieved this feat, he first offered his congratulations. By the way, I have another matter to discuss with you, Professor Oak. Knight suddenly remembered that while examining the Pokédex, he had not seen any mention of the fairy type, leading him to suspect that no one had yet discovered its existence. Oh, do you have something else to share, Knight? In fact, I have discovered a new type that has yet to be released. What? Is that true? Professor Oak exclaimed, his excitement palpable. As a researcher, he was deeply interested in studies, and now a ready-made research question was laid before him, making it impossible for him to contain his enthusiasm. Yes, however, it has not yet been announced, so no one knows about it. Moreover, as a novice trainer, even if it were announced, no one would believe it. Which is why I am seeking your assistance, Professor Oak, for our joint research. Knight contemplated extensively, even if he were to announce it himself. The reality of this type would likely not be accepted due to his novice status. Thus, he chose to collaborate with Professor Oak for the announcement. Well, this is a monumental discovery. What could it be? Could you elaborate? Professor Oak, though thrilled, remained composed. I have discovered a new type called Fairy, which notably renders Dragon-type moves ineffective against it. Oh, could you demonstrate? Certainly, Professor Oak. Do you have a Dragon-type Pokémon and a Marl on hand? Yes. Let me fetch my Dragonite and Marl. Professor Oak instructed his assistant eagerly. The assistant, equally excited, was already intrigued by research, and upon hearing of a new research objective, was fully engaged. Soon, the assistant returned with Professor Oak's Dragonite and Marl. Professor Oak, command Dragonite to use Dragon Claw on Marill, Knight instructed the enthusiastic professor. Without delay, Professor Oak directed Dragonite to unleash its Dragon Claw upon Marill. A miraculous event unfolded. Although Marill appeared frightened, it showed no significant signs of damage. Indeed, this is a remarkable discovery. Knight, you were destined to become a professor like me, Professor Oak exclaimed, hastily drafting a paper for publication. He quickly sent a message to his old friend, Dr. Gailon. Could there truly be a fairy type? Oak, have you lost your mind? How could it be immune to dragon types? Dr. Gailon responded skeptically. Just moments ago, Dr. Gailon had been excavating artifacts when the call from Oak interrupted her. Despite her disbelief, out of respect for her old friend, she set aside her tasks to investigate. Indeed, I have tested it. You can try using Dragon-type moves on Marill and see the results for yourself. Skeptical, Dr. Gailon found a Marill and unleashed her Garchomp, commanding, Garchomp. Use Dragon Rage on Marill. As Garchomp unleashed its attack, the astonishing occurred. Dragon Rage inflicted no harm upon Marill, who simply continued on its way, ignoring the attack entirely. Dr. Gailon observed in bewilderment, but remained unconvinced of the fairy type's existence. What if this Marill was an anomaly? She promptly instructed her team to find other Marills for further testing and contacted Professor Oak to relay her observations. See, I did not deceive you. However, we must approach this with rigor. I have dispatched researchers to conduct experiments on all nearby Marills, Professor Oak replied, brimming with pride. I have also sent personnel for experimentation. By the way, Professor Oak, do you know which Pokémon belong to the fairy type? Dr. Gailon inquired. In truth, this new attribute was not discovered by me, but rather by a friend who stood beside me. Fearing that Dr. Masar could doubt the claim of a newcomer trainer, I hesitated to reveal the source. Are you aware of any fairy-type Pokémon? Dr. Oak inquired of Nightshade. Ralts is indeed a fairy-type Pokémon, as is Clefairy. Nightshade responded. Dr. Oak nodded thoughtfully and arranged for an experiment to be conducted. If this were true, it would validate the existence of the fairy type. And as its discoverer, Nightshade would reap numerous benefits. Soon, results came in confirming that both other Mareep and Clefairy exhibited immunity to dragon-type moves. This indeed proved the existence of the fairy type. Subsequently, under the guidance of Dr. Oak, a paper was published, and despite Nightshade's insistence, Dr. Oak's name was still prominently displayed, which deeply moved him, as he had contributed little yet received recognition. The publication of this paper stirred considerable excitement across various regions. Extensive experimentation further confirmed the existence of this newly recognized type. It would be more accurate to describe it as the latest discovered attribute. As more fairy-type Pokémon were identified, such as Drifloon and Togepi. However, fairy-type Pokémon are relatively scarce and predominantly endearing in nature. This development offered a sigh of relief to Dragon-type trainers. If fairy types were overwhelmingly powerful, the status of Dragon-type trainers would be jeopardized. The emergence of the fairy type seemed almost tailored to counteract the formidable Dragon-type Pokémon, rendering their moves ineffective, truly an extraordinary phenomenon. Fortunately, fairy-type Pokémon remain few in number, primarily characterized by their cuteness, or else the dragon family would undoubtedly be the first to lament. Nevertheless, the recognition of the fairy attribute did not destabilize the supremacy of dragon-type Pokémon. They possess innate strength, high base stats, and a diverse array of learnable moves, ensuring that fairy types could not usurp their position. Nightshade, having discovered the fairy type, also gained recognition in various regions, while Dr. Oak was widely known. However, Nightshade was a newcomer, and Dr. Oak's paper clearly stated that it was Nightshade who had discovered the fairy type, with Dr. Oak merely facilitating the experiments. Chapter 9. The bond with Dr. Oak as the first to discover a new attribute and bestow a name upon the fairy type, Nightshade naturally attracted considerable attention. The Pokémon League, being the most significant organization aside from Junsha and Joy, also took notice. At this juncture, Nightshade learned through Dr. Oak that the Pokémon League was prepared to reward him with an exceptionally promising Pokémon egg, though it would take some time to deliver it to him. When Dr. Oak informed the League of Nightshade's status as a novice trainer, they were quite astonished. If the discovery had been made by a friend of Dr. Oak's, it would have been more expected, given Dr. Oak's esteemed position in the research community. However, if it were indeed a newcomer, it indicated significant potential, marking Nightshade as a prime candidate for the League's focus. Most new trainers typically embark on their journeys at the age of 15, which signifies adulthood in the Pokémon world. Indeed, a ceremony is held to commemorate this milestone. Feel free to tell me which Pokémon you desire, and I shall relay your request to the League, Dr. Oak said with a smile. Is there any Pokémon I can wish for? Nightshade asked, grinning widely. Essentially, most Pokémon are available, barring a few exceptions, Dr. Oak replied, somewhat perplexed. Then, may I request Zapdos? Nightshade stated, not expecting a favorable outcome. Dr. Oak was taken aback by his boldness. Of course, I doubt you would actually receive it. Even the League lacks divine Pokémon, let alone provide them to you. He chuckled. Don't even think about it. It is impossible, Dr. Oak remarked, finally understanding Nightshade's mirthful demeanor. Over the past few days, Nightshade had formed a pleasant rapport with Dr. Oak, who found him to be respectful towards elders, well-mannered, neither overly modest nor arrogant. He exhibited a commendable balance. Dr. Oak appreciated Nightshade's demeanor, feeling that he surpassed his own grandson in many respects. He nearly considered adopting Nightshade as his own grandson. Their camaraderie flourished, allowing for playful banter. Dr. Oak playfully tapped Nightshade, saying, the League's offer of a promising Pokémon egg is already quite generous. To wish for a legendary Pokémon is simply unrealistic. Legendaries are not easily captured, though semi-legendaries may be. Nightshade, with an air of mystery, beckoned Dr. Oak to follow him. Come here, Doctor. I wish to show you something remarkable. Dr. Oak, puzzled, wondered what Nightshade could possibly reveal. Nightshade led him to an open area in the backyard. Don't blink, Doctor. Observe closely. What do you see? Nightshade presented a Master Ball. Oh, a Master Ball. Where did you procure this? Surely it isn't stolen, for I possess so few myself. Dr. Oak exclaimed. Rest assured, you know my character well. But aren't you curious about what Pokémon resides within? Nightshade replied enigmatically. Without further ado, Nightshade released Celebi from the Master Ball. Ah, is that Celebi from the Chengdu region? Dr. Oak remarked, his face alight with excitement. As soon as Celebi appeared, it flew into Nightshade's arms, snuggling against him and settling into a comfortable position, visibly content. May I touch it? Dr. Oak inquired. Only with her consent, mind you. She is a female Celebi, Nightshade clarified. Celebi glanced at Dr. Oak, reluctantly soaring into the air. She says you may observe, but not touch. Dr. Oak felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he felt fortunate to witness a legendary Pokémon, knowing that many go their entire lives without such an encounter. He began to jot down notes about Celebi. After a while, having completed his notes, Nightshade returned Celebi to the Master Ball, which also served as his system space. By the way, I nearly forgot. You have yet to decide on the Pokémon the League will grant you. This time, no legendary Pokémon. Please, choose wisely, Dr. Oak advised. All right. Would a semi-legendary suffice? Nightshade asked, as he currently possessed only 2 legendaries and a Charmander. Though the latter showed promise, it had yet to mature. If I could obtain another semi-legendary with considerable potential, it would surely lead to a dream start for my journey. Among the semi-legendaries, aside from the likes of Dragapult, the rest are generally quite formidable, Dr. Oak replied. Due to the slime of the slime dragon, despite the close bond between the slime dragon and its trainer, few choose to keep it. I believe the 3-headed dragon is quite impressive, as suggested by Professor Oak. In truth, all quasi-deities are formidable, including the oft-derided slime dragon. So the choice among them is inconsequential. Then let it be the Dragonite, Nightshade pondered aloud. Aside from the slime dragon, Nightshade desired all the other quasi-deities. Yet it was a challenge. He could only gradually collect them through his travels, and encountering quasi-deities is no easy feat. Although Dragonite does not possess the imposing appearance of other quasi-deities, it exudes a certain charm, and its strength should never be underestimated. Very well, I will inform the Alliance. Your Pokémon egg should arrive in a few days, Professor Oak stated. By the way, Nightshade, have you been busy these days? What is the matter? Is there something on your mind? Nightshade did not object to Professor Oak calling him Little Knight as he had done in recent days. I would advise you not to release legendary Pokémon during your travels, as they could easily attract unwanted attention. Nightshade felt a surge of gratitude. Having only recently arrived in this world, he cherished the warmth of concern, and though they had only spent a few days together, Professor Oak had shown him remarkable kindness. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your intimacy with Professor Oak has reached 80. Reward: the status of Professor Oak's grandson. I intend to set off on my journey tomorrow. I will return to visit you whenever I have the chance. The following day, after exchanging a few words with Professor Oak, Nightshade commenced his journey. Chapter 10. The training plan for Charmander. This system's rewards are impressive, directly granting me the status of Professor Oak's grandson. How delightful that would be. Having departed from Professor Oak's laboratory, Nightshade made his way to the Evergreen Forest, intending first to challenge the Evergreen Gym in Evergreen City, particularly as it was under the influence of Sakamoto, the mastermind behind Team Rocket. To play it safe, he decided to capture a few Pokémon in the Evergreen Forest first. On his way to the Evergreen Forest, Nightshade retrieved the Pokémon egg incubator and the mysterious egg he had won in the previous lottery. He had not had the opportunity to use it last time, so he was eager to see what this enigmatic egg would hatch into. System: Utilize the Pokémon Egg Incubator on the random Pokémon Egg. Ding! Pokémon Egg Incubator successfully activated. Nightshade sat down, watching the egg resting on the ground. Having just applied the incubator, it should soon be ready to hatch. He felt a wave of nervousness. Although this was not his first experience witnessing a Pokémon hatch, he had seen many at Professor Oak's laboratory. This time felt different. As it was his own Pokémon about to emerge. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted, transforming into a spectrum of colors that made Nightshade squint. As the brilliance was overwhelmingly bright. However, the kaleidoscopic glow quickly dissipated to reveal a blue-haired Ralts before him. It glanced up at Nightshade and then leaped into his arms, nuzzling its head against his face. Ralts, Nightshade murmured, gently stroking the Ralts, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection. It's a Ralts. How wonderful, he exclaimed, especially delighted by its blue hair. After all, during his previous life of playing Pokémon, Ralts had been his favorite. Appearing adorable in its unevolved form and transforming from a charming little creature into a stunning figure upon evolution. Nightshade examined the Ralts in his arms and decided not to consign it to the system's space, preferring to keep it by his side during his travels as a companion. Before his departure, Professor Oak had gifted him numerous Pokeballs. While he could utilize the system's space, it could only accommodate legendary Pokémon, which was quite limiting. As he walked along the path in Evergreen Forest, he noted that although there were main roads, they were largely devoid of Pokémon. And Nightshade was determined to capture Pokémon. Occasionally, he spotted Pidgeys and Spearows flying overhead, and he would pause to assess their potential, yet none had shown remarkable promise. Taking this opportunity, Nightshade released Charmander, intending to commence training his Pokémon, as the legendary Pokémon must remain concealed. He decided to start with physical training for Charmander, as building stamina was essential for diverse training. Although Nightshade was a Pokémon trainer, he had little combat experience and could merely convey the names of skills. Charmander. What moves do you currently know? Nightshade inquired of his training companion. Roar, Ember, and Growl. Thanks to the power of the Evergreen, Nightshade could understand most Pokémon's speech. Only Ember and Growl? Well, as long as they can deal damage, that's fine. Nightshade began to implement a strategy reminiscent of his previous gaming experiences, targeting Magikarp. As most Magikarp only knew Splash before evolving, a move that dealt no damage, making them mere experience fodder. Charmander, use Ember on that Magikarp. Nightshade commanded as he cast his fishing rod to catch a Magikarp. The Magikarp struck by Charmander merely flopped around helplessly on the ground, unable to retaliate. In truth, Nightshade's primary objective was to accrue currency for the system's store. He had recently spotted skill learning machines in the shop, where many moves could be exchanged. He devised a method that would both train Charmander and generate income. By midday, after an exhausting training session, Charmander was panting heavily, although it had not been attacked. Continuously using fire-type moves was taxing. During the training, Charmander learned Fury Cutter and Dragon Rage, enhancing its offensive capabilities. After a morning of battling Magikarp, Nightshade had earned a decent sum, enabling him to purchase a weight training device and a skill learning machine from the system's store. Previously, Nightshade's Charmander could only train its stamina through intense running, but now, with the weight training device, all he needed to do was equip it to Charmander. He had considered giving Charmander a feather from the legendary Ho-Oh, believing it would greatly assist him, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. As Charmander was still too weak, perhaps once it evolved into a Charmeleon, it would be appropriate. After equipping the weight training device to Charmander, which adjusted its form according to the wearer, Nightshade found it quite convenient. The following days were spent executing the Magikarp harassment plan in the mornings and seeking additional Pokémon in the afternoons to hone his command skills. 3 days passed in this manner, and Charmander was ready to unleash Flamethrower. Nightshade directed, Charmander, use Flamethrower. Upon receiving the command, the little Charizard unleashed a plume of flames towards the Spearow ahead. Thanks to the rigorous training conducted by Xiaosua over the past 3 nights, the intensity of Charizard's flames had reached temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Throughout these days, Xiaosua had persistently trained Charizard, occasionally focusing on its solo combat skills by allowing Charizard to operate independently without guidance. Additionally, they practiced numerous coded signals together. Xiaosua felt that his own commanding abilities had improved, no longer resembling a novice fresh out of the beginner's village. Xiaosua had encountered many Pokémon with elite and quasi-champion potentials, yet none met his stringent criteria. If he were to encounter a Pokémon with true champion potential, he would have captured it immediately. However, it proved challenging to find such specimens in the wild expanses of the Viridian forest. Chapter 11. The champion Gyarados. After dining and resting for a while, Xiaosua continued onward with Charizard, though he had no intention of leaving the Viridian forest just yet. As he sought suitable Pokémon, the forest teemed with creatures, Although rare Pokémon were scarce, the abundance of them provided opportunities to encounter those with great potential. It would be a pity for him to rely solely on Charizard for battles. Ahead lay a river, and Xiaosua decided to investigate. He, along with Charizard and Ralts, approached the riverbank. Ralts and Marl eagerly jumped into the water, frolicking joyfully as they swam a few laps. Notably, Marl had originated from Professor Oak's lab and seemed quite fond of Xiaosua, who had received the Professor's approval for Marl to accompany him. Charizard, however, looked upon the river with trepidation. Though it had triumphed over Gyarados days prior, that battle had occurred at a safe distance from the water's edge. Its anxiety was evident, and Xiaosua found it quite understandable. After all, as a fire type, it was natural for Charizard to harbor a fear of water. He had not noticed how this fierce creature could possess such a fear. At the end of Charizard's tail flickered a small flame, a constant presence that would remain whether it evolved into a Charmeleon or a Charizard. This flame symbolized its life and health. Should it diminish, so too would Charizard's strength. And if it were ever to extinguish, it would signify the end of its life. Another Pokémon, the Fire Monkey, also bore a flame, but unlike Charizard's, it would extinguish while the Fire Monkey slept, as no one would wish to slumber with their back ablaze. Xiaosua released his Latios and Celebi. Despite Latios's considerable size, it claimed that it could shrink its form, much to Xiaosua's relief, as he felt a twinge of guilt keeping such a majestic creature confined within the system's space. Seated by the riverbank, Xiaosua gazed into the crystalline waters and glanced back at the distant Charizard, resolved to help it overcome its fear of water. Latios coiled comfortably beside him, while Celebi nestled in his arms. Celebi did not enter the water, not out of fear. After all, would a grass type truly fear water? But rather to maintain its grace and elegance. Are you two going to keep playing, or shall you join me? I intend to start fishing, Xiaosua announced, preparing to address Charizard's aquaphobia. Ralts, upon peering at the water and then at Xiaosua, decided it was best to remain by his side. Emerging from the water and using its psychic abilities to dry off before perching atop Xiaosua's head. The more Xiaosua observed Ralts, the more he felt it lacked the demeanor of a third-tier deity. Even if it ventured out on its own, he felt no concern. For the prowess of a third-tier deity stood at the pinnacle of the food chain within the Viridian forest. Meanwhile, Marl continued to play with the Gyarados in the water. Xiaosua retrieved the fishing rod he had once received as a reward from the system. The rod used previously for training Charizard had been purchased in Pallet Town, while this one, a super rod, was said to have the capability of catching exceptionally powerful Pokémon. Having had this rod for several days, Xiaosua intended to make the most of this opportunity as he was in need of Pokémon, especially a capable water type. At that moment, Xiaosua's communication device chimed. Xiaoya, the Dragonite awarded by the Alliance has arrived. Where are you now? I can teleport it to you, came Professor Oak's voice from the other end. I'm currently in the Viridian forest and should be nearing Viridian City. Please teleport it to the Pokémon Center there, Xiaosua replied. The technological advancements in this world were indeed peculiar. The Pokémon Centers possessed machines capable of remotely transporting Pokeballs, a groundbreaking innovation in his previous world. Yet here it seemed commonplace. He wondered about the potential of this Dragonite. It surely had champion-like qualities, and if it were a champion, that would be even better. Turning his attention back to the task at hand, Xiaosua prepared to use the fishing rod, hopeful for a Pokémon of remarkable potential, and fervently wishing it would not be another Gyarados. He affixed bait to the hook and cast his line into the water. Fishing required patience. Yet within less than a minute of casting, the rod began to tremble. Already? Previously, it took minutes to catch even a single fish. Could it be that the water's sovereign, Gyarados, is biting? Xiaosua's heart raced with anxiety. Was this opportunity with the super rod destined for another Gyarados? Congratulations, Xiaoya. You are correct. What you have caught is indeed a Gyarados, Latios chuckled, communicating telepathically with Xiaosua. Ah, if it is Gyarados, it isn't the worst outcome. As long as its potential is commendable, I could still capture it. Evolving into a Gyarados is no small feat, Xiaosua mused. He knew that if he reeled in Gyarados immediately, it would suffice, but if it were to escape, that would be truly unfortunate. He trusted the super rod not to betray him. Even a Gyarados should possess considerable potential. As expected, upon reeling it in, it was indeed a Gyarados, its lifeless eyes seeming to mock Xiaosua. Watching the flailing Gyarados, Xiaosua stifled the urge to strike it and instead employed the system's analysis function. Name, Gyarados type, water potential, champion strength, intermediate haha. The super rod is truly remarkable. The system does not deceive me, Xiaosua laughed heartily. A Gyarados with champion potential was indeed a rare find. It was exceedingly powerful. Regrettably, the rod would only yield such results the first time. Subsequent catches would merely be marginally better than average. Gyarados, I shall capture you, Xiaosua declared. Yet, Gyarados continued to thrash about, disregarding him entirely. Its sole focus on returning to the water. Very well. Xiaosua sighed, opting for no further conversation. He tossed a Pokeball, and predictably, Gyarados was ensnared within. Merely shaking once before being captured. Gyarados' resilience was evident. It thrived even in polluted waters and typically employed only Splash and Tackle as its moves. Some exceptional Gyarados might learn Water Gun, yet this did not alter the fact that Gyarados was generally regarded as lackluster. The ease of capturing it with a Pokeball, without even a battle, left Xiaosua pondering whether he could have used this opportunity to help Charizard confront its fear of water. Chapter 12. The King's unique bug. Although the Magikarp is remarkably easy to capture, serving as a boon for novice trainers, few have succeeded in doing so. This is primarily due to the formidable challenge of evolving a Magikarp into a Gyarados, an endeavor akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The Gyarados boasts one of the highest base stat totals among non-legendary water-type Pokémon, rivaled only by Milotic and Kingdra. While Xiaosua wished to fish for a Feebas, the fishing rod proved unyielding, and the chance of catching a Feebas is exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, acquiring a Magikarp is a welcome development. Evolving the Magikarp is no small feat. Yet with the assistance of the system and the inherent champion potential of this Magikarp, Xiaosua is confident in his ability to facilitate its transformation into a Gyarados. If he were unable to do so, it would be better to cut his wrist with a potato chip and succumb to blood loss. Releasing the Magikarp from its Pokeball, it gazes at Xiaosua with lifeless eyes. He offers the Magikarp some food favored by water-type Pokémon and energy cubes. After days of learning, Xiaosua has mastered the preparation of basic Pokémon food, as well as the intricacies of energy cubes, which serve to enhance a Pokémon's base stats, laying a solid foundation for their development. The creation of these energy cubes is complex, and Xiaosua has only grasped a fraction of the process. Upon seeing the food, the Magikarp's dull eyes brightened considerably. Given the abundance of Magikarp in the world, competition is fierce. Many perish from starvation or become prey to more powerful Pokémon. Though this Magikarp possesses champion potential, it still often finds itself underfed. Now, faced with the prospect of readily available nourishment, the Magikarp is visibly elated, and Xiaosua can sense its joy. Casting the fishing rod again, he attempts to catch more fish. Although he no longer benefits from the initial boost, the rod is still significantly superior to most commercially available models. Previously, Xiaosua could only catch Magikarp, occasionally lucky enough to reel in a Goldenrod. Now, he has also caught a tadpole, though its potential is lacking, and he has released it. Xiaosua has tried to let his Charmeleon battle them, but the results were consistently poor, as the Charmeleon is fearful of water. While fishing, he used his communication device to contact Professor Oak, requesting that he refrain from sending his Giratina to Viridian City until Xiaosua could collect it himself. Utilizing his Latios, he swiftly returned, its speed remarkable enough that bystanders merely glimpsed a fleeting black shadow. The unique bug was sent flying by Giratina's tail, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. Xiaosua promptly captured it in a Pokeball. This unique bug possesses the potential of a champion, making it a worthy candidate for capture, even if it ultimately evolves into a Beedrill, which has a low base stat total. The champion potential of this unique bug is tantalizing. Pokémon with champion-level potential are exceedingly rare, otherwise, each region would not only showcase 4 elite trainers and a single champion. The scarcity of Pokémon with such potential is compounded by the absence of effective means to assess a Pokémon's latent abilities, relying instead on observation and accumulated experience. For the time being, Xiaosua can nurture this unique bug, allowing it to serve as a temporary mainstay in his team, with hopes that it may one day evolve into a valued member of the secondary squad. Currently, Xiaosua's Pokémon include Ralts, Latios, Celebi, Dratini, Charmeleon, Magikarp, and the newly captured unique bug. Among these, Ralts and Latios are reserved for encounters with formidable foes, while Celebi serves as the team's healer. Challenging gyms with legendary Pokémon serves little purpose. Even if the Viridian Gym's leader possesses a Beedrill with legendary potential, it cannot compare to true legendaries. Such challenges are devoid of merit, merely a means to flaunt superiority without tangible benefits. However, should the day arise when he desires to display his prowess, he might consider releasing his legendary Pokémon for show. Yet, under ordinary circumstances, they remain unused. Moreover, his Marill is merely a companion, not a combatant, though it too possesses significant potential, exhibiting champion-level traits. Despite its diminutive size, its ability may be formidable. Thus, apart from his legendary Pokémon and Ralts, Xiaosua appears to lack any remarkable assets. His other Pokémon, such as Dratini and Magikarp, have yet to mature, currently exhibiting only basic capabilities. Releasing the unique bug, Xiaosua finds it has awakened, showing no hostility towards him. He gently caresses its soft body, appreciating the pleasant texture, and offers it some rudimentary Pokémon food. The unique bug eagerly consumes the meal, which, despite Yisu's imperfect preparation, is palatable, given that the ingredients were sourced from the system's shop. In the wild, many Pokémon struggle for sustenance, living in conditions far from ideal. Particularly for unique bugs and caterpie, avian Pokémon are their foremost predators, frequently hunting them for food. Had Yisu not captured this unique bug, it might have fallen prey to a Pidgey or Spearow one day, despite its impressive potential and talent. Only those that mature can truly be called geniuses. Those that succumb early are merely fleeting wonders. Of course, it may yet thrive amidst fierce competition, and with its champion potential, could ascend to lead the Beedrill family. In the Viridian forest, Beedrill reigns supreme, appearing in swarms, and no Pokémon dares provoke them. For the consequences of offending one would invite the wrath of many. Gather around. I am about to issue training tasks, Yisu called, summoning all his Pokémon. He also released Latios, which has taken a liking to him since its last outing by the river. After a long absence, Latios soared through the sky, emitting a resounding roar. Thankfully, Latios has tempered its presence. Otherwise, its overwhelming legendary aura might have rendered the surrounding weaker Pokémon unconscious. Chapter 13. The transformation of Ralts. Latios approached Yisu, nuzzling against him with a playful glint in its eyes. Yisu patted Latios's head, suggesting, "You may explore the surroundings and stretch your wings." However, Latios shook its head, using telepathy to convey, "I wish to remain by your side to ensure your safety." Though aware that this forest holds little danger, it stubbornly refused to leave. Yisu's other Pokémon, intimidated by the imposing presence of Latios, felt uneasy despite its restrained demeanor. Yet, perhaps due to Latios's gentle nature as a female, the others soon overcame their fear and nestled close to Latios, appearing quite friendly with it. "Let's set aside playtime for now. I have training tasks to assign. Charmeleon and Giratina, begin your stamina training first, followed by honing the techniques you have mastered." Yeshu produced weighted training equipment for Charmeleon and Giratina to wear. With a nod of agreement, they commenced their running exercises while bearing the weights. Yeshu cast a glance at the Magikarp in the water, which had yet to evolve and possessed no training potential at this stage. Its inherent champion potential had already reached its zenith. Only through evolution could it continue to enhance its strength. "Magikarp, you may move freely for now," Yeshu decided, recognizing the limitations of the situation. "Dwebble. Venture into the forest to engage in battles with some Pokémon, but ensure you select foes you can defeat. Sustaining serious injuries would be undesirable." Yeshu instructed Dwebble and Celebi, "Stay close to it, and if it gets injured, provide healing. Do not allow it to encounter danger." Yeshu had even assigned a dedicated bodyguard and caregiver to Dwebble. Having a legendary Pokémon as protection was indeed a source of pride. A tale to be told for a lifetime. Dwebble made its way toward the forest, while Celebi, despite its reluctance to part from Yeshu, followed closely. Marill trailed behind them, and during their time together, it seemed that Marill had formed a close bond with Celebi. As the Pokémon trained, Yeshu seized the opportunity to fish for profit. With Ralts accompanying him for conversation, Yeshu found amusement in the activity, alleviating any boredom while fishing. Whenever he caught a Pokémon or observed wild ones approaching the river for water, Yeshu would conduct a systematic analysis, hoping to encounter a Pokémon with exceptional potential. Initially intending to remain in the evergreen forest for just a week, plans altered, and Yeshu found himself staying for 9 days. 3 days were devoted to training Charmeleon, followed by the addition of numerous other Pokémon, primarily due to the high potential of Yeshu's Pokémon, all possessing at least elite-tier potential. Consequently, their strength improved rapidly. The higher the potential of a Pokémon, the quicker its power surged. Thanks to Yeshu's meticulous training, Giratina's strength had escalated from a normal late stage to an elite mid-stage, and this particular Giratina, rewarded by the Alliance, boasted champion-level potential. Charmeleon's strength also broke through, though it could not quite match Giratina, achieving an elite early-stage power level and showing signs of impending evolution. Yet, Yeshu was not in haste to prompt Charmeleon's evolution. He preferred to allow it to build strength and lay a solid foundation for future endeavors. These insights were imparted to Yeshu by Professor Oak, enabling him to navigate his journey with greater efficiency. Dwebble evolved into Shelmet, and insect-type Pokémon tend to mature swiftly. Yeshu believed it would soon evolve into a Beedrill. "Dinner time, little knight," Yeshu called, approaching to take a bite of the rice ball prepared by Naya. Ralts had also evolved into Gardevoir, revealing many secrets about herself. The evolved Gardevoir was notably averse to being confined within a Pokeball, reminiscent of Ash's Pikachu, and Yeshu allowed her this freedom, even naming her Naya, a name she cherished. The name Naya, with Leaf and Knight sharing phonetic similarities, was derived from the combination of the two. Post-evolution, Naya could genuinely converse, no longer relying solely on telepathy. and had ascended to the status of a super legendary Pokémon, her potential now marked by 3 question marks. Yeshu could only marvel at her astonishing growth. Transitioning directly from a third-tier Pokémon to a super legendary one, truly a Pokémon that defied existence. Furthermore, Naya possessed culinary skills, crafting delectable meals that even Yeshu, who had no need for food, found irresistible. Gathering all the Pokémon, Yeshu prepared simple Pokémon food in energy cubes before indulging in Naya's exquisite cooking, which was undeniably delicious, leaving him curious about her methods. Initially, upon discovering Naya's culinary talent, Yeshu contemplated how to provide her with cooking resources. Fortunately, he later discovered that the system shop offered human food for exchange at reasonable prices, allowing him to enjoy Naya's meals daily while showering her with compliments, which seemed to delight her. On the 10th day in the Evergreen Forest, Yeshu resolved to depart. Having encountered no Pokémon of significant potential and feeling that his Pokémon had trained sufficiently, he intended to head towards the Evergreen City to challenge the local gym. After recalling his Pokémon, he set off for Evergreen City. Suddenly, a limping Eevee emerged from the nearby bushes, appearing injured and collapsing beside Yeshu, seemingly drawn to him. Perhaps believing he could help, Yeshu knelt to examine the Eevee, noting an injury on its leg, likely inflicted by human malice. A few days prior, he had heard Miss Junsha mention individuals abducting Pokémon in Evergreen City. This injury must have been their doing. Utilizing the power of Evergreen, Yeshu healed the Eevee, which slowly began to regain consciousness. Now that you're awake, it's time to go, Yeshu said, not one to take advantage of the vulnerable. While this Eevee might possess great potential, it was currently incapacitated and unable to battle, so he resolved to release it. However, the Eevee seemed reluctant to leave, following closely behind Yeshu as he walked away. Chapter 14. Discovering new Eevee evolution types, Yeshu noticed the Eevee following him and turned to inquire. Do you wish to accompany me? The Eevee responded affirmatively. Very well, Yeshu said, producing a Pokeball and placing it before the Eevee, which, without hesitation, pressed the button on the Pokeball with its paw. The Eevee was captured without resistance. And Yeshu found it fascinating that Pokémon could be caught in such a manner. Perhaps using food would be a simpler approach in the future. Yeshu felt as though he had stumbled upon a new frontier. Speaking of Eevee, given that this world had yet to discover the fairy type, it stood to reason that Eevee's evolution, Sylveon, had also not been uncovered. Consulting the Pokédex, Yeshu confirmed not only that Sylveon was undiscovered, but also that several other Eevee evolutions remained unrecognized. He perceived this as yet another opportunity, planning to discuss it with Professor Oak later and potentially gain an advantage over the Alliance. Upon reaching Evergreen City and verifying his identity with Miss Junsha, Yeshu proceeded to the Pokémon Center. Professor Oak, long time no see, Yeshu communicated via his device. Ah, little knight. Have you arrived in Evergreen City? I'm currently with Professor Yamazaki here. Would you like to join us? I can introduce you, Professor Oak replied. Certainly, I'll be there shortly. At the hotel, Yeshu met both Professor Oak and Professor Yamazaki. This is the genius who discovered the fairy type, Professor Oak introduced. Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Yamazaki said with a serious expression. Yeshu recognized Professor Yamazaki from the games, where he was perpetually stern, rarely seen smiling, which instilled fear in many. I've heard of your esteemed reputation, Yeshu responded courteously. Little knight, I actually have something important to discuss with you today, Professor Oak said with a smile. Oh, what is happening? Knight Su pondered, recalling that he had not done anything unusual. Today, Dr. Yamazaki and I discovered a new Pokémon. And since you have some knowledge of Pokémon, I wanted to show it to you. Dr. Yamazaki remained silent, merely producing 2 luxury balls, releasing an Eevee into Solgaleo. Look, this is a new evolution type of Eevee that has never been seen before, Dr. Yamazaki said, pointing at Solgaleo. Although his facial expression remained unchanged, his tone conveyed great excitement. This evolution was accidental, and I am unsure of the specifics. I wanted to ask you if you think there are any other evolution types for Eevee, Professor Oak inquired of Knight Su. Why are you asking me? Knight Su replied, puzzled. He had intended to share his own discovery of a new Eevee evolution type, which coincidentally matched Dr. Yamazaki's findings, allowing for a joint announcement. Because you have an exceptional talent for discovery, your identification of the fairy type is a testament to that, Dr. Yamazaki responded. Despite his youth, Knight Su had indeed been the one to identify the fairy type, a feat not easily accomplished and requiring a passionate heart for research and a keen eye for discovery. Thus, Dr. Yamazaki and Professor Oak had invited Knight Su to seek his insights. However, they had not anticipated that Knight Su was a time traveler. Well, Eevee is a Pokémon with highly unstable genetics, so it is certain that other evolution types exist, Knight Su replied, adhering to the information from the game about Eevee. Perhaps it evolves differently based on its surroundings, he suggested to Dr. Yamazaki. While Nightsu was aware of Eevee's evolution types, he could not divulge them directly. Previously, he had been able to do so easily with Professor Oak alone, whose demeanor was more amiable. With Dr. Yamazaki, he feared being reprimanded. Thus, he opted for a more diplomatic approach. Dr. Yamazaki found his reasoning quite sound and made a note of it. However, we will need to conduct experiments for precise results. You should stay here for now, and we will see if we can research the other evolution types of Eevee, Dr. Yamazaki expressed, intrigued by Nightsu's discoveries. Particularly since identifying the psychic type was no small accomplishment. Nightsu felt torn, balancing the desire to continue his journey against Dr. Yamazaki's research. Both paths were significant, making it difficult to choose. Dr. Yamazaki noticed his internal conflict and remarked, "Are you perhaps hoping to travel first and then attend the Quartz Conference? However, there won't be a Quartz Conference this year." "What? Why?" Nightsu exclaimed, bewildered. Was it not the timeline he had anticipated? Had he not already encountered Ash and Misty? Was the butterfly effect this profound? The Quartz Conference would not occur until next year, and this year was definitely out of the question. However, you can challenge the Pewter Gym in the meantime, but you will have to wait until next year to participate, Dr. Yamazaki clarified. "Oh, I see. Well, I suppose I'll assist Dr. Yamazaki with the research," Nightsu conceded, realizing that his ultimate goal of attending the Quartz Conference could not be fulfilled this year. Subsequently, Nightsu joined Dr. Yamazaki at his research facility, and after half a month of collaboration and guidance from Nightsu, they successfully uncovered the evolution methods for Solgaleo, Sylveon, Lunalala, Glacian, and Leafeon. At last, all of Eevee's evolution types had been discovered, and Dr. Yamazaki was elated, even managing to crack a smile. Nightsu was taken aback by the sight of Dr. Yamazaki's smile. It was truly remarkable to witness. Dr. Yamazaki later published a paper detailing their findings, with both their names listed, Nightsu's name preceding Dr. Yamazaki's. The professor felt that Nightsu's contributions to this research were more significant than his own. The paper regarding Eevee astonished countless individuals, prompting Professor Oak to call for inquiries. The discovery of Eevee's new evolution types brought joy to many, especially those fond of Eevee. However, for those afflicted with choice paralysis, the situation became more complicated. Originally, Eevee had only 3 evolution types, but now it boasted 5 more, totaling 8, which only intensified their dilemma. "Dr. Yamazaki, since the research is complete, I shall take my leave." Nightsu bid farewell to Dr. Yamazaki. Chapter 15. Daily Life. I am finally back. Upon returning to Professor Oak's research facility, Nightsu flopped onto the soft sofa, feeling nostalgic for its comfort. This should not be the time when Ash begins his journey. It should be next year. Yet, how could Ash already have Pikachu? Nightsu realized that there remained a year before the main storyline commenced, leaving him uncertain about what to do. "Welcome back, Nightsu. I was quite astonished by your new discoveries regarding Eevee's evolution types." Professor Oak, having heard the commotion, exited his room and spotted Nightsu sprawled on the sofa. "By the way, I intend to send you to Pokémon School since you have nothing to occupy your time this year," Professor Oak informed Nightsu. Nightsu agreed, relieved to have an opportunity to learn about the Pokémon world. He officially became a resident at Professor Oak's place, and the professor often inquired why Nightsu did not return home. Nightsu spun a tale so vivid that Professor Oak nearly shed tears. Thus, Professor Oak adopted Nightsu as his grandson, to which Nightsu did not object. With Professor Oak's esteemed background, Nightsu anticipated that his future travels would be considerably more convenient. In the ensuing days, Nightsu attended school and met many of the female protagonists from the Pokémon narrative. Due to Professor Oak's favorable circumstances, the Pokémon education he received was of the highest caliber. Half a year later, I am finally home," Nightsu exclaimed as he once again collapsed onto the soft sofa, reveling in the comfort of his home. "Welcome back, Nightsu. How was your experience at summer camp? Did you make any friends?" Professor Oak asked kindly, having set aside his research upon hearing Nightsu's arrival. "Of course I did. My skills in making friends are quite exceptional," Nightsu boasted. Since starting school, he had mostly stayed at home after classes, and his circle of acquaintances was still quite small, yet he unabashedly claimed to have made friends. However, Professor Oak chose not to call him out on it. "Did you really make friends?" Professor Oak asked uncertainly. Nightsu felt a bit aggrieved. Having claimed he made friends, he felt the need to provide evidence. He retrieved his phone and displayed a photo to Professor Oak. "Look, this is a picture of my friend. Isn't she adorable?" Nightsu declared proudly, showing a photo of himself with a cute little girl. Professor Oak felt a sense of pride. It seemed he might have a great-grandchild in his lifetime. "What does it matter if she is pretty? She is merely a little girl, at best cute. What is her name?" Nai interjected, feeling a tinge of jealousy. This summer camp did not allow Pokémon, so Nai-Tsu had left Nai at home, much to her discontent. Hey, Nai, are you feeling jealous? Humph. You should refer to me as elder sister. Nei let out a light huff, delivering a punch to Yesu's head. Ever since Nei embraced her identity as an elder sister, she had become quite addicted to it. Rubbing his head, Yesu winced in pain. Having fully assumed the role of an elder sister, why was she hitting him so hard? What is the name of this little girl? Dr. Okido inquired, thinking it would be beneficial to learn about his granddaughter-in-law early on. Yes, what is her name? Where does she live? Speak quickly, or I will hit you. Her name is Selena, and she is from the town of Corolos, Nei replied. Are you conducting a household registration check? I've told you countless times to address me as elder sister, Nei exclaimed. So she hails from Corolos, that puts my mind at ease. She said loudly, before her voice dropped to a whisper, so quiet that Yesu could barely hear her. The distance between Corolos and Kanto was neither too far nor too close. As long as they did not interact, both sides would likely forget each other quickly. Long-distance relationships cannot withstand the test of time, Nei reassured herself. After all, Yesu belonged to Nei, and she would never allow some stray cat to steal him away. Being assertive was her prerogative. After a day spent on the boat, I shall retire for a while, Yesu told Dr. Okido before heading back to his room to lie down. Gazing at the ceiling, a smile spread across his face. Although he had lived over 30 years in his previous life, in this time and body, he appeared to be only 15. With the company of Dr. Okido and Nei, life felt quite pleasant. As for his Pokémon, they were all entrusted to Dr. Okido's care, including Celebi. He had also released his Dialga. But it seemed that this world had yet to document Dialga's existence. Even Dr. Okido was unaware of it. During this summer camp, Yesa had encountered Selena, who had been injured due to fright, before Ash did, and they had become good friends. Yesu also learned why Ash was holding Pikachu at that time. It was likely because of his own Butterfree's existence. By sheer coincidence, Ash had obtained Pikachu and had inadvertently provoked a Spearow. However, unlike now, Pikachu had been severely injured due to arriving late, rendering it unable to battle, which left Ash feeling quite guilty. Thus, the storyline of Ash choosing Pikachu at Dr. Okido's lab came to be. Though it differed from the original plot, the outcome remained unchanged. Yesa could only apologize to Ash for having stolen his opportunity and for causing him unpleasant memories. However, he did not encounter Ash during this summer camp. Uncertain if Ash had not participated or if the crowd was simply too large for their paths to cross, Yesu speculated that Ash must have attended the camp. He just did not run into him. Moreover, during the past 6 months, the system had issued numerous sign-in tasks, allowing Yesu to accumulate many lottery draws and acquire numerous items. He intended to redeem all of them today, hoping for a stroke of luck that might yield a legendary Pokémon. Sometimes, Yesu even forgot that he was a system user, as the system only activated every few days. Notably, during these 6 months of sign-ins, Yesu had earned a chance to enter the distortion world. He contemplated when he could capture Giratina. Now, he possessed the strength to do so, and Nei had also reached the level of a mythical Pokémon. Not to mention her own Giratina. What was there to fear? Chapter 16. Giratina. The next day, Yesu exclaimed, Nei, come. I shall take you to a wonderful place. He pulled her over, speaking mysteriously. Where are we going? You're making it sound like a significant discovery, Nei said. Having just been preparing breakfast in the kitchen when Yesu suddenly whisked her away. Nei, do you know where to find Giratina? Yesu asked her, eager to seize the opportunity while the day was free. I don't know. Although I am quite strong, I am not omniscient, Nei replied helplessly. Returning to her task of making breakfast, Yesa dashed over to ask Dr. Okido if he had any information on the ghost dragon Giratina. While Dr. Okido was based in Kanto, his research spanned a wide range, and although Yesu was familiar with Giratina from the games, it was essential to understand what Giratina was like in this world. Why are you asking this, Xiaoyi? You don't intend to capture Giratina, do you? That is the guardian of the Sinnoh region. Leaving aside whether you can capture it, even if you did, the Pokémon League of Sinnoh would not allow you to leave. Dr. Okido expressed his bewilderment. Moreover, whether you can even defeat Giratina is another matter. You should reconsider. He added, frowning. As far as I know, Giratina is a mythical Pokémon. It is one of the strongest Pokémon, second only to the creator deity Arceus. Even with Celebi, you cannot defeat Giratina. While both are legendary Pokémon, Giratina's power surpasses that of Celebi. Dr. Okido continued to advise him. Even with your mentioned Rayquaza, it would not stand a chance against Giratina. Upon hearing this, Rayquaza displayed a look of dissatisfaction, as if it were being underestimated. Are you doubting my strength as the sky god Rayquaza? I am formidable enough to safeguard this planet's atmosphere. My duty is to protect the skies of this world, prevent extraterrestrial beings from entering, and monitor those who venture out of this planet. In essence, I serve as the customs officer of this world. Entry and exit require my consent. If my strength were lacking, how could I intercept foreign entities? All right, Doctor, I understand. I have no intention of challenging Giratina. Xiaosua hastily assured him, sensing Dr. Okito's continued attempts to dissuade him. Although Xiaosua verbally conceded, he still entertained thoughts of capturing Giratina. After all, Dr. Okito was the only person in this world with whom Xiaosua felt a familial bond, alongside Ne, whom he cherished deeply. In the distortion world, Giratina could traverse freely between the main world and the distortion world, undoubtedly making it the best guardian. While ultra beasts like Necrozma could also traverse worlds, for now, capturing Giratina would be the priority. As long as he encountered Giratina in the distortion world, Xiaosua was confident he could defeat it. Not to mention that he had Rayquaza, who could dominate all Pokémon except Arceus. Rayquaza could Mega Evolve, and once it did, its power would rival that of the creator deity. While it might not be able to overpower Arceus, defeating Giratina would be effortless. Rayquaza's Mega Evolution did not require a Mega Stone. It appeared that there was no Mega Stone for Rayquaza in the games, and this world likely followed suit. Rayquaza's Mega Evolution depended on its innate celestial organs. However, speaking of stones, it seemed that this world had yet to discover evolution stones, which represented another opportunity. Consequently, Mega Evolution remained a novel concept for everyone. Giratina resided in the distortion world, and it was generally not found in the current world, making it nearly impossible to encounter. Xiaoyi, you should just give up, Doctor. Okito advised, knowing Yasu's determined nature. Actually, I am aware that the ruins of Ulf connect to the distortion world, right? From there, one can access the distortion world. The spear pillar also connects to the distortion world, doesn't it? Yasu remarked, looking at Dr. Okito. Dr. Okito's expression changed. Who told you this? It appears to be true. However, Nightshade has now confirmed that the Giratina in this world is indeed akin to that in the games, and even if there are discrepancies, they are unlikely to be significant. Professor Oak lightly tapped Nightshade on the head, although he was somewhat astonished by Nightshade's assertion that he could defeat Giratina. He was reluctant to allow him to take such a perilous risk. You are not permitted to seek out Giratina. You stand no chance of capturing it. At this point, Professor Oak was not merely concerned about the possibility of defeating Giratina, but rather worried for Nightshade's safety. The distortion world is not a place to be taken lightly. Should anything happen to him, the guilt would weigh heavily on his conscience. Professor Oak's intentions were solely for Nightshade's well-being. Despite being taken aback by the immense power of this colossal dragon, which was at the pinnacle of the legendary Pokémon tier, Professor Oak remained apprehensive. The might of legendary Pokémon is well known, as evidenced by Ho-Oh's Burnt Tower and the confrontations with the legendary birds. Even the weakest of the legendary trio possesses a strength that humanity cannot withstand. The power of these Pokémon can be likened to the forces of nature. Can humanity truly contend with such forces? The answer is a resounding no. It is as futile as an insect shaking a tree. Professor Oak would not allow Nightshade to embark on such a venture. Naya, keep a close watch on Little Knight. If he dares to sneak out, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Professor Oak summoned Naya and instructed her firmly. Naya, feeling both puzzled and aggrieved, nodded. Why was she being blamed for Little Knight's desire to venture out? Little Knight, you better not think of escaping. Although Naya had little interest in capturing Giratina and was confident that Nightshade would be safe. After all, with the likes of Rayquaza by his side, and herself ensuring his safety, she had to feign compliance in front of Professor Oak, who intimidated even Nightshade. All right, I assure you that I will remain at home as promised, Nightshade reiterated to Professor Oak. However, deep down, Nightshade was far from obedient. He understood that Naya was merely putting on a facade. He was unlikely to abandon his ambition of capturing Giratina. This was simply his nature. In his previous life, he spent countless hours indoors, engrossed in various books, particularly those about Pokémon, which fueled his desire to capture Giratina. Chapter 17. Naya's strength. This was not merely due to Nightshade's affection for Giratina, but rather a consideration for Professor Oak's safety. After all, the notorious Team Rocket was becoming increasingly active. And while the original narrative did not depict Professor Oak as injured, and he was indeed a formidable figure in the Pokémon research community, often beyond reproach, having his own butterfly stirring the winds of fate could potentially invite unforeseen troubles. Securing a powerful bodyguard for Professor Oak would also provide Nightshade with peace of mind during his travels. Thus, he resolved to venture into the distortion world to seek out and defeat Giratina. However, capturing Giratina was another matter entirely. Legendary Pokémon are inherently proud and seldom reveal themselves to humans, let alone be easily captured. Yet, the system had disrupted this norm, akin to Rayquaza, who, upon being hatched, exhibited maximum loyalty and intimacy. Capturing a legendary Pokémon is no simple feat. First, one must conquer it. This alone is enough to disqualify many. For even the weakest of the legendary tier possesses a strength that is formidable. The term legendary is not to be taken lightly, and one must also earn their recognition. For even Master Balls cannot control them. Once a legendary Pokémon is placed into a Master Ball, it can effortlessly break free. Thus, to this day, no one has truly owned a legendary Pokémon. Rather, they fight for those deemed worthy. For instance, Reshiram and Zekrom in the Unova region will battle for the chosen individual, but they are not truly captured. They fight solely for the ideals of their trainers. Should they someday deem their trainers to be of no further use, they will abandon them without hesitation. Regardless of whether he can capture Giratina, Nightshade must at least make an attempt. Otherwise, the opportunity to explore the distortion world would be squandered. Furthermore, with the assistance of the system, there may be a chance to sign in upon arriving in the distortion world. Perhaps he can discover methods to enhance intimacy within the system. If he can elevate Giratina's intimacy, gaining its recognition should not prove overly complicated. Thus, Nightshade's primary objective remains locating Giratina. While the chance to enter the distortion world is indeed thrilling, it is not a place for everyone. Prolonged exposure may result in adverse effects. Nonetheless, as long as he can find Giratina, all will be well. A few days later, Professor Oak departed from the research institute due to pressing research matters. Before leaving, he reiterated to Nightshade to remain indoors, assuring him that he would return by afternoon. Should he return to find Nightshade missing, he threatened to break Nightshade's legs. And then hurriedly left. Naya, let us be off. After some contemplation, Nightshade decided to bring Naya along, for her formidable psychic abilities would allow for seamless teleportation. If they were to emerge from the distortion world in a remote location, retracing their steps could prove disastrous. At this point, Naya had become extraordinarily powerful. Just yesterday, Nightshade utilized the system to examine her abilities. Name, Shadow Type, Psychic, Fairy, Ice abilities, Synchronize, Copy, Magic Guard, Telepathy. Force damage, Strength, Pinnacle of legendary Pokémon potential. Theoretically infinite. Naya's current prowess could only be described with two words, terrifying and invincible. Indeed, Naya had reached the apex of legendary Pokémon strength, surpassing even Rayquaza, and now possessed an additional Ice-type attribute. Presently, aside from Arceus, it is unlikely that any Pokémon could rival Naya's might. This Ice-type was not a result of evolution, rather. It was bestowed upon her when Nightshade acquired Arceus's Ice Plate during a signing event and inadvertently gave it to Naya. Through her comprehension and absorption of the plate, she mastered the Ice-type principles, gaining this additional attribute. Naya's rapid ascent to the pinnacle of legendary Pokémon strength was attributed to her understanding of the plate and her immense potential. The elevation of her power level was no trivial matter. It fundamentally hinged on her grasp and command of these principles. The prior ascent in strength was relatively straightforward, training sufficed. As long as a Pokémon possessed adequate potential and underwent diligent training, reaching the threshold of an Elite Four member was achievable. However, attaining the status of a champion is no simple task. It is akin to crossing a chasm, with an insurmountable divide between those below and those above champion tier. To reach champion status, a Pokémon must touch the essence of power, each type possessing its own source of power, which does not require comprehension. Simply making contact with the source allows one to become a champion Pokémon. While this may seem straightforward, the challenges are profound. To achieve the strength of a champion, one must comprehend the source of power, harness and apply it. When utilizing moves that embody the source, their potency is significantly amplified. The legendary Pokémon of the third tier have fully mastered the source power, and their moves can reach terrifying heights. Thus, battles involving legendary Pokémon often result in cataclysmic devastation. The second-tier legendary Pokémon's source power begins to transform into principal power. Even a mere fraction of this principal S strength can result in the devastation of a city. The first-tier legendary Pokémon are even more formidable. Their source power has entirely metamorphosed into principal power, allowing for effortless manipulation. A single move from them can plunge an entire region into peril. The mythical beast, known as the Ultra Beast, embodies a complete mastery over the laws of the universe. Once unleashed, it possesses the capability to destabilize the entire world, plunging it into chaos. Consequently, those divine creatures endowed with the power of the Ultra Beast seldom reveal themselves. This includes Giratina, the Ultra Beast that was cast into the distortion world by the creator deity, Arceus. When Necrozma absorbs either Solgaleo or Lunala, transforming into its Dusk Mane or Dawn Wings forms, it gains the might of an Ultra Beast, yet it remains ensconced within the realm of the Ultra Beasts. As for the strength of the creator deity, it remains an enigma. Only Arceus possesses such unparalleled power in this world. It is known that Arceus can create worlds, as evidenced by the distortion world, which was indeed brought into existence by Arceus. Thus, the deities within the Pokémon universe are far more formidable than depicted in the original narratives and games. Their influence can alter landscapes, and in severe cases, lead to the obliteration of worlds, an utterly terrifying prospect. Moreover, according to the system, Arceus's 18 plates can be absorbed by Naomi, directly enhancing her attributes, rendering her virtually invincible. Although Naomi currently possesses only a single Ice-type plate, with the aid of the system, it is believed that she will acquire more in due course. Chapter 18. The Distortion World. It is important to note that the laws governing this world are not of the fantastical variety, and Naomi lacks comprehensive understanding of their nature. However, it is assured that these laws do not operate under the premise of exclusive control over certain attributes, which would otherwise incite conflict among dragon-type deities vying for dominance. This is not the case. Shiny Gardevoir has completely mastered the laws of Ice-type, and should Naomi eventually command all laws, it is conceivable that she would embody every attribute. Nevertheless, such a scenario is likely to be unique to Naomi, as she does not originally belong to this world. Naomi has also attempted to utilize the plates with Rayquaza, but the latter could not comprehend their essence, merely gazing vacantly at them. Naomi speculates that Rayquaza can only grasp the laws associated with dragon, flying, and fairy types. However, since Rayquaza has already fully mastered these three laws, the plates would likely hold no significance for it. Thus, Naomi's Gardevoir stands out as particularly exceptional. The system has also indicated that the Pokémon hatching from that egg will be quite unique, with a base stat total of 750. It is already deemed extraordinary, especially when Arceus itself has a base stat of merely 720. It is conceivable that in the future, Naomi might even match Arceus in prowess. Currently, Naomi is already more formidable than Rayquaza, as Nightshade has attempted to facilitate Rayquaza's mega evolution in their system space. Nightshade has discovered that the system space is truly omnipotent, as even two peak Ultra Beasts cannot stir the waters within it, while Rayquaza can mega evolve. So too can Naomi, and she does not require a Mega Stone to do so. Furthermore, Naomi can engage in bond evolution with Nightshade, akin to Ash and Greninja, a form of evolution that surpasses Mega Evolution in potency. Are we really going? Naomi inquired. Not out of concern for Nightshade's safety. She could easily vanquish Giratina, but rather puzzled by Nightshade's fixation on it, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Indeed, with you by my side, there is nothing to fear. I trust you, Nightshade reassured her, sensing her melancholy and offering comfort. Wow, I feel so touched. I didn't realize you had such faith in me. I'll crush Giratina in no time, Naomi exclaimed, her spirits lifted by Nightshade's unwavering trust. System, initiate the distortion passage. Nightshade silently commanded. Initially, she had intended to journey to the ruins of Origin, but the prospect seemed cumbersome. Thus, she opted for the system's teleportation instead. In truth, bringing Naomi to the ruins of Origin to ascertain spatial coordinates would have allowed her to teleport directly, as Naomi possesses a unique power over time and space. Once the spatial coordinates of the distortion world are established, Naomi could traverse to any corner of the universe alongside Nightshade. Consequently, should the legendary time and space dragons of Sinnoh appear before Naomi, they would be rendered quite unremarkable. For what they can accomplish, Naomi can equally achieve. Moreover, the time and space dragons cannot frequently utilize their abilities, further underscoring their inferiority to Naomi. Is this truly the fabled distortion world? Nightshade's head spun as she surveyed her surroundings, acutely aware of her discomfort, as if something were repelling her presence. The distortion world comprises floating islands. Yet these islands and their landscapes are inverted, aptly earning the moniker of the distortion world. Everything within this realm is indeed upside down. One can witness trees and rivers suspended in reverse. It feels akin to stepping into the realm of the dead, though she is very much alive. She finds herself amidst the afterlife, where the laws of existence seem to reject her presence, leaving her exceedingly uneasy. Little Knight, I feel quite out of place here, Naomi remarked to Nightshade. Oh, so you two sense something amiss? I thought I was the only one feeling this way, Nightshade replied. Let's locate Giratina first and swiftly depart from this unsettling place, Naomi suggested. Come forth, Rayquaza, Nightshade called, summoning her from the system space. Roar. Rayquaza emitted an ethereal, resonant cry, not the hissing sound typical of serpents in anime, but a true dragon's roar, infused with a hint of femininity. Rayquaza is undoubtedly the dragon-type Pokémon that most closely resembles a dragon, with its appearance reminiscent of the Chinese dragon from Nightshade's past life, and its cry being the most dragon-like among dragon-type Pokémon. Upon emerging, Rayquaza circled protectively around Nightshade, fully aware of the impending confrontation with Giratina. Having been briefed on the situation beforehand, What lies ahead promises to be an unprecedented battle. The clash between Rayquaza and Giratina will be a confrontation of Ultra Beasts. It remains uncertain whether the distortion world can withstand such a monumental conflict. Nightshade's Rayquaza is immensely powerful, and she acknowledges the significance of this battle, as it marks her inaugural combat experience. Given that her opponent is nearly its equal in strength, it is imperative for even a formidable being like Rayquaza to approach the encounter with caution. This battle represents not just a contest, but a vital opportunity for Rayquaza to showcase her prowess before Nightshade. Since hatching from the egg, she has yet to engage in a single battle, spending her days leisurely alongside Nightshade and her Pokémon, almost forgetting the essence of combat. Rayquaza, being a potent Pokémon, is no stranger to formidable adversaries. Having quelled the clash between Kyogre and Groudon upon her emergence, it is worth noting that Nightshade's Rayquaza is the sole existence of its kind in this world. The previous Ho-Oh recognized Rayquaza due to the recent disappearance of the last one, mistakenly believing that Nightshade's Rayquaza was the same entity it once knew. Nightshade has attempted to discern if there are any other Rayquaza in this realm, but her efforts yielded no results. Thus, it can be concluded that this world contains but one Rayquaza. The same goes for Kyogre and Groudon, as a minority of deities possess distinct species, but most remain without defined classifications. From a distant island, the slumbering Giratina, the dragon of the underworld, suddenly opened its eyes, casting its gaze in the direction of Nightshade. Upon noticing an intrusion into its territory, Giratina was immediately filled with rage, recognizing the presence of two formidable auras that rivaled its own. It is evident that the legendary dragons of the Sinnoh region are fiercely protective of their domains. Chapter 19. The Battle with Giratina. It is not solely the three dragons of Sinnoh that are possessive of their territory. Rather, all legendary Pokémon exhibit a deep-seated concern for their realms. Much like the three legendary birds, they may appear united on the surface, but any encroachment upon their territory prompts a battle for survival. With a thunderous roar, Giratina soared towards the intruder, intent on tearing apart those who dared to invade its domain to quell its fury, or at the very least, drive them away. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into my territory? Leave at once. Giratina communicated through telepathy, addressing the intruder, Nightshade. It is a well-known fact that most legendary Pokémon possess the ability of telepathy, as articulated by both Rayquaza and Celebi to Nightshade. At that moment, Nightshade beheld Giratina's imposing figure. The creature's primary hue was a striking gray, resembling a dragon-like Pokémon, with golden semi-rings encircling its neck. The front of its neck was adorned with red and black stripes. Giratina possesses two forms, the Altered for Me and the Origin for Me. Currently, it was in its Altered for Me. On its back, a pair of ghostly wings unfurled, their tips resembling claw-like structures. Giratina's 6 robust legs ended in formidable claws. Nightshade observed that Giratina appeared far more majestic in reality than depicted in games or literature. Contemplating the situation, Nightshade hesitated to directly state an intention to capture Giratina, fearing that such a declaration might result in being thrown out of the distortion world. However, as a battle was inevitable, he pondered that it would be better to be forthright, even if it meant offering a somewhat indirect explanation. Giratina, I have come to capture you, Nightshade declared boldly. As expected, the mere mention of capture ignited Giratina's fury. Legendary Pokémon harbor a deep disdain for the notion of being captured. Much like the prior encounter Nightshade had with Ho-Oh, which, though restrained by Rayquaza's presence, expressed a desire to seek out a person of pure heart, deeming Nightshade unworthy. Legendary Pokémon possess their own dignity, otherwise, they would not be considered legendary. In its wrath, Giratina unleashed a Dragon Breath attack upon Nightshade. Reacting quickly, Nightshade commanded Rayquaza, use Dragon Rage. Rayquaza emitted a sphere of energy that hurtled towards Giratina, colliding with Giratina's Dragon Breath and producing a dazzling burst of white light. After a brief clash, Rayquaza's Dragon Rage proved superior, dispersing Giratina's attack and continuing its course towards the legendary Pokémon. Avoiding a direct confrontation with Rayquaza's Dragon Rage, Giratina took to the skies. Cautiously observing Rayquaza, it acknowledged the similarity of their Dragon-type abilities, and the aura radiating from this human's companion was alarmingly potent, reminiscent of the power of the Arceus it once knew. Seizing the opportunity while Giratina and Rayquaza were locked in a gaze, Nightshade employed a system to gather intel on Giratina. Name, Giratina, Origin for Me. Type, Ghost. Dragon Potential, Legendary Pokémon Strength, Late Legendary Pokémon Description, the singular Giratina in existence, a shadow created by Arceus during the world's creation, alongside Dialga and Palkia. To Nightshade's surprise, Giratina did not possess the peak strength of a legendary Pokémon. According to the legends and games of Sinnoh, Giratina was expected to embody the pinnacle of legendary power. However, it was revealed that Giratina currently held only the late-stage strength of a legendary Pokémon. The evolution of power among legendary beings is not a simple endeavor. A minor tier might require centuries or even millennia to shift. Nightshade's misapprehension stemmed from the rapid ascent of his companion, Nay, whose prowess surged due to the law tablets bestowed by Arceus, coupled with her extraordinary potential, which was theorized to be limitless. Nightshade contemplated whether Rayquaza should mega-evolve, but ultimately decided it was unnecessary. As Nightshade pondered, Giratina recognized that prolonging the engagement was futile and executed its exclusive move, Shadow Force, slipping into an alternate dimension. Rayquaza, be cautious. Giratina could appear at any moment. Nightshade warned, aware that while Rayquaza's Fairy-type immunity shielded it from Giratina's Dragon-type moves, Shadow Force was a Ghost-type attack. Rayquaza nodded, summoning a protective barrier akin to a standard skill shield, which was effective. However, this barrier was a divine protective shield, accessible to legendary Pokémon of Tier 2 and above. Giratina suddenly materialized behind Rayquaza, catching it off guard, and struck the protective barrier with tremendous force. The shield shattered under Giratina's might, for its exclusive move possessed exceptional power. Nevertheless, as the barrier crumbled, Rayquaza retaliated with an Ice Beam. Though Rayquaza lacked Ice-type attributes, it could still learn Ice-type moves, albeit with reduced potency. Giratina was thrust backward, pain etched across its visage. The Ice-type attack, while not particularly strong, exploited Giratina's weakness and proved effective. Fortunately, Rayquaza's strength was close to that of Giratina. Otherwise, it might have sustained injury from the assault. Nightshade exhaled in relief. Rayquaza's strength slightly surpassed that of Giratina, which was why Giratina could not swiftly obliterate Rayquaza's protective shield. Had that been the case, Rayquaza would have had no time to react and could have been harmed. Giratina realized its disadvantage. Prolonging the battle would only lead to its defeat. Fear not, Nightshade. Rayquaza will surely triumph. It is merely a matter of time, Nay reassured. Rayquaza pressed the advantage, continuing to unleash Ice Beam, striking Giratina once more. Giratina hastily erected a shield, yet it still sustained injuries. Rayquaza unleashed Ice Beam with relentless fervor, as if it were free to cast another Oblivion Wing. Chapter 20. Defeating Giratina. Legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza do not experience a state of vulnerability after using Oblivion Wing. Giratina, enduring its pain, evaded as best it could. However, Rayquaza's Oblivion Wing and Ice Beam, even with the shield's protection, were overwhelmingly potent. Observing the aerial duel between the two legendary beings, Nightshade realized that commanding a battle of such magnitude was exceedingly difficult, as the moves exchanged were executed with lightning speed, rendering him unable to discern the details, compelling him to allow Rayquaza to fight autonomously. It seems best to allow Giratina to fight on its own, as I am unable to intervene. Xiaosua is aware of his limited command abilities. His education at the Pokémon Academy has offered little enhancement, rendering him powerless in battles between legendary Pokémon. With no means to direct the battle, he can only observe the remnants of the confrontation between Giratina and Rayquaza in the sky. Should Xiaosua attempt to command the fight, Rayquaza might not unleash its full potential. Thus it is preferable to let Rayquaza engage independently. Nai, I believe it would be wise for you to have Rayquaza Mega Evolve. Otherwise, we risk delaying too long. If Professor Oak discovers that you have been out, I, too, will face consequences. Alternatively, I could intervene, suggested Nai from the sidelines. Though Giratina possesses inferior strength compared to Rayquaza, it is a Ghost-type Pokémon, notoriously troublesome. Ghost-type moves are immune to physical attacks, akin to Psychic-type moves, which are difficult to counter. Therefore, despite Giratina's inferior power, it can endure against Rayquaza for an extended period. Indeed, we must return quickly. Professor Oak will be back home by afternoon, and if he finds us missing, I will certainly incur his wrath, Xiaosua nodded, sharing his apprehension towards Professor Oak, who has cared for him for so long. He cannot retaliate if reprimanded, having sneaked out without Professor Oak's knowledge. He is compelled to return promptly. Rayquaza Mega Evolve. Xiaosua called out to Rayquaza. Upon hearing his command, Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Pulse, sending Giratina flying, and then began its Mega Evolution. Rayquaza's entire form was enveloped in a radiant white light. After Mega Evolution, Rayquaza retained its black and white coloration, but appeared even more majestic, adorned with 4 ribbon-like appendages. It exuded an imposing presence, yet the feminine voice of Xiaosua's Rayquaza somewhat diminished its commanding aura. Xiaosua utilized the system probe on the Mega Rayquaza. Name, Mega Rayquaza type, Dragon, Flying. Fairy ability, Delta Stream power level, Near Creator Deity, Mega Evolved. The power of Mega Rayquaza had ascended to that of a near-creator deity, approaching the strength of the creator Pokémon Arceus. At this moment, the weather in the distortion world transformed into turbulence, nullifying the flying-type weaknesses. However, this had little impact on Giratina. Mega Rayquaza unleashed its Dragon-type signature move, Dragon Ascent, locking onto Giratina with its formidable energy. A spectral dragon appeared alongside Mega Rayquaza, crashing fiercely into Giratina, who was sent hurtling towards a distant island, fracturing it upon impact, showcasing the immense damage inflicted by Mega Rayquaza. Mega Rayquaza used the finishing move, Draco Meteor. Xiaosua commanded with fervor. Draco Meteor is the exclusive move of Mega Rayquaza, only executable in its Mega Evolved form, and is the most powerful flying-type attack. Ascending to its zenith, Mega Rayquaza transformed into a streak of light, tracing a straight trajectory through the distortion world with such speed that Giratina was unable to respond. Moreover, having already sustained injuries from Dragon Ascent, Giratina could not evade the precise strike of Draco Meteor, resulting in its complete incapacitation. Congratulations to the host for defeating a legendary Pokémon. Reward: 1 lucky draw opportunity and 30,000 points in the system mall. Surprised by the reward, Xiaosua mused internally, isn't this merely a sign-in system? The system mall also offers legendary Pokémon for exchange, albeit requiring an exorbitant amount of points. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for defeating a legendary Pokémon. He pondered how many times he would need to fish for such points. The system had only indicated it was a sign-in system, leading Xiaosua to hope for daily triggers of sign-in tasks. It now appeared that defeating legendary Pokémon could yield substantial points, offering him newfound direction. While battling Pokémon, Xiaosua had not triggered any point acquisition. He dismissed these thoughts and, with his newly acquired points, purchased a Master Ball from the system mall. He took out the Master Ball and tossed it towards the unconscious Giratina, who had been rendered entirely incapable of battle. The Master Ball captured Giratina effortlessly, not even shaking in the process. Congratulations to the host for capturing the legendary Pokémon Giratina. Reward: 1 lucky draw opportunity and 200,000 points. Hearing the system's announcement, a smile spread across Xiaosua's face, inspiring thoughts of capturing all legendary Pokémon. The system provided a gentle reminder: only the first capture of each species of legendary Pokémon triggers a system reward, and the quantity of rewards correlates with the Pokémon's power level. This was akin to a cold shower for Xiaosua's exuberance. Oh, do you have a constant tendency to thwart me? Xiaosua had initially assumed that capturing any legendary Pokémon would yield such generous rewards. It was merely a figment of his imagination. Well then, he conceded, the first capture suffices. Having Giratina is already a profound satisfaction. Rayquaza, thank you for your effort. Return. Xiaosua called back Rayquaza, then released Giratina, although it remained unconscious. He searched the system mall for items to enhance intimacy, and, after a lengthy search, discovered the Sooth Bell. According to the system's description, this item could maximize a Pokémon's friendship level. This was precisely what Xiaosua required. Though he had captured Giratina, it was merely contained within a Pokeball, and whether it would heed Xiaosua's commands remained uncertain. Upon awakening, Giratina might not only refuse to listen but could potentially retaliate. A proud legendary Pokémon would not allow itself to be subjugated by a human. Chapter 21. Capturing Giratina. Nai, can you administer this fruit to Giratina? Xiaosua inquired, holding the fruit out to Nai. Nai nodded, gently waving her small hand, causing the unconscious Giratina to open its mouth. Using telekinesis, Nai guided the pink fruit into Giratina's mouth. Now that we have captured Giratina, we must hasten our return, otherwise Professor Oak will surely be furious. Xiaosua urged Nai. Nai extended her hand and waved in a certain direction, causing a pearl radiating white light to float into her grasp. She used her psychic powers to levitate this pearl before Xiaosua's eyes. Xiaoyi, I discovered this object in this world. Do you recognize it? Xiaosua gazed at the shining pearl, reaching out to hold it. He could sense the intense power emanating from it. Could it be the Platinum Orb? He speculated, feeling it was quite likely. The Platinum Orb is an accessory for Giratina, enhancing its Dragon and Ghost-type moves' potency. Furthermore, it allows Giratina to switch to its origin form even outside the distortion world. Giratina possesses 2 forms, one within the distortion world and another in the real world. The transformation of Giratina does not enhance its power, however, in its origin form. Giratina's abilities lean towards offense, while other forms favor defense. The alteration of forms does not impact Giratina's strength. Nay, let us return, Xiaosua said. Nay nodded in agreement, her hands emanating a white glow, and a portal appeared beside them. It must be said that having Nay around is incredibly convenient. She took Xiaosua's hand, and they departed from the distortion world. As they traversed the portal, Night Sue and Nay found themselves back in Professor Oak's laboratory, specifically in Night Sue's room. Upon opening the door, Night Sue was met with Professor Oak's piercing gaze. "Why are you back so soon? Hasn't it only been a few hours?" Night Sue felt a twinge of anxiety but forced himself to remain calm. Perhaps the professor had not yet discovered the truth. "Xiaoyi, tell me honestly. Did you go out?" Professor Oak scrutinized Night Sue closely. It seemed he had indeed been caught. However, Night Sue was reluctant to surrender immediately and attempted to make excuses. "No, I was just playing in my room with Nay," he explained, though he found his own words hard to believe. Who would play in a room for several hours? "Oh, is that so? Well, it seems you might have escaped this time. But why was there no one when I checked just now?" Professor Oak's tone had begun to reflect irritation. "All right, I confess. I went to find Giratina," Night Sue admitted candidly, since he would eventually be discovered. It was better to reveal it sooner rather than later. Besides, his intention to capture Giratina was to protect Professor Oak, who truly cared for him as if he were his own grandson, even if that sentiment was a product of the system. "What? You really went to find Giratina? Xiaoyi, are you all right? If you were injured, I would blame myself dreadfully." Professor Oak rushed over, inspecting Night Sue from head to toe. Fearful that even a single hair might be missing, Night Sue felt a wave of warmth, despite having parents in his previous life. He had not felt such concern in a long time due to life's circumstances. "Rest assured, I am fine. In fact, I have captured Giratina," Night Sue declared, producing a Master Ball. "Xiaoyi, you truly captured Giratina? How did the Sinnoh League allow you to bring it out? And how could this have happened in such a short time?" Professor Oak was visibly excited, for capturing a legendary Pokémon was no small feat. His enthusiasm for Giratina surpassed even his excitement when Night Sue captured Celebi, as Giratina was far superior. "If the people of Sinnoh discover that you captured Giratina, you might be in danger. Although Giratina can protect you, it could still lead to considerable trouble. I advise you to speak with Professor Mustard. She is very kind. And perhaps you can request her assistance," Professor Oak warned Night Sue. Night Sue, along with Professor Oak and Nay, made their way to the laboratory's backyard, where Night Sue released Giratina. The creature appeared battered and unconscious, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Professor Oak. The once majestic lord of the distortion world now bore a shadow of its former glory. Professor Oak was curious about the Pokémon Night Sue had used to weaken Giratina to such a state. "Is it severely injured? Do you think it might have perished?" Professor Oak fretted. It would be unfortunate if Night Sue had finally captured Giratina only to lose it now. There's no avoiding injuries in battle, especially between legendary Pokémon. If it hadn't been in the distortion world, an entire region might have been obliterated, Night Sue explained. He then summoned Celebi. "Celebi, use Heal Pulse on Giratina." Though Celebi expressed confusion, it nodded and proceeded to heal Giratina. Despite being a first-tier deity, Celebi's healing prowess was sufficient for the ultra-legendary Giratina. As time passed, Giratina's eyes slowly opened. Once its vision returned, it scanned the surroundings and, upon seeing Night Sue, regarded him with warmth. While its gaze towards Professor Oak and Nay was rather hostile, Night Sue felt a quiet relief. The system had proven reliable. "Giratina, Professor Oak is my family. If he encounters danger, you must protect him and ensure he remains unharmed," Night Sue instructed Giratina. Hearing himself referred to as grandfather warmed Professor Oak's heart. Naturally, Giratina would heed Night Sue's command. Reluctantly, it glanced at Professor Oak before releasing a scale that floated into the professor's hand, merging with his body. "This scale can deflect attacks, and if anyone triggers its protective effect, I will be immediately aware," Giratina informed both Professor Oak and Night Sue. Professor Oak, brimming with excitement, circled around Giratina, pulling out his notebook and jotting down details about the legendary Pokémon. Chapter 22. The announcement of evolution. After spending a few days in the real world, Giratina expressed its desire to return to the distortion world. It preferred the latter. And Night Sue had also allowed Giratina access to the system space, enabling contact whenever needed. Though returning to the distortion world was akin to being in the system space. Whenever Night Sue summoned Giratina from the distortion world, it would make a grand entrance, stepping out of a portal. How magnificent! As time flowed slowly, a new trainer arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory one day. Night Sue was seated on the sofa in the lobby. "Excuse me, is Professor Oak here?" A young girl, roughly Night Sue's age, approached him. "Professor Oak is in the lab. How may I assist you?" Night Sue rose to address the girl. "Could you please call Professor Oak? I am a newly initiated Pokémon trainer, here to report to him." "Certainly, I will fetch him," Night Sue replied, heading towards the lab. Shortly thereafter, Professor Oak and Night Sue emerged together. "My apologies for keeping you waiting. I didn't expect new trainers to arrive this year," Professor Oak remarked, noting that without the quartz conference, most new trainers either waited until the next year or traveled to other regions. since you are a new trainer. Do you need a Pokémon? Professor Oak inquired, presenting a Pokédex to the girl. Yes, Sue thought the voice sounded familiar and scrutinized the girl more closely. Oh, it's you, Sue exclaimed, recognizing her as the girl he had met at summer camp, who had been ostracized by others, with only Sue offering her companionship. Ah, you're the older brother from summer camp. I see you're starting your journey this year. Since we've met again, I'll gift you a Pokémon, Sue said, accessing the system mall to select a few promising Pokémon eggs as gifts. The system mall also offered Pokémon for purchase. Though buying ready-made Pokémon would not be appropriate as gifts, the bond between the Pokémon and Sue was already maxed out, making them unsuitable for giving away. Every evening, when boredom envelopes him, Sue takes his little Charmeleon to the riverbank to fish, training it to overcome its fear of water. At this point, Sue could be considered immensely wealthy, with his shop points boasting numerous zeros. However, he still finds himself lacking when it comes to legendary Pokémon. As he surveyed the system shop, he contemplated his choices, while Professor Oak guided a young girl in selecting her initial Pokémon. Ultimately, Sue opted for the unassuming Magikarp. Recognizing its potential to evolve into the stunning Milotic, which not only possesses beauty but also remarkable battle capabilities, the young girl selected Bulbasaur, perfectly complementing the assistance that Sue's Magikarp could provide. With her heart brimming with joy, she set forth on her journey, while Professor Oak returned to his research. Ding, ding, ding. Sue noticed his communication device ringing and promptly answered the video call, revealing May's adorable face on the screen. May, are you glued to the phone? Sue couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of her large face. May, realizing her moment of embarrassment, stuck out her little tongue, flashing a cute expression before being pulled away by Tuco. May, you're blocking my view, Tuco complained. May and Tuco were acquaintances Sue had met during his impulsive venture to capture Reshiram and Zekrom in the Unova region. Although he did not succeed in capturing them, he had a fleeting encounter with the Black Dragon, Zekrom. Despite the lack of communication, Sue sensed a connection with Zekrom, pondering the possibility of capturing it in the future during another trip to Unova, while wondering if Tuco would be chosen by the White Dragon, Reshiram. As the female protagonist of Pokémon Black and White, it was likely that Tuco would be favored by one of the two legendary dragons. Tuco, are you at May's house? Indeed, I came to play with May, Tuco replied. Although both girls hailed from the Unova region, they resided in different towns, and Tuco had made a special trip to visit May. Brother Sue, are you going to travel next year? It's a pity we're not old enough yet, May said, shaking her head, her adorable buns bobbing. May was 2 years younger than Sue, while Tuco was just a year younger. After some delightful conversation, Sue reluctantly concluded the video call with May and Tuco. In the ensuing days, Sue passed his time in solitude, during which he requested Professor Oak to assist him in locating evolution stones. As the year drew to a close, he announced his evolution, which sparked immense excitement, far surpassing the reactions to his previous announcement about a new attribute. Since his last research discovery, Sue had earned recognition as a respected scholar, with Professor Oak even registering an account for him on the research forum as Dr. Sue. This announcement of evolution was entirely his own. The release of this evolution brought mixed emotions. While many elite trainers across various regions elevated their status, the newly introduced evolution types remained undiscovered apart from those Sue provided. Moreover, the evolution stones required for these transformations were not easily found and needed to be paired with the corresponding evolution bracelets, of which Sue was the sole possessor, consequently leading to substantial wealth for him. Notably, the Kanto Pokémon League had approached Sue regarding the sale of the evolution bracelets, hoping to profit from him. However, Sue declined their proposal, leveraging his legendary Pokémon to intimidate the League's higher-ups. They were aware of his possession of such powerful creatures, but chose not to act recklessly, knowing the potential danger of crossing someone associated with legendary Pokémon. Chapter 23. The journey begins after the new year. The day had finally arrived for Sue to embark on his journey. Coincidentally, it was also the day when Professor Oak's legitimate grandson, Shigeru, and Ash commenced their travels. Upon waking that morning, Sue observed Shigeru receiving his Pokémon from Professor Oak, who had chosen Squirtle. Sue utilized the system to probe into Squirtle's details. Name, Squirtle type, water strength, early normal potential. Champion truly, Shigeru was deserving of being Professor Oak's genuine grandson. Despite Professor Oak's indifference towards him, he still doted on Shigeru. While Shigeru finalized his choice, Ash hurriedly arrived at Professor Oak's lab. Professor Oak exchanged a knowing glance with Sue before concealing the starter Pokémon and presenting a Pikachu, awaiting Ash's arrival. Sue understood why Ash's journey began with a Pikachu, realizing that Professor Oak had orchestrated this situation. Poor Ash. In a flurry, Ash dashed into the lab, spotting Shigeru and Professor Oak, and awkwardly exclaimed, I'm sorry, Professor Oak. I'm late. Is there any Pokémon left? Ahem. Ash, you arrived too late. The last Pokémon has already been claimed by Shigeru. My apologies, Professor Oak replied earnestly, knowing full well that he was deceiving Ash, as he had seen many more Pokémon moments ago, now hidden away. Does that mean I won't have a Pokémon? Ash lamented. Ahem, however. I do have one Pokémon left, but the question is, are you daring enough to accept it? Professor Oak coughed and began to entice Ash into choosing Pikachu. Sure, as long as they're SA Pokémon, Ash replied, oblivious to Professor Oak's ulterior motives. Well, I must warn you, this Pokémon is Pikachu, but it has quite a temper and refuses to enter the Pokeball, Professor Oak explained as he handed Pikachu to Ash. Ash attempted to throw the Pokeball at Pikachu, but it adeptly evaded capture each time. Undeterred, Ash bid farewell to Professor Oak, taking Pikachu along. Ding, ding, ding. Hearing the communication device ring, Isu picked up his phone from the table. Hello, brother Isu. May's face appeared on the screen once again. Get away, May. You're blocking the screen, Tuko said as she pulled May aside. Brother Isu, today marks the beginning of your journey, doesn't it? It's unfortunate that I must wait a few months before becoming a Pokémon trainer and cannot travel alongside you, May lamented. Though Tuko had turned 15, she still needed to wait until after her birthday to officially partake in her journey. I also wish you well, brother Isu, May added cheerfully. Thank you for your blessings. Once I conquer the Indigo Plateau, I plan to travel to the Kalos region, Isu assured them before ending the call. Not long after, his phone rang again. Isu, you're setting off on your journey today, right? The screen showcased the charming face of Sabrina. Yes, indeed, Isu nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Sabrina. Isu, what is with that look? Why are you staring at me? Sabrina inquired, puzzled. Sabrina, I can't help but feel you've gained a bit of weight, Isu remarked. As Isue gazed at the two bunnies adorning Selena's chest, he pondered her youth. She seemed to be only 14. How could she have developed so well? This rate of maturation appeared somewhat abnormal. Am I gaining weight? Is it noticeable? Selena asked nervously, realizing that Yisue's remark implied her weight was indeed apparent. As a young woman, she was particularly conscious of her figure, especially in Yisue's presence. Honestly, I think a little extra weight can be quite appealing. Yisue murmured softly. What did you say? Selena inquired, having noticed his lips moving but unable to catch his words. Nothing. Just that I am looking forward to our journey, he replied. Let's go? If we don't hurry, we won't reach Constant City before sunset, Nay exclaimed, puffing her cheeks as she approached Yisue. Although she feigned indifference upon seeing him conversing with another girl, a flicker of jealousy stirred within her. Are you leaving? Yisue, then I shall hang up. Bye. Don't forget to call me on the way, she said. Goodbye, Yisue replied after bidding farewell to Professor Oak. Setting off for Constant City with Nay and a group of Pokémon. Having already traversed the Constant Forest extensively, Yisue decided to take the main road this time for a swift journey to the city. Upon arrival at Constant City, he made his way directly to the Pokémon Center, where he was greeted by Nurse Joy. He wondered if she was the same Joy he had encountered previously. Nurse Joy, could you assist me with my registration? I wish to participate in the Quartz Conference, Yisue requested, presenting her with his Pokédex. Registration was essential to enter the conference, typically conducted at Pokémon centers throughout the Kanto region. I didn't expect you to be from Kanto. I've completed your registration. I wish you luck in becoming the champion of the Quartz Conference, Nurse Joy said with a warm smile. Although she treated everyone kindly, her tone was notably gentler with Yisue, highlighting the significance of appearance in any realm. Yisue nodded, preparing to leave the Pokémon Center. While they offered complimentary accommodations for novice trainers, the environment was less than desirable, as one might expect from a free service. Moreover, sharing a room with others was akin to dormitory life at school. If he could share a room with a girl, perhaps Yisue would entertain the idea. But the arrangements were strictly segregated by gender, and he had no desire to room with boys. Not to mention, the conditions were inadequate. And as someone not lacking in funds, he opted for a hotel instead. You're Yisue, right? Just a quick reminder, there have been many thieves in Constant City lately, brazenly robbing on the streets. You, as a rookie trainer, should be cautious, Nurse Joy advised as he prepared to depart. Thank you for the warning, Nurse Joy. I will take care to safeguard my wallet, Yisue replied with a smile. Watching Yisue walk away, Nurse Joy felt a flutter of infatuation. The young man was undeniably handsome, and even as someone trained in this field, she found it difficult to remain composed. She wondered how many girls would be charmed by him. Chapter 24. The Rise of Charmeleon. Hey, that figure looks familiar, Ash remarked as he exited the Pokémon Center and caught sight of Yisue's retreating silhouette, scratching his head in contemplation. You're participating in the Quartz Conference as well, aren't you? Nurse Joy asked Ash. Indeed. I aim to win the Quartz Conference and become a Pokémon Master. Ash declared passionately. Nurse Joy, witnessing his fervor, offered an awkward smile before reminding him, to participate in the court's conference, you must register in advance. Otherwise, even if you collect all 8 badges, you won't qualify. To enter the court's conference, one must first register with Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center and later provide the collected badges upon the conference's commencement. The initial registration serves as a reservation. Oh, I see. Then please register me quickly, Ash urged Nurse Joy. After a moment of mutual gazing, Nurse Joy, unable to contain her embarrassment, asked the cheerful Ash, registration requires a Pokédex. Do you have yours? It dawned on the oblivious Ash that he needed his Pokédex. He quickly retrieved it and inquired, is my Pikachu all right? Indeed, Pikachu had sustained injuries, a fate that often seemed to repeat itself. Pikachu is fine now. But you must treat it well moving forward and avoid letting it suffer such serious injuries again, Nurse Joy advised sternly, her concern evident. Later that day, Ash would encounter his true companions, the trio from Team Rocket. It was only Team Rocket that would persistently accompany Ash on his journey, leaving one to wonder which member he might eventually form a bond with. Surely not Meowth. One could shudder to think. After settling into the hotel, May began to prepare dinner while Xiaosua took out his phone to report his safety to Professor Oak. After their conversation ended, Selena's call came through. Selena primarily inquired about Xiaosua's travel experiences, while May and Toko also reached out, expressing their concern for his journey and any challenges he faced. Once the last call concluded, Xiaosua exhaled, relieved that Ash would soon savor Nay's cooking. After enjoying Nay's meal, Xiaosua prepared food for his Pokémon. Tomorrow, I shall challenge the constant gym and face Kyurem, he declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Over the past year, Xiaosua's Pokémon had made significant advancements. His Dratini had evolved into a Dragonite, attaining champion-level strength, while his Charmander had transformed into a Charmeleon. When Xiaosua's Charmander evolved into a Charizard, it had received a feather from Ho-Oh. This feather would prove immensely beneficial as it contained tremendous energy, and the extent of its potential would depend on Charmander itself. With eyes shining brightly, Charmeleon grasped the feather, and upon contact, it merged with Charmeleon's being. The flames at the tip of Charmeleon's tail expanded, deepening in color to a rich crimson. Its temperature significantly elevated, and its physique grew larger. Xiaosua conducted a thorough examination of Charmeleon, discovering that its potential remained at the champion level, but its strength had escalated to the pinnacle of quasi-legendary status. Has the potential remained unchanged? Could it be that it hasn't fully absorbed the energy? Xiaosua mused internally, scrutinizing the system's display. He noted that Charmeleon possessed a substantial reservoir of energy within. As Ho-Oh is a first-tier divine beast, even a single feather harbors immense power. Thus, Charmeleon could not absorb it directly. Perhaps it would fully assimilate the energy upon evolving into Charizard. Fortunately, Ho-Oh's power embodies the essence of life and is exceedingly gentle. Otherwise, Charmeleon would be unable to utilize it. Indeed, once Charmeleon evolved into Charizard, the power of Ho-Oh's feather was completely absorbed, elevating its potential to divine status, equivalent to that of a quasi-third-tier deity. Confident in his choice, Yeshi believed that with his Charizard and Dragonite, he could easily overcome any challenge posed by Bammu. Even if the latter deployed his ace Pokémon. Even if he struggled against Bammu's Beedrill, Yeshi had legendary Pokémon at his disposal. Even if he summoned Celebi, Bammu would only face a beating. Typically, when trainers challenge gym leaders, the leaders refrain from using their strongest Pokémon, merely assessing the novice's capabilities rather than defeating them outright. Otherwise, with Bammu's strength, even the champion of the Kanto region might find himself outmatched. Occasionally, even if one fails a gym challenge, earning the leader's recognition can still result in obtaining a badge. Yeshi felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect of battling Bammu, as it would be his first confrontation with a fellow trainer. For the upcoming gym challenge, unless absolutely necessary, he planned not to utilize his legendary Pokémon. Although he had previously battled Professor Okido several times and emerged victorious each time, those encounters had been one-sided, with Yeshi wielding his legendary Pokémon against the professor. In the presence of such powerful beings, human trainers appear remarkably weak. No matter the strategies employed, they become futile against overwhelming strength. This was a sentiment Yeshi, who possessed a legendary Pokémon, deeply understood. He released Charizard and Dragonite, asking if they were prepared for the imminent battle. Both nodded in anticipation, eager for the confrontation. Dragonite often challenged Charizard, but had lost on most occasions. Let us retreat into our Pokeballs for some rest, Yeshi instructed, recalling them. Uncertain of the rules governing the challenge at the Johto Gym, as they could vary, he decided to release Gyarados and Beedrill as a precaution. Both lacked daily training, leaving them with only the strength of a prospective Elite Four member. But what would tomorrow's challenge entail? Perhaps Bammu would show leniency towards the novice trainer and send out Pokémon of ordinary strength. Better to wait and see how things unfold. For now, he needed to gather his thoughts and ensure he was well rested. After feeding his Pokémon, he lay down to sleep, only to be startled by a loud explosion. Chapter 25. Challenge at the Johto Gym. The explosion disrupted Yeshi's rest, prompting him to rise and peer out the window at the raging fire engulfing the Pokémon Center in the distance. Despite his efforts to alter Ash's narrative, the world's rules seemed intent on correcting the storyline, with Team Rocket attacking the Pokémon Center once more. The audacity of those three was remarkable, considering this was the territory of Team Rocket's leader. The trio, including the notorious Kojiro and Musashi, came from well-connected backgrounds. Kojiro, whose full name is Sasaki Kojiro, is the heir of the prestigious Sasaki family, one of the largest in the world. Musashi's lineage is similarly impressive. Her mother, Miyamoto, is an assistant and friend of Bambu's mother. Consequently, despite their frequent mischief, Bambu tolerates them and often rescues them from trouble. After observing the chaos for a moment, Yeshi decided to rest, as he needed to be alert for his challenge with Bambu the next day. Early the following morning, Yeshi packed his belongings and, after breakfast, set off for the Johto Gym with Nei. "Is anyone here? I have come to challenge the gym," he called out inside. "Oh, a challenger has arrived?" Bambu emerged, contemplating Yeshi thoughtfully. Upon recognizing Yeshi, Bambu's expression shifted. Yeshi had become quite a notable figure in the Pokémon world, particularly for standing against the Alliance. Few could claim such a background. He was the grandson of Professor Okido, who had taken him in after he discovered the Fairy type and new Eevee evolutions, establishing a connection with the Kanto Pokémon League. Each of these accolades contributed to his impressive reputation, commanding the attention of even Bambu, the clandestine leader of Team Rocket. Though he recognized Yeshi, Bambu maintained a neutral demeanor. "You arrived quite timely. Had you been any later, I might have closed the doors," he said with a warm smile. Yeshi observed Bambu's smile, realizing that if he were not a time traveler aware of Bambu's true identity, he might have been deceived by that genial facade. Everyone possesses their own ideologies. The world knows no absolute good or evil. Bambu, while perceived as a villain by many, is regarded as a loyal and compassionate figure within Team Rocket, treating his subordinates well. Thus, labeling him purely as a villain would be misleading. However, Yeshi was not there to ponder the morality of Bambu. Such musings would be a waste of time. His objective was to obtain the green badge. The rules of the Johto Gym dictated a 3-on-3 battle, with the challenger initiating the attack. "Are you ready?" Bambu inquired, producing a Pokeball. "I am prepared," Yeshi affirmed, releasing Beedrill from its confines. "In that case, my first Pokémon is Meowth," Bambu declared, returning his Pokeball and patting Meowth affectionately. Yeshi felt a pang of awkwardness as he released his own Pokémon, while Bambu's Pokémon had been specifically collected for gym challenges. The moment he saw Yeshi's Beedrill, Bambu's intentions shifted. He, too, sought to gauge Yeshi's capabilities. Bambu sent forth one of his mainstays, Meowth, an evolved form of Meow, although not a particularly rare Pokémon. Bambu's Meowth was exceptional, boasting the strength of a top-tier Elite Four member, making it one of Bambu's primary Pokémon, though not the strongest. "Beedrill, use Poison Jab," Yeshi commanded, observing the agile Meowth as he directed Beedrill to attack. Poison Jab in the game is on par with Poison Powder, and being struck by it could have unpleasant consequences. Meowth, evade, then use Hyper Beam. Bambu countered. "Beedrill, we shall use Hyper Beam as well," Yeshi called out. In this reality, the battle was not a turn-based game. Yeshi could command Beedrill to attack continuously, executing combos to trigger various effects. Bambu, initially impressed, observed that Yeshi's Beedrill was unlike the ordinary kind. The proficiency displayed indicated that it might be on par with Meowth. As expected of the leader of Team Rocket, Bambu deduced the strength of Yeshi's Beedrill simply from its use of Poison Jab. The clash of hyper beams ensued, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. However, after a moment, Meowth's energy began to wane. "Meowth, abandon Hyper Beam and jump," Bambu ordered, recognizing the precarious situation. Meowth, momentarily immobilized, leaped just in time to avoid the incoming Hyper Beam, demonstrating the level of training Bambu had instilled in his Pokémon. Yeshi could not help but express his astonishment at Meowth's agility. Generally, aside from mythical creatures, all Pokémon experience a rigidity effect after using the move Destructive Death Ray. However, this effect can be mitigated through subsequent training, though it cannot be entirely eradicated. After the conclusion of Destructive Death Ray, Beedrill fell into a state of rigidity. Nightshade's Beedrill had not undergone specific training, making the rigidity effect last for the usual duration. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Catmaster commanded a Swift Star attack, followed by another Destructive Death Ray to finish off Beedrill. Bambu also seized the moment while Nightshade's Beedrill was immobilized, launching a fierce onslaught against it. Return, Beedrill, this time. It was my tactical error. Nightshade recalled Beedrill, acknowledging their oversight. They had not anticipated that Banmu's Cat Master could be trained to such an extent, demonstrating that Nightshade had underestimated their opponent. Come forth, Dragonite. Nightshade summoned Dragonite, a Pokémon that had undergone specialized training, boasting formidable overall capabilities and a high level of proficiency in its moves. Cat Master, continue the battle. Banmu assessed Cat Master's condition, noting that it had only expended a small amount of stamina and could carry on. Dragonite, take to the skies and unleash Dragon Pulse. Nightshade directed Dragonite, recognizing that Dragon-type Pokémon hold an advantage when airborne, while Cat Master had limited aerial skills, only able to utilize Swift Star. Cat Master, evade the Dragon Pulse attack and then employ Swift Star. Chapter 26. The Battle of Dragonite. However, Cat Master was still struck by Dragonite's Dragon Pulse, revealing a pained expression. Banmu observed Dragonite, acknowledging its strength, though he had not anticipated its power to be so overwhelming that even his own Cat Master could not evade the attack. Nightshade pressed the advantage, showing no mercy to Banmu, directing Dragonite to continue its assault with Flamethrower. Still reeling from the impact of Dragon Pulse, Cat Master was unprepared for the impending Flamethrower strike. Cat Master, use Protect, then follow up with Thunder. Banmu commanded, invoking Protect, a truly invincible move that can generally shield against attacks provided the power disparity isn't too vast. However, it only guarantees effectiveness on the first use in battle. Nightshade was taken aback by Banmu's swift use of Protect, as Dragonite evaded Cat Master's attack and unleashed Ice Beam. Dragonite ascended swiftly, dodging Cat Master as Thunder, then struck with Ice Beam, successfully freezing Cat Master. Banmu furrowed his brow, surprised by the speed of Nightshade's Dragonite, realizing that Cat Master might now be incapacitated. At that moment, Cat Master struggled against the ice, but its stamina was dwindling. So tenacious. Dragonite, finish Cat Master with Dragon Claw. Nightshade was also taken aback by Cat Master's resilience. Dragonite, moving with blinding speed, appeared before Cat Master in the blink of an eye, using Dragon Claw. Its powerful claws made contact, causing Cat Master to cry out in pain and be sent flying. Return, Cat Master. You performed admirably. Banmu recalled Cat Master, recognizing that even his peak-level Pokémon could not withstand 2 moves from Dragonite, suggesting that this Dragonite possessed champion-level strength. Impressive, young one. Your Dragonite has defeated my Cat Master, indicating champion-level prowess. Are you truly a novice trainer just starting out? While Banmu posed this as a question, his expression conveyed certainty, almost as if he had known all along, and he commended Nightshade. Banmu seldom offered praise, making Nightshade the second recipient of such accolades. The first being the renowned champion Cynthia, the sole female champion in the world, whose reputation is substantial. Thank you for your kind words, Gym Leader Banmu. Let us continue our battle. Nightshade smiled, pleased to receive recognition for his tactical acumen and Pokémon strength. Although Banmu spoke as a senior, Nightshade genuinely respected him as such. Nightshade remained humble, aware that his Beedrill had just been defeated. Thus, the score stood at 1-1. Perhaps now Banmu would begin to take the match seriously. The defeat of Cat Master was not due to Banmu's leniency. He had simply underestimated the capabilities of a novice trainer possessing a champion-level Dragonite. Despite the earlier misstep, it did not diminish Banmu's commendation. Even knowing Nightshade was extraordinary, Banmu could not suppress a feeling of contempt. As the ancients once said, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Yet, how many can truly embody this principle? Come forth, Nidoking. Banmu tossed a Pokeball, revealing a towering 2-meter Nidoking. Nidoking, a dual-type poison and ground Pokémon, reflected Banmu's moniker as Uthwood, showcasing his proficiency with ground-type Pokémon. This Nidoking appeared notably more imposing than the average, exuding an aura of intimidation. Observing Nidoking, Nightshade smiled, considering the use of ground types against dragon types to be a misguided choice. This Nidoking, also at peak level, ranked among Banmu's mainstays, though it was positioned similarly to Cat Master, indicating the formidable nature of Banmu's prowess. Even his peak-level Pokémon ranked at the bottom. Dragonite, seize the initiative and unleash Ice Beam. Nightshade's Dragonite soared into the air, maintaining a significant advantage. Even if Banmu's Nidoking had high defensive capabilities, Dragonite could gradually wear it down from above. Banmu had initially been somewhat distracted, but now he sensed the primal essence emanating from Dragonite, confirming that Nightshade's Pokémon indeed possessed champion-level strength. This realization unsettled Banmu. He had assumed that Nightshade's Dragonite merely reached peak level, attributing its earlier victory over Cat Master to its aerial advantage. The ability to control its essence so freely suggested that it had long attained champion status. Upon sensing the primal essence from Dragonite, Banmu recognized that the current battle was lost. As soon as Dragonite unleashed a flying-type move, Nidoking would not withstand the resultant damage. The disparity in power was insurmountable. While the difference between champion and peak levels might seem slight, the reality of their strengths was starkly contrasting, especially given that Nightshade's Dragonite had evidently been at the champion level for some time. A Pokémon guided by a trainer's command would significantly enhance its combat prowess. Yet this does not imply that it can challenge across substantial tiers, particularly in battles exceeding peak levels. Although Ash Ketchum might be an exception, such feats are rare. Should a near-peak Pokémon face a peak-level opponent, Banmu would retain confidence in victory, but in a confrontation between peak and champion, unless the opponent deliberately underperformed. Triumph would be nearly impossible. Dragonite unleashed Dragon Rage. Nightshade was uninterested in contemplating Banmu's internal deliberations. He simply aimed to conclude the battle swiftly. The earlier Ice Beam had struck Nidoking, but due to its formidable defenses, the damage was minimal. Nightshade instructed Dragonite to continue the assault. Dragonite, having grasped the essence of the Dragon type, could amplify the power of its moves. Moving forward, Dragonite could also attune itself to the essence of Flying type, or choose to deepen its understanding of its Dragon type essence. Generally, Pokémon possessing dual attributes, upon reaching the pinnacle of champion strength, will first devote themselves to mastering one elemental essence. Only after achieving the zenith of this essence do they proceed to comprehend the origin of another attribute. Xiaosua intends for his Dragonite to follow this approach, but for now, deepening the understanding of the Dragon-type essence is paramount. Observing Dragonite's onslaught, Banmu reluctantly commands Nidoking to defend, even employing the protective move. The objective is to deplete Dragonite's stamina as much as possible, thereby alleviating the burden for Banmu's next Pokémon. Chapter 27. Champion Nidoking. Alas, Nidoking is exceedingly cumbersome, and Dragonite's attacks are swift and formidable. Nidoking, unable to evade, must resort to protection. Without this safeguard, Nidoking would surely be struck. Although it may not be eliminated in a single blow, surviving a second strike would be exceedingly difficult. This exemplifies the disparity in strength. Banmu feels helpless, having miscalculated and lost a match. In the face of such overwhelming power, all strategies seem trivial, rendering any effort futile against absolute might. Once the protective move is activated, Nidoking braces itself against Dragonite's assault. This remarkable skill ensures that, barring attacks from legendary Pokémon, most ordinary Pokémon can withstand the initial strike unscathed. Despite the considerable difference in strength, Nidoking successfully endures Dragonite's Dragon Rage. Dragonite continues to unleash Dragon Rage, testing how long Nidoking can withstand the barrage. Nidoking persistently employs protection. As Dragon Rage approaches, attempting to burrow for safety is futile. Moreover, should it choose to burrow, the possibility of Dragonite using Earthquake looms, which would double the attack's potency against any Pokémon underground. Resorting to burrowing would hasten an inevitable defeat. Banmu, in his desperation, can only have Nidoking use protection repeatedly, hoping it can endure a moment longer. Should it succeed, it may buy an extra turn. Should it fail, defeat is imminent. Protection cannot be executed consecutively without consequence. If it could, it would render the user invincible. Continuously using protection from the outset, then retaliating once the opponent is fatigued, would be utterly unscrupulous. If it were consistently successful, the move would indeed be unbeatable. Unfortunately, this time Nidoking's protection fails, and it cries out in agony as it succumbs to Dragon Rage. Despite the intense pain, Nidoking rises valiantly, enduring the suffering while gazing resolutely at the soaring Dragonite. Nidoking, unleash Blizzard. Banmu contemplates whether a comeback is possible, seeking to exhaust Dragonite's endurance. He understands that Nidoking has reached its limit and aims to sap Dragonite's vitality. Ice-type moves are particularly effective against Dragon types, inflicting quadruple damage. A successful hit, even amidst a vast power differential, would still inflict significant harm upon Dragonite. Dragonite, employ Dragon Pulse to swiftly conclude this. As Nidoking initiates Blizzard, it is affected by Dragon Pulse's force, the pain hindering its execution, resulting in its collapse before the attack can manifest. Nidoking falls, its eyes swirling, having lost its combat capability. Banmu shakes his head, having hoped to at least drain some of Dragonite's energy. However, the defeat of Nidoking was anticipated. Who would have thought that a novice trainer would possess a Pokémon of champion caliber? Truly remarkable. While Banmu acknowledges Xiaosua's advantageous resources, the ability to nurture a champion-level Pokémon remains rare, a testament to Xiaosua's own skill, not merely luck. Many trainers harbor Pokémon with champion potential, yet often fail to recognize that potential or lack the necessary resources for cultivation. Consequently, such Pokémon lose their value in their hands, and few truly develop them to champion status. After all, there can only be one champion in each region. Bama once believed that Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region, was formidable enough, but now he faces the unexpected challenge posed by Yisu. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. Otherwise, being underestimated is far from ideal. Bama smiles at Yisu. Hearing Bamu's words, Yisu realizes that Bamu is likely to summon his signature Beedrill. Bamu's Beedrill has been by his side since childhood, honed over more than a decade, making it a formidable opponent. Beedrill's strength approaches that of a legendary Pokémon, and should Bamu unleash it, Dragonite would stand no chance. The gap between a champion and a quasi-legendary Pokémon is even more pronounced than that between an Elite Four member and a champion. Although it is a near-legendary Pokémon, it is beyond the reach of any champion. Dragonite may find it challenging to withstand Beedrill's onslaught, even with protective measures. Nevertheless, Bamu is unlikely to allow Yisu to suffer a complete rout, as it would seem unreasonable for a gym leader to deploy their most powerful Pokémon against a novice trainer. Bamu, what Pokémon do you possess? Yisu expresses a keen interest in witnessing Bamu's Beedrill, uncertain of the current timeline and whether Muo has already been cloned by Team Rocket. If Bamu were to unleash Mewtwo, Yisu would not be overly surprised. Young man, I hope you remain undaunted in the face of this challenge. Bamu tosses a Pokeball into the air. Come forth, Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen is the female counterpart to Nidoking, and Bamu's Nidoqueen appears far stronger than Nidoking. While Nidoking is at the pinnacle of the Elite Four, this Nidoqueen astonishingly possesses champion-level strength. Had Yisu not utilized the system scan, he would remain oblivious to Nidoqueen's formidable prowess, indicating that it is likely one of Bamu's top Pokémon. Yisu observes Bamu's Nidoqueen. Although not pitted against Beedrill, the outcome is expected to be similar, with a clear disparity in strength. Yisu's Dragonite, despite having reached champion status, is only at the mid-tier, falling 2 levels short of Nidoqueen's capabilities. This promises to be a challenging battle indeed. Fear not, young man, should you lose this battle, I shall still award you the green badge. Among novice trainers, you stand as one of the elite. Bamu speaks as if Yisu's defeat is a foregone conclusion, which, in truth, is likely accurate. Dragonite simply cannot best Nidoqueen. In Bamu's view, Yisu's possession of a champion-level Dragonite represents the pinnacle of his achievements. He cannot fathom the existence of an even stronger Pokémon. Nonetheless, Bamu holds great admiration for Yisu, who has achieved such heights at such a young age, accompanied by a top-tier Beedrill and a mid-tier Dragonite. Moreover, there seems to be a shining Gardevoir by his side, which Bamu suspects possesses power akin to that of an Elite Four member. This is a novice trainer who has only just begun their journey. If Yisu continues to travel for a few more years, he may very well evolve into a champion-level contender. Even if he surpasses Bamu, the latter would not be overly astonished. Chapter 28. Dragonite's defeat. Dragonite employs the move Aerial Ace against Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, being a ground-type Pokémon, faces a significant challenge. And with the considerable power disparity, Dragonite can only resort to flying-type moves that counter ground types. Nidoqueen, brace yourself. Nidoqueen crossed her arms in defense against Dragonite's assault, gazing calmly at the creature soaring above. This could be troublesome. Even a powerful flying-type move would scarcely inflict damage upon Nidoqueen, Nightshade thought to himself. It appeared that Nidoqueen had mastered the essence of the ground type, which significantly bolstered her defensive capabilities and allowed her to redirect attacks to the ground. Observing Nidoqueen's effortless resistance, Dragonite's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, casting a wary glance at Nidoking. Dragonite unleashed an earthquake as it dove rapidly to the ground. The moment it landed, the entire gym trembled, leaving the interior in ruins. In that instant, Nidoqueen leaped into action without the need for her trainer's command, exemplifying the innate combat instincts of Pokémon. Sometimes, their reflexes outpace those of their trainers, enabling them to react aptly to unforeseen circumstances. It was now. She targeted the airborne Nidoking with Dragon Dive. Nightshade seized this opportunity. Dragonite, having grasped the essence of the Dragon type, amplified the power of its Dragon-type move significantly. With no point of leverage in the air, Nidoking could only endure the blows passively, while Dragonite's menacing aura locked on a Nidoqueen, charging towards her without hesitation. Banma chuckled softly. Fully aware of Nightshade's intentions, the youth was still inexperienced, and Nidoqueen possessed formidable defense. Nidoqueen executed Protect, followed by Ice Punch. This was dire. Upon hearing Bamu's command, Nightshade recognized he had fallen into a trap. Dragonite lacked the ability to halt its momentum and collided with Nidoqueen, who, shielded by Protect, suffered no damage. She swiftly retaliated with Ice Punch, a move that exploited Dragonite's weakness, likely leading to its swift demise. Nightshade had previously considered commanding Dragonite to use moves like Hyper Beam or other long-range attacks, which would have spared it from harm while forcing Nidoqueen to expend her Protect. However, he was certain that Dragonite had mastered the essence of the Dragon-type, making Dragon Dive more potent than Hyper Beam. His frequent use of Dragon-type moves had led Banmu to discern Nightshade's strategy. Dragon Dive was among the most formidable Dragon-type moves, surpassed only by Draco Meteor and Outrage. The latter two were typically reserved for critical moments, as employing Outrage would plunge a Pokémon into a state of confusion, rendering it unable to heed its trainer's commands and attack indiscriminately. If the bond between trainer and Pokémon was insufficient, the Pokémon could even turn on its master. Thus, it was no surprise that Banmu anticipated Dragonite's use of Dragon Dive. Yet, after Nidoqueen's Ice Punch struck Dragonite, it did not fall. However, the freeze effect was triggered, and what had once seemed hopeful for Nightshade now plunged him into despair. Nidoqueen launched a Hyper Beam at Dragonite, who ultimately succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Just as Nightshade prepared to retrieve Dragonite with its Pokeball, the creature suddenly struggled to rise. With a roar that resonated through the arena, witnessing Dragonite's indomitable spirit, Nightshade resolved to command Dragonite to use Outrage, embracing the possibility of honorable defeat. Dragonite, use Outrage. This move would plunge it into a frenzy, sacrificing its rationality but significantly enhancing its power. This was a gambit, one that most trainers hesitated to employ, as fostering a strong bond with a Pokémon was no easy task, and the ensuing chaos could lead to self-harm. Dragonite's eyes transformed into a fierce crimson, an aura of menace enveloping it, starkly contrasting with its usual endearing demeanor. Nightshade, observing the transformation, refrained from issuing further commands. It was futile, as Dragonite would no longer heed his words. The time had come for Dragonite to fight on its own. With a thunderous roar, the pain it endured became inconsequential, and it charged at Nidoqueen with tremendous force, sending her reeling. Utilizing Outrage, this young trainer is truly flustered, Banmu remarked as he watched Dragonite and Nidoqueen wreak havoc throughout the already devastated gym. He surmised that, following this challenge, the gym would likely require reconstruction. Banmu did not issue further commands to Nidoqueen, confident in her abilities. He knew she would not disappoint him as the two Pokémon clashed freely. Dragonite's claws struck Nidoqueen, who withstood the pain and retaliated with Iron Tail, sending Dragonite flying. Despite the substantial boost to Dragonite's strength in its outrage state, it failed to leverage its aerial advantage and remained outmatched by Nidoqueen, a Pokémon of champion caliber. At this pinnacle, even slight differences in strength became pronounced, especially when pitted against a Pokémon of a higher tier. Eventually, after inflicting some damage upon Nidoqueen, Dragonite, utterly exhausted, collapsed, having truly lost its fighting spirit. However, it had fought valiantly, leaving marks upon a Pokémon of champion peak power, an honor in itself. Shall we continue the battle? Banmu inquired of Nightshade, believing the latter had no further Pokémon to deploy. Even if he did, none could rival Nidoqueen's prowess. Banmu was skeptical that Nightshade could present a Pokémon capable of contending with Nidoqueen's champion-level strength. Of course, we must continue. The battle is far from over. It's merely 2-2. Surrender is not in my nature, Nightshade replied with a smile, retrieving Dragonite's Pokeball. Oh, are you considering sending forth that pinnacle Pokémon, Gardevoir? While Psychic and Fairy types are formidable, they too would struggle against Nidoqueen, Banmu remarked, observing Gardevoir with a sense of intrigue. He felt an unusual aura radiating from her, especially since she was a shiny Pokémon, a rarity indeed. Shiny Pokémon were even more elusive than legendary ones, which could at least be glimpsed by humans, while shiny Pokémon were almost mythical in their scarcity. Chapter 29. Legendary Beasts. Banmu's stupefaction. No, my Niue is my treasure, and I would not wish to see her harmed, Nightshade replied nonchalantly. While Niue could easily dispatch Banmu's Nidoqueen, it would be an excessive display of power. Nidoqueen was not worthy of her efforts. Currently, only Arceus, the creator, could stand against Niue, and only when equipped with the complete set of plates. You truly cherish your Pokémon, even bestowing upon them names, Niue, is it? Banmu acknowledged Nightshade's sentiments, holding disdain for those who would recklessly send their Pokémon into certain defeat, fully aware of their inadequacies. Niue felt joy in being referred to as Nightshade's treasure, a testament to her esteemed place in his heart. Young man, if you do not intend to use Gardevoir, what else do you have? Banmu queried, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. Nightshade cast a surprised glance at Banmu, intrigued by the curiosity in his voice. However, he did not pry further. Instead, he retrieved a Master Ball, adorned with a benevolent smile, and prepared to unleash a legendary Pokémon to astonish his opponent. Although Xiaosua possesses a Charizard of equal prowess to Banmu's Beedrill, he suddenly yearns to witness the astonished expression on Banmu's face. Upon seeing Yasu's smile, Banmu feels a twinge of apprehension. Is that a Master Ball? As Banmu observes the Master Ball in Yasu's hand, his brow furrows. Any Pokémon contained within a Master Ball is undoubtedly formidable. He cannot fathom that Yasu has ensnared a mere ordinary Pokémon within it. Even organizations like Team Rocket have only a scant few Master Balls at their disposal. Observing Yasu's confidence, which seems to scream impending defeat for him, only amplifies Banmu's unease. A Pokémon capable of defeating his Nidoking must at least be at the pinnacle of the champion level. Should Yasu produce such a creature, he would truly be a prodigy. Come forth, Celebi. Upon its emergence, Celebi surveys its surroundings and, upon spotting Yasu behind it, immediately flutters over to embrace him. Nuzzling into his arms, Banmu's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. What does he see? A legendary Pokémon. And it's alive? Not merely a figure in photographs or illustrations. At this moment, Banmu is utterly bewildered. Though he is not entirely naive, and his own Beedrill possesses legendary-level strength, there exists a marked distinction between that and an actual legendary Pokémon. His Beedrill's abilities are merely at the early stages of legendary strength, while Celebi is an authentic second-tier deity. The disparity in power between his Beedrill and Celebi is monumental. Unbeknownst to Banmu, the Celebi in Yasu's possession is not an ordinary one. It possesses first-tier legendary strength. Otherwise, Banmu would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with despair. Even if he were to release all of his Pokémon now, they would stand no chance against Celebi, as even a single move from it could annihilate all of Banmu's Pokémon. Observing Banmu's stupefied demeanor, Yasu finally exhales in relief. His Beedrill and Dragonite have been vanquished. And for Banmu to summon a Pokémon of the elite level is already excessive, but to then bring out a champion-level Nidoking is nothing short of bullying a newcomer. Although Yasu cannot truly be classified as a novice anymore, he is determined to obliterate Banmu's Nidoking to avenge his grievances. The thought of Team Rocket's impending humiliation fills him with a sense of accomplishment. Even though the battle has yet to commence, Yasu is acutely aware that victory is already assured. There is no suspense whatsoever. Even if Celebi were to allow Nidoking to strike, it would likely feel like mere scratching. Alright, enough of the affection. Let us defeat this Nidoking first. Yasu gently pats Celebi's head. Reluctantly, Celebi departs from Yasu's embrace and turns its gaze towards Nidoking. Upon meeting Celebi's eyes, Nidoking senses an overwhelming threat, akin to a small boat adrift in an endless sea, perilously close to capsizing. Celebi, use Psychic. Be careful not to incapacitate Nidoking, Yasu advises. Banmu finally snaps out of his stupor, intending to concede, but Yasu has already commanded Celebi to attack. Nidoking momentarily freezes, its eyes losing their luster, before it collapses to the ground, rendered unconscious. This is still a mercy from Celebi. Otherwise, Nidoking would have faced a mental breakdown, possibly becoming a fool. It is conceivable that a single strike from Celebi could have extinguished it. Seeing Nidoking's state, Banmu breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for the restraint shown. Otherwise, based on his understanding of legendary Pokémon, if Celebi had fought seriously, Nidoking would undoubtedly have perished. I never expected you to gain the recognition of a legendary Pokémon. It seems Celebi has taken quite a liking to you, Banmu observes, his expression complex. As he understands it, even if one defeats and captures a legendary Pokémon, without its acknowledgement, it will not fight for them. Moreover, from Celebi's behavior, it is evident that Yasu's bond with it goes beyond mere recognition. After defeating Nidoking, Celebi gleefully burrows back into Yasu's arms, seeking praise. All right, you were amazing. Yasu praises, eliciting a joyous smile from Celebi, which flits around him in circles. At this moment, Banmu has mentally labeled Yasu as untouchable, even if they cannot befriend him. Provoking Yasu is out of the question. Not to mention the mystery of how Yasu bested Celebi. His very identity is enough to deter Banmu from antagonizing him. Many of Professor Okito's acquaintances are high-ranking officials within the Pokémon League. This is the green badge from the Fuchsia Gym. You have earned it. I now bestow it upon you, Banmu states, presenting the green badge to Yasu. This time, Banmu does not adopt a condescending demeanor. With a legendary Pokémon by Yasu's side, his strength has surpassed Banmu's. In every realm, those who possess great strength deserve respect. The wise are always worthy of being teachers. While Banmu might excel in commanding Pokémon compared to Yasu, in the journey of a trainer, Yasu has surpassed Banmu. However, Yasu's Pokémon prowess has far eclipsed Banmu's, a fact Banmu must concede. Unless he can master Mutwo, he stands little chance of defeating Yasu. Chapter 30. Journey to Nibi City. Of course, this is contingent upon Banmu's ability to control Mutwo, and he is thinking too far ahead. Unaware that Yasu possesses even mightier legendary Pokémon, not to mention the likes of Rayquaza. Even Giratina could vanquish hundreds of Mewtwo. Bama believes Celebi to be Yasuo's strongest Pokémon, considering that possessing even one legendary creature is akin to striking gold. If he were to have another, it would be unfathomable. Although Bama cannot conceive such a possibility, Yasuo indeed has more. Celebi is merely the weakest legendary in Yasuo's collection. Receiving the green badge from Bamu, Yasuo bids farewell. Thank you, Gym Leader Bamu. I shall take my leave now. He strides towards the gym's entrance. Despite the gym's disarray, the door remains steadfast, and Yasuo contemplates taking it with him, marveling at its sturdiness. Wait, young man, Bama suddenly calls out to Yasuo as he departs. Yasuo turns back curiously. Unsure of Banmu's intentions, does he intend to rob him? Yasuo shakes his head inwardly, doubting Banmu would be so foolish. Banmu produces a golden card, seemingly crafted from gold, encrusted with sparkling pink diamonds, exuding an air of opulence. This is my business card. With this card, you can enjoy complimentary services at my establishments, Bama proclaims with pride. Presently, Bamu's enterprises span across the Kanto region, encompassing numerous hotels and restaurants under his banner. After all, a colossal organization requires substantial funding, and Bamu has mastered this art. Team Rocket is now wealthier than nations. Yasuo does not decline the offer. Thank you, Gym Leader Bamu. He accepts the card, contemplating whether he could enjoy similar privileges in Team Rocket's underground enterprises. Yasuo tucked away the business card. Although he was not in need of money, he discerned that Banmu was attempting to curry favor with him, so he accepted it. After all, who would refuse a freebie? Banmu nodded in understanding. He was aware that Yasuo was not lacking in wealth. The mere act of receiving the card signified that Yasuo acknowledged his goodwill. After departing from the Chongpan Dojo, Yasuo made his way to the Pokémon Center, as both Beedrill and Dragonite were injured and required treatment. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Yasuo was met with a scene of disarray. The facility was in shambles, and he found himself at a loss for words. With such devastation, could they still provide medical care for Pokémon? If all else failed, he could summon Celebi for assistance. As he approached the counter, he spotted Nurse Joy. Excuse me, Nurse Joy, can Pokémon still be treated here? Yasuo inquired. Oh, it's the charming young man from yesterday's registration. I'm terribly sorry, but due to the Team Rocket attack last night, our healing equipment has been damaged, and we cannot offer treatment at the moment. Nurse Joy replied apologetically. However, the teleportation device is still operational, and I can send your Pokémon to another center for healing. Would you like me to do that? No. Thank you for your kindness, Nurse Joy. I shall seek alternative solutions. At that moment, Nay nudged Yasuo's sleeve and interjected, Little Yi, I can heal them too. Don't you remember? Yasuo suddenly recalled that he had intended to have Celebi perform the healing. He had completely forgotten that Nay was capable of healing Pokémon as well, and her abilities were hardly inferior to those of the Pokémon Center. Releasing Beedrill and Dragonite, Nay employed Healing Wave. Under her gentle waves of healing energy, Beedrill and Dragonite's wounds gradually mended, and they quickly returned to full health. Nurse Joy stood speechless, her mind racing with questions. Why could his Shinado speak? How was its healing effect so remarkable? Why were Beedrill and Dragonite so severely injured? Even with advanced machinery and lucky eggs, it was implausible to achieve such rapid recovery. Your Pokémon seem exceptionally strong. How did they sustain such grave injuries? Nurse Joy asked, her curiosity piqued. Yasuo replied, Well, I challenged the Chongpan Dojo. Ah, I see. I've heard from other novice trainers that Banmu, the gym leader, is quite formidable. Many have failed to defeat him, and he is said to be the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region, Nurse Joy remarked. Thank you for the healing, Nurse Joy. I must take my leave now. If you plan to challenge the next gym in Nibi City, you'll need to traverse the Chompan Forest. Please be cautious and safe travels, she added with a smile. Thank you for the warning, Nurse Joy. I will be careful. Farewell. Yasuo bid Nurse Joy goodbye as he recalled the now-healed Beedrill and Dragonite into their Pokeballs and exited the Pokémon Center, leaving Chompan City behind. Yasuo re-entered the Chompan Forest. He released all of his Pokémon, observing Dragonite's adorably clueless expression. He noted that it showed no signs of distress over its recent defeat. Truly, the mascot Dragonite was a cheerful spirit. He had anticipated that Dragonite might be upset and intended to offer some words of comfort. Meanwhile, Mariluli was still playfully frolicking with Celebi. Yasuo did not linger long in the Chompan Forest. Despite its vastness and the multitude of Pokémon within, rare species were hard to come by. Thus, he swiftly traversed the forest and arrived at Nibi City. In comparison to Chongpan City, Nibi City appeared somewhat lacking. Yasuo assessed the city, noting its distinct charm, characterized by its variety of stones. As he wandered the streets, he observed numerous vendors peddling stones, some decorative, others fossils. However, most were counterfeit, with only a handful being genuine fossils. Fossils were notoriously difficult to unearth, typically buried deep underground, yet many still sought them out. Chapter 31. Arrival in Nibi City. After all, Pokémon fossils could be revived. Xiaosua couldn't help but critique the technological state of this world. It seemed to possess everything, yet had failed to develop rockets. The inhabitants knew only of the moon and were blissfully ignorant of anything beyond their planet. Curiously examining the stones, he refrained from purchasing, as most were ordinary, and even the fossils were of little value, incomplete. Only fully intact Pokémon fossils could be revived. Little Yi, it's getting late. We should find a place to stay, Nei suggested. Having spent considerable time challenging the Chongpin Dojo, and since Xiaosua was not in a rush, it was nearly sunset by the time they arrived in Nibi City. Let us stay at one of Sakiki's hotels. After all, I have the business card he gave me, might as well use it, Xiaosua declared, producing the card that Sakiki had gifted him. Nibi City also boasted establishments owned by Sakiki, who, aside from being the Chongpin Dojo leader, was also a prominent businessman. His enterprises spanned nearly every major city in the Kanto and Johto regions. Even without considering his secretive role as the leader of Team Rocket, Sakiki's visible enterprises were sufficient to ensure that his influence was felt throughout both regions, a testament to his success as an organizational leader. With ample resources and a reputation for treating his subordinates well, the Pokémon League, despite knowing his true identity, was cautious in their dealings with him. Xiaosua prepared to accompany Nei to the Nibi Gym for a challenge. Just as they passed the Pokémon Center, Xiaosua spotted Ash and Misty entering the facility. They must have arrived in Nibi City before him, yet here they were, only just now making their entrance. Hey, you're that person from Professor Oak's lab. Ash recognized Xiaosua. Hello, Xiaosua. You've made it to Nibi City as well. Misty greeted warmly, despite the year that had passed since they last met. Yes, I arrived yesterday afternoon. I didn't expect you two to be traveling together, Xiaosua replied. It's all because of the bicycle incident. If he doesn't pay me back for my bike, he cannot escape, Misty proclaimed, clenching her fist. 2 years ago, Ash had inadvertently damaged her bicycle. And though Misty had refrained from pursuing the matter at the time due to Ash's sour mood, she had remained silent. Now, encountering him during their travels, she found herself frustrated at his cheerful demeanor, eager to confront him for compensation. However, Ash was devoid of funds and could only accompany Misty on their journey. Hoping to earn enough to repay her for the bike, Ash smiled awkwardly. The prospect of paying her back seemed unlikely, as his current funds barely covered food and lodging. Ah, so your name is YS. You seem quite formidable. Shall we engage in a Pokémon battle? A spark of excitement ignited in Ash's eyes as he spoke fervently. YS glanced at the Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder and decided to use the system appraisal. Having previously refrained from assessing this Pokémon at Professor Oak's research facility. Now, he was curious to see Pikachu's stats. Name, Pikachu type, electric potential, divine strength, ordinary peak ability, static hidden ability, lightning rod, unpredictable wow, a Pikachu with divine potential. To be honest, such a rarity is quite remarkable. This level of strength could rival that rare Beedrill owned by Sakiki once it matures. However, considering it belongs to Ash, the potential seems somewhat lacking. Although, in the storyline, Ash's Pikachu has indeed triumphed over legendary Pokémon. In the final matches of the Battle Frontier, Ash encountered the Ice Pillar Regice and the Steel Pillar Registeel. The Battle Frontier is a place of hidden talents, where Ash faced 3 legendary Pokémon in the first round. Unfortunately, during his initial challenge against the Battle Pyramid Steel Pillar, he met with defeat. In his despair, he summoned his original Pokémon, Charizard, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Ultimately, with Pikachu's might, they overcame the Ice Pillar. Moreover, during the Sinnoh region's Lily of the Valley Conference, Ash even defeated Latios. Yet, one must consider that this is a real world. Pikachu is merely an ordinary Pokémon, and it cannot possibly exceed the strength of legendary beings. If Pikachu truly possessed the potential of a level 1 deity or a godlike Pokémon capable of injuring the creator deity, that would indeed be perplexing. YS contemplated Pikachu's unpredictable hidden ability. Unpredictable, strength is unstable, fluctuating between highs and lows. This must be a negative trait, explaining why Pikachu seems to reset its level upon entering a new region. In the movies, Ash's team experiences an unprecedented surge in power, especially Pikachu, who rises to a level comparable to legendary Pokémon, frequently dispatching them with ease. However, upon returning to the main series, even a level 5 Snivy proves to be a formidable opponent. It is indeed a source of frustration. In reality, with this trait, its level could reset at any moment. This negative characteristic bears a striking resemblance to the lazy trait of Slaking and the slow start trait of Regigigas. So, how about a Pokémon battle? Ash asked again, noticing YS's silence. Perhaps not, you would surely be at a disadvantage. YS's Pokémon are exceptionally strong, Misty interjected, aiming to temper Ash's enthusiasm. Although she had never witnessed YS's Pokémon, she had heard of his reputation, akin to Professor Oak. Despite being a professor, he possesses strength rivaling that of the Elite Four. To be a Pokémon researcher, one must have powerful Pokémon. Much like a skilled pianist who can tune a piano, one cannot excel without mastering both skills. This principle applies equally to being a Pokémon professor. Ash, who struggles even to capture Pokémon, stands no chance of victory. Let us leave it for another time, YS declined. Engaging in a battle with Ash now held little purpose. Perhaps when Ash becomes stronger, they could spar to gain some battle experience. Although Ash is the protagonist, defeating him offers no sense of accomplishment, especially since he frequently faces defeats, even at the hands of newcomers. Very well, Ash replied, somewhat disheartened. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. YS waved goodbye and, after exiting the Pokémon Center, made his way to a mall run by Sakaki. Chapter 32. Nibi Gym Nai, take a look at what you need. I shall cover the expenses. Shop to your heart's content, YS proclaimed with an air of extravagance. Were it not for Naiya's knowledge of his connections with Sakaki, she might have thought him mad. He had come here not only to purchase daily necessities but also to stock up on supplies for their journey. This task was left to Naiya, as she was the one cooking. YS felt like the wealthy heir of a family while Naiya organized his daily needs like a dutiful maid. Naiya selected various vegetables and meats. YS glanced at the adjacent Pokémon food section and grabbed some energy cubes along with ample Pokémon food, then proceeded to the Pokémon egg sales area. The mall also featured Pokémon eggs for sale, and with good fortune, one might stumble upon a rare egg, colloquially known as a scoop. After perusing the Pokémon egg section, he found mostly ordinary eggs, confirming that the chances of finding something valuable here were slim. Quality eggs were seldom displayed for sale, except at underground auctions. YS did not feel disappointed as he and Nai approached the checkout counter, where he produced the business card given to him by Sakaki. Upon seeing the card, the cashier immediately notified the management and respectfully escorted YS out, as it was said that encountering this card was akin to meeting Sakaki himself. It seems that the card Sakaki provided is indeed quite useful, YS mused, pleased at the prospect of shopping for free at Sakaki's establishments. Xiaoyi, are we heading to challenge the gym now? Nai inquired, storing the vegetables and meats in her created space. Yes, let's challenge the gym. After that, we can depart from Nibi City. If there is anything special here, I wouldn't mind staying a few extra days, but the only thing notable here is the rocks, which do not pique my interest. However, the thought of seeking fossils, particularly the fossil of Aerodactyl, is quite enticing. Arriving at the Nibi gym, they encountered the charcoal-eyed Brock. Are you here to challenge the gym too? Do not be like the previous challenger who lacked even basic knowledge, Brock remarked as he scrutinized YS. Looking at Brock's squinting eyes, YS wondered if he had his eyes open at all. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain celebrity from YS's past life. Judging by Brock's words, it seemed the prior challenger was indeed Ash. That won't be the case. I have experience in gym challenges. Please state the rules. YS replied confidently, unlike Ash, who lacked common sense. Brock glanced at YS's blue-haired Gardevoir and nodded subtly. To possess such a rare Pokémon as Gardevoir surely indicated that YS was no ordinary trainer, particularly since this Gardevoir appeared to be shiny, a rarity among rarities. While many might consider a shiny Gardevoir merely rare, YS's Gardevoir was unique, unparalleled in strength. The rules of the Nibi Gym match dictated a 2-on-2 format, with the challenger attacking first. After Brock finished explaining, he released a robust Geodude from its Pokeball. Go, Eevee. YS called forth the Eevee he had rescued from the forest last year. Since returning, Eevee had accompanied YS at Professor Yamanashi's lab, aiding in research on Eevee's potential evolutions. Hence it had not received extensive training and was at a mere intermediate elite level. Eevee appeared on the battlefield, prompting Brock's astonishment. Is that an Eevee? Such a rare Pokémon. As a gym trainer, Brock possessed extensive knowledge of Pokémon. He could recognize even rare Pokémon. And since Eevee was native to the forest, it was no surprise he was familiar with it. In that case, be cautious, for I shall show no mercy. Geodude, utilize Rollout after using Defense Curl. This combination is rather vexing. Defense Curl enhances its defense, and when followed by Rollout, its power is magnified. The Rollout move accelerates with time, thereby increasing its strength, which can be quite troublesome for inexperienced trainers. However, this Geodude is not particularly formidable. Merely an ordinary peak Pokémon. Eevee, employ Swift, and then use Quick Attack. As Eevee summoned a multitude of Starlight Orbs with Swift, they struck the approaching Geodude. The impact was painful, and Geodude was forced to halt. Subsequently, Eevee's paw delivered a blow to Geodude, causing it to cry out and tumble to the ground. its eyes spiraling in disorientation. Brock was taken aback, surprised by the strength of the opposing Eevee, though fighting-type moves counter Geodude effectively. Eevee's ability to stop Geodude's rollout demonstrated its prowess. The disparity between the two Pokémon was indeed significant. Geodude was merely of ordinary peak strength, while Eevee, belonging to Yeshu, possessed elite mid-tier abilities. Brock recalled his incapacitated Geodude, his expression turning serious. "Your strength is truly impressive," he remarked gravely. Yeshu chuckled softly, shaking his head at Brock's words. "I am but a novice trainer," he humbly replied. Brock's first Pokémon was defeated, and he sent forth a new Pokéball, releasing his second Pokémon, Onix. "Eevee, do you wish to continue battling?" Yeshu respectfully inquired, sharing a sentiment for Pokémon akin to Ash, albeit with less extremity. Upon hearing Yeshu's words, Eevee shook its head. It desired to engage in another battle, viewing the gym challenge as a form of training. "Very well. Let us continue the battle, Eevee." Seeing that Yeshu was still utilizing Eevee, Brock became earnest, recognizing the seriousness of the contest. Losing was not an option. He must at least reclaim a victory. "Let the battle commence," Yeshu declared to Brock. Eevee initiated with Rain Dance, followed by Water Gun, responding to Yeshu's command. Eevee let out a cry and performed a peculiar motion, summoning rain, and then unleashed Water Gun towards Onix. Rain Dance amplifies the power of Water-type moves, and Water-type attacks are quadruple effective against Onix. Onix, a serpentine Pokémon of considerable size, found it challenging to evade the assault, yet both Pokémon possessed similar strength, each at elite mid-tier levels. Onix quickly evaded and used Dig. Brock instructed in haste. Observing Eevee's chain of attacks, he dared not let Onix endure the hit. Water-type moves posed a fourfold threat to Onix, and if struck, it could be swiftly defeated. Fortunately, Onix executed Dig swiftly, successfully burrowing underground before being hit. The move Dig can yield optimal effects when used against a Pokémon employing Earthquake, yet Eevee's current strength was insufficient for that move. Eevee could learn it post-evolution, but as of now, it had yet to evolve and thus could not acquire it. Eevee, use Substitute. Eevee created a decoy, causing the attacking Onix to strike the air. The Substitute move is indeed a remarkable technique, albeit it consumes considerable stamina. Onix, quickly evade and continue using Dig. Brock shouted anxiously. At that moment, Eevee unleashed Water Tail, and should Onix be struck, defeat was inevitable, prompting Brock's panic. However, the two Pokémon were too close, and despite Onix's swift Dig, it could not escape Eevee's onslaught. Struck by Water Tail, Onix's massive form was propelled backward. In evident pain, it was clear that Eevee had triumphed over it. The Rock-Ground-type Onix was notably vulnerable to Water-type moves, especially with the Rain Dance boost enhancing their effectiveness. Eevee continued with Water Tail, delivering the final blow to Onix, which subsequently lost all fighting capability. Brock, though resigned, bore no sorrow over his defeat. He understood that as a gym trainer, losing was a common occurrence. "You are quite impressive, superior to any trainers I have previously encountered. Here, take the gray badge of the Pewter Gym," Brock said, offering Yeshu a badge. "While I am aware of my own strength, your compliments may lead to a touch of pride," Yeshu responded with a light smile as he accepted the badge. "Oh." Brock gazed at Yeshu in exasperation, finding him wholly unhumble. Just moments ago, he claimed to be a novice trainer. What did that make Brock, who seemed less than even a newcomer? "Brock, I am here to challenge you once more. This time, I shall defeat you and obtain a badge." Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Yeshu recognized it immediately. It was Ash, returning to challenge the gym yet again. Brock had mentioned a certain individual lacking common sense who had come to challenge the gym. Turning around, indeed it was Ash, followed by Misty, who was visibly embarrassed, covering her face in shame at Ash's antics. Traveling with Ash was truly a source of humiliation, and Misty found herself speechless at his loud demeanor. "Yeshu, you are here too? Are you here to challenge the gym?" Ash greeted Yeshu with familiarity. "Indeed, I am here to challenge the gym, and I have already obtained the Pewter Gym badge. Best of luck to you," Yeshu replied, patting Ash on the shoulder. "What? You have already secured the badge? So quickly?" "No, I must hurry and obtain my badge as well." Ash's determination ignited as he spoke. "Yeshu, would you like to travel with us?" Misty invited, her excitement palpable at the thought of journeying with such a handsome companion. "I think I shall pass," Yeshu declined, aware that accompanying the protagonist would lead to incessant troubles. Even the chance of encountering legendary Pokémon did not seem worth it. For instance, Team Rocket's trio seemed to have a peculiar fixation on Ash, trailing him wherever he went. "Very well," Misty said, slightly disappointed. "You may challenge the gym, but I must take my leave." Yeshu recalled Eevee and departed alongside Naya. "Wait. What Pokémon is that? I have never seen Yeshu's Pokémon before," Ash pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Misty shot Ash an incredulous glance. How many Pokémon do you even recognize? As Yeshu exited Pewter Gym, he noted the time. It was already midday. He planned to dine before heading to Cerulean City. Back at the hotel, Naya continued her culinary endeavors while Yeshu accessed the system panel, preparing for a lottery draw. He had 2 chances remaining, one for a lucky draw and one for a legendary Pokémon draw. This time, he decided to utilize the lucky draw, hoping to procure something remarkable. Nightsu knew that the chances of obtaining something valuable were slim. The luck-based lottery was rather mundane, and the probability of drawing a legendary creature was exceedingly low. Unless he were to acquire an item that could enhance his fortune, it would be nearly impossible to draw something worthwhile. He silently chanted as he initiated the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired a fire stone. Upon gazing at the stone in his hand, Nightsu's expression morphed into one of disappointment. The fire stone, while useful for evolving certain fire-type Pokémon, was hardly considered precious, as it could easily be purchased at any shop. Indeed, relying on luck in a lottery was futile. Nightsu closed the system panel, deciding against using his remaining chance for a legendary creature draw. Though it was labeled as such, there was still a risk of drawing an ordinary Pokémon with the strength of a legendary. The draw did not guarantee a legendary creature, but merely one possessing its power. Feeling rather unlucky at the moment, he resolved to save that lottery chance for a time when his fortune might improve. Opportunities for such draws were rare, although they could be purchased in the system mall. The required points were exorbitant. 1 million points were needed for a single legendary draw, a price that was decidedly unworthy, as that amount could easily procure a powerful legendary Pokémon. Therefore, the cost was prohibitively steep, and he would rather forego the opportunity than succumb to such an expense. After concluding his meal, Nightsu vacated his hotel room and embarked on his journey to Celadon City. He retrieved a map, as he was not well acquainted with the Kanto region, despite its proximity to the Johto region. He had never studied Kanto in depth and thus relied on the map for guidance. His route to Celadon City would also lead him past MT Moon. Observing the map's markings, he remarked on MT Moon. He had some recollection of it, recalling that it was home to a multitude of Clefairy and featured a massive moonstone. MT Moon, located in the northern part of Kanto, sat between Pewter City and Celadon City, connecting them via routes 3 and 4. To travel from Pewter City to Celadon City, one could either traverse the Diglett's Cave or navigate over MT Moon, which was notoriously difficult to climb. Most travelers opted to pass through the cave, as MT Moon was renowned for its wild Clefairy and frequent meteor showers. Chapter 34. MT Moon. The meteors that fell here transformed into moonstones, and fossils could also be excavated. Brock often visited this location in his spare time to dig for fossils. In the game, MT Moon featured a storyline involving Team Rocket, in which Ash would battle them and subsequently obtain a fossil of a fossil Pokémon. However, Nightsu had no intention of capturing a Clefairy. Visiting MT Moon was appealing enough, especially to witness that colossal moonstone, which appeared particularly stunning at night according to the storyline. Nay, let us head to MT Moon. Nane nodded gently. Wherever Nightsu wished to go, she would follow. As they journeyed, they took their time, primarily to train their Pokémon. Trainers embarking on adventures not only sought to broaden their horizons, but also to train their Pokémon. Eevee, clad in weights, jogged alongside, beginning its own training. Though Nightsu ensured it was not overly fatigued, Beedrill hovered in the air, constantly flapping its wings to enhance its attack speed. They soon arrived at MT Moon, and Nightsu, noticing the weariness of his Pokémon, called them over to rest. He released Gyarados, which, despite its name, did not possess the dragon type. Instead, it was a water and flying type Pokémon. Although Gyarados was equipped with flying capabilities, it could not actually fly. Gyarados gazed at Nightsu with its mouth agape, as if it were perpetually in that state. Originally a Magikarp with mere peak ordinary strength, it had evolved into Gyarados, achieving elite peak strength. When the time comes to challenge the Water Gym, you shall battle, Nightsu said, patting Gyarados' side. Yet, upon recalling the strength of the Water Gym in Celadon City, a frown creased Nightsu's lips. The Celadon Gym was often regarded as the weakest in all of Kanto, primarily due to the lackadaisical nature of the Celadon sisters, leaving one to wonder how they had passed the League's assessment. Ever since evolving from Magikarp to Gyarados, it had engaged in little combat beyond its daily training regimen. Gyarados had its limitations. While it thrived in aquatic environments, its performance on land was severely hindered. Though Gyarados could survive away from water, its movement on land was painfully slow, rendering it little more than a stationary artillery piece. Return, Gyarados. Nightsu called, recalling Gyarados. For it would be uncomfortable outside of water. It was better to keep it in its Pokeball. After a brief rest, Nightsu gathered his Pokémon. allowing them to recuperate for tomorrow's training. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, and it seemed they would need to camp out at MT Moon for the night. Nightsu glanced at the time. In truth, had he hurried to Celadon City, he could have arrived before nightfall. However, he intended to observe the enormous moonstone. Curious if he could take it with him, for it surely held some significance. That moonstone was indeed a moonstone, albeit an unusually large one. Together with Nay, they ventured into the cave, where the Zubat were dispersed by Nay's psychic powers. The immense moonstone was well concealed. Few could discover it, but with Nay leading the way, they were guided toward its location, as she had sensed its presence. A Clefairy caught sight of Nightsu, blinking rapidly before scurrying away in a panic. Despite Nightsu's aura of comfort and affinity, Clefairy was timid and shy, often avoiding human presence. Clefairy was notably intelligent, exhibiting social and religious consciousness within its groups. Its appearance was charming, adorned in a pink hue, star-shaped, and plump. It had 3 diminutive fingers on each hand, 2 of which bore nail-like features, and a single toe on each foot, with a small tooth peeking from its mouth. Additionally, Clefairy sported tiny wings on its back, yet it could fly without their aid. To encounter a Clefairy so soon after entering was a stroke of luck for Nightsu. He chuckled, pondering how many had come to capture Clefairy only to see naught but shadows. Clefairy was indeed a rare Pokémon, particularly favored by women for its adorable nature, making it quite valuable. Poachers often sought to capture Clefairy, which explained its hasty retreat upon seeing Nightsu, despite the soothing aura he projected. The recent spate of thefts had instilled fear in Clefairy, causing it to flee in alarm. If we follow that Clefairy, we shall surely find the colossal moonstone, Nay remarked, observing the direction in which Clefairy had dashed. Nightsu and Nay pursued, traversing a dimly lit cave until they emerged into a spacious, illuminated area. This place must be breathtaking under the moonlight at night, Nightsu mused as he surveyed the surroundings. In the center stood the gigantic moonstone, encircled by Clefairy, and a few Clefable. The Clefable were few in number, merely 5, and their strength was unremarkable, while Cleffa were abundant. Clefable evolved from Clefairy, and Clefairy evolved from Cleffa. Upon noticing the unfamiliar presence of Nightsu and the unrecognized Pokémon, the Clefairy and Clefable alike became agitated. The little Pokémon, despite their initial trepidation, weren't afraid of Xiaosua. In fact, they seemed eager to approach, only to be halted by Pipipi and Pikachu. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, Xiaosua assured them, producing some energy cubes and food to share. Sensing his benevolence, the creatures hesitated momentarily before accepting the offerings, perhaps due to this act of goodwill. Pipipi's clan lowered their guard, and several bold Pipipi and their offspring ventured closer to Xiaosua. Legends whisper that Pipipi are mysterious beings from outer space. However, the origin of such tales remains uncertain. Rumors are often the folly of the unwise. These stories are best taken lightly. To genuinely believe them would be sheer folly. With the presence of the formidable Zekrom overhead, if Pipipi were indeed extraterrestrial, they would have long been vanquished. Nay waved her hand, erecting a tent where Xiaosua planned to rest for the night before setting out for Wallon City at dawn. One Pikachu approached, clutching a moonstone, tugging at Xiaosua's garment before presenting it to him. Is this for me? Xiaosua inquired with a hint of confusion. Pikachu nodded, its innocence shining through to them. Xiaosua's act of kindness rendered him a good person deserving of reciprocation. Chapter 35, A Travel Companion? Accepting the moonstone, Xiaosua acknowledged Pikachu's goodwill. The sight of Xiaosua accepting its gift filled Pikachu with joy, prompting other Pipipi and their young to also present their moonstones. Faced with a small mountain of moonstones, Xiaosua found it difficult to decline their generous offerings. While these stones held little practical value for him, being useful only for evolving Eevee or selling, he didn't wish to hurt their feelings. Refusing them might leave the Pipipi disheartened. As night fell, moonlight streamed through the tense gaps, the grand moonstone casting a radiant glow that dispelled darkness, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. The Pipipi began to dance around the moonstone. Xiaosua sat nearby, mesmerized by their performance, as time slipped away. After spending a night within Mount Moonview, Xiaosua bid farewell to the Pipipi the following morning. Having carefully examined the large moonstone the night before, he found it to be merely an oversized version of the common moonstone, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. He even consulted the system, which confirmed its lack of utility. The Pipipi, saddened by Xiaosua's departure, gifted him additional moonstones as tokens of farewell. It seemed this was the only gift they knew how to give, and Xiaosua wondered where they sourced such treasures. Exiting the cave of Mount Moonview, Xiaosua encountered Ash and his companions. Now, Brock had joined Ash's traveling party, with his father managing the gym in his stead. Brock's father, a formidable trainer, had previously issued the scarce gray badges, but since Brock took over, acquiring them had become significantly easier, though Brock still fell short of his father's prowess. The duo had evolved into a trio. Xiaosua, you've also come to Mount Moonview, Ash exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brock told me you're quite strong. Let us have a Pokémon battle. His enthusiasm was palpable. Thud. Ash, fired up, was swiftly knocked to the ground by Misty, who retracted her fist, suddenly self-conscious about her ungraceful display in front of him. What was that for? You're such a brute. Ash grumbled as he picked himself up, directing his displeasure at Misty. Who are you calling a brute? Misty shot back, her eyes narrowing dangerously, causing Ash to squirm. Observing Misty's fierce demeanor, Xiaosua couldn't help but smirk. She seemed to have been mistakenly assigned a different gender in this life. She was certainly a tomboy. I didn't expect you, as a gym trainer, to be traveling too, Xiaosua remarked towards Brock. My father has taken over the gym. Now I can pursue my dream without worry, Brock replied, a smile brightening his face. His aspiration was to become a Pokémon breeder. Hey, don't ignore me. At that moment, Xiaosua noticed another figure standing nearby, clad in researcher attire. And you are? Xiaosua asked, puzzled by the sudden appearance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a researcher from the Nibby City Science Museum. Oh, I see. A pleasure to meet you. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Farewell. Xiaosua waved before departing with Nay. The researcher stood there, somewhat dazed, apparently having failed to mention his name. Let's check out Mount Moonview, then head to Hualon City. I can't let anyone get ahead. One day, I will challenge Xiaosua, Ash declared, brimming with determination. Ding ding ding. Hearing a rapid ringing from his pocket, Xiaosua retrieved his phone and answered. Grandfather, what can I do for you? Xiaosua queried, perplexed. What? You've only been gone a few days, and you can't just call the chat? Professor Oak feigned tears, wiping non-existent ones from his eyes. Here we go again. If you're going to pretend to cry, at least have some eye drops handy. After a moment of melodrama, Professor Oak inquired. So, Xiaosua, you still don't have a travel companion, correct? Indeed. It's barely been half a month since I set out. And most of that time has been spent on the road. I have yet to find a companion, Xiaosua acknowledged. Perfect. I've found you a companion. And you'll be thrilled when you meet her. Professor Oak grinned mischievously. You found me a companion? Please don't tell me it's a guy. I have no interest in traveling with a male. If it's a man, I must refuse, Xiaosua quickly interjected. Traveling with a girl would be acceptable. He wouldn't mind a lovely companion at his side. However, a male companion? That seemed unnecessary. What would they even converse about? Rest assured, the companion I found is a girl, and she is exceptionally beautiful, probably the most stunning woman in the world. You truly have a way with women. Every beautiful girl you meet is more enchanting than the last. I'm envious, Professor Oak assured him, though the exaggeration was palpable. Yet, there was always a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this time it might be true. Xiaosua was taken aback. Could he have genuinely found a beautiful companion? That seemed unlikely, considering Professor Oak's busy schedule. Grandfather, you're not joking, are you? Xiaosua replied skeptically. Xiaosua, do you think of me like that? I want to say more. You have no choice in the matter. She is already on her way and nearing the Kanto region, Professor Oak stated resolutely. Xiaosua fell silent. Why notify him if she was already on her journey? Where are you right now? Professor Oak inquired. I'm currently en route to Hualon City and should arrive there today, Xiaosua replied obediently. Upon your arrival in Hualon City, please take a few days to settle in. Once you have reached, kindly share your accommodation details with me. I sincerely hope that you will assist me in finding a stunning beauty. For the lifelong happiness of your beloved grandson rests in your hands. I shall relay your earlier comments to Selena and the others. What did I just say? Nightsu looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 36. Journey to Hualon Gym. I will inform them that you have found a peerless beauty. Urging my grandfather to relay to them that they should not harbor any delusions, Dr. Oki chuckled mischievously. Nightsu was taken aback. It seemed his grandfather intended to pull a fast one on him. Just as he was about to protest, Dr. Oki decisively hung up. How could grandfather treat me this way? I am the one searching for a bride for him, yet he seeks to deceive me. Based on his previous antics, Dr. Oki was indeed capable of such mischief. He had done it more than once. Dr. Oki cherished Nightsu, often indulging in playful tricks. Embodying the spirit of an old rascal, it appeared that an explanation was unavoidable. Nightsu sighed resignedly. It wouldn't be long before May, Toko, and Selena called to interrogate him, and he feared a headache was imminent. Serves you right, who told you to be so fickle, Naya giggled, covering her mouth. Nightsu rubbed his nose. Am I fickle? No, I simply possess a heart that loves many. Each fragment of my heart has found affection for someone. Very well. I suppose that does qualify as fickleness. However, Nightsu reasoned, having traversed into this world, how could he not indulge in a harem? After all, this realm did not impose a monogamous structure. This meant he could openly embrace a harem, and envisioning a future filled with happiness brought a sly smile to his face. Naya covered her face, relieved that no one else was around. Should others witness their master's peculiarities, her dignity would be at stake. Your mouth is nearly watering. Naya reminded Nightsu. Oh. Nightsu hastily wiped the corner of his mouth, though there was no drool to be found. He had clearly been tricked by Naya. By the time he processed this, Naya had already dashed far ahead. Naya, do not run. You dare tease me. Just wait until I catch you. Nightsu sprinted after her. After several hours of travel, Nightsu arrived in Hualan City and checked into a hotel, refraining from rushing to challenge the Hualan Gym. Hualan City, located in the Kanto region, is adjacent to the River S estuary in the north, with Kinoko City to the south and Tsukimi Mountain to the west. It is the hometown of the Hualan Gym trainer, Kasumi. Hualan City is one of the two cities in the Kanto region connected by roads on all sides, the other being Kinoko City. Speaking of Hualan City, Nightsu suddenly recalled the bicycle from his past life S game. There exists a bicycle shop within the city, selling bicycles manufactured by the company. The bicycles range from standard city types to high-speed mountain bikes, yet players could only acquire one, priced at 1,000,000 yen. They could also be exchanged for bicycle vouchers. Given that the maximum in-game currency one could store was 999 yen, it was evident that obtaining a bicycle was only feasible through the vouchers. Nightsu found this game mechanic rather frustrating. Naya, who do you think my grandfather has sent as my companion? I believe, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is likely a relative of his, someone you might also know. Naya pondered before responding to Nightsu. A relative? Someone I know? Who could it be? Nightsu contemplated but found no answer. After dining, let us challenge the Hualan Gym. Nightsu planned to visit the gym that afternoon, yet he felt uncertain about how to approach it. However, for newcomers embarking on their journey, the Hualan Gym was a veritable treasure trove. Simply challenging it would yield a badge. The three sisters of the Hualan Gym were somewhat neglectful, focusing more on tourism than on Pokémon training. After enjoying a meal prepared by Naya, Nightsu tended to his Pokémon and then set off towards the Hualan Gym. As he neared the gym, he could hear cheers emanating from within. Upon entering, he discovered the Hualan sisters performing a synchronized water ballet. Dear audience, we apologize for the wait. Now, we present to you the beautiful three sisters of our city in a synchronized water ballet performance. The host announced, prompting a wave of applause from the crowd. It seemed he arrived just in time to enjoy a delightful show. He beckoned Naya to find a spot to watch. The three sisters, dressed in swimsuits, waved to the audience as they prepared for a three-person dive from the diving board, creating not a single splash. Had there been a diving competition in this world, they would undoubtedly secure the championship. Half an hour later, the performance concluded, and Nightsu was captivated by their long legs. No wonder so many were drawn to watch, most of whom were men. Truly a reflection of masculinity. As the audience began to disperse, Naya and Nightsu approached the sisters. Hey, the performance has ended. Why are you still here? The slightly weary sisters looked at Nightsu. Wow, he is handsome. Aoi's eyes sparkled with hearts, visibly smitten. Come on. It's just a handsome guy. Boten scoffed at Aoi before stepping closer. Do you have a moment? Perhaps we could share a meal and foster a friendship. She flirtatiously tossed her red hair. Enough of that. You too. It's just a handsome guy. You're both about to fall deeply in love. Sakura interjected, asserting her older sister authority. At last, a mature and composed presence, Nightsu thought to himself. First come, first served. Don't you understand the rules? This handsome young man belongs to me, Sakura declared as she approached to embrace Nightsu. Yet before she could reach him, Boten pulled her back, exclaiming, Sakura, that's not right. I'm the youngest. I should have the first chance. We must protect the weak. Nightsu watched this scene with a twitching smile. Ladies, I am here to challenge the gym. Nightsu interjected. What? You dare call us ladies? Sakura, Aoi, and Boten glared at him in unison. The term ladies easily implies age, and the three were understandably displeased. Faced with their furious expressions, Nightsu opted for silence. At this moment, discretion was the better part of valor. After a prolonged silence, Sakura, the eldest, spoke. So you are here to challenge the gym. However, all our Pokémon are currently injured and receiving treatment at the Pokémon Center. We do have one Pokémon left. Aoi released a Magikarp. Gazing at the ordinary early-stage Magikarp, Nightsu was at a loss for words. Surely any Pokémon found by the roadside would surpass this one. Chapter 37. Earning the badge with ease come forth. Gyarados. He summoned forth a Gyarados, which was significantly larger than the average. The Magikarp, merrily swimming, was utterly horrified upon seeing the colossal Gyarados and fainted instantly. Oh no, what now? Your Magikarp has fainted. Perhaps you should simply hand me the badge? With a sense of helplessness, Yisu remarked that he wished to effortlessly obtain the badge. Here, this is the blue badge. Sakura promptly presented the badge from the Hualon Gym. Knowing full well that victory was beyond their reach, it was better to simply accept the badge. If it weren't for the need to comply with the Pokémon League's inspections, they would have preferred to forego battles altogether in exchange for the badges. After acquiring the blue badge, Yisu returned his somewhat disgruntled Gyarados to its Pokeball. It had been out for only a short while without engaging in any battles, leaving Gyarados feeling a bit upset. Yisu planned to comfort Gyarados after departing from the Hualon Gym. Hey, handsome. Won't you stay and have a meal with us three beautiful ladies? One of them called out. I apologize, but I just ate and I'm not hungry, Yisu replied, instantly transforming into a steel-hearted gentleman as he left with Nay. What a lack of romance. We three beauties invite him to dinner, and he simply declines. While others might not even have the chance, the trio lamented behind him. It wasn't that Yisu lacked appreciation for beauty, rather, he felt no attraction to them. He was not the type to be rendered immobile by the sight of attractive women. Furthermore, in comparison to May, Toko, and Selena, they fell short in the looks department. Receiving a badge without engaging in battle was indeed a leisurely affair. Upon exiting the Hualon Gym, Yisu expressed his satisfaction. Where to now? Back to the hotel, or shall we explore Hualon City? Nay inquired. Let's wander around here a bit. Hualon City is far more beautiful than Nibi City, Yisu replied as he strolled down the street. After meandering through Hualon City and sampling its culinary delights as dusk approached, Yisu found himself at the public battle arena. Every city boasted such public battle arenas, though utilizing them required a rental fee. After all, maintaining the venue came at a cost. It was unreasonable to expect free usage, even for the League, which, despite its vast resources, operated through a board of directors that required majority consent for significant decisions. Yisu's primary reason for visiting was to seek opponents for his Pokémon, allowing them to gain battle experience while also honing his own command skills. Upon arriving at the water arena and paying the fee, Yisu released Gyarados, eagerly awaiting challengers. Since Gyarados had not fought during the gym challenge, Yisu was determined to let it battle vigorously. Gyarados was thrilled, having evolved from a Magikarp. It had long awaited this moment. Now that it had finally transformed, how could it not showcase its strength? Gyarados felt a sense of pride, believing it could rival even Arceus itself. At that moment, it yearned for the world to witness its prowess, to prove that Magikarp could indeed rise to greatness. Before long, a multitude of Pokémon trainers arrived. Currently, Yisu was facing a trainer wielding a Tentacruel, who seemed experienced and not a novice traveler. Tentacruel, hang in there, the man shouted, yet lacking Ash's signature move, he could do little to sway the battle's outcome. With a single Hydro Pump, Gyarados defeated Tentacruel, rendering it unable to continue. Return, Tentacruel. You fought valiantly, I concede, the man said begrudgingly, having underestimated Yisu's Gyarados. Initially, he had hoped to exchange a few moves to enhance his own tactical skills, only to be swiftly defeated. That guy is incredible. He's already won 15 consecutive battles, a smitten girl exclaimed. He's strong, his Pokémon are impressive, and he's quite handsome. Another girl, weighing over 200 pounds, gazed at Yisu with starry eyes. I've made up my mind. I'm going to marry him, she declared. Nearby, someone couldn't help but retort, please, take a look at yourself. You look like a hefty pig. Do you really think he would be interested in you? Feeling a bit nauseated by the attention from the overweight girl, Yisu mused that if he wasn't careful, he might find himself in dire straits. You're quite impressive. Let us have a battle. A young boy approached, flanked by 7 or 8 beautiful girls acting as cheerleaders, exuding the aura of a young master from a prominent family. Hello, I'm Xiaomao. You must be Dr. Yisu. My grandfather has spoken of you, he greeted politely. Xiaomao had not seen Yisu on the day he received his Pokémon. While he regarded Ash as a formidable rival, he was exceedingly friendly towards others, especially someone like Dr. Yisu, whom his grandfather admired. Please, just call me Yisu. My discoveries regarding fairy-type Pokémon and the new evolution forms of Eevee certainly warrant the title of Doctor, Yisu replied. However, he was acutely aware that he possessed no unique talent for research. His discoveries came from his prior knowledge as a traveler, a rather unfair advantage. All right, you can call me Xiaomao, but please don't refer to me as Professor Okito's grandson, he insisted, clearly uncomfortable with the association. Let us put that aside. Didn't you say you wanted to battle? I accept, come on. Yisu smiled, pleased to finally have a worthy opponent. Xiaomao's skills would undoubtedly be formidable. The challengers Yisu had faced previously barely lasted a few moves, the strongest being the man with Tentacruel, who had only managed 3 moves. Are you not switching your Pokémon? Xiaomao asked, observing Yisu. He knew Gyarados had already fought several times, and while it had dominated, there was still some fatigue involved, so Xiaomao didn't want to take advantage. Chapter 38. Battle with Xiaomao. No need. Gyarados is still full of energy. It hasn't exerted itself too much, Yisu said, gesturing towards his spirited Gyarados. Roar. Gyarados let out a mighty roar, brimming with battle spirit. Seeing Gyarados' enthusiasm, Xiaomao refrained from further comments and sent forth his Pokémon. Come forth, Wartortle. This was the Pokémon Xiaomao had received at the start of his journey. Now evolved from Squirtle into Wartortle, possessing elite-level strength. Wartortle, use water gun. Xiaomao commanded. Wartortle opened its mouth and shot forth a stream of water. A weaker version of Hydro Pump. Gyarados submerged itself beneath the water. In an instant, it dove down, executing a maneuver akin to dig, swiftly propelling itself through the water. Wartortle's attack splashed into the water, and upon perceiving Gyarados' submerged presence, Xiaomao's expression turned slightly anxious. Wartortle, don't panic. Stay alert for Gyarados' underwater assault. Xiaomao calmly instructed. Wartortle kept a watchful eye on the water below, wary of Gyarados' sudden strike. Suddenly, Gyarados burst forth from the water's surface, sending Wartortle soaring into the air. Gyarados, use Dragon Rage. Yisu commanded. Quick, Shelder, retreat into your shell, shouted Shigeru immediately. Upon observing the formidable strength of the Gyarados from Yasu, he realized that a direct hit could potentially result in a swift defeat. Shelder's shell served as an innate means of defense. Although struck by Gyarados' Dragon Rage, it did not inflict significant harm. Shelder, use Rocket Headbutt, commanded Shigeru. In response, Gyarados utilized Iron Tail. The collision between Shelder's head and Gyarados' gleaming silver tail, while sending Gyarados back, resulted in an even greater setback for Shelder, whose head sustained more damage. Gyarados, with its impenetrable body, suffered little injury from the attack. However, Shelder was in considerable pain, nearly brought to tears. Gyarados, take this opportunity to unleash Hyper Beam. Gyarados unleashed a devastating beam of energy, striking the bewildered Shelder and rendering it unable to continue fighting, sending it flying with dizzying eyes. Gyarados let out a triumphant roar, still brimming with energy after the battle with Shelder. Your Gyarados is truly remarkable. I have never encountered anyone capable of training a Gyarados to such strength, Shigeru remarked, momentarily dazed from the defeat. This marked Shigeru's first loss since setting out, and it was a rather swift one at that. Feeling a sense of dejection, he reflected on the blow to his pride. Noticing Shigeru's despondency, Yasu considered offering words of comfort, but seeing Shigeru surrounded by his cheerleaders, who were consoling him, Yasu felt a pang of frustration. Why do such beautiful ladies accompany him on this journey? How utterly infuriating, he lamented. The feelings of discontent were not limited to Yasu. The onlookers, particularly the single individuals, shared his sentiments. Why have torches and gasoline suddenly appeared in my hands? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to set them ablaze? Echoed the thoughts of the lonely bystanders. Yasu, too, was among the single crowd. Despite garnering the affection of many girls, he remained without a girlfriend. We prioritize quality over quantity, he reassured himself, glancing at the lovely women surrounding Shigeru, although none could compare to Selena and her friends. Curse it, I actually desire both quality and quantity, Yasu conceded, admitting his greed. Nay, sensing Yasu's internal struggle, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Yasu shot a fierce glare at Nei. Before recalling Gyarados, his enthusiasm for battle had waned, and he felt the urge to seek companionship instead. Suppressing the impulse to confront Shigeru, he offered a token gesture of consolation before returning to the hotel with Nei, noting the late hour and his growing hunger. Despite having indulged in a variety of local delicacies earlier that afternoon, he felt completely famished now. He summoned Nei, the chef, to prepare a meal. Realizing that while Pokémon food was delightful, moderation was key. Shigeru, observing Yasu's departing figure, felt a surge of competitive spirit, vowing silently to defeat Yasu in their next encounter. However, he feared that such a feat might remain unattainable unless Yasu went easy on him. Sensing the intense gaze upon him, Yasu shivered, wondering if it was Shigeru's fiery stare directed at him. What is this burning gaze? Is Shigeru possibly targeting me? The thought sent a shiver down Yasu's spine. The idea of being pursued by another boy was rather alarming. Reflecting on the rivalry between Shigeru and Satoshi, Yasu became increasingly convinced of Shigeru's inclinations, resolving to maintain his distance for both Satoshi's happiness and his own safety. If Shigeru were to fathom Yasu's thoughts, he might very well bleed from the shock. After all, Satoshi had consistently challenged him without ever achieving victory. Yasu merely found it amusing to tease him. The following morning, after breakfast, Yasu ventured out in search of a training ground for his Pokémon. He rented an open area, releasing all his Pokémon and commencing targeted training sessions. While Celebi and Marl frolicked playfully, the other Pokémon engaged earnestly in their drills. Nei prepared to barbecue. and the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, making Yasu's mouth water. "Nay, your barbecue smells exquisite. Can we eat now? I feel as though I might perish from hunger," he exclaimed. "Of course. I am the world's greatest chef, but you must wait a few more minutes," Nei replied proudly. "You truly lack humility, Nei," Yasu retorted. "Humph, praise me, or I shall withhold your meal," Nei teased telepathically. While Nei could speak like Meowth from Team Rocket, she had grown accustomed to using telepathy. All right, Nei. You are the most talented chef in the world. Should anyone dare dispute that, I shall personally confront them," Yasu declared promptly. After a few minutes, Nei finally served the grilled meat, and thanks to her precise technique, it was undeniably delicious. The Pokémon, drawn by the enticing smell, salivated as they trained, their gaze shifting eagerly toward the food. "If any of you complete your tasks ahead of schedule, I shall reward you with barbecue," Yasu announced. Upon hearing this, the Pokémon ignited with determination, and Beedrill buzzed energetically, darting through the air with remarkable speed. Yasu nodded in satisfaction at the sight of his diligent Pokémon. Recognizing the importance of offering incentives to enhance their motivation, he recalled that he had cultivated an abundance of berries in his system space, which would serve perfectly as rewards. The berries produced within the system space were even tastier than those cultivated elsewhere. Transforming these berries into energy cubes would be an excellent idea, unfortunately. Yasu lacked the knowledge to create energy cubes and resolved to learn how to do so in the future. After the training session concluded, Yasu treated his Pokémon to a well-deserved feast, and despite their exhaustion, they were elated by the reward. Once he had gathered his Pokémon and returned to the hotel, Professor Oak informed him that his travel companions were arriving soon. Yasu felt a rush of excitement, wondering who they might be, perhaps a beautiful girl? Suddenly, his phone rang, prompting him to hurriedly answer. A familiar female voice greeted him. "Is this Yasu?" Upon recognizing the voice, he asked, "Is this you, Sister Iris?" "Clever boy, you recognized me by my voice," she responded. Iris was a character from Pokémon, known for her agility and expertise with berries, hailing from the Dual Dragon City in the Unova region. Under the guidance of a village elder, she had traveled and grown alongside the young dragon-type Pokémon, Axew, and was eventually adopted by a relative of Professor Oak, becoming Yasu's cousin. Regarding this cousin, Ys has quite a fondness for her, though she tends to be overly clingy. Last New Year, as soon as Alice discovered she had such an adorable little brother, she practically wanted to reside at Professor Oak's lab every day, wanting to be with Ys constantly. "Sister, what brings you to call me today?" Ys inquired, feigning ignorance. Despite being fairly certain that Alice was traveling with him, he asked for confirmation to avoid any awkwardness. "I'm here to travel with you. I'm almost in Hualon City. Where are you?" Alice replied. "I'm currently at the hotel. I will send you my location." Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, Ys was greeted by his sister, Alice. "Little Ys, you seem surprisingly unfazed to see me," Alice exclaimed with a hint of astonishment on her face. She had anticipated that her beloved brother would be overwhelmed with joy, so his nonchalant reaction puzzled her. "Could it be that my knocking was lacking?" "Close the door first, and I shall knock again," Alice suggested. "Don't be silly, Alice. Come in quickly," Ys urged, pulling her inside. "I've told you countless times to call me sister, preferably dear elder sister," Alice complained. "By the way, how could you not be surprised to see me? It's been ages since we last met," she continued, her curiosity piqued. "Humph, with my astute intellect, I have seen through everything. When Professor Oak called me, I deduced it was you," Ys declared with pride. Nei shot him a disdainful glance, as if to say that it was her idea he had stolen. However, Ys felt no embarrassment. Nei was his Pokémon, and if she saw through it, so had he. It was the same. "Oh, I had intended to surprise you. Had I known, I wouldn't have called. I would have let Professor Oak send me the coordinates to truly astonish you," Alice sighed in disappointment. "No, truly, I am quite surprised. I never expected my dear sister to come looking for me. It genuinely warms my heart," Ys said as he leaped onto Alice, taking advantage of the moment. Alice was well aware of Ys' intentions, yet she found joy in it. Being flirted with by a handsome brother was a rare delight. "Honestly, I was worried that my foolish brother might be whisked away by some vixen," Alice admitted. "Ah, I assure you that won't happen. I will take good care of myself. At the very least, I will be the one to charm others," Ys retorted, immediately pushing Alice away, the sense of touchy-feely affection vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. "By the way, Alice, what brings you here so suddenly? Don't you have anything to do?" "Nothing at all. Who would dare meddle in my affairs?" Alice replied proudly. If it came to Pokémon battles, Alice truly feared no one. Even the flamboyant Dragon Master Data would not stand a chance against her. Ys had once gifted her a quasi-legendary Pokémon from the Unova region, Hydreigon, which had now reached considerable power, capable of challenging champions. Alice's Hydreigon was at the initial stage. While the strongest Pokémon of the Kanto champion and one of the Elite Four, the Dragon Master Dado, was merely a champion, a vast disparity indeed. However, Alice had no intention of challenging the Elite Four or champions, claiming it was too troublesome, and that they were incredibly busy with countless tasks. In a scenario where Divine Beasts were not in play, only Sokka could contend with Alice, otherwise no one else qualified. If Divine Beasts were involved, it would be even simpler. Alice could summon Yi's Giratina. After meeting this cousin, Yi's had also given Alice a scale from Giratina. At the time, she had no idea what it was and thought it was merely a gift from her brother, nearly moved to tears. Later, when he summoned Giratina for her, she realized he intended to protect her, which touched her deeply. Yet, her astonished expression then was quite amusing. Although Alice couldn't command Giratina, it would still assist her in vanquishing all foes effortlessly. With Alice's arrival, Yi's also acquired the blue badge from the Hualon Gym. And he had no intention of lingering in Hualon City any longer. He prepared to depart and continue his journey. Chapter 40. The Beast Tamer Xiaoming leaving Hualon City. Our next destination is Cureleaf City, Yi's remarked as he glanced at the map. No need to check the map. I have traveled through the Kanto region before, so I am familiar with the route. Just follow me, Alice said, munching on berries. Alice was a wild, rustic girl who relished swinging amongst the vines and enjoyed snacking on berries. During her travels, she would not confine her Pokémon to their Pokeballs but would instead allow them to hide within her hair. She was quite shy around people. When she first encountered Ash in the anime, she exhibited avoidance behavior, often leaving his side only to reappear and surprise him. Consequently, when Ash and Tian Tong requested her to travel with them, she no longer distanced herself. Yet, she remained somewhat distrustful of Ash regarding her Pokémon's safety, guarding her secrets while gradually revealing her feelings, aspirations, and ambitions. Currently, Alice possessed a similar disposition, though now it was Yi's in place of Ash. The berries were cultivated by Yi's within the system space and were exceptionally delicious. These fruits were not only consumable by Pokémon but also by humans, providing ample nutrition. Of course, some berries have peculiar flavors that might delight Pokémon while being unpalatable to humans. However, there were also varieties that suited human tastes, surpassing the flavor of ordinary fruits. Hello, are you a traveling trainer? A girl, roughly Yi's age, asked as she stood before him. Alice, noticing the girl, squinted slightly, feeling a sense of discomfort yet still displaying a measure of vigilance. Although this girl could not compare to her in appearance, she was still quite a beauty and warranted caution. Indeed, I am a traveling trainer. What can I do for you? Yi's inquired politely, oblivious to the underlying tension. My name is Xiaomei. I am also a Pokémon trainer and would like to challenge you to a Pokémon battle, if that is all right? Xiaomei asked. Of course. Yi's nodded in agreement. Engaging in Pokémon battles is an essential part of traveling. This world is not a game, it is the real world. And defeating an opponent does not grant experience points, but rather enhances battle skills, honing one's Pokémon. The notion of gaining experience points from defeating an opponent is utterly absurd, a notion confined to the realm of games. If such a phenomenon existed, one could easily cheat to level up. For instance, having Rayquaza deliberately lose to a Charmander would allow the latter to reach its maximum level instantaneously. However, such absurdities are impossible in reality. Come forth, Eevee. Yi's released his Pokémon. What? It's an Eevee. How adorable. Xiaomei exclaimed, gazing at Yi's Eevee, before tossing out a Pokeball and declaring, come forth, Bulbasaur. In the Kanto region, selecting Bulbasaur as the initial Pokémon from the esteemed trio facilitates the easiest path to conquering gyms. Squirtle follows closely behind, while Charmander finds itself in the most precarious position, lacking any advantageous type matchups against the first two gyms. Nevertheless, those who choose Charmander remain the majority, driven by the allure of its majestic evolution into Charizard, as many are swayed by aesthetics. Eevee, unleash Fire Spin. The swirling vortex of flames ensnares Bulbasaur, causing it to gradually succumb to the searing heat and lose its fighting spirit. Bulbasaur. Xiaomei hurried over, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Xiaosua felt a touch of embarrassment. In truth, he had already shown consideration for the girl named Xiaomei, as one ought to do for a lady. Yet, he pondered, how could she so swiftly lose her resolve? Otherwise, he would not have allowed Eevee to utilize Flame Vortex instead of the more formidable Flame Claw. However, setting aside the disparity in strength between the two Pokémon, even Xiaosua felt slightly dismissive of Eevee's flames. Alice also perceived that Xiaosua's Eevee possessed considerable power. Nonetheless, she felt immense joy for Xiaosua. After all, the stronger her brother's Pokémon, the better. I sincerely apologize. I can certainly provide treatment for your Bulbasaur. Xiaosua glanced at Nei. Nei nodded, using a healing wave to instantly mend Bulbasaur's injuries. Upon witnessing Bulbasaur's recovery, as if nothing had transpired, Xiaomei finally smiled. It was only because Nei was a woman that Yisu permitted her to heal. Had it been a male, he would have disregarded the situation entirely unless the Pokémon was fatally wounded. Yisu displayed a remarkable leniency towards females, but what about his treatment of males? In the realm of nocturnal adventures devoid of human connection, allow me to express my gratitude. May I inquire if I could accompany you on a journey? You are truly remarkable. Being with you surely allows one to learn a great deal. Xiaomei retracted the Bulbasaur and then spoke. Xiaya, do not let her join us. Alice whispered into Isua's ear. Otherwise, I shall strangle you. Alice threatened Isua, her hand pinching firmly at Isua's waist. Hiss. Isua gasped in surprise. That grip was indeed quite forceful. Is she still my sister? I apologize, but I no longer entertain the notion of increasing the number of participants. Constrained by Alice's intimidation, Yisu reluctantly abandoned the idea of accompanying Xiaomei. Oh. Xiaomei, feeling dejected, lowered her head and remarked, there is a trainer known as the Beast Master ahead, who has achieved an impressive streak of over 90 consecutive victories. Perhaps you could challenge him. The Beast Master? Indeed. His name is Xiaoming, and other trainers refer to him as the Beast. He is indeed a formidable trainer, remarked Xiaomei. Upon hearing this, Yisu finally recalled that there was indeed a beast associated with Xiaoming, who had seemingly triumphed over Xiaoxi. However, has Xiaoming also made an appearance in the world of Pokémon? Indeed, Xiaoming is ubiquitous. After bidding farewell to Xiaomei, they advanced forward, walking for approximately 10 minutes, until they beheld a makeshift arena. On the platform stood an individual with green hair, exuding a rather flamboyant aura, undoubtedly the beast tamer. Xiaoming, are you also here to issue a challenge? Xiaoming gazed at the approaching Yisu and inquired. In truth, engaging in a battle posed no issue. Yisu nodded in agreement, for he had long been in need of a worthy opponent to train his Pokémon. Now that he encountered a capable rival, he could not let this opportunity to enhance his command skills slip away. Very well, let's go. Come forth, Sandshrew. Charge ahead. Eevee utilized Sunny Day, causing the sunlight on the field to intensify. Chapter 41, The King of Absences and Chandelure. Sandshrew employ rollout. Eevee, unleash flame burst, Nightshade commanded. Eevee expelled flames that encircled the rolling Sandshrew. How can your Eevee wield fire-type moves with such potency? Alice inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Planning to consult Nightshade after the battle concluded, Xiaoming's Sandshrew was halted by the flame burst, as fire-type moves were particularly effective against it. Eevee then unleashed Solar Flare to finish it off. After invoking Sunny Day, Nightshade's Eevee had been absorbing the sun's energy, greatly amplifying the power of Solar Flare. Upon striking Sandshrew, it sent the creature flying, leaving it incapacitated on the ground. I never anticipated you would defeat me so effortlessly. It seems my Pokémon training is still lacking. Xiaoming's face bore a look of disappointment. No, in truth, you are quite remarkable. However, challenging others in this manner does not truly benefit you, Yesu remarked. Xiaoming's Pokémon was not weak. It simply encountered a more formidable opponent in Yesu. I am now prepared to embark on a journey of self-discovery, striving to become stronger. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall return to challenge you. And I hope you will not refuse, Xiaoming declared with fervor. Yisu nodded in acknowledgement. Yet it was evident that no matter how many times Xiaoming challenged him thereafter, he would never surpass Yisu, for their disparity was continually widening. After bidding farewell to Xiaoming, Yisu and his companions continued on their journey. Xiaoyu, I feel utterly exhausted. Alice leaned against the back of Knight's silhouette and said, Is that so? I fail to see any signs of fatigue in you. I don't care. I simply don't care. I simply feel exhausted. Xiaoya, could you carry me? Alice pouted adorably on Yisu's back. If others were to witness this disgraceful display, I would be utterly embarrassed. Yisu remarked. Humph. Facial dignity is something earned through strength, Alice remarked, clenching her fists. The mist seems rather dense, doesn't it? Nightsu gazed into the thick fog ahead. In such foggy weather, one could easily lose their way, yet Nightsu and his companions had no cause for concern. With Nei's presence, getting lost would be a formidable challenge. Let us take a moment to rest, Nightsu suggested to Alice and Nei. All right, Nei replied, effortlessly retrieving cooking utensils from her spatial pocket and commencing her culinary endeavors. Wow. As the night deepened, Alice gazed in astonishment at Nei, marveling at the extraordinary sight of Shinado effortlessly producing a pot. Could it be that Shinado possessed the ability to cook? I too desire it greatly. Alice observed Nei as she prepared the meal, while Uesu focused on the system panel. Is there another opportunity for the Divine Beast lottery and random draw? Then let us draw them all. Keeping them now serves no purpose. The lottery has commenced at Isu, starting with a random draw. This particular draw was obtained through signing in at the Hualan Dojo. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the characteristic of the Hercules Leaf King. What? Xiaosua opened his eyes wide. A Pokémon with the lazy trait was indeed a rarity, and to find one endowed with the mighty characteristic was an extraordinary occurrence. He released the Lazy King, and its demeanor was unlike that of other Lazy Kings, although it immediately sprawled on the ground upon release. It did not exude an aura of lethargy. Rather, it lay there in a manner that seemed quite ordinary. In contrast, other Lazy Kings in such a position might have succumbed to slumber. What a remarkable gain! Xiaosua was exhilarated. The base stats of the Lazy King were among the highest for non-legendary Pokémon. Typically, such elevated stats would be tempered by the imposition of the lazy trait to mitigate its formidable presence. Yet, the one in Xiaosua's possession astonishingly lacked the lazy trait and instead possessed the mighty characteristic, rendering it virtually invincible. Name: Lazy King type, normal trait, mighty strength, pinnacle of the elite potential. Champion. The potential for a champion was simply astounding, Xiaosua mused. Once more, a divine beast lottery is at hand. Let us proceed without delay. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Kyurem. Fortunately, it is not an ordinary Pokémon of lesser strength. Kyurem, you say? Quite splendid. Although the current Kyurem lacks considerable power, its strength will greatly amplify when fused with Reshiram or Zekrom. Upon being summoned, Kyurem was transported into the system space. As Nightshade's consciousness entered the system space, he beheld a colossal crater beside the spatial ruler, within which lay Kyurem. Previously, the area adjacent to the spatial ruler was merely a forest, the habitat of Shalebi. Now, however, a gigantic crater has appeared. The spatial ruler, sensing the anomaly, flew above Nightshade to investigate and discovered a gray-blue Pokémon within the crater. Kyurem appears to be inspired by a Tyrannosaurus, adorned with ice-blue spikes on its nose, and its eyes devoid of discernible pupils. It possesses a long gray neck and body, with two slender arms, each bearing two delicate fingers, which connect to wings formed of ice blocks. The wings terminate in a flat surface, each equipped with two ice spikes. Kyurem's body is asymmetrical. Its left ice horn, left wing, and left jaw are slightly longer than their right counterparts. At this moment, Nightshade's consciousness arrived within the crater. The spatial ruler, noticing Nightshade's presence, approached and nuzzled against him, inquiring, "What is this?" Kyurem, having also noticed Nightshade, approached to greet him. "Hello." Kyurem appeared unfazed by its sudden appearance in this realm, and Nightshade marveled at the system's prowess. Kyurem regarded Nightshade with a hint of warmth, a sentiment echoed by the spatial ruler, who surmised that this must be Nightshade's new Pokémon. Name: Kyurem, formless, type: dragon, ice strength, early stage of a divine beast potential, divine beast evidently. Kyurem possesses the strength of an early stage divine beast, indicating that even in its unmerged state, it is formidable. After Nightshade elucidated Kyurem's status as a new companion to the spatial ruler, he exited the system space, allowing them to become acquainted. Upon fusing with Reshiram, Kyurem transforms into White Kyurem, raising its upper body to stand on two legs. The left ice horn is replaced by fur akin to Reshiram's, and its eyes reveal pupils. The left forelimb morphs into a wing resembling Reshiram's, while the right forelimb replicates the left with ice. Its original wings retract into its shoulders. The collar and back sprout white fur, and the ice at its tail vanishes, transforming into a structure akin to Reshiram's tail, enveloped in a similar white heat-generating organ. In Pokémon battles, White Kyurem activates its overdrive mode, causing the heat-generating organs in its left horn, left wings, and tail to glow red, while its original wings extend and connect to its tail, turning red to accelerate energy conduction. Chapter 42. The Pokémon Academy. When fused with Zekrom, Kyurem transforms into Black Kyurem, with the left side mirroring the right. Its forelimbs morph into claws reminiscent of Zekrom's, with the left forelimb replicating the right out of ice. Above this, wings akin to Zekrom's sprout, along with a left wing formed from ice. The collar, back, and face develop a black exterior, and the tail's ice dissipates, taking on a three-clawed, curved form, enveloped in a black organ capable of generating electricity, akin to Zekrom's tail. In Pokémon battles, when entering overdrive mode, the tips of the right horn, right forelimb, and tail exhibit blue energy, with the original wings extending and connecting to the tail, turning blue to expedite energy transmission. Nightshade, what troubles you? Your expression is quite animated. Alice remarked. Nothing. I merely had a sudden thought, Nightshade replied. Such dense fog. He observed the thick mist enveloping them, reflecting that among all weather conditions, he favored foggy days the most, as they facilitated his petty thievery during his financially constrained past. This kind of fog can easily lead one astray, Alice frowned. Not to worry. If it becomes dire, I can summon Nay to teleport us out, Nightshade dismissed. Nei's psychic abilities were formidable. Ahead lies a Pokémon Research Academy, established by the Udo family, Alice proclaimed, noting that the Udo family is quite prominent and shares some familial ties with Professor Oak. Indeed, I believe Udo Sidai studies here. Nightshade replied, nodding. Could you possibly dismount? You are rather heavy. What? Are you implying I am overweight, dear brother? Woe is me. My brother finds me burdensome. Alice wiped away a tear. Hearing their exchange, Nei raised her small hand, causing Alice to float uncontrollably in midair. Nei, put me down this instant. Alice shouted at Nei. Not a chance. What if you crush little Nightshade? Nei unhesitatingly refused. How could I possibly crush him? You've seen him lift boulders over 500 kilograms with ease and hurl them away. In truth, this was not Nightshade's limit. He had once acquired an enhancement fruit, endowing him with extraordinary physical prowess, supplemented by the power of the Tokiwa. Now, he could engage in hand-to-hand combat with elite fighting-type Pokémon without difficulty. Coupled with Nightshade's formidable psychic abilities, he undoubtedly bore the title of the strongest human in the Pokémon world. Shall we visit the Pokémon Academy? Nightshade suggested, allowing Nei to set Alice down. I think I shall pass. There is nothing worth seeing there, Alice promptly declined. Her reluctance stemmed from Udo Sidai, her nominal cousin. Last year during the new year, she discovered that she had such an attractive cousin, and Nightshade, fond of Sidai's cuteness, had also taken a liking to her. When together, Sidai would often follow Nightshade like a little tail, which irked Alice due to her overbearing attachment to him, though she remained oblivious to her own similar behavior. Thus, Alice had no desire to visit the Pokémon Academy. However, contrary to her wishes, fate had other plans, though she sought to avoid Udo Sidai. She was met with her regardless. Cousin. Udo Sidai waved at Nightshade, then leaped into his embrace. Though still young, Sidai's development was quite impressive. Gazing at the graceful young lady, Nightshade's impression of Udo Sidai shifted significantly. The last time he had seen her was a year ago, and the changes were so profound that he barely recognized her. What? Have you forgotten about your cousin now that you have a brother? Alice's displeasure was evident on her face. Oh, is there a cousin as well? My apologies for not noticing earlier, Udo Sidai replied bashfully. Yet her expression showed no sign of remorse, as if it were entirely justified. With her attention solely on Nightshade, Sidai failed to notice Alice. What brings you here? Alice inquired, surprised that they were still a distance from the Pokémon Academy. I heard that my cousin was traveling, so I came to wait here. Sidai smiled. Hard to believe, but you have grown even more beautiful. I hardly recognize you, Nightshade complimented. Really? Sidai beamed with delight at Nightshade's praise. Yuding Shurdai and Dr. Omu communicated via telephone, discovering that Yisu had already departed from Hualan City. As for Alice, she was selectively ignored, leading her to wait here for her long-unseen cousin. She had been waiting for quite some time, but the moment she saw Yisu complimenting her beauty, her weariness vanished without a trace. Accompanied by Shurdai, they proceeded to the Pokémon school, where Alice exhibited signs of displeasure. Upon returning to school and encountering Yuding Shurdai, a throng of students gathered around her. Witnessing this crowd, Shurdai furrowed her brow, feeling quite exasperated. What are you all doing here? Step aside at once, she commanded imperiously. While she appeared poised and demure before Yisu, the temperament of a young lady was unmistakably evident when addressing the crowd. Shurdai's character was multifaceted, exhibiting both commendable and less admirable traits. For instance, in the Pokémon Victory Guide, Ash and his companions observed a student, Xiao Chun, undergoing rigorous training at the Pokémon Academy, which seemed more like an upperclassman bullying a lowerclassman. The instigator of this harsh training was Shurdai, a captivating student with a wealth of experience. Although she was a student herself, she had assumed the role of instructor, highlighting her exceptional capabilities and extensive theoretical knowledge in managing the dynamics within the Pokémon Academy. Subsequently, after Xiao Chun was defeated by Xiaosua, a proud figure emerged to belittle her. Their dialogue revealed Shurdai's rather selfish nature, as she displayed no consideration for inexperienced or younger trainers. In Chapter 43, Provoking Yisu, Xiaosua, dissatisfied with Shurdai's demeanor, challenged her. Shurdai, utilizing a rock-type Pokémon, successfully defeated Xiaosua's water-type Stereo, and after mocking her, resumed instructing those around her. An infuriated Ash rebutted Shurdai, asserting that Pokémon training relied not solely on levels or character development, but on fostering companionship with them. In response, Shurdai arrogantly ridiculed Ash, mocking his 2-month journey during which he had only obtained 2 badges and 3 Pokémon, deriding his choice of Pikachu as a novice's first Pokémon, suggesting it was more suited as a pet for girls. Ash and Pikachu, humiliated in public, were incensed and issued a challenge to Shurdai. She responded with a battle using Cubone, Given that ground-type Pokémon are impervious to electric-type attacks, Ash instructed Pikachu to retaliate with alternative moves. Pikachu cleverly obscured Cubone's vision with its skull and launched a series of physical assaults, ultimately causing Cub1 to succumb to its own thrown bone. Shirdai was taken aback by the outcome, acknowledging that such tactics were not found in textbooks. However, from Yisu's perspective, Shirdai was fundamentally a good person, albeit cold towards those outside her family. Had it not been for her elite education and desire to maintain a favorable impression on Yisu, Shirdai might have wished to dismiss these annoyances outright. Being constantly surrounded by them was irksome to her. "Who are they?" inquired a well-dressed young man. Casting a hostile glance at Yisu, Yisu had grown accustomed to such animosity. Most boys harbored resentment towards him, perhaps a burden of being excessively handsome. Sometimes, he would gaze into the mirror, marveling at his own attractiveness. If Alice and Nay were privy to his inner monologue, they might have been tempted to deal with him harshly for such blatant narcissism. "Who gave you permission to call me Shirdai? Do you think you have the right? Why are you asking so many questions? What does it have to do with you? Step aside now." Shirdai's blunt remarks darkened the young man's expression. This was the Pokémon Academy, an institution for the elite, where students typically hailed from affluent families. Here, reputation held paramount importance, and Shirdai, in front of so many, showed no regard for his face. Though they might not openly contest her due to his family background, they could very well be mocking him inwardly. Glancing at Shirdai, he remained silent, redirecting his attention to Yisu. Although his own family was comparably influential, the Yuding family's connections were far more extensive. Despite his youth, he understood the necessity of discretion. Offending Shirdai would invite trouble, especially since his family encouraged a pursuit of her, anticipating a lucrative marriage that would elevate their status. In his quest to reclaim his dignity without inciting Yuding Shirdai's ire, he sought to provoke the man he found distasteful. "You're a traveling Pokémon trainer, aren't you? Do you dare to battle me?" Tanakazura Kazuki challenged. "Don't push your luck, Kazuki, or I'll have you expelled from this school." Shirdai's demeanor turned icy. The surrounding students fell silent, aware that they could not rival Kazuki's standing. Noticing the impending confrontation, they quickly retreated, wary of getting caught in the crossfire. "This is between me and him. It doesn't concern Yuding Shirdai." Kazuki squinted, asserting his position. "Cousin, let us ignore him. I'll have the principal expel him later," Shirdai replied, anxious about Yisu's potential anger. However, Yisu was unlikely to stoop to Kazuki's level. He was simply not worth it. "Never mind, let's go." Yisu gently patted Shirdai on the head. Alice cast a glance at Kazuki, noting his name for future reference, contemplating how to trouble his family later. Despite his formidable background, he was still too inexperienced for Alice's grandfather, who had extensive connections. Although it would be challenging for Alice to create trouble for the Tanakazura family, she was friends with Kona. In the Kanto region, where there was no champion, the Elite Four held greater power than their counterparts in other regions. "What's wrong? Afraid? If you're scared, just leave that woman behind." Kazuki's gaze fell greedily upon Alice, admiring her beauty, comparing her favorably to Shirdai. Yisu paused, a warm smile gracing his face, appearing gentle. However, Alice, familiar with his temperament, recognized his growing anger. It was rare for Yisu to lose his composure. The audacity to provoke her brother, coupled with Kazuki's leering gaze, incited Alice's displeasure. She resolved to alert Kona immediately to deal with Kazuki. Shirdai's anger intensified as she watched Kazuki's expression grow increasingly frigid. It seemed she would have to inform her grandfather of the situation. As Yisu turned back, he believed that Sonata Village's intention was to showcase his direct connection to a quasi-divine Pokémon. A smug expression adorned Sonata Village's face as he released his beloved Salamence. This Pokémon had grown alongside him since childhood, and, nurtured by the abundant resources of his family, had now attained the strength of a champion, albeit at the initial stage. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to render him invincible among his peers. The path to becoming a champion was relatively easier for quasi-divine Pokémon due to their inherent advantages. How about it? You've never seen one before, have you? This is a quasi-divine Pokémon from the Hoenn region, Sonata Village declared with pride. Don't tell me you're even unfamiliar with quasi-divine beings? Haha. Judging by Yisu's seemingly ordinary attire, Sonata Village had already dismissed him as an average individual. Even though he appeared to be quite close to Shingdai, Sonata believed it was merely superficial. To the common folk, quasi-divine Pokémon were an unattainable dream, a realm that even their family found difficult to reach. Chapter 44. Disappearing from the world. Do you truly think I would engage in a Pokémon battle with you? Yisu's cold gaze fixed upon him, his voice laced with indifference as if he were gazing at a lifeless body. Sonata's earlier provocations were one thing, but involving Alice had genuinely incited Yisu's wrath. His bottom line was his family. He had failed to repay his loved ones in his previous life, and now his sole purpose was to protect them. Today, Sanada was doomed. No divine intervention could save him. Are you afraid? Sanada commanded Salamence to attack, pointing menacingly at Yisu. The audacity of Sanada to direct Salamence towards Yisu enraged Alice. Though inherently shy, her love for Yisu was fierce. Hydreigon, take care of it. Alice summoned her own three-headed dragon. The divine Hydreigon effortlessly shattered Salamence's dragon rage with a single swipe of its claws, instantly annihilating the Salamence. How is this possible? How can it be so strong? Sanada's disbelief was palpable. Anyone who dares to strike at me becomes my enemy, and I am merciless toward my foes, especially when they cross my line. Yisu approached him with a smile that lacked warmth, instead exuding an air of chilling detachment. The icy smile on Yisu's face sent shivers down Sanada's spine as he sensed the imminent approach of death. Why you want to kill me? Sanada stuttered, his legs trembling in fear. No, you can't kill me. I am a member of the Sanada family. If you do, my family will not let you go. He threatened. Alice, take Shaddai and leave immediately. As for you all, disperse. Yisu commanded the onlookers, his tone leaving no room for argument. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the crowd promptly retreated, fearing for their own safety. Little Yi, if possible, spare that Salamence. Alice implored as she pulled Shaddai away. She held a fondness for Pokémon, believing that the fault lay with the trainer rather than the creature. The Salamence had attacked Yisu only because of Sanada's orders. If there was a chance, she hoped Yisu would show mercy. However, if he chose not to, she would not interfere, recognizing that the Salamence had not been guided by a worthy master. I'll tell you, my grandfather is the vice president of the league. If you dare do anything, he won't spare you. Sanada once again invoked his family's influence. Yisu merely scoffed. There are countless vice presidents in the league. Each region has 7 or 8 of them. Your vice president holds little value. Rest assured, to avoid complications, I will eradicate every trace. A family must remain intact. Don't you agree? You and your family will soon vanish from this world, Yisu declared coldly. Nai, I leave it to you. Leave no survivors, and erase all traces of their existence. A glimmer of determination flashed in Nai's eyes, and in an instant, Sanada collapsed, his spirit extinguished, devoid of life. At that moment, not only Sanada met his end, all of his blood relatives suddenly perished. Furthermore, the memories of their family began to fade from the minds of anyone who had knowledge of them. Now, aside from Yisu, Alice, and Nai, no one retained any memory of the Sanada family. This could be classified as erasure, a feat not difficult for Nai. While even Mutwo could erase memories, it could only do so within close proximity and on a limited scale. What Nai accomplished was a long-distance annihilation, obliterating not only the individuals, but also the collective memories of them. The Salamence was released after its memories were wiped clean. Yisu chose not to capture it, recognizing that it only possessed the potential of a champion and had been overly exploited by inadequate training, likely never to surpass its initial stage. Sanada's body transformed into specks of light, vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed in this world. Such was the fate of those who provoked Yisu. He offered no lectures on rules or morals. He could erase them from existence without a whisper. Once someone became an enemy, Yisu would annihilate them entirely, leaving no one untouched, regardless of any innocence within their family. His desire to eliminate Sanada stemmed not merely from the provocation but from the audacity of targeting Alice and commanding his Pokémon to attack. While he could endure personal affronts, he could not bear the thought of Alice being harmed, for it could lead to her demise. If it were only a personal insult, Yisu would have merely taught him a lesson. However, the greedy gaze directed at Alice was intolerable. Having crossed a line, Sanada's fate was sealed. Is it done? Alice inquired as Yisu approached. It is done. The Sanada family no longer exists in this world. They have been erased from history. What Sanada family? What are you two talking about? Shengdai asked, bewildered. Alice paused, glancing at Shengdai before looking at Yisu. Understanding his nod, she realized that Shengdai's unfamiliarity with the Sanada family was certainly connected to Yisu, yet she refrained from probing further. As long as the matter was resolved, that sufficed. Isn't it remarkable? Memory erasure? Yisu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I've arranged a grand feast, Shengdai remarked, looking at Yisu. Alice felt an urge to thump Shengdai on the head. Did he only see Yisu and not her, his cousin? Even taking a detour, it should not have led them here. Had they chosen another path, they would not have encountered Shengdai, nor would they have crossed paths with him. As Shengdai clung to Yisu's arm, Alice felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Chapter 45, The Evolution Choice of Eevee. Yisu cousin. May I accompany you on your journey? I implore you, Shengdai asked with an eager expression directed at Yisu. No, your grandfather would never agree to it. Alice interjected before Yisu could respond. Little Yi had enough on his plate. She had no desire to add Shengdai to the mix. My grandfather will surely consent. As long as you agree, Isu cousin. There is little left to learn at school. What I truly lack is practical experience through travel, Shirdai insisted. Gazing intently at Isu. You can join me on the journey, but what about your studies? You cannot simply abandon your education, Isu replied. Not to worry. I have already self-studied for a month. At least for this month, there are no pressing matters, Shirdai replied with a smile. An exemplary student, Shirdai excelled in her studies. Thus, she planned to travel with Isu for a month, and then return to complete her coursework without delay. In truth, she longed to forego her education. But she surmised that even her grandfather's affection would not permit her to travel if she were to abandon her studies. The Pokémon Academy was not as dreadful as one might imagine. It offered a wealth of knowledge, albeit mostly theoretical, lacking ample practical application. Moreover, Shirdai was among the strongest in her class, and no one could match her in training. As for those who became mere bookworms, that was a reflection of their own shortcomings. One could not solely blame the school's teachings. Of course, there were numerous things one could not learn in school. The best course of action would be to study for a few years and then venture out to broaden one's horizons. Very well. As long as your grandfather has no objections, you may join us on our travels, Isu nodded in agreement. Yay, Shirdai exclaimed, jumping with joy. She had already discussed it with her grandfather, who had granted his approval. My grandfather has agreed. From now on, I shall rely on you. Cousin, Shirdai beamed with happiness. Little Yi will be busy training Pokémon, so I may not have time to guide you, but I can certainly assist, Alice said. Approaching Shirdai and placing a hand on her shoulder, smiling warmly like a close friend. With such a capable cousin to guide me, I am indeed delighted. Shirdai replied with a forced smile. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she couldn't shake the feeling that her cousin's smile held a hint of something sinister, evoking a sense of impending doom. Cousin, when shall we depart? Shirdai asked eagerly. Let us stay here for a few days first. It would be good to see what the academy teaches, Isu replied, taking the opportunity to observe what Eevee wished to evolve into. After dinner, Isu released Eevee and inquired, Eevee, what type do you wish to evolve into? Isu respected Eevee's opinions if it did not wish to evolve. He would not force it. Isu presented Eevee with the options for evolution. Uncertain whether it was due to Eevee's gender, when it beheld the fairy type, it immediately expressed its desire to evolve into that form. You wish to evolve into a fairy type? Isu exclaimed in surprise. Given Eevee's performance in battles, he had anticipated it would evolve into a fire type, especially since he possessed a fire stone, and Eevee's flames were distinct from those of a typical Eevee. To evolve into a fairy type, Eevee needed to learn fairy type moves and master them, with a high level of affection required. While Isu's Eevee currently knew some fairy type moves, mastering them would not come easily and would require dedication to training. Are you certain you want to evolve into a fairy type? Training fairy type moves is quite arduous, Isu cautioned Eevee. Eevee displayed a determined expression and assured Isu it would give its all. Very well, I shall devise a training plan for you. Mastering fairy-type moves is no simple task. According to the system, one must proficiently use at least 6 fairy-type skills to be considered a master, Isu explained. Eevee currently knew 6 fairy-type moves: Charm, Play Rough, Fairy Wind, Moonblast, and Dazzling Gleam. However, it could only proficiently utilize Charm, Play Rough, and Fairy Wind. There remained a long journey ahead. Little Yi, your Eevee is so adorable. What form do you wish it to evolve into? Alice remarked, gazing at Eevee. It wishes to evolve into a fairy type, Isu responded. You can understand what Pokémon are saying? Alice and Shirdai exclaimed in astonishment. Hee, that's merely one of my abilities, Isu replied with pride. Humph, look at you, basking in the limelight. But it is indeed fascinating. If you can comprehend the language of Pokémon, Shirdai said, her eyes sparkling with envy as she looked at Isu. Cousin, what is that Pokémon over there? I have never seen it before. Shirdai pointed at Celebi, who was playing with Maril. That is the legendary Pokémon Celebi. It can traverse time and bring vitality to the places it reaches. It has the ability to resurrect fallen companions and possesses purifying powers. It is indeed a legendary Pokémon, often referred to as the Guardian of the Forest, Alice explained to Shirdai. Upon hearing about the mythical beast, Shirdai was momentarily stunned. Her admiration for Isu deepening. Wow, it can travel through time. How incredible. And it can even revive fallen Pokémon. Truly remarkable. My cousin has captured a legendary beast. That is simply amazing. Isu relished the adoring gaze of Shirdai, enjoying the sensation of having a little admirer. Was this what it felt like? Or was it merely his vanity at play? An afternoon of training saw Eevee honing its proficiency in fairy-type moves, with Isu continuously encouraging it. Once Eevee chose this path, it must see it through to the end. Handing Eevee its favorite berry, it took a bite, its eyes reflecting pure delight. Eevee is indeed adorable, Shirdai remarked, watching the creature nestled in Isu's arms, stifling a giggle. after recalling all the Pokémon to allow them to rest. It was time for dinner. The evening meal, prepared by Nay, was so delicious that Shurdai felt as though her taste buds were dancing. It was simply exquisite. Compared to the feast I prepared for lunch, Nay's cooking is far superior. What a talented Pokémon Nay is. You may call me Nay. The Pokémon communicated telepathically with Shurdai. Telepathy? How wonderful. I would love to have a Pokémon with telepathic abilities. That way, I could converse with my Pokémon. Shurdai exclaimed with envy. There are quite a few Pokémon with telepathic abilities. Given your grandfather's affection for you, acquiring one should not be difficult, Alice noted. Well aware of Shurdai's esteemed position within her family, her grandfather treated her like a precious gem, nearly spoiling her to the point of developing a princess complex. No. I want to catch one myself. I cannot rely on my family for everything, Shurdai insisted, clenching her little fist. Honestly, I believe it is a waste not to utilize available resources. If they are at your disposal, why not make use of them? But if you prefer to catch one on your own, that is entirely up to you, Yisu remarked, continuing to eat. In Yisu's view, having resources at home and not utilizing them would be a missed opportunity. After all, they belong to his family. The following morning, Yisu opened his eyes and began to rise. However, upon seeing Lala Laysai standing beside him, his eyes widened in surprise. The blue-glowing Lala Laysai bore an uncanny resemblance to Nay, or rather, the current Lala Laysai was indeed Nay. Is that you, Nay? Yisu inquired, perplexed. You don't even recognize me anymore, humph. Nay pouted, crossing her tiny arms and turning her head away in mock annoyance. But how did you transform into this form? How did you regress? Yisu exclaimed, sitting up and wrapping his arms around Nay's petite frame, beginning to inspect her. How could you suddenly devolve from Shinado to Lala Laysai? That is not a regression, Nay replied, shimmering with white light as she evolved from Lala Laysai into Cerulean. And then from Cerulean into Shinado. I discovered this ability just last night. I can freely control my transformation into Lala Laysai, Cerulean, or Shinado without any change in my strength. Nay once again morphed into Lala Laysai. While her power remains unchanged, each form being of the creator god level, it's evident that Shinado exhibits superior combat prowess. Strength and combat capability are distinct, for instance. Some Pokémon may possess the potential of a low champion, but can exhibit the combat efficiency of a mid-level champion. Take Yisu's Vacation King as an example. Currently, it holds the strength of a peak champion, yet possesses combat capabilities that rival even that of a champion. This is due to the Vacation King's immense power and absence of lazy traits, compounded by its extraordinary base stats, leading to a naturally higher combat ability. Combat ability is a composite value derived from strength, techniques, and special moves. I never expected such a phenomenon. This is truly eye-opening, Yisu remarked, playfully rubbing Nay's face. After getting up, Nay clung to Yisu's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go. Following her transformation, her demeanor shifted as well. In her Lala Laysai form, she displayed an endearing clinginess to Yisu. Upon exiting the room, they found Alice already awake. Observing the Lala Laysai draped over Yisu, she blinked in surprise. Little Yi, is that Nay? Alice asked uncertainly. Indeed, I am Nay, she declared, leaping off Yisu and transforming back into her Shinado form. Nay then proceeded to prepare breakfast, leaving Alice somewhat bewildered, pondering how Nay could change forms. How marvelous. I'm not entirely sure either. Nay mentioned she discovered this ability last night. Yisu shrugged. He was equally in the dark, as Nay was a Pokémon egg bestowed by the system, leaving him unaware of her unique nature. Well, with Nay's extraordinary abilities, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by any irrational feats she performs. Alice accepted Nay's transformation. After breakfast, Nay reverted to her Lala Laysai form and perched atop Yisu's head, resembling Shauna when she shrank down to sit on Yuer's head, playfully indulging in antics. Yisu continued to the training grounds to have his Eevee practice fairy-type moves. Ding ding ding. Hearing the phone ring, Yisu checked to find it was a call from Professor Oak. Upon answering, he was greeted not by the expected voice of Professor Oak, but by the adorably clueless face of a Dragonite. The Dragonite, not belonging to Yisu but rather Professor Oak's companion from years past, had always enjoyed spending time with Yisu at the lab. This time Alice didn't bring Professor Oak's Dragonite, she only brought her own three-headed dragon, he mused. Recalling that the rest of Alice's Pokémon were being cared for by Professor Oak, Yisu, where is Alice? Professor Oak's voice reached him. Alice, upon hearing her grandfather's voice, quickly shook her head at Yisu and slipped away. She is right here, Yisu replied. So, is she a beautiful companion? I hope I didn't mislead you, Professor Oak chuckled. Is there something you need? Yisu asked. Dragonite misses you. Ever since you left with Morillali. It hasn't had anyone to play with and just sits in the corner looking forlorn. Professor Oak patted the Dragonite beside him, which smiled brightly at Yisu. Dragonite, Would you like to travel with me now? Yisu asked the Dragonite. Instantly, it nodded in agreement, prompting Professor Oak to arrange for its teleportation to Yisu's location. Where shall I send it? Professor Oak inquired. I'm currently at the school in St. Dai. You can send it here. Yisu confirmed as he obtained the Dragonite's Pokeball. After a lengthy conversation, Yisu ended the call and noticed Alice emerging. Sister, why did you run off just now? Yisu questioned her. Oh, I just suddenly needed to use the restroom, Alice replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. St. Dai. Some students have come to our school to cause trouble. Suddenly, a group of students barged into the training ground, their expressions filled with anger and discontent. What? Take me to see. St. Dai's face mirrored her displeasure. Let us go check it out, Yisu suggested. Allowing his Pokémon to train freely before taking Alice and St. Dai with him away from the training ground. On the school grounds, a heated argument was taking place, with three familiar faces, Ash and his companions, among them. Oh, Yisu, you're here, Ash exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Yisu. Brock, upon spotting Alice, was momentarily taken aback. Wow, what a beautiful lady, he exclaimed, smitten. Could you kindly share your name with me, lovely lady? He asked Alice, adjusting his hair and adopting a gentlemanly tone. I'm sorry, but you're a nice guy, Alice replied, handing Brock a nice guy card outright. Taken aback, Brock felt disheartened, pondering why he always seemed to receive such cards. Thankfully, he quickly gave up. Or else Yisu would have surely used telekinesis to toss him aside for trying to flirt with his sister. Cousin, do you know them? St. Dai inquired, astonished. What a beautiful girl. She is even more stunning than Misty, Ash remarked, albeit tactlessly in Misty's presence, leading to her irritation. Infuriated, Misty punched Ash on the head. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ash mumbled, bewildered. Yisu observed the scene, his brow twitching, noting Misty's fierce temperament. Yes, I know them. Yisu nodded. Since you know them, let us consider their visit to our school as a misunderstanding, St. Dai suggested. Given that these individuals are acquainted with my cousin, they likely mean no harm aside from Brock, who seems a bit too forward, but let's overlook that. What do you mean causing trouble? Your school is utterly unreasonable for bullying the weak. Ash's expression suddenly turned unfriendly. Bullying? St. Dai glanced at the individuals beside her, and she understood the situation. You lot have truly tarnished the school's reputation, she said, pointing at the few standing nearby with a displeased expression. Upon witnessing St. Dai's outburst, the group quickly lowered their heads. St. Dai let out a cold snort at them, yet she had no intention of punishing them. After all, they were her schoolmates. And any lesson to be learned should come from within the institution, not from outsiders. Although they were friends of Yisu, her cousin, their demeanor did not reflect well. She then addressed Xiaoji and his companions, stating, in any environment, the bullied can only blame their own lack of effort. The weak are often preyed upon by the strong. If you cannot tolerate it, then strive to become stronger. What do you mean by that? Just because one possesses strength, does it give them the right to bully the weak? Xiaoji retorted, feeling indignant. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, where the weak are often victimized due to their vulnerability. If one is strong enough, who would dare to bully them? Even if you're strong, can you truly manage everything? Who said I can't manage? When faced with injustice, I must take action, Xiaoji said, clenching his fists. Yisu shook his head, acknowledging Xiaoji's good intentions, yet he understood that this was the immutable nature of the world. There are a few who may not adhere to this, but they are merely exceptions. Seeing the impending argument, Yisu swiftly intervened. Let us not argue over this. It serves no purpose. Even if we establish right from wrong, it remains inconsequential. Yisu, let us engage in a Pokémon battle, Xiaoji exclaimed eagerly, looking at Yisu with anticipation. Yisu's lips twitched slightly moments ago. Xiaoji was fervently seeking justice for the bullied boy, and now he was enthusiastically challenging him to a battle. How remarkably fickle. I have already earned 2 badges. I am quite formidable, Xiaoji asserted, fearing Yisu might look down on him for his perceived weakness, and promptly displayed his 2 badges. Here we go again with the boasting. Surely, others have earned badges too, and Yisu is not someone who merely obtained his badges through charity, Xiaosua remarked, covering her face in exasperation. She could hardly tolerate Xiaoji's incessant boasting about his 2 badges, as if he feared no one would recognize his achievements. Can I please challenge you? Xiaoji asked, adopting a more pleading tone. Very well, I accept your challenge, Yisu replied, feeling somewhat resigned. He had little interest in battling Xiaoji, but considering his enthusiasm, he recognized that declining would only lead to endless pestering. Yay! Xiaoji cheered, springing into the air. Let us head to the battle arena. We cannot duel on the playground. My Pokémon is over there. Agreed. As long as you are willing to battle. I have no objections. Xiaoji eagerly followed Yisu to the training ground, oblivious to the challenges that awaited him. Xiao Chun, the boy who had been bullied, looked on in confusion as Xiaoji excitedly departed. Did you not say you would help me seek justice? Are you leaving just like that? Xiao Chun felt forgotten as Xiaoji, consumed by thoughts of battle, seemed to overlook him entirely. With only 3 Pokémon, let us engage in a 3-on-3 duel, Xiaoji declared to Yisu. He noticed Yisu's numerous Pokémon and felt a twinge of envy, recognizing that many were unfamiliar to him. All right. I have no objections, Yisu replied nonchalantly. Go, Butterfree. Xiaoji sent forth his Butterfree. I choose you, Eevee, Yisu commanded, signaling to the Eevee beside him. Eevee happily bounded forward, eager to train its fairy-type moves against the flying Butterfree. Despite not being evolved, Yisu's Eevee appeared quite formidable, leading Xiaosua to predict Xiaoji's imminent defeat. I shall act as the referee, Alice announced. To have the beautiful Alice as the referee was an unexpected delight for Xiao Gang, who felt he should take Xiaoji's place in the battle. Given the honor of having a goddess officiate the match, Xiaoji, I doubt you can win. Let me take your place in battle, Xiao Gang insisted, approaching Xiaoji. Absolutely not. It took great effort to convince Yisu to battle me. If you want to challenge him, go ahead, Xiaoji firmly pushed aside the meddlesome Xiao Gang. Where is your Gardevoir, Yisu? And what is this Ralts? Xiaosua questioned, puzzled by the absence of Yisu's Gardevoir. This Ralts is the former Gardevoir. Nay is a shiny Pokémon, thus it possesses some unique traits, Yisu explained. Oh, Xiaosua nodded, feigning understanding for the sake of appearance. Chapter 48, The Battle with Xiaoji. Although Xiaosua could not comprehend why Gardevoir had transformed into Ralts, she felt compelled to pretend to understand since Yisu had explained it to her. This is a battle between Xiaoyu and Xiaoji. The challenger will attack first and may switch Pokémon during the fight. Let the battle commence, Alice declared. Xiaoji stood there, bewildered and uncomprehending. What are you waiting for, Xiaoji? The challenger attacks first, and you are the challenger, Xiaosua reminded him, facepalming in embarrassment. Oh, so I am the one to attack first. Xiaoji scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly before shouting, Butterfree, use sleep powder. Butterfree released a cloud of powder resembling flower pollen. Eevee, use magical shine to reduce its power, Yisu commanded. A dazzling orb of magic appeared beside Eevee, hurtling toward Butterfree, which, bathed in radiant light, was swiftly knocked out. The disparity in strength was glaring, and had Yisu not instructed Eevee to lessen the power of magical shine, Butterfree might have faced dire consequences. How is this possible? My Butterfree was defeated so easily? This defies logic, Xiaoji exclaimed in disbelief. What else could it be? Yisu's Eevee is simply too powerful, Shengdai replied smugly, viewing the outcome as entirely expected. In her eyes, her cousin was unparalleled, and this person before her seemed like a novice, perhaps even less capable than those who had yet to learn. Xiaoji felt utterly disheartened. Being defeated in one hit marked his first experience of such a dismal failure. Butterfree has been defeated. The challenger must send forth their second Pokémon, Alice announced. Come forth, Pidgey, Xiaoji said despondently as he sent out his second Pokémon. If you do not regain your spirits, this Pidgey will likely meet the same fate as my Eevee, Yisu cautioned Xiaoji. It was crucial for Xiaoji to recover from this setback. Otherwise, he might find himself perpetually hindered by this defeat. With Yisu's reminder, Xiaoji managed to muster some resolve despite the weight of his recent loss weighing heavily on him. Alas, given Xiaoji's current demeanor, he hardly stands a chance. Xiaosua lamented, recognizing the overwhelming strength of Yisu's Eevee. Wasn't Ash seeking out punishment? It truly confounds me how he thinks. Ash appeared utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Xiaosua shook his head and commanded Eevee to use Fairy Wind. Ash, still reeling from his initial defeat, failed to react in time and watched helplessly as Pidgey was struck by the Fairy Wind. Despite being a competent Pokémon, Ash's Pidgey was still outmatched by Eevee, resulting in a swift defeat. This time, it was even more humiliating. Without landing a single attack, Ash faced utter disgrace. Ash, what is happening? You lack any fighting spirit. At this rate, you cannot even dream of becoming a Pokémon master. You don't even possess the qualifications to be a trainer, Misty scolded him. Ash's current demeanor was indeed infuriating. He had lost his resolve after just one defeat. Ash, if this is how you will perform, then I see no need to continue our battle, Xiaosua remarked, observing Ash's despondent state. The reprimands from Misty and Xiaosua jolted Ash back to reality. Gazing at his injured Pidgey, he felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Pidgey, return. Ash recalled his Pokémon. There is a medical room at the school specifically for treating Pokémon. Pidgey and Butterfree seem seriously hurt. You should take them for treatment, Shindai advised Ash and his companions. Thank you, Brock. Please take Pidgey and Butterfree for treatment. I want to finish this battle, Ash said, handing his Pokeball to Brock. His fighting spirit rekindled. Brock nodded and, under the guidance of a fellow student, proceeded to the medical room. Pikachu, I must rely on you once more, Ash said, crouching down to pat Pikachu on the head. Pika, Pika. Pikachu nodded, clenching its tiny fist, and stepped onto the battlefield. This Pikachu possesses extraordinary spirit. It is quite remarkable, Alice remarked, observing Ash's Pikachu. With her keen eye, she recognized Pikachu's potential, predicting its future achievements would be significant. Xiaosua chuckled at her observation. Could the protagonist be anything less than exceptional? In the world of Pokémon, both Ash and Pikachu were undoubtedly the main characters, blessed by fortune. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Eevee, use Sand Attack. Eevee scooped up sand and hurled it towards Pikachu. Caught off guard, Pikachu was blinded by the sand, rubbing its eyes in discomfort. Witnessing this, Ash became flustered and was at a loss for what to do. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash inquired, his anxiety palpable. Pikachu, distressed by the sand, was unable to execute its Thunderbolt move due to panic, and the irritation in its eyes was overwhelming. Just as Pikachu attempted to escape, it was suddenly struck, sending it flying. Pika. Hearing Pikachu's pained cry heightened Ash's panic. Pikachu, are you okay? At that moment, the tears washed the sand from Pikachu's eyes. Just as Pikachu regained its bearings, it was hit by Eevee's fairy wind, sending it spiraling away. Pikachu, are you alright? Come back. Seeing the injuries on Pikachu, Ash felt a surge of pain and called it back instead of using a healing move. However, Pikachu, undeterred, stood bravely, clenching its fist and gazing defiantly at Eevee. Pikachu. It unleashed a Thunderbolt towards Eevee. Eevee, use Substitute. Although Pikachu's Thunderbolt landed, it struck the substitute, while the real Eevee remained unscathed. Eevee, use Magical Shine to end this battle, Xiaosua commanded. Eevee released a Magical Shine, striking the exhausted Pikachu, who was left battered and unable to continue fighting. Pikachu. Ash rushed to Pikachu's side, cradling it in his arms. Pikachu opened its eyes briefly to gaze at Ash before succumbing to unconsciousness, its injuries severe from the relentless attacks. Chapter 49. Defeating Ash, Eevee's evolution into Sylveon. Truth be told, it was quite surprising that Pikachu had endured for so long. Ash, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take Pikachu for treatment. Misty urged him. Huh? Oh, right. I'll take Pikachu for treatment right away. Ash responded, rising in a flurry. Where's the medical room? He inquired. I can show you. Koharu offered. Thank you, Koharu. Ash expressed his gratitude, realizing he had momentarily overlooked her assistance. Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Child of Fortune and receiving a potential fruit champion. Xiaosua paused, astonished that defeating Ash would yield such a reward. And a rather substantial one at that. A champion-level potential fruit. Administering it to a Pokémon would elevate its potential to champion status. However, Xiaosua was uncertain who should receive this fruit. Perhaps it was best to save it for later. At that moment, Eevee was enveloped in a radiant light, sprouting ribbon-like appendages and growing in size, predominantly adorned in pink and white. Wow, your Eevee has evolved into Sylveon, Shindai exclaimed in astonishment. Yasu's Eevee had reached the brink of evolution, merely needing the conditions to trigger it. It was remarkable that such proficiency in fairy-type moves had been achieved in just a few days. Mastery of moves is typically a lengthy process, so it was exceptional for Yasu's Eevee to evolve post-battle. Perhaps it was an anomaly. Alice gazed at the ribbons atop Sylveon's head, feeling a whimsical urge to touch them. Sylveon, may I touch your ribbons? Alice asked, unable to contain herself. Sylveon shook its head and nestled into Yasu's embrace, making its feelings clear. If you want to let me, then fine, Alice huffed, appearing somewhat miffed. Xiaosua observed Sylveon with curiosity. Something felt amiss. Wasn't it necessary to master 6 fairy-type moves to evolve? The training results had not seemed so pronounced. Never mind, if I can't figure it out. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Typically, Eevee requires mastering fairy-type moves to evolve, a fact substantiated by Professor Yamazaki's research. However, Yasu's Eevee was indeed an exception. Following its evolution into Sylveon, its strength had ascended to the initial level of a quasi-champion. Minutes later, Ash and Brock returned, Ash's expression tinged with disappointment. Clearly affected by his recent defeat, but given Ash's resilient nature, he would likely recover swiftly. Ash, is your Pokémon alright? Xiaosua asked Ash, feigning concern. Yes. It's fine now, Ash nodded, though upon seeing Sylveon, he was taken aback and promptly retrieved his Pokédex. Sylveon, the evolved form of Eevee, discovered by Dr. Xiaosua. The mechanical voice of the Pokédex filled the air, creating an awkward silence. Oh, so this evolution type was discovered by Xiaosua? It's that powerful? Indeed, just recently evolved. Knight's face bore a smile, and although he heard the introduction of the Pokémon Pokédex, he felt no embarrassment as long as he was not the one causing it. He thought it was imperative for Professor Oak to revise it. Otherwise, every time an opponent was unaware of their Pokémon, they could simply scan it with the Pokédex. Well, this is a Pokémon discovered by Knight. Could lead to a social demise, and he couldn't help but feel envious. In truth, when he set off, he had also wished for an Eevee. Ash gazed at the fairy Pokémon with a tinge of envy. Ash, you're being overly greedy, Misty remarked, exasperated with Ash's demeanor. Knight, however, did not mind. Eevee was indeed a splendid Pokémon with multiple evolution types. Knight, are you really not coming with us on our journey? Ash inquired once more. He wished to invite Knight to travel together, but Knight declined. Given Ash's combative nature, if Knight were to accompany them, he would undoubtedly be pestered for Pokémon battles daily, which was not something he desired. He aspired to reach the pinnacle of his life. Although he had received a reward from the system for battling Ash, it did not guarantee future rewards. The system only spoke on its own accord, remaining silent to Knight's inquiries no matter how he asked. Seeing Knight's resolute stance, Ash felt a pang of disappointment. Having such a powerful Pokémon trainer as Knight to train with would make becoming a Pokémon master merely a matter of time, but he ultimately relinquished his invitation. Knight, could you come over here for a moment? Brock approached Knight with a rather sneaky demeanor. What do you want? Knight responded, feeling a sense of discomfort at Brock's ingratiating expression. Was Brock perhaps infatuated with him due to his good looks, abandoning his interest in older girls? If that were the case, Knight might consider erasing Brock from existence altogether. While Knight held no prejudice against homosexuals, he certainly did not wish to attract unwanted attention. Brock, are you familiar with the goddess, Alice? Brock whispered, lowering his voice. Alice is my sister. Why do you ask? You're not trying to make a move on her, are you? A flicker of hostility crossed Knight's face. The goddess's brother? Brock scratched his head, unaware that the beautiful lady was Knight's sister. Could you possibly know? My sister dislikes unattractive individuals, Knight interjected, not waiting for Brock to finish. Knight surmised that Brock was likely seeking his sister's contact information. Brock stood frozen, the word ugly echoing in his mind. Could it be true that he was indeed unattractive? He pondered, reflecting on his dark complexion and squinty eyes, feeling decidedly less appealing. Comparing himself to Knight only amplified his insecurities. Be confident. Just remove the seams from your statement, Knight added with a cutting remark. What happened to him? Misty asked as she observed Brock sulking in a corner, drawing circles. Just moments ago, he was lively and appeared smitten by Alice. Now he seemed devoid of purpose. Perhaps he's dissatisfied with his appearance and was struck by the reality of my handsomeness, Knight mused narcissistically, though it sounded vain. Knight had the confidence to back it up with his good looks. That insufferable brat is far too arrogant. He can't possibly compare to my charm. A hidden Kojiro fumed from the bushes. Do you not possess any self-awareness? He is undeniably more attractive than you, yet you still speak ill of him? Musashi chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Exactly. He is leagues more handsome than you. You cannot compete. Meowth added, delivering a blow to Kojiro's ego. Enough. I can't stand it any longer. I must step out and teach that brat a lesson so he knows I am superior. Kojiro could no longer contain himself and leaped out in anger. Hey, don't go seeking your demise. Even a child like him is your match. You'll end up in a world of hurt, and you're not even as handsome, Meowth cautioned. Knight was momentarily taken aback by Kojiro's sudden appearance. Though he was not surprised to find someone hiding nearby. Living beings possess a wave guide, and his ability had sensed the presence of someone concealed there. He simply did not expect it to be Kojiro from Team Rocket. If Kojiro was present, then the waves emanating from Musashi and Meowth would likely belong to them as well. Who are you? Sayaka asked, staring at the suddenly emerging Kojiro. She did not recall anyone like him from her school. Musashi followed suit, responding with a haughty sneer. Little girl, since you have sincerely inquired, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to uphold peace in the world, we embody the evil that carries love and truth, the charming and delightful villains. Musashi, Kojiro, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. Knight found himself reminiscing, as he had been brainwashed by that very line in his previous life while watching Pokémon. The group stared at them, utterly baffled, while Ash and his companions glared at them with indignation. Team Rocket, it's you again. What do you want? Ash said, brandishing a Pokeball, ready for confrontation. To Ash, the appearance of Team Rocket always signified trouble, as he had experienced previously at the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. Wasn't Team Rocket a notorious supervillain organization dominating Kanto and Johto? How could they have such members? Alice, observing the trio's foolish antics, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It seemed the intelligence of Team Rocket's members was rather questionable. If Team Rocket consisted solely of such characters, they ought to surrender rather than continue their villainous endeavors. This was, after all, Knight's first encounter with Team Rocket in the Pokémon world. And he pondered whether he should bestow upon them some special gifts, perhaps legendary Pokémon? Move aside, kid. We're not here for you. You're not worthy of my attention. Kojiro scoffed at Ash. I, Kojiro, challenge you to a duel. He shouted at Knight, brandishing a Pokeball. Alice furrowed her brows and tugged at Knight, asking, Knight, how did you provoke Team Rocket? Knight could only think of 3 questions. What did I do to offend Team Rocket? No, it can't be. Katsu should not be like this. Has he developed Mewtwo? Team Rocket was a supervillain organization spanning 2 regions, and if Knight had drawn their attention, it could spell danger. Despite possessing legendary Pokémon, Alice remained concerned. Don't worry. These 2 are essentially non-affiliated members of Team Rocket, and besides, I am not afraid of them. I know exactly who their leader is, Knight whispered to Alice. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Do you not regard me, Sasaki Kojiro? Kojiro was furious. Sasaki Kojiro, a name synonymous with renowned swordsman, ought to embody great strength. However, this particular Kojiro seems rather inept. Weezing, teach him a proper lesson, Kojiro exclaimed, tossing out a Pokeball that released Weezing. Upon seeing Weezing, Xiaosua couldn't help but chuckle. Its expressions were utterly delightful, perfect for a meme. What are you laughing at? Brat? Do you disrespect me? This is infuriating. Kojiro jumped up in anger. Hand over your Pokemon, and I shall plead for your mercy, allowing Kojiro to spare you. How does that sound? Meowth meowed towards Xiaosua. A talking Meowth? Alice gazed in astonishment at the feline that could articulate human language. It was indeed remarkable. This was not mere telepathy, it was direct speech. In truth, this Meowth was not only unique, but possessed significant potential, a champion-level aptitude, which, when fully developed, could prove formidable. This was revealed when Xiaosua, out of curiosity, utilized the system to investigate. Xiaosua was taken aback by the formidable potential of Team Rocket's Meowth. However, even with such prowess, he had no intention of capturing it. The trio of Team Rocket had long since parted ways with their comedic charm. Yet, given Meowth's disposition, even if it were captured, it would lack the motivation to train. Its thoughts solely fixated on wealth. Such talent seemed wasted on it. Did you hear that? Hurry and surrender your Pokemon, or Kojiro shall take action. I assure you, Kojiro is quite powerful. Meowth threatened Xiaosua, brandishing its claws. Gazing at the array of precious Pokémon, Meowth fantasized about being rewarded by its boss, its eyes brimming with visions of riches. Indeed, if you fail to relinquish your Pokémon, I, Kojiro, shall easily dispatch you. Kojiro boasted. These 3 were not only dim-witted, but also incredibly arrogant. They were no match for Ash, let alone for Xiaosua. Misty sighed, entirely unconcerned. She had a thorough understanding of Team Rocket's capabilities. If Ash were merely a novice, these 3 were devoid of any skill. Truly pathetic. Am I being called a pretty boy? I perceive a hint of jealousy. Is it my fault that I am handsome? Xiaosua chuckled. Should I blame the Earth's gravity if I struggle to relieve myself? How infuriating, you little brat. I would never envy you. My looks are clearly on par with yours. Kojiro retorted, seething with rage. Weezing, use poison gas. Frantic, Kojiro commanded Weezing to attack Xiaosua. Fairy, use Fairy Wind to blow the poison gas back. The Fairy Pokémon, previously cradled in Yasu's arms, leapt forth and unleashed a powerful gust, sending the poison gas spiraling back. Quick, cover your nose. Otherwise, you'll be poisoned. Meowth shouted urgently. Inhaling poison gas could indeed lead to poisoning. Being defeated by one's own Pokémon would be utterly laughable. You fool. Why did you order Weezing to use poison gas? Musashi yelled in frustration. Stop talking. The gas is coming. Quickly cover your mouth and nose. Kojiro reminded Musashi, hastily shielding his face. Once the noxious fumes dissipated into the atmosphere, they cautiously removed their hands from their faces, inhaling fresh air as if they had been reborn. Well, we are finally saved. I thought I was going to be poisoned. You nearly got me killed. Meowth patted its racing heart, relieved, while chastising Kojiro. This guy is somewhat formidable. Musashi, quickly send out your Arbok. We shall defeat him together. Kojiro urged. But he's a handsome guy. Is it really appropriate for us to gang up on him? Musashi hesitated, clearly taken by Kojiro's looks. What are you hesitating for? Do you wish to be his partner? Give up. He would never look your way, Kojiro jabbed, striking at Musashi's heart. What did you say? Even if I cannot have him, I won't let him escape my grasp. Just wait until I capture him for my own enjoyment. Musashi retaliated, throwing a punch at Kojiro before unleashing Arbok. This trio truly brought joy to Ash's journey. Yet it was time to bid them farewell. Fairy, use Fairy Wind to blow them away. Xiaosua commanded the Fairy Pokémon. A fierce gale swept toward Team Rocket, uprooting the very ground beneath them. Such an impressive Fairy Pokémon. Why don't I have an Eevee? Ash gazed enviously at the Fairy Pokémon's display of power. Ash, you can't even catch a Pokémon? Yet you wish to encounter an Eevee? It probably fled before you even arrived, Brock taunted Ash, who had just recovered from a prior setback. Even if I faltered, you shouldn't feel superior. Oh, it seems I must delve deeper into Pokémon theory. Next time I battle Xiaosua, I shall surely emerge victorious, Ash declared, his fists clenched with fervor, despite the earlier defeat that had shaken his confidence. Ash's resilient spirit quickly restored his determination, as if the loss had never occurred. What a powerful wind! This feeling is so irritating. Team Rocket and their Pokémon were swept into the air by the fairy wind, becoming mere specks against the vast sky. Will they be all right? Falling from this height could be fatal. Sonda expressed her concern as she watched the now invisible Team Rocket trio, fearing the worst. They will be fine. They are remarkably resilient. Xiaosua chuckled. He was well acquainted with Team Rocket's ability to endure. Throughout their escapades, they had been blown away countless times, yet they always returned to oppose Ash with vigor. Perhaps they were the true protagonists after all. Congratulations, Master, on defeating Team Rocket. You are awarded a chance to spin the lucky wheel. The system's notification brought a smile back to Yasu's face. Defeating the trio unexpectedly yielded a reward, a delightful surprise indeed. What are you laughing at? You look like a fool, Sonda inquired curiously. Nothing much. Oh, you dare call your cousin a fool? Watch how I discipline you. Yasu shook his head. He would never disclose the system's secrets. Realizing this, he playfully ruffled Sonda's hair, leaving it in disarray. Moreover, Yasu had learned from the system that aside from himself, no one else could ever know of its existence. This meant that even if he divulged its secrets, others would instantly lose all memory of the system. I was wrong. Cousin, please spare me. My hairstyle is ruined. Yasu, we must take our leave. When we meet again, I shall battle you once more, Ash called out to Yasu, who was playfully engaging with Sonda. Despite his thorough defeat this time, Ash remained undeterred. His tenacity was unwavering. He would not relent until he had bested Yasu. Let us speak of this next time. Yasu neither accepted nor declined, offering a non-committal response. Very well, I shall defeat you next time. Farewell. Ash waved goodbye, and then departed with Misty and Brock. Cousin, when shall we embark on our journey? May eagerly inquired. Let us wait a few more days. It's not often that we have a suitable venue for Pokémon training. I'll have my Pokémon train for a few days first, Nightshade replied. Oh. May nodded, and then observed Nightshade as he trained his Pokémon. By the way, Nightshade, I am quite curious as to why Eevee has so many evolution types. And the conditions seem so intricate, Alice asked with great interest. Eevee's genetic variability is the reason. The current evolution types depend largely on external conditions. Perhaps this phenomenon is known only to the older generations of the Eevee family, Nightshade explained. He himself was not entirely clear on the evolution of Eevee. Its types were highly mutable, and it was the only Pokémon with such a plethora of evolution types, leaving Nightshade somewhat perplexed. The elder generations of the Eevee family? Also, why is the flame at the tip of your Charizard's tail black and unmeasurably hot? Charizard has been fortunate enough to receive a feather from Ho-Oh, which has brought about this transformation, Nightshade responded. A feather from Ho-Oh? Such a marvelous artifact! Alice exclaimed, astonished that Nightshade had even encountered Ho-Oh. Chapter 52. The Squirtle Fire Brigade for others. Obtaining a feather from Ho-Oh might be impossible. However, for Nightshade, it was fortunate that the feather had not been stripped away. I know of Ho-Oh. It is a legendary Pokémon from the Johto region. May chimed in, raising her hand. She had read about the illustrious Ho-Oh in books, so it was impossible for her not to know. Ho-Oh is documented in myth as possessing the miraculous power to resurrect the deceased. Its body radiating a spectrum of colors reminiscent of a phoenix and a peacock, leaving rainbows in its wake. It is said that those who glimpse Ho-Oh will be blessed with eternal happiness. If my cousin has received a feather from Ho-Oh, does that mean he has seen it? They say those who see Ho-Oh will be eternally happy. Cousin, you must have been blessed by Ho-Oh. Nightshade shrugged resignedly. He wondered if they would be astonished if they knew that the feather was taken by him. Alice glanced at Nightshade and, reading his expression, concluded that the feather was surely not a gift from Ho-Oh, but rather acquired through some dubious means. However, she pondered whether this would offend Ho-Oh. Nightshade, legendary Pokémon are exceedingly powerful. Although you are formidable, it is best not to provoke them unnecessarily, Alice cautioned. It may not be daunting to offend one or two. But what if we attract the ire of many? Rest assured, sister, I know how to exercise discretion, Nightshade assured her. Though Ho-Oh was reluctant when Nightshade took the feather, it was evident that Ho-Oh recognized that Nightshade's Rayquaza was not to be trifled with. During his few days at the Pokémon Academy, Nightshade primarily focused on training his Pokémon and nurturing their bond. However, it was mostly playful, as his Pokémon had been with him for quite some time, resulting in a high level of intimacy. The training over these past few days yielded results, with nearly all of his Pokémon experiencing a boost in strength. Notably, his Gyarados broke through from elite peak strength to the initial stage of a quasi-champion. Currently, his Pokémon could not achieve explosive growth and strength within a short time frame. The weakest among them was at least quasi-champion level, and now it was merely a matter of comprehending and mastering their essence. Nightshade decided he would not continue training here. May, prepare yourself. After we have lunch, we shall set off. I estimate we'll reach the next town before nightfall. Hooray! Are we finally departing? I've awaited this day for so long. May exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Are we really leaving? Alice, who had been playing with her Mareep, turned to Nightshade. Indeed. The training is nearly complete, and it is time to challenge a gym to test their training outcomes. Nightshade nodded. Do we even need to test? Your Pokémon are all at least quasi-champion level. Is it necessary? Alice observed. After enjoying lunch prepared by Nay, Nightshade and the others set out. Nay had transformed into Ralts and perched herself on Nightshade's head. Ever since Nay had gained the ability to change forms, she had taken a liking to becoming Ralts and sticking close to Nightshade, often showing affection. In her shiny Gardevoir form, Nay was more serene and mature. While in her Ralts form, she was childlike and particularly clingy. The scenery along the way is breathtaking, May exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. As someone who was cherished by her family, she rarely ventured far from home. Aside from school and her house, she had hardly traveled anywhere. In a world as real as this one, Pokémon could attack travelers in the wild, making it perilous for those without Pokémon to venture outside. May, if you run so fast now, don't complain of fatigue later, Nightshade called out to her as she dashed ahead. He took out a map, glanced at it, and nodded in understanding. It seemed they were nearing their destination. Xiaosua, I am quite familiar with Kanto. I don't even need to look at the map. Just allow me to lead the way, Alice confidently declared, patting her chest. Nightshade regarded Alice with skepticism, based on her own account. She had traveled to Kanto 3 years ago. With 3 years having passed, and considering her somewhat forgetful nature, Nightshade doubted she remembered the route. Xiaosua, do you not trust your sister? Alice seemed to see through Nightshade's doubt and pinched his cheek. Wow, your skin is so smooth. What is your secret? Even I, as a woman, am envious. Stop pinching my face. Do you think I, Nightshade, have no dignity? Nightshade removed Alice's hand. Xiaosua is being picky about her sister again. Boo-hoo. Alice feigned tears, touching her non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes. Nightshade quickened his pace, ignoring her, perched on Nightshade's head. Nay suddenly turned around and made a mocking expression at Alice. How infuriating. Why is Nay so mischievous after transforming into Ralts? I must teach her a lesson, Alice exclaimed, stamping her foot as she chased after them. After walking for quite some time, they finally arrived at a small town by evening. At this point, May no longer exhibited the excitement she had at the beginning of their journey. She appeared utterly fatigued. I didn't expect traveling would be so exhausting, May lamented weakly. As a pampered young lady, she had hardly walked much. The longest journey she had made was from her home to school. Now, having to walk for half a day felt like a daunting task, her legs nearly giving out. May, are you unable to persist? Would you like me to escort you back? Alice asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes as she approached May. No, I absolutely will not return. Since I have chosen to come out, I must endure, no matter how arduous it may be. I will cherish this opportunity, May declared resolutely. Nightshade nodded. If May were too fragile, he would indeed send her back. Is that a Squirtle? Why are there so many? May gazed in astonishment at the group of Squirtless running past her. As starters from Kanto, encountering Squirtless was rare, let alone seeing a whole group of them. Especially since this particular group wore black sunglasses, reminiscent of a gang. Nightshade observed the Squirtless and felt a sense of familiarity. They must be the Squirtle squad. Ash's Squirtle was the leader of this squad. Quickly, come with me to put out the fire. Miss Junshaw spoke nervously, rushing in a particular direction. Has Ash transformed the Squirtle squad into a firefighting brigade? It appears he has already captured the leader of the Squirtless, Nightsu pondered silently. Xiaosua, weren't you interested in capturing a Squirtle? It's not often one encounters them. Should we seize this opportunity? Alice inquired, recognizing the rarity of the situation. Chapter 53. Journey to the Lighthouse. Nightsu shook his head. The potential of these Squirtless was at best that of a quasi-champion. A caliber of Pokémon that did not pique his interest. If he were to capture one, it would need to possess at least champion-level potential. It was not that Nightsu looked down on these Pokémon, but rather that his own team consisted predominantly of those with champion potential, rendering the quasi-champion Pokémon ineffective in his lineup. While it was possible that Ash's Squirtle had champion potential, Nightsu felt no envy. Ash's Squirtle had a critical flaw. It was unwilling to evolve. This was a severe drawback. Although there were Pokémon that performed adequately without evolving, Squirtless were not among them. Their reluctance to evolve, coupled with Ash's non-coercive stance respecting their choice, while a commendable act of kindness, had resulted in Ash's early and mid-game struggles. For Nightsu, the inability to evolve was unacceptable, so even if Ash had not captured that Squirtle leader, he would not pursue one himself. This town held no particular allure. After resting for a night, Nightsu continued his journey. "Let us head here," he declared, pulling out a map and indicating a location. The place he pointed to was not Kure City, but a lighthouse known as the Jingwei Lighthouse. Aware of the plot, Nightsu understood that a formidable Dragonite resided there, and he was quite intrigued by this ancient Pokémon, reputed to possess extraordinary strength, likely on par with legendary Pokémon. The Jingwei Lighthouse? What purpose do we have there? It 1T lead us to Kure City, and it seems even farther, Alice queried, perplexed. My sixth sense tingled, indicating there might be something worthwhile to behold, perhaps even a delightful surprise. Nightsu replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Cut it out with the mystery. I have no idea what you're scheming. However, despite her teasing, Alice and Side-Eye chose to follow Nightsu. After all, it was his journey, and they felt it inappropriate to voice dissent, particularly regarding their beloved brother. Nightsu was unaware of Ash's whereabouts, considering Ash had already captured the leader of the Squirtle squad. If Ash arrived at Jingwei Lighthouse before him, he might miss the chance to see the colossal Dragonite. Nevertheless, Nightsu felt little concern. Even without the Dragonite, he remained curious and believed that if it was not meant to be, so be it. Even if the Dragonite were extraordinarily powerful, it could never rival his Nei. Nightsu remained unperturbed. Furthermore, while this Dragonite was indeed special, believed to be an ancient Pokémon, it was not of the legendary tier. Except for a few extraordinary cases, most Pokémon could not transcend their inherent limits. As legendary Pokémon were not so easily attained, Nei was a Pokémon granted by the system, enabling it to break through these constraints and reach such heights. Perhaps Nei was already comparable to Arceus. However, the Dragonite, despite its quasi-legendary status, remained an ordinary Pokémon, an undeniable fact. Its high base stats might surpass those of other ordinary Pokémon, thus earning it the quasi-legendary title. But the distinction between quasi-legends and true legends was vast, a chasm as deep as the heavens. Even an ancient Dragonite's power would not be excessively abnormal. After traversing for half the day, Nightsu and his companions arrived at the coastline, beheld by the vast, boundless sea. Exiting the forest to find the ocean, what a breathtaking sight! Side-Eye exclaimed, feeling the fatigue of their journey dissipate in the presence of such beauty. Let us prepare lunch on the beach, Alice suggested, glancing at Nei, the only one capable of cooking, and quite deliciously at that. Nightsu and Alice lacked culinary skills. And Side-Eye, the young lady, was equally inept, leaving Nei as their only hope. Nei opened her mouth expectantly at Nightsu. With a sigh, he retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and offered it to her. Nei nodded in satisfaction, transforming into her Shinado form to begin preparing lunch. Nightsu reclined lazily on the pristine sand, relishing the leisurely moment when a large crab scuttled by, curiously sizing him up before continuing on its way. Nightsu glanced at the departing crab, feeling no desire to capture it. Had its potential been higher, he might have considered it, but this crab did not impress him. Not only was its potential lacking, but it was also undersized compared to its peers, clearly a stunted specimen. Nightsu, what a coincidence! A voice called out, prompting Nightsu to stand and turn, spotting Ash emerging from the forest. It seemed Ash had arrived later than him, just in time to witness the magnificent Dragonite. Let us battle, Nightsu. I've now captured 6 Pokémon, Ash announced, brimming with confidence and eager to challenge him. Over the past few days, Ash had captured a Bulbasaur, a Charmander, and finally, a Squirtle, completing the trio of Kanto starters. Let us skip it for now. I haven't eaten yet and lack the energy for a Pokémon battle, Nightsu casually offered, deflecting Ash's challenge. The Ash of today bore little difference from the one of days past, and Nightsu was reluctant to waste time battling him. Oh, Ash, seemingly oblivious to Nightsu's dismissal, lowered his head in disappointment. By the way, you seem in quite a hurry. Do you have something urgent? You're asking this? I want to capture a Pokémon, Ash replied, clenching his fist. A Pokémon? There's one over there. See if it suits your taste. Nightsu pointed to the large crab ambling away. Is that also a Pokémon? Ash asked, pulling out his Pokédex and aiming it at the crab. A mechanical voice chiming in. Kingler, typically found along the coast, averaging 40 centimeters in height. 40 centimeters? It looks nothing like that, Ash remarked, speculating on its stunted growth. The Kingler paused, releasing a stream of white bubbles, seemingly displeased by Ash's comment. In a rather reckless move, Ash poked at the Kingler, which retaliated by pinching his finger without hesitation. Chapter 54, The colossal Dragonite owl. That hurts. Ash yelped in pain. Nightsu observed Ash's antics from a distance, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Knowing full well that the Kingler was irked, he couldn't fathom why Ash dared to touch it. Had it been Nightsu, he would have dealt with Ash far more severely. Yet, Ash truly embodied the spirit of a super rookie. Had it been anyone else, that pinch might have resulted in a severed finger. Remarkably, Ash merely winced in pain and remained unharmed. What a resilient individual he was. The large claw crab snapped its pincers, its two eyes glaring at Ash, who met its gaze with equal intensity. If mere stares could kill, both Ash and the large claw crab would have perished countless times. Do you wish to duel with me? Then come on, Ash declared, brandishing a stick at the crab, mimicking a challenge. Despite his smaller stature, he was, after all, a Pokémon trainer, determined not to rely on his Pokémon for assistance due to the relentless taunts from Misty and Brock. Ash resolved to capture a Pokémon on his own. In a surprising turn of events, Ash successfully captured the large claw crab, leaving one to wonder whether Ash was exceptionally skilled or if the crab was merely weak. Fantastic! I've successfully captured the large claw crab, Ash exclaimed. A goofy grin plastered across his face. However, shortly after, the Pokeball was mysteriously whisked away. Where has my Pokémon gone? Why did it suddenly disappear? Ash cried out in panic. Ash, are you truly oblivious? Pokémon trainers are generally allowed to carry only 6 Pokémon, Misty explained as she approached. If you capture another, it will be sent to your Pokédex's distribution center, which is Professor Oak's laboratory, Brock added. Oh, Ash nodded, his gaze drifting to the Pokémon belonging to Xiaosua, suddenly sensing something amiss. But why does Xiaosua have more than 6 Pokémon without any being sent away? Ash questioned, perplexed. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The world of Pokémon is not entirely equitable. Social stratification exists everywhere. The rule of carrying only 6 Pokémon applies primarily to ordinary trainers. True powerhouses are not constrained by such regulations. When the Pokémon League discussed the evolution bracelet with Xiaosua, he agreed but imposed numerous conditions, such as profit sharing and the release timeline for the evolution bracelet, effectively stymieing Yasu's ability to capture Pokémon. Individuals from smaller or mid-sized families might choose to bring along a few subordinates to assist in carrying Pokémon, thereby circumventing this limitation. Conversely, larger families and elite clans face no restrictions from the Pokémon League, as the League itself comprises various family factions, hence its designation as a league. However, Misty and Brock had no intention of divulging this information to Ash. Knowing too much would not benefit him. This is merely an unspoken rule of their world. After all, who could stand against the entire League, other than Xiaosua? Stop asking so many questions, Ash. Look, Xiaosua is here too. What a coincidence. Misty interjected, greeting Xiaosua and his companions. Would you care to join us for a meal? The food is ready, Xiaosua invited them. Is that all right? Misty hesitated, feeling a bit shy. If it were just Xiaosua, she wouldn't feel so awkward. But with the stunning Elise present, she felt somewhat intimidated. No problem. Elise smiled warmly. I prepared grilled meat, golden and crispy on the outside yet tender within, eliciting rave reviews from Ash and his friends. There's a lighthouse over there. Should we go take a look? Ash suggested, pointing towards the distant structure. You all can go, Xiaosua replied, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly familiar with Professor Saika and lacked interest in visiting. His sole fascination lay with the enormous Dragonite. Moreover, the journey to Saika Lighthouse was somewhat lengthy. Despite its seeming proximity, it required a detour, making it quite far. Given that the saint was already fatigued, it seemed wiser to relax on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze and scenery. With Ash's arrival, it was likely that the enormous Dragonite would soon appear, rendering any unnecessary travel pointless. After bidding farewell, Ash and his companions ventured towards Saika Lighthouse, while Xiaosua and his group remained on the beach, admiring the view. Soon, night fell, and an unusual sound resonated from Saika Lighthouse, carrying far and wide. Upon hearing the sound, Xiaosua sat up, directing his gaze into the distance. It appeared to be the call of the enormous Dragonite. A voice echoed from the ocean, reminiscent of Dragonite's cry. The enormous Dragonite, an ancient Pokémon, had survived through the ages, continuously calling out from the waters near Saika Lighthouse in search of surviving companions. What is that sound? It sounds so lonely, Elise remarked, glancing towards the lighthouse. The night ocean was shrouded in thick mist, allowing only a vague outline of a colossal creature to be discerned, resembling a giant. What could that massive creature be? Could it also be a Pokémon? Elise wondered, astonished by the distant silhouette. Doesn't that outline resemble a Dragonite? Xiaosua quietly suggested. Now that you mention it, it does look quite similar. Elise acknowledged, her perception shifting under Yasu's hint. Xiaosua smiled, pleased that the enormous Dragonite had finally made its appearance after their long wait. It was astonishing to behold a Dragonite of such immense size. Elise, now convinced that the colossal Pokémon before them was indeed a Dragonite, noted the striking resemblance, as the enlarged silhouette was unmistakably that of a Dragonite. Even through the mist, Xiaosua employed a system scan on the enormous Dragonite. Name, Dragonite type, Dragon. Flying potential, level 2 deity strength, peak level 2 deity description. Originally a Dragonite of mere potential, it has surpassed its limitations through countless ages, elevating its potential, making it an extraordinary Pokémon. Wow. To break through so many restrictions, advancing from level 3 deity potential to level 2 deity is no small feat. It's a rarity indeed. Even among legendary Pokémon, Xiaosua mused. Chapter 55, Confrontation with the enormous Dragonite to transcend potential limitations and enhance one's strength is indeed remarkable. Pokémon typically undergo a breakthrough in potential before augmenting their power, but this enormous Dragonite has directly surpassed its potential cap through sheer might. An exceedingly rare occurrence accompanied by immense suffering. The potential of a Pokémon essentially represents its highest achievement. To forcibly transcend potential limits can lead to two outcomes. One is the so-called Light of Return, where a Pokémon gains tremendous power only to perish immediately or after a few days of struggle, a grim 99.9 probability. The other possibility, akin to the present enormous Dragonite, is to break through potential limits without succumbing, instead enhancing its potential, a feat with a minuscule likelihood, nearly impossible. This is the first time I've seen such a colossal Dragonite, Saint remarked, staring in at the creature. You're not alone. It's my first time as well. Elise replied. Having traveled for 3 years, Elise had seen much, yet witnessing this enormous Dragonite was a true revelation. Xiaosua, do you think my three-headed dragon could defeat this enormous Dragonite? Elise inquired. While I don't want to discourage you, your three-headed dragon would undoubtedly be obliterated, even with Protect. Xiaosua replied. The disparity in strength between the three-headed evil dragon and the colossal Dragonite is insurmountable, akin to the difference between a demigod and a pinnacle demigod. A chasm of 3 divine levels and 2 minor stages. Alas, Alice lowered her head in disappointment. Initially, she had hoped to engage the three-headed evil dragon in battle against the colossal Dragonite, but it now seemed prudent to reconsider. At that moment, a rocket struck the colossal Dragonite on the head, causing it to scratch its head and appear enraged. Its gaze turned toward the source of the rocket, and it unleashed a devastating beam of destructive energy. A brilliant beam sliced through the night sky, shaking the very fabric of space as it struck the launch site. The trio from Team Rocket vanished like stars in the wake of the Dragonite's annihilating light. One cannot deny the resilience of Team Rocket, had it been anyone else. A mere touch from such a destructive force would have been fatal. This was no ordinary Pokémon attack. It was the destructive ray of a pinnacle demigod, wielding a fragment of the power of the laws, an assault beyond human endurance. Truly, they're the protagonists. To survive such an onslaught from a pinnacle demigod Dragonite is nothing short of miraculous. Nightshade gazed at the trio soaring into the sky, transformed into stars. In truth, the destructive ray released by the colossal Dragonite had been somewhat tempered in power, resulting in minimal damage, especially since it had not struck them directly. This was precisely why they had survived. Had the Dragonite unleashed its full might, the radiant lighthouse would likely have been obliterated. Nevertheless, even so, the resilience of Team Rocket was astonishing. What are you looking at, Xiaoya? Alice inquired, following Nightshade's gaze but seeing nothing. I am observing 3 individuals who may have transcended human limitations, Nightshade replied with a smile. Having already departed, the Team Rocket trio was beyond Alice's sight. Only Nightshade, with his extraordinary vision, could discern their ascent into the night sky, especially under the brilliance of the moon. Did someone attack the colossal Dragonite? Indeed, it was Team Rocket's trio, audacious yet courageous. Few can face the colossal Dragonite without fear. Are they the same 3 we encountered at school? Shengdai asked in surprise. Yes, and they were sent flying by the Dragonite's destructive ray. Xiaoya, did you know there was a colossal Dragonite here? Otherwise, how could they have come? Alice pondered. Indeed, Nightshade nodded. His arrival was solely to capture the colossal Dragonite. As the colossal Dragonite emitted a roar, preparing to depart, Nightshade summoned Celebi. Celebi, intercept the colossal Dragonite. He instructed. Celebi nodded, its diminutive form hovering before the colossal Dragonite, a stark contrast akin to an ant standing before a mountain. A probing psychic attack struck the colossal Dragonite, which felt a tremendous force emanating from the front, nearly toppling over. The previous rocket had barely grazed the Dragonite, but this psychic assault was significantly more effective. Though Celebi often appeared adorably naive and affectionate towards Nightshade, beneath its cute exterior lay formidable power. Even a tentative strike inflicted considerable damage on the colossal Dragonite. Anger flashed in the Dragonite's eyes as it turned its head. It was infuriated. Having heard what sounded like the voices of companions approaching, yet seeing none, this angered the Dragonite, which had searched for years. This was also why it had retaliated against Team Rocket after the rocket strike. The Dragonite, usually a gentle and lovable Pokémon, would rarely become enraged unless its territory was encroached upon. Despite its massive size, the Dragonite could fly faster than the speed of sound, capable of circumnavigating the globe in approximately 16 hours. If it detected a ship trapped in a storm, it would guide it to safety, rescuing those drowning at sea. When its habitat faced destruction, the Dragonite would rampage, furious. Wild Dragonites are exceedingly rare, typically residing near the sea. It is said that there exists an island in the vast ocean solely inhabited by Dragonites. Now, having truly felt pain, the colossal Dragonite's temper flared. Gazing at Celebi soaring through the sky, the Dragonite unleashed another beam of annihilation. This destructive ray was far more potent than the one directed at Team Rocket. Celebi, utilizing teleportation, evaded the Dragonite's destructive light with ease, while the Dragonite experienced no adverse effects from its attack. Legendary Pokémon have largely overcome the drawbacks of using their abilities, a truly daunting prospect. The colossal Dragonite, akin to a cannon, relentlessly targeted Latias in the sky with its destructive rays, seemingly possessing boundless stamina. Meanwhile, Celebi reveled in the game, artfully dodging the Dragonite's assaults, playfully toying with the massive creature while occasionally delivering psychic strikes. Each attack was deftly avoided, further inciting the Dragonite's fury, prompting it to abandon the destructive ray in favor of a thunderbolt. Chapter 56, Capturing the Dragonite. The colossal Dragonite, observing Celebi's aerial maneuvers, mistakenly assumed it was a flying-type Pokémon and unleashed an electric attack, which was ineffective against a Pokémon of Celebi's psychic and grass dual typing. Not only did the electric assault lack efficacy, but it also failed to land a hit, as Celebi deftly evaded it through teleportation. Nightshade, witnessing Celebi's playful antics, felt a vein throb on his forehead. He knew that once Celebi started to play, it would be an endless affair. Without intervention, Celebi could likely engage the Dragonite in a battle lasting an entire year. Celebi, enough of the games. Finish it off. We need to leave, Nightshade called out. Upon hearing Nightshade's command, Celebi ceased its playful demeanor, its gaze toward the colossal Dragonite now imbued with seriousness. As a Pokémon, Celebi possessed an innate sense of danger. And the colossal Dragonite, at that moment, keenly sensed the looming threat. Excitement coursed through the Dragonite. It had long forgotten how many years it had survived. Over countless years. It had encountered innumerable battles, yet it had not faced a worthy adversary in quite some time. Although it had not located its companions, the prospect of encountering a rival invigorated the Dragonite. As it gazed at Celebi soaring above, it opened its mouth and let out a roar, though its voice, like its appearance, was endearingly soft, devoid of any intimidation. The Dragonite, with its inherently non-threatening appearance, would likely lead those unfamiliar with Pokémon to believe that Charizard was the more formidable creature. However, to be misled by its charming exterior would be a grave mistake. Celebi, unleash Solar Flare, Nightshade commanded. Celebi absorbed the power of the moonlight. Although it was not sunlight, the moonlight was nonetheless a reflection of the sun's rays. Celebi emitted rays of extreme temperature, so intense that they caused significant evaporation of the ocean's water, further obscuring the already unclear weather. While Solar Beam is a signature move of the grass type, the effects observed suggested that even a fire-type move would be equally formidable. The massive Dragonite was struck by the Solar Beam, despite the formidable power and the swift speed of the light, which rendered it nearly invisible. Dragonite managed to withstand the attack. Its colossal size, although causing sluggishness in movement, provided it with remarkable defensive strength and stamina. However, the Solar Beam inflicted considerable damage on the giant Dragonite, even though the weather was not conducive to sunlight's full strength. Had it not been for the weather conditions and the Dragonite's robust vitality, it would have been defeated in a single blow. It seems the giant Dragonite cannot take flight, observed Alice after watching it for a long time. If the Dragonite could soar, it would certainly not remain in the water entangled with Celebi. It would have taken to the skies instead, as staying grounded was a disadvantage. In gaining something, one often loses something else. The giant Dragonite acquired immense size, power, and endurance, but it forfeited its ability to fly, as its small wings were insufficient to lift its massive body. Indeed, Nightshade remarked softly. Though Dragonite's wings had enlarged considerably, they still appeared minuscule compared to its gargantuan form. Wow, I didn't realize my brother had such wisdom, Alice teased, pinching Nightshade's cheek. Saint watched Nightshade's helpless expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. However, Nay, perched atop Nightshade's head, pouted and declared angrily, "Don't bully Nightshade, or I'll get you. She threatened Alice with a tiny fist, indicating her resolve. Nay's personality varied with her forms. In her Ralts form, she was more affectionate and playful, whereas in her Curlia form, she exhibited a haughty demeanor. And in her Gardevoir form, she was gentle and considerate. It was a striking transformation from a little girl to a mature lady. Humph, I won't stoop to your level. Alice dismissed Nay, but Nay insisted on retaliating, playfully slapping Alice's hand. Ouch, that hurt. Alice gasped, noticing the redness on her hand. Nay giggled behind her hand, enjoying the moment. Infuriated, Alice clenched her fists, ready to retaliate, but Nay swiftly took to the air. Come up here and fight me. Nay taunted Alice, causing her face to flush with anger. Nightshade watched the scene unfold, suppressing a laugh, fully aware that if he did, Alice would redirect her frustration towards him. Nightshade focused intently on the battle between Celebi and the giant Dragonite, adopting a serious demeanor as if preparing to command the fight. Celebi, use Psychic, Nightshade shouted. Upon hearing the command, Celebi's blue eyes began to emit a pink glow. The giant Dragonite felt a surge of psychic energy invade its mind, compelling it to thump its head repeatedly in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Celebi, use Hypnosis. Celebi hovered before the pained Dragonite, its eyes releasing circular waves. The already troubled Dragonite fell into a deep slumber, standing upright. Well done, Celebi. Use Dream Eater. The giant Dragonite, experiencing a nightmare of sorts, abruptly awoke. But it was overwhelmed by tremendous pain. Ultimately, it could not withstand the psychic assault and collapsed onto the ocean's surface, creating massive waves, before losing consciousness. Its eyes swirling in confusion. Nightshade produced a Master Ball and threw it towards the giant Dragonite, successfully capturing it without resistance, as it was gravely injured. Celebi returned with the Master Ball. Nightshade took it, glancing at the sea, relieved that the battle had not caused significant damage, as the waves calmed effortlessly. However, the sounds of the conflict were quite loud. It was likely that the nearby city of Correja could hear the commotion. Well, I had no idea Celebi possessed such remarkable battle prowess. I thought it could only heal, Saint remarked to Celebi. At the compliment, Celebi puffed up proudly, raising its head high, reminiscent of Nay in her Ralts form. Chapter 57. Capturing the giant Dragonite, Celebi indeed possessed the might of a level 1 deity. And Dragonite lacked defenses against psychic attacks, granting Celebi a significant advantage in this battle. Nightshade released the giant Dragonite, which lay on the shore, still dazed. Wow, it's enormous. I couldn't appreciate its size from the ocean's surface, Alice exclaimed, gazing at the colossal creature resembling a small mountain. It was certainly impressive. Nightshade wondered how the Pokeball managed to contain such a large being. He opened the system shop, a translucent screen appearing that only he could view. Nightshade searched for items capable of reducing a Pokemon's size. Unsure of what the shop contained, he hoped for something that could facilitate the shrinking of Pokemon. Otherwise, the massive Dragonite would rarely be able to engage in battle outside of special circumstances, drawing too much attention. Just as he was about to give up, he caught sight of a shrinking potion, which could reduce a Pokemon's size. The potion was rather expensive, requiring 50,000 points for purchase, but fortunately, he had ample points available. He sighed, thinking he would need to earn more points soon, perhaps by capturing legendary Pokemon. Currently, he had over 200,000 points, making the purchase of the shrinking potion a trivial matter. Most of his points came from fishing and capturing Giratina, though fishing accounted for the majority. While it was tedious, it was undeniably lucrative. Each catch could net him around 5,000 points. With the system's fishing rod, earning tens of thousands of points was a breeze. He had spent 400,000 points to capture Giratina and used 200,000 to buy 3 Dragon-type eggs for his sister, leaving him with another 200,000. Nightshade administered the shrinking potion to the giant Dragonite, which began to diminish in size at a visible rate, eventually stabilizing at a height of 4 to 5 meters. Alice and Saint were astonished to witness the giant Dragonite shrink before their eyes. In response to their surprise, Nightshade had concocted an excuse, claiming it was a special potion made from peculiar berries found in the verdant forest, possessing unique effects. Alice accepted this explanation without further inquiry, aware that despite her 3 years of travel, the world held countless mysteries yet to be uncovered. He asked Nay to heal the giant Dragonite's injuries. Although it had shrunk, it still appeared to be twice the size of a regular Dragonite. Upon awakening, Dragonite was taken aback by its transformation, displaying a human-like expression of astonishment. It then gazed at Yeshu, pondering whether he was the one responsible for restoring it to this form. Dragonite, would you be willing to become my Pokémon? You can also revert to your original size, Yeshu inquired. Hearing this, Dragonite, under the astonished stares of Alice and Shengdai, gradually expanded and then contracted in size. After contemplating for a moment, it shook its head, It did not wish to become Yeshu's Pokémon, even though it had lost and had been given the ability to change its form. Dragonite, I understand that you are here in search of other Pokémon like yourself. However, time has passed, and any Pokémon from your era would likely have perished. Yet, my Pokémon can be your companions, Yeshu pointed out. Indicating his own Pokémon, Yeshu realized that Dragonite was not seeking companions from its own time, but rather those with whom it could communicate and play. Due to its previous enormous size, it had been unable to interact with ordinary Pokémon, as most fled in fear upon seeing its imposing figure. Thus, the once colossal Dragonite had been isolated and profoundly lonely, yearning for Pokémon akin to itself, now that it had diminished in size. Albeit still larger than the average Dragonite, it appeared more normal. With its head tilted in contemplation, Dragonite noticed two curious Dragonites nearby, one belonging to Yeshu, awarded by the League, and the other a joyful creation of Professor Okito. Captivated by their inquisitive gazes, Dragonite nodded in agreement. Yeshu's face lit up with a smile, knowing he had successfully persuaded Dragonite. At that moment, he had truly captured the colossal Dragonite. Congratulations, Yeshu. You've captured another powerful Pokémon. Though it seems you have quite a few Dragonites now, Alice remarked, embracing Yeshu's head as she observed the trio of Dragonites playing together. You're amazing, cousin. Shadai admired Yeshu. Indeed. Yeshu smiled, exhilarated by the capture of a second-tier Apex Dragonite. Despite already possessing several legendary Pokémon, he couldn't suppress his excitement. This particular Dragonite was unique in the world, adding significant value to his collection. Before long, Ash and his companions arrived, accompanied by Professor Jankwei. Yeshu, your Pokémon is incredible, Ash exclaimed, pointing at Celebi. This is the legendary time-traveling Pokémon, the guardian of the forest, Celebi. I never expected to witness both a colossal Dragonite and a true legendary Pokémon today, he continued, astonished that Yeshu had managed to capture a legendary creature. Misty stared at Yeshu in disbelief. Although they had encountered Celebi before, they were unaware of its true nature, merely perceiving it as an adorable Pokémon. They had always associated legendary Pokémon with fierce creatures, like Ho-Oh. It was only after Professor Jinghui's explanations that they realized the seemingly cute Pokémon was, in fact, a legendary being. Yeshu, may I battle your Celebi? Ash asked, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Celebi, startled by Ash's fervent gaze, dove into Yeshu's pocket. How could you challenge such an adorable Pokémon? I misjudged you, Ash. Do you really think you can defeat a legendary Pokémon? Misty scolded, striking Ash on the head. Challenging a legendary Pokémon is quite audacious, Misty thought, unable to bear watching. Yeshu, what about that colossal Dragonite? Professor Jinghui inquired, intrigued. Please, just call me Yeshu. Professor feels awkward. As for that colossal Dragonite, this one here is it. Yeshu indicated the large Dragonite. How did it shrink so much? Professor Jinghui asked in astonishment. Upon hearing Professor Jinghui's words, the colossal Dragonite gradually expanded back to its original size. It can change size? How fascinating. Yeshu chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, as the meaning was quite clear. Some secrets are best kept. Professor Jinghui, understanding the implications, refrained from pressing further. Sometimes knowing too much is not beneficial. Yeshu, may I examine this Dragonite and Celebi? Professor Jinghui asked eagerly. At this, Yeshu's smile faded. Professor Jinghui, I regard each Pokémon as a companion, a family member. You understand what I mean? He stated seriously, locking eyes with the professor. Every researcher dreams of studying legendary and unique Pokémon. It is a professional hazard, something Yeshu could comprehend. However, understanding did not equate to Yeshu being willing to relinquish his Pokémon for study. While others might, Yeshu resolutely would not. Once a Pokémon became his companion, it was an intimate bond, who would allow their partner to be subjected to research. Even Professor Okito had never suggested studying his Pokémon, merely observing Yeshu's Celebi. Professor Jinghui awkwardly smiled and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was presumptuous. Realizing that no one would permit an unfamiliar individual to study their Pokémon was a sensible conclusion. With reluctance, Professor Jinghui bid farewell to Yeshu, casting lingering glances at the large Dragonite and Celebi, as Ash and his companions followed him back to the Jinghui lighthouse. As night fell, Yeshu entered the tent. It was set up not far from the beach. Although the sea breeze was present, the tent remained warm, thanks to Nei's psychic powers that shielded them from the wind. The following morning, Yeshu awoke, glancing at the still slumbering Alice and Shadai. He quietly rose, washed up, and ventured to the beach. After a brief morning workout on the shore, he felt the need to test his strength and took out Dragonite's Pokeball, releasing it. Dragonite, fire at me, Yeshu commanded. Dragonite tilted its head, puzzled by the instruction. Hit me. Do you understand? Yeshu clarified. Dragonite shook its head, bewildered. It couldn't fathom why Yeshu would want to be hit. Don't worry. I'm not as weak as you think, Yeshu declared, punching the air, producing a sonic boom. The sound indicated that his punch had approached the speed of sound. Were anyone else to witness it, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Yeshu felt that since he began using weighted wristbands, his strength had grown considerably. These wristbands, won in a previous lottery, were adorned with a keystone, making them gravity wristbands. Upon hearing the sonic boom, Dragonite's eyes lit up. Its previously goofy expression transformed into one of seriousness as it nodded in agreement to Yeshu's challenge. Dragonite threw a punch at Yeshu. Though uncertain of Yeshu's true strength, it refrained from exerting its full power for fear of causing harm. In an instant, Yeshu struck. His movements lightning quick, seizing Dragonite's arm and forcefully throwing it away. The thrown Dragonite spun several times before landing, scratching its head in confusion, wondering how Yeshu possessed such strength. Don't be afraid of injuring me. Just give it your all, Yeshu encouraged Dragonite. The Dragonite nodded, having gained a rough understanding of Yeshu's strength after their initial encounter. In terms of raw power, it far surpassed its own. This time, Dragonite launched a Dragon Claw attack, its sharp claws aimed directly at Yeshu. In response, Yeshu delivered a punch that collided with Dragonite's claws. Surprisingly, Yeshu remained steadfast, his feet merely sinking slightly into the sandy beach, while Dragonite was sent flying, landing awkwardly on its back. The creature pulled its head from the sand, spitting out grains and casting a resentful glare at Yeshu. Ha ha, Dragonite, you look so adorable. Yeshu laughed heartily. Just moments ago, he had been holding back against Dragonite. Now, empowered by his extraordinary capabilities, he was likely stronger than many of the champions at their peak. Even if Dragonite were to reach the late stages of championship, it might still struggle against Yeshu in combat. Although Yeshu had not mastered any fighting techniques, his speed, strength, and reflexes were remarkably swift, rendering him formidable even without formal training. Dragonite charged at Yeshu once more, only to be thrown back yet again. Frustrated, Dragonite shot Yeshu a glance, deciding not to continue the sparring session that had devolved into a one-sided domination. With limited close combat techniques and a repertoire mostly consisting of ranged and dragon-type moves, it refrained from using its full arsenal for fear of injuring Yeshu. Yet, even with its best moves, Yeshu's psychic abilities could counter them, suggesting that Dragonite had underestimated its opponent. Not wishing to engage further, Dragonite turned away from Yeshu, who then walked over to Alice, seated beside the tent. Alice had already risen and, witnessing the spar, had initially considered intervening out of concern for Yeshu's safety. However, upon seeing Yeshu effortlessly toss Dragonite aside, she relaxed, content to watch with keen interest. As Yeshu approached, Alice circled him with curious eyes, poking his arm with her finger. Although Yeshu lacked visible muscles, his ability to unleash such tremendous strength left her astounded. Are you trying to study me, sister? Yeshu playfully pushed Alice away. How dare you reject me? Alice retaliated by biting his arm. Ouch, that hurts. I'm sorry. Yeshu cried out. Little Yi, how could you get up without waking me? That's so mean. Nei burst from the tent, playfully biting the top of Yeshu's head. Ow, that really hurts. Nei, let go of me. Are you all dogs or something? Why do you all bite so hard? Yeshu lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. As he grabbed Nei, attempting to pull her off, she stubbornly held on. And Yeshu hesitated to exert too much force, fearing more pain. Let go, and I'll give you some candy, Yeshu proposed. Only then did Nei relent, saying, I want 2 pieces. Feed me. Yeshu retrieved 2 candies, unwrapped them, and tossed them into her mouth. Chapter 59. A new partner? After you eat, go prepare breakfast. Yeshu gently tapped Nei on the head. Hee hee. Nei nodded, a flash of white light signaling her transformation from Ralts to Curlia, after which she busied herself with breakfast. Yeshu rubbed his head, noting that although Nei's bite hadn't been forceful, he still needed to wipe away the drool left behind, feeling as if he had lost a few hairs in the process. Alice, why are you up so early? Don't you usually sleep in? Yeshu asked, puzzled. Is the sun rising in the west? Call me sister. Alice ruffled Yeshu's hair, explaining, I'm not used to sleeping away from home, so I woke up early. Shortly after, Shurdai awoke, and after washing up, they finished breakfast. After their meal, Yeshu and the others tidied up to set off for Leafless City. However, their plans were interrupted by the arrival of a helicopter. Alice, it's been so long. And you too, Yeshu. Kona greeted as she descended from the helicopter with a smile. Oh, it's Kona. And that flamboyantly dressed individual must be the Dragon Master, Dato, Yeshu observed. Dato, stepping down from the helicopter, awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his flamboyant attire, complete with a billowing cloak. If he weren't a celebrity, he would surely be laughed at for such a getup. Among all the champions, Dato was undoubtedly the most ostentatious, second only to Macaulay. Kona approached and embraced Yisu, who felt the warmth of her presence. In this regard, his sister Alice was no match for Kona. "Are you two going to hug forever?" Alice said, a hint of jealousy in her voice as she pulled Yisu away from Kona's embrace. Shirdai pouted, comparing her own figure to Kona's and feeling outclassed. The contrast between a youthful girl and a mature woman was stark. TSK. Are you jealous, Alice? Kona teased, her face beaming with delight. Humph. Alice huffed. Although she had a good relationship with Kona, she would not tolerate anyone attempting to steal her brother away. Yisu once said he'd marry me when he grows up. Should I start calling you sister then? Kona gestured towards Alice. Not a chance. Dream on. Wait. I never said that. Yisu protested, but before he could finish, Alice bit him again. Ah, sister, you bit me again. That hurts. Kona, please comfort me. Yisu leaned back into Kona's embrace. Kona's cheeks flushed slightly, but she smiled and held Yisu closer. Alice, frustrated, gritted her teeth, regretting her friendship with Kona. I'm still here, you know. Can I get some attention? Dato interjected. I'm still single, and it seems like everyone else just here to tease me. Watching Yisu nestled in Kona's arms, Dato felt a mix of envy and resentment. Was this the privilege of being handsome? He felt he was not lacking in charm either. Why was he deprived of such treatment? Oh, right, you two champions must have some official business here, right? Alice signaled to Shirdai to help pull Yisu away from Kona. Reluctantly, Yisu glanced back at Kona's warm embrace, wishing to remain there a little longer. Actually, we came because of the issue with the gigantic Dragonite, Kona said, her expression turning serious. When it came to serious matters, Kona's demeanor shifted noticeably. A gigantic Dragonite? Oh. It seems the rumors are quite swift. Yisu chuckled lightly. Having captured the massive Dragonite just the night before, it was only a few hours later. And the League was already aware. It seemed they were not as inept as he had thought. The entire population of Leafless City had heard the loud commotion last night. How could the League remain oblivious? Dato shrugged, explaining, the League is well informed. So what does the League want? Alice inquired, realizing they were on the League's radar. Nothing much. Just to have us come and take a look. But Yisu, you need to be cautious. Some individuals may have already set their sights on you, Kona warned seriously. The formidable strength of the colossal Dragonite is speculated to be at least at the level of a third-tier deity. Moreover, Xiaosua possesses a Celebi, which has come to the attention of the Alliance. To them, Xiaosua is now regarded as a being akin to a legendary Pokémon, a thorn in their side. With the addition of another Pokémon boasting strength exceeding that of a third-tier deity, the threat to the Alliance is indeed considerable. It is only natural that Xiaosua has drawn their scrutiny. Who wouldn't covet a legendary creature? Even though Xiaosua wields the deterrent of a legendary Pokémon. Some individuals remain undeterred and willing to take risks. In the face of immense profit, any rules or threats may be disregarded. However, Xiaosua remains unfazed, confident that anyone daring to confront him would face dire consequences. Yet, given Xiaosua's character and abilities, the repercussions would likely extend beyond mere physical harm. I am aware of your legendary Pokémon and your pride in it. If the enemy is overt, you can easily handle them. But if they lurk in the shadows and employ ruthless tactics, mere possession of a legendary Pokémon may not suffice, Kono advised. Rest assured, my strength transcends what you see. Not even a nuclear bomb could vanquish me. Should I truly unleash my power, the entire world might find itself at my mercy. Xiaosua's assertion is not mere hyperbole. His capabilities have reached a level that even the creator deity Arceus cannot match. It is now evident that no Pokémon can rival Xiaosua. Moreover, he has the supreme legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, as well as the early-stage legendary Pokémon Giratina and Kyurem. Rayquaza's Mega Evolution, along with the fusion of Kyurem with Reshiram and Zekrom, would undoubtedly overpower any legendary Pokémon beneath the might of an alpaca. Kona shook her head, although she was unaware of Xiaosua's true power. As a champion of the Alliance, she possessed a greater understanding of the capabilities of both the Alliance and malevolent forces. She believed that no matter how potent one has strength, it could not threaten the existence of the Alliance. Legendary Pokémon and a colossal Dragonite only jeopardized certain interests of the Alliance, but not its very foundation. Nevertheless, Kona was confident that with her presence, along with the influence of Alice's family and the authority of Professor Oak, they could deter a great multitude. However, she recognized that it would be impossible to intimidate everyone, as there were always those willing to take risks, such as Team Rocket, who were known for their recklessness. Kona worried that Team Rocket might target Xiaosua, and even she, the champion, was not entirely familiar with the full extent of Team Rocket's power. Their ability to contend with the Alliance in the Kanto and Johto regions speaks volumes about their strength. Chapter 60. Datu's desperation. Datu observed as Xiaosua and Kona engaged in conversation, leaving him feeling overlooked, and he couldn't help but smile ruefully. Am I truly so insignificant? Once, he had always been the center of attention, but here, as the champion of Johto and the king of Kanto, he found himself at a loss for dignity. Although Alice was neither a champion nor a king, her status was no less formidable, while her true strength was shrouded in mystery. Rumors suggested that a legendary three-headed dragon could easily overpower Datu. As for Kona, despite being a champion, she had an advantage over Datu. Every time he attempted to challenge for the Kanto championship, he was bested by her. Kona's Lapras was exceptionally powerful, and the Ice-type had a significant advantage over Datu, who was solely a Dragon-type champion. Thus, with her prowess, Kona had little need to concern herself with Datu's pride. As for Xiaosua, he had no qualms about dismissing Datu. After all, possessing a legendary Pokémon does not place one above all. However, Xiaosua did not behave in such a manner. For if an ordinary individual were to acquire a legendary Pokémon, they might boast excessively. Regarding Shindai, though the Yuding family backing him was a formidable entity, it would be too humiliating for someone of his stature, a champion and king, to be compared to a mere girl. My apologies for forgetting you. I am rather busy at the moment. While Xiaosua expressed regret to Datu, there was no hint of sincerity in his tone. Xiaosua's words struck Datu like a dagger to the heart, leaving him feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. As a champion and king, to be so blatantly disregarded was truly disheartening, especially while witnessing displays of affection before him. Oh, how difficult it is for me. Xiaosua, may I take a look at your Dragonite and Celebi? Datu inquired, attempting to suppress his disappointment and adopting an expression of anticipation. Legendary Pokémon appear and vanish like shadows, making them exceedingly rare. Now in his 30s, Datu had only ever seen a legendary Pokémon within his family, the Guardian Dragonite that had been passed down for generations. All right, if it pleases you, Xiaosua nodded. Datu was not a malicious person, and allowing him a glimpse wouldn't hurt. However, given the eager and fiery glint in Datu's eyes, Xiaosua suspected a challenge might be forthcoming. Xiaosua released both Dragonite and Celebi. Upon emerging, Celebi affectionately rubbed against Xiaosua's face before burrowing into his embrace. Upon seeing Kona nearby, it waved a greeting. Celebi and Kona were familiar when Kona and Alice visited Professor Oak's laboratory. Xiaosua had come to find Alice out of boredom and had encountered Celebi during that time. Celebi, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Kona waved back at Celebi. Typically, legendary Pokémon possess a certain pride and, barring a few exceptions, do not regard humans highly, often viewing them as adversaries. For instance, Xiaosua's Kyurem is known to be hostile towards humans. If released, it could potentially attack others. However, Celebi, being Xiaosua's companion, was different. It relished human interaction, especially with Xiaosua. And every time it was released, it would cling to him, causing Nei to feel envious. Kona, you know Celebi? Datu inquired, astonished. Indeed, Kona nodded, offering no further explanation. Datu refrained from pressing the matter further. His relationship with Kona was merely professional, with no personal rapport to speak of. Probing too deeply might breed discomfort. Datu examined Celebi, noting that it was not vastly different from the descriptions he had read, yet Xiaosua's Celebi appeared to possess a unique strength. Datu had never encountered a first-tier legendary Pokémon, and the third-tier Pokémon he had previously seen were already considered the pinnacle of power. He could not discern the true might of a first-tier presence before him. After scrutinizing Celebi, Datu turned his gaze towards the colossal Dragonite, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this the colossal Dragonite? While its size is considerable, it does not align with the Alliance's reports, he mused, confusion evident on his face. According to the Alliance's information, a colossal Dragonite was said to exceed 100 meters in height, while this one, measuring only 5 meters, seemed to be a mismatch. Dragonite, show him, Xiaosua commanded, patting the creature's body. Unlike ordinary Dragonite, the colossal Dragonite exuded a sense of ancient wisdom rather than a naive charm. Upon hearing Xiaosua's words, the Dragonite began to grow until it reached the towering height of 100 meters, now embodying the true essence of a colossal Dragonite. Should the occasion arise for grand displays, this Dragonite would be the optimal choice. Wow, so that is how it is. Truly remarkable. Does this Dragonite possess legendary level strength? Datu inquired. The Alliance's information had merely suggested that the Dragonite might possess legendary capabilities, without confirmation. Rest assured, it surpasses your family's Dragonite. Xiaosua replied with a light chuckle, well aware of the strength of Datu's family Dragonite. Upon hearing this, Datu's heart raced. He was now certain that this Dragonite was indeed of legendary caliber. Moreover, the aura emanating from him was subtly restrained. Yet it was possible that his prowess surpassed that of the formidable Dragonite at home. Yisu, I wish to challenge this mighty Dragonite. May I? Dewey asked earnestly, producing his Pokeball. A challenge against the Dragonite? Though Dewey's eyes hinted at such an intention, it was surprising that he still sought to confront the creature after learning of its strength. After a moment of sympathy for Dewey, Yisu inquired, Are you truly certain? In Yisu's view, Dewey's challenge was akin to courting disaster. Even if he summoned his guardian deity, it would hardly stand a chance against the Dragonite's might. Indeed, I am quite resolute. I wish to witness the power of a legendary Pokémon, Dewey affirmed with a serious nod. Very well. But do not be disheartened when you are swiftly defeated, Yisu cautioned, recognizing Dewey's desire for a challenge. Given Dewey's status, the encounter promised to be quite exhilarating. Elise, Kinna, and Saint Dai, intrigued by Dewey's challenge, observed the unfolding scene. Come forth, Dragonite, Dewey called, releasing his most powerful Dragonite from its Pokeball. Yisu, utilizing the system, assessed the champion-level strength of Dewey's Dragonite, confirming its formidable nature. A champion-level Dragonite, impressive, Yisu murmured, while Kinna appeared taken aback. Champion level? Has Dewey's Dragonite evolved? She recalled the last time Dewey attempted to challenge the Kanto champion, during which his Dragonite was still mid-champion level. Chapter 61. The astonishment of the onlookers with Dewey's Dragonite having reached such heights, Kinna speculated that even with type advantages, she might not be able to overcome Dewey. Dewey gazed at Yisu in astonishment. Is this still a novice trainer? How long has it been since he began his journey to discern his Dragonite's strength so clearly? If he continues to grow at this rate, he might just become another champion. Yes, my Dragonite has reached champion level. It just recently broke through, Dewey confirmed. Let us begin. Yisu nodded in agreement. Dewey's expression grew serious. Battling a legendary Pokémon was no trivial matter. Given the circumstances, defeat seemed inevitable. He could only hope to minimize the humiliation and at least land a few blows. You may go first, Yisu offered, granting Dewey a modicum of respect and observing whether he could seize the opportunity. If Dragonite were to strike first, it would undoubtedly obliterate Dewey's Dragonite. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, Dewey accepted, recognizing the gravity of the situation and unwilling to concede. Dewey's strength is formidable. I doubt Yisu will emerge unscathed. Kinna remarked, as her familiarity with Dewey's abilities surpassed Yisu's understanding. Fear not. Little E will surely prevail. You remain unaware of the true power of his legendary Pokémon, Elise reassured, displaying no hint of concern. Dragonite, unleash Ice Beam, Dewey commanded. The Ice Beam fired from Dewey's Dragonite successfully struck the mighty Dragonite, primarily because it chose not to evade. The intensity of the attack was deemed inconsequential by the Dragonite, which simply weathered the blow as if it were but a mere tickle. Dragonite, deliver a punch, but refrain from exerting too much strength, Yisu instructed. Dewey felt a twinge of discontent at Yisu's words. Even acknowledging the Dragonite's legendary status, he felt his own Dragonite's capabilities were being underestimated. Upon hearing the command, the Dragonite nodded and released a formidable aura befitting a legendary creature. Dewey gasped, feeling momentarily breathless, while his Dragonite recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back. Both were overshadowed by the sheer might of the legendary Dragonite. The Dragonite advanced slowly, yet to the observers, it appeared to close the distance in an instant, landing a powerful punch to Dewey's Dragonite's abdomen. The impact was akin to being struck by a speeding freight truck, sending Dewey's Dragonite soaring into the air, carving a path across the ocean and generating considerable waves as if clearing a channel. Dewey was knocked off his feet by the forceful winds, his expression frozen in disbelief. Did my Dragonite just get sent flying like that? Kinna stared, dumbfounded, barely blinking before Dewey's Dragonite vanished from sight. The Dragonite scratched its head, turning to Yisu with an innocent gaze, as if to say, this seems unrelated to me. I held back considerably. It is simply too weak. Yisu glanced towards the ocean, unable to even see where Dewey's Dragonite had landed. The punch had been truly devastating. Dragonite, swiftly retrieve it. We cannot allow it to drown at the bottom of the sea, Yisu called out. The Dragonite nodded, flapping its wings with a swift motion, soaring faster than any aircraft, leaving a long trail across the water. Shortly thereafter, the Dragonite returned Dewey's Dragonite, although it appeared quite disheveled, its body limp and its eyes rolling back in circles, resembling a creature on the brink of collapse. The Dragonite felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing its opponent in such a state. Despite Yisu's instructions to restrain its strength, it had inadvertently overexerted itself due to its sudden size reduction. Dewey snapped back to reality, witnessing the pitiful state of his once proud Dragonite, feeling a pang of sorrow. He retrieved his Pokeball, recalling his Dragonite, and released another, one slightly weaker, at the beginner champion level. I apologize. My Dragonite has sustained severe injuries and must be taken to the Pokémon Center. Excuse me, Dewey stated, immediately mounting his Dragonite and racing towards the Pokémon Center in Konoha City. The injuries were too severe to delay, and Dewey bore no resentment towards Isu. It was all a consequence of his own challenge. This was fueled by his overconfidence. Since becoming the champion of Chengdu in the Kanto Elite, Dewey found himself lacking suitable opponents. His defeat at Kina's hands had been due to type disadvantages. Dewey had initially believed that his championship skills, combined with his Dragonite's late-stage prowess, would allow him to at least exchange blows with a legendary Pokémon, even if he could not win outright. However, reality proved he was still too inexperienced. A legendary Pokémon is a legendary Pokémon, and even a non-legendary species like Dragonite, possessing the strength of a first-tier deity, could easily overpower Dewey's Dragonite. This was compounded by the fact that the Dragonite had not used its full strength. Otherwise, it could have easily eliminated Dewey's Dragonite in one blow. Even a late-stage champion Pokémon was insufficient against the lethal prowess of a legendary beast. Isu watched as Dewey hurried away, his mouth agape, intending to voice something but ultimately refraining from speaking. Dewey had departed too swiftly. Initially, he had hoped that Na Yi could assist in healing Dewey's Dragonite, but the anxious trainer's speed left him little room for such considerations. The Dragonite glanced in the direction Dewey had fled, looking somewhat sheepish as it regarded Isu. While it had not fully reigned in its strength, it had not employed its complete might either, having merely utilized a fraction of its power. Isu patted the Dragonite, refraining from admonishing it, though he did remind it to learn to control its strength. If you cannot manage your power, it could lead to serious trouble in a city. I wouldn't dare release you. A single misstep could flatten an entire battlefield, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The strength of a second-tier deity is indeed formidable. Truly, it is astonishing. Kona gazed at Dragonite in disbelief. Her initial lack of comprehension regarding the power of legendary Pokémon now transformed into awe. This was the true strength of a legendary beast. It was evident that she had been viewing the world through a narrow lens. She marveled at the sight. This was the first time she had witnessed a legendary Pokémon showcase its might, and it was indeed terrifying. Even the most skilled trainers seemed dwarfed in the presence of such colossal power, akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain. Could one truly claim that Dato was not formidable? The answer was a resounding no. He was a seasoned warrior, having traveled for years, and his command over Pokémon had reached its zenith. Otherwise, how could he have ascended to the rank of champion? Yet, when Dragonite unleashed its attack, Dato barely had time to react. Chapter 62, Dato's Astonishment Once More. It was reminiscent of the time he captured Giratina. Xiaosua had been equally unable to issue commands while watching the clash between Rayquaza and Giratina. In the blink of an eye, the two legendary Pokémon had exchanged hundreds of blows, leaving no time for directives. Well, it's settled then. Let us head to Leaf Green City and see how Dato's Dragonite is faring, Xiaosua suggested to the three women. Let us take a helicopter for speed. Kona pointed to the helicopter parked ahead. Great. I've never been on a helicopter before, Saida exclaimed, rushing over. The Uten family owned a helicopter and had a dedicated helipad. However, they were quite protective of Saida, fearing any mishap, which was why she had never flown in one. Soon, they arrived at Leaf Green City, and the helicopter landed directly at the Pokémon Center, as there was no helipad available. The staff at the Pokémon Center were taken aback. Who would travel by helicopter? It was quite extravagant. Upon their arrival, they immediately spotted a distressed Dato. I apologize. My Dragonite may have been a bit too forceful, Xiaosua said to him. It's fine. I was overly optimistic, believing I could hold my own against a legendary Pokémon. Ultimately, my arrogance has led to this outcome, so there's no need for your apology, Dato replied, shaking his head and candidly accepting his fault. The might of legendary Pokémon was indeed formidable. Previously, he had only spoken of their power without truly grasping it. No wonder his family's guardian Dragonite always disregarded his challenges. It was clear he was simply too weak. Dato's mouth twisted into a bitter smile as he realized his limitations. It was no surprise that every time he challenged his family's guardian Dragonite, it would hardly acknowledge him, the disparity in strength leaving him trembling. In truth, Xiaosua's Dragonite was significantly stronger than his family's guardian, perhaps by an entire tier. From Yasu's perspective, Dato's family guardian Dragonite possessed only mid-tier 3 strength, whereas Yasu's Dragonite was at the peak of tier 2. Naturally, even a mid-tier 3 Pokémon would find it effortless to defeat Dato's Dragonite. What is the status of Dragonite now? Yasu inquired. If Nurse Joy cannot treat it, we can let Naya take over, as it was injured by my Pokémon. Nurse Joy told me not to worry, but I'm still quite anxious. This Dragonite has been with me since childhood, Dato said, his concern palpable. It was evident that he held deep affection for his Dragonite, having spent so much time together. Even a pig would form a bond, let alone a battling Pokémon. Xiaosua nodded, empathizing with Dato's feelings. If it were his own Pokémon injured, he would likely be even more frantic. However, unlike Dato, he had Celebi and Naya, which might allow for a more immediate resolution. Half an hour later, Nurse Joy emerged from the operating room, her face glistening with sweat and fatigue. Nurse Joy, how's my Dragonite? Is it all right? Dato rushed to her side. Champion Dato, your Dragonite is gravely injured, but you arrived in time. The rescue was successful. It just needs a few weeks of rest, so there's no need to worry. Nurse Joy replied wearily. Upon hearing this, the immense weight on Dato's chest lifted, and he exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face as he bowed to Nurse Joy. Thank you so much, Nurse Joy. It's my duty to care for Pokémon, but you must remember, it will require a month of recuperation. During this time, it must not train or battle, Nurse Joy cautioned earnestly. The severity of Dragonite's injuries necessitated careful recovery to avoid any lasting repercussions. Dato heeded her warnings with utmost seriousness. Xiaosua followed Dato and Nurse Joy to the emergency room, where they found Dragonite lying on the bed, still unconscious but no longer in distress. It appeared to be merely asleep. Come forth, Celebi, and use Healing Wave on Dragonite. Xiaosua called forth Celebi, who began to heal the Dragonite. Initially, he had intended for Naya to perform the healing, but considering the presence of so many onlookers, he reconsidered. Xiaosua preferred to keep some of Naya's uniqueness under wraps. Moreover, Celebi's healing capabilities were hardly inferior to Naya's. While Naya was an all-rounder, Celebi was a dedicated healing deity. Under Celebi's care, Dragonite slowly opened its eyes, sat up, and even managed to stand. Is it all right now? Dato exclaimed, astonished at the sight of his standing Dragonite. Let Nurse Joy check it. Xiaosua reminded Dato. Right. Let me call Nurse Joy for an examination. Dato quickly fetched Nurse Joy to assess Dragonite. After the examination, Nurse Joy was equally astounded. Dragonite appeared completely unharmed. Thank you. Xiaosua, Dato expressed his gratitude. Xiaosua felt somewhat awkward. Accepting thanks for healing a Pokémon that had been injured by his own was a peculiar situation. After expressing his appreciation for Xiaosua's role in Dragonite's recovery, Dato mounted his Dragonite and departed. As the champion of Chengdu and the elite of Kanto had pressing responsibilities to attend to, Dato left, but Kona chose to remain. Why do you want to stay and travel with us? Alice asked, somewhat displeased, feeling threatened by the presence of Kona in addition to Saida. What? Are you truly so disdainful of me? Your sister? Kona teased, flipping her hair. Alice nodded without hesitation, as Yasu's attention had been increasingly focused on Kona, particularly on her more prominent attributes. Jealousy surged within Alice, especially now that Dato had departed, leaving Kona behind. What are you staring at, little brother? Alice smiled sweetly at Xiaosua, though her smile was laced with menace. It's not my fault. It's just too captivating, if you had it too. I do look at you every day, Xiaosua replied, unabashedly raising his hands in surrender. Kona's allure was undeniable. Her figure, as depicted in anime and manga, was indeed impressive. And now that she stood before him in reality, he was struck by the truth of her beauty. Chapter 63, Leaf Green Gym. Xiaosua, if you like me so much, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Kona leaned in closer to Xiaosua. If everyone is agreeable. Selling a little of my charm wouldn't be such a bad thing, Xiaosua said, his eyes sparkling. Sleeping alongside Kina brings a delightful thrill to my heart. However, the resolute objections from Alice and Shindai, accompanied by their hostile glares directed at Kina, suggest otherwise. Is this not akin to a sneak attack? Shindai expressed her disbelief, asserting that she had yet to share a night with Xiaosua. So how could it be Kina's turn? Kina merely smiled, unperturbed by the animosity emanating from the two women. Xiaosua, you must not go. If I catch you, I will bite you to death, Alice threatened Xiaosua with a fierce tone. In any case, I absolutely cannot agree to you two sleeping together. Kina chuckled softly, well aware that Alice would never consent. Having spent over half a year with Alice, she knew that despite her shyness around others, Alice was fiercely protective of her younger brother. Yet, gazing at Yasu's exceptionally charming face, Kina mused that had Yasu been her brother, she would undoubtedly be just as protective. It must be said, Yasu was indeed handsome, without the system as a golden key. His mere appearance could serve as one. In a world that prioritizes looks before strength, a pretty face is a rare treasure. The reason Kina befriended Alice was largely due to Yasu's presence back then. She found him irresistibly adorable and thus joined Alice and Jadelia on their travels. Upon discovering that Xiaosua was Alice's younger brother, Kina quietly resolved, having seen your brother, I am bound to befriend you, dear sister. My apologies must be stated here. Now, I am heading to challenge the Leaf Gym. Will you accompany me? Xiaosua inquired. I will, To ensure you are not abducted by nefarious individuals, Kina replied. Though her gaze was fixed on Alice and Shindai. I am an adult now. Why do I feel as though I am still a child? Xiaosua lamented with a hint of exasperation. In the Pokémon world, 15 years is considered adulthood, thus Xiaosua is indeed of age. Although you are now an adult, you have yet to experience the world's harsh realities. I fear you may be deceived and end up counting money for a villain, Kina remarked, playfully ruffling Yasu's hair. Do you enjoy messing with my hair so much, Kina? Xiaosua asked, pushing her hand away and smoothing his hair. Because your hair is incredibly soft, softer than most girls. And I am rather envious, Kina replied with a smile. Aren't we supposed to be challenging the gym? Come on, Alice exclaimed, taking Yasu's hand as they, along with Shindai and Kina, departed from the Pokémon Center. Upon arriving at the Leaf Gym, they witnessed someone sorrowfully emerging, seemingly in tears. It appears to be a Pokémon injured during a gym challenge. I heard the gym leader is rather harsh on novice trainers, Kina observed. Harsh? That is utterly excessive. Inflicting such suffering on others' Pokémon, Shindai said, fuming. Yasu scratched his nose, feeling an awkwardness despite knowing Shindai wasn't referring to him. Earlier that morning, his Dragonite had severely injured another trainer's Dragonite. Was he truly worse than Marzisher? Shindai, recalling this, gave Yasu an awkward smile and added, Yasu, I am not talking about you. It is just that Dato is too weak. Well done, Shindai, displaying your double standards, Yasu remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Though criticized for being biased, Yasu himself held double standards. The same situation could elicit different reactions depending on whether it involved acquaintances or outsiders. Upon entering the Leaf Gym, they encountered a group of individuals who seemed to be emulating a rebellious style, if not for being at the gym's entrance. One might have mistaken it for a den of thieves. Kina frowned at the sight, realizing why Marzisher often received complaints. His methods were not only brutal against trainers, but other issues were also quite severe. Another challenger for the boss? Someone overestimating their abilities has arrived. One of Marzisher's lackeys remarked, only to be abruptly silenced by Marzisher, who commanded them to leave. Greetings, Champion Kina. What brings you here today? Marzisher asked nervously. It seems you have numerous issues at your gym, Marzisher. The League has taken notice. Should you not rectify them, your position as gym leader may be in jeopardy. Kina warned. Marzisher, already intimidated by Kina's presence, feared she intended to strip him of his title. However, Kina, despite being a champion, deemed such minor matters outside her purview. Those were better suited for the League's inspectors. I am here to accompany Yasu in his gym challenge, Kina stated flatly. Marzisher exhaled in relief, grateful that she was not there to dethrone him. I am here to challenge the gym. I appreciate your guidance, Yasu confidently declared. Of course. It's merely a mutual exchange of skills, Marzisher quickly responded. With Kina's presence, Yasu was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, and Marzisher was no fool. He resolved that regardless of Yasu's abilities, he would award him the orange badge, seeking to curry favor first. The rules of the Leaf Gym dictate a one-on-one battle, with the trainer initiating the attack. My Pokémon is Raichu, Marzisher announced, releasing the creature. Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu, lost some of its cuteness compared to its predecessor, leading some trainers to prefer not evolving their Pikachu. Go, Beedrill, Yasu called forth, eager to battle after a long hiatus since his last confrontation with Banjimu. Let the battle commence. Beedrill, use Poison Sting, Yasu commanded, eyeing Raichu. Marzisher's Raichu possessed elite-level prowess, while Yasu's Beedrill had reached quasi-champion status. Raichu, use Thunderbolt and evade the attack, Marzisher instructed. Upon unleashing its Thunderbolt, Raichu attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Beedrill's Poison Sting struck swiftly, leaving Raichu with a pallid hue, indicating it had been poisoned. Fortunate indeed, to trigger poisoning on the first attempt. Raichu's Thunderbolt was successfully evaded by Beedrill's agile maneuver. Beedrill, execute Twin Needle. Beedrill surged towards Raichu, its stingers poised to strike. In truth, Raichu's speed was not particularly high, which is why Ash's Pikachu could triumph over it in the story. What an opportunity. Raichu, unleash Mega Punch, Marzisher exclaimed, excitement mounting as Beedrill closed in. Beedrill, use Protect. Then follow up with Bug Buzz. Beedrill shielded itself from Raichu's Mega Punch and retaliated with Bug Buzz, sending Raichu flying. Beedrill, unleash Solar Beam on Raichu mid-air, Yasu commanded. And Beedrill nodded, gathering sunlight before firing at the airborne Raichu. This Solar Beam, while less powerful than Shelebi's, was more than sufficient to defeat Raichu. Raichu, activate Protect, Marzisher urged, desperate to prevent Raichu from being struck by the Solar Beam. Already poisoned, Raichu's stamina was rapidly depleting. Another hit could render it unable to continue fighting. Finish it with Light of Ruin, Yasu ordered, signaling Beedrill to deliver the final blow. The Beedrill unleashed a devastating beam of white light upon Raichu, striking it with tremendous force. At that moment, Raichu had just used the protective technique to shield itself from solar flare and was caught off guard by Beedrill's attack. The impact sent Raichu hurtling to the ground, its eyes spiraled in confusion, rendered unable to continue the fight. Majishur stood momentarily stunned. He had been defeated so unexpectedly. Overwhelmed by the continuous onslaught. Initially, he had hoped to show leniency, given his familiarity with Xiaosua and Kina, but before he could act, he found himself vanquished. You have triumphed. Here's the orange badge. I concede, Majishur declared as he handed the badge to Xiaosua. Xiaosua accepted the badge with a nod, preparing to depart. Kina, is my situation serious? Majishur inquired, noticing Kina and Xiaosua making their exit, eager to extract information. The position of gym leader was a coveted one, and he was reluctant to lose it. Although many have lodged complaints against you, there are no immediate consequences. However, exercise caution moving forward, Kina advised. Majishur nodded silently. Recognizing the need for restraint in his future conduct, particularly concerning those unruly subordinates he no longer deemed necessary. Xiaosua, let us visit the shop, Nay, who had been quietly perched atop Xiaosua's head, suggested. All right, I shall take you to the store, Xiaosua replied as they, along with Kina, Shaddai, and Alice, ventured into the bustling marketplace. They procured an assortment of fresh vegetables, meats, and a plethora of snacks, all at Nay's insistence, who was undoubtedly a glutton, particularly for treats. This marketplace was owned by Sakaki, and Xiaosua possessed a business card from him, allowing them to shop without expense. While Xiaosua was not lacking in funds, he saw no reason to decline such generosity. To think you possess such a card, it must be a gift from Sakaki, correct? Kina remarked, astonished. Few individuals in the Kanto and Johto regions held such a card. One could count them on one hand. Is it truly that rare? Shengdai inquired, intrigued. Certainly. This card is not your ordinary membership. It grants access to the highest privileges at establishments owned by Sakaki. It is akin to a VIP card, Kina explained. I am aware that Sakaki is the gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym, but is he truly that formidable? Shengdai questioned, her curiosity piqued. As only Xiaosua knew Sakaki's true identity. Kina nodded and elaborated. Sakaki wields considerable influence in both Kanto and Johto. He is a prominent businessman and a well-regarded philanthropist, known for his kindness and esteemed reputation. Xiaosua, having just taken a sip of water, couldn't help but sputter at Kina's description. A philanthropist? That man is the leader of Team Rocket, the most notorious evil organization in the world. It seems Sakaki has crafted quite an image for himself. Truly the most successful of villains. Are you alright, Xiaosua? Nothing to worry about. I merely choked on my drink. Xiaosua waved off, choosing not to divulge Sakaki's identity, as there was no reason to provoke him unnecessarily. The SS, and will dock at the port in Korea City? Shengdai exclaimed, studying the flyer. The SS and... I recall it being an exceptionally luxurious vessel, Alice remarked. Indeed, the SS and is renowned worldwide for its opulence, making annual stops at Korea City. Shaddai, are you interested? Kino inquired as he examined the flyer. Absolutely. I wish to see this famous luxury cruise ship, Shaddai replied enthusiastically. Dear cousin, do you share my interest? Shengdai turned to Xiaosua. The name SS and rang a bell for Xiaosua, and upon reflection, he recalled it as the ship that had sunk in the anime. I find it intriguing as well. I would like to see it, Xiaosua smiled. Their journey to the SS and would lead them to encounter Team Rocket, not the likes of Jesse and James, but other members of the organization. The SS and would not arrive at Korea Harbor until the following day, but they needed tickets to board, prompting Xiaosua to lead Kina, Shaddai, and Alice to the ticket office to purchase their fares. The next morning, Xiaosua, Kina, Alice, and an excited Shaddai made their way toward Korea Harbor. As they left the city and entered the more open suburbs, Xiaosua's pace gradually slowed, and his gaze narrowed. Nay, there are 9 individuals tailing you, they informed Xiaosua. Acknowledging her, Xiaosua was already aware. His aura-sensing ability allowed him to perceive the distinct waves emitted by those around him. No one could conceal themselves from him. Every living being radiated a unique aura, and Xiaosua could capture their essence. The aura represents the spirit of each creature, the force of the mind. A powerful aura wielder can even discern another's intentions of goodwill or malice. Xiaosua's aura abilities were likely the strongest in human history, making him the so-called most formidable aura hero. With such strength, Xiaosua could sense the hostility emanating from the pursuers behind him, indicating they were not benign. Chapter 65, Team Rocket's Assault? What troubles you, Xiaosua? Kina halted, regarding Xiaosua with curiosity. Shaddai, walking ahead, also paused, casting a puzzled glance back at Xiaosua. Did you forget something? Alice queried, confused. Nothing significant. It appears some individuals are rather oblivious, Xiaosua remarked ominously. Shengdai was perplexed by Xiaosua's words. Yet Kinna and Alice understood immediately, drawing their Pokeballs. "Captain, it seems we have been discovered. What are our orders?" The scout reported to their leader. "Engage immediately. You distract Kinna while I handle the child with the legendary Pokémon. The master's orders are clear. We must seize that legendary creature," the leader commanded. Disregarding Alice and Shungdai, perceiving them as inconsequential. What threat could a small girl and a slightly older woman pose? 9 individuals clad in Team Rocket attire surged forward, swiftly encircling Xiaosua and his companions. Their practiced movements revealed a wealth of experience in such encounters. "Our leader has commanded that you surrender the gigantic Dragonite and the legendary Shalebi, or you shall face the consequences." The head of the group glared coldly at Xiaosua. "Team Rocket, is it?" Kinna observed, his expression growing grave as he scrutinized their attire. Xiaosua frowned, surprised to encounter Team Rocket. Logically, Sakaki should have been wary of him. Perhaps there was more to the story, or perhaps Sakaki's Mutuo had finally been completed. To dare confront someone with a legendary Pokémon, one must either underestimate its power or possess means to contend with it. Unless Sakaki himself had brought forth his newly created Mutuo. What gave Team Rocket the audacity to act against him? Whether Mutuo had been completed remained uncertain. Even if it had, how potent could a freshly created Mutuo truly be? The question of whether Team Rocket can control Mutuo remains uncertain. Xiaosua harbors doubts about the true allegiance of those before him. Is wearing Team Rocket's attire sufficient to claim one belongs to them? Let me hazard a guess. Are they affiliated with the Kanto region's family? Xiaosua scrutinized them intently, observing the subtle shifts in their expressions. Upon hearing his inquiry, their faces remained impassive, though their pupils betrayed a barely perceptible contraction. Despite its subtlety, Xiaosua, endowed with the power of aura, discerned clearly that these individuals were indeed not members of Team Rocket. Their intention to masquerade as Team Rocket to execute an ambush and cast blame upon them reveals a notable cunning. Had Xiaosua not encountered Banmu previously, he might have fallen for their ruse. "We are indeed members of Team Rocket. Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over your Pokémon, or you shall meet a dreadful fate," asserted the apparent leader of the group, firmly claiming allegiance to Team Rocket. "Knowing that I, the champion, am present, do you still dare to speak so boldly? What trump card do you possess?" Kinna's gaze was icy as she regarded them. The audacity to threaten her in the presence of a champion could only stem from either foolishness or confidence. Their demeanor suggested the latter. "Come forth, Venusaur." The leader hurled a Pokeball, and a colossal Venusaur materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura. Kinna could sense that this Venusaur possessed extraordinary power. "Come forth, Dragonite." Kinna was cautious. Although Alice stood nearby, this was still a matter of her status as a champion. The opposing side must be aware of the might of legendary Pokémon. Thus they likely held greater cards. She unleashed her own primary Pokémon without hesitation. The individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms also released their Pokémon, Zubat, Spearow, Charizard, and an array of others, showcasing a diverse lineup. Xiaosua observed these Pokémon, noting that their strengths were primarily at or above the elite level. It appeared they had come well prepared. "Kinna, leave this Venusaur to me," Alice directed, releasing her 3-headed dragon. The Venusaur possessed peak champion level strength, a challenge for Kinna. "Very well," she conceded, acknowledging the Venusaur's formidable prowess, realizing her Dragonite might not stand a chance. "Dragonite, unleash Ice Beam upon these Pokémon." Kinna adjusted her glasses, and Dragonite unleashed a sweeping Ice Beam. Although some of the opposing Pokémon were of elite caliber, they were all swiftly encased in ice. How is this possible? The champion is so powerful? The onlookers gaped in disbelief as their Pokémon became frozen, astonished by the rapid defeat. "It seems you have underestimated the champion's capabilities," Kinna remarked. "Fear not, with Venusaur on our side, they shall not pose a threat." The leader stepped forward to bolster morale. "Venusaur, if you choose to depart, we can let bygones be bygones." Alice expressed sympathy for the Pokémon, recognizing that the fault lay with the trainer, not the creature. Venusaur, however, remained silent, demonstrating its resolve by gathering sunlight in preparation for solar beam. "In that case, I have nothing more to say. 3-headed dragon. Intercept and use Dragon Pulse. Be careful not to finish Venusaur off. Leave it with a sliver of life," Alice instructed her 3-headed dragon. Xiaosua, too, felt some pity for Venusaur, but Alice had granted it a chance, which it failed to appreciate. The 3-headed dragon deftly shielded against Venusaur's solar beam and retaliated with Dragon Pulse, easily withstanding an attack from a peak champion Pokémon. The 3-headed dragon unleashed a Dragon Pulse that struck Venusaur, whose speed was insufficient to evade the blow. The attack sent Venusaur flying meters away, endangering those standing nearby, resulting in dire consequences. After executing the Dragon Pulse, the 3-headed dragon refrained from further assault, Although Venusaur remained alive, its condition was dire, sustaining greater injuries than Kinna's Dragonite. Yet it still clung to life. The leader of the opposing group was fortunate enough not to be near Venusaur, thus escaping unscathed. However, his luck was questionable. It would have been better to have perished than to fall into Isu's hands. How could this happen? The leader watched as the battle unfolded. Now more of a one-sided massacre, with the legendary Pokémon yet to reveal its power. The few remaining members fell to their knees, bewildered by the vast disparity in strength. They had believed that with a peak champion-level Venusaur, capturing the legendary Pokémon would be effortless. But now it appeared to be a farcical notion. With a single blow, their prized Venusaur lay in a state of peril, and the situation was utterly dire. Thoughts of escape involuntarily surfaced in their minds, yet the prospect was far from feasible. With their other Pokémon ensnared by Kinna's Dragonite, and the three-headed dragon poised to strike, how could they flee? Yisu, handle this, Alice and Kinna said, casting their gaze upon the despondent individuals kneeling before them, devoid of sympathy and entrusting them to Yisu. Employing his psychic abilities, he effortlessly hypnotized their leader. Speak. Who are you truly? Yisu inquired coolly. As they had come to assault him and seize his Pokémon, Yisu felt no inclination towards compassion. Under the trance, the leader's eyes grew vacant as he replied, "We are members of the Ueno family." The Ueno family? Yisu queried, glancing at Kinna and Alice, uncertain of this family's significance. The Ueno family is a prominent clan in the Kanto region. Though not on par with the top-tier families, their influence remains substantial. Kinna explained to Yisu. Yet, the Ueno family has been in decline, nearing extinction, with many great families eager to seize a piece of the pie. Ah, I see. Perhaps this is the reason for their attempt on my life? Yisu mused. Fearing their downfall, they must have sought a means to revive their fortunes, potentially by seizing his legendary Pokémon to restore their family's glory. Yisu's conjecture was accurate. They indeed aimed to acquire the legendary Pokémon to salvage their family's situation and ascend to the ranks of a super clan. However, they had grossly underestimated the power of the legendary Pokémon, believing that a peak champion-level Venusaur would suffice to contend with it. Though it is widely acknowledged that legendary Pokémon are formidable, the true extent of their power remains nebulous. Take for instance Dooku. He too had never witnessed the might of a legendary Pokémon, relying solely on ancient texts that spoke of their strength, instilling in him a sense of reverence. Yet, as the legendary Pokémon had not appeared for many years, its might had been forgotten, leading Dooku to challenge even the formidable Dragonite. Do initially believed that with the formidable strength of his Dragonite, coupled with his prowess as an exceptional trainer, he could rival the legendary Pokémon. However, he soon realized the folly of his assumptions, as a single encounter revealed the overwhelming power of the deities. They are indeed beyond comparison with ordinary Pokémon, even when faced with a skilled trainer. If a champion like Du holds such a shallow understanding, how can the Ueno family, with their misplaced confidence in their ancestral Venusaur, hope to seize a legendary Pokémon? Naturally, they were also prepared for failure, as evidenced by their choice of Team Rocket attire. Should they fail, it would merely be a matter for Team Rocket, leaving the Ueno family unscathed. Success, on the other hand, would lead to silencing witnesses and planting misleading evidence to frame Team Rocket, rendering their plan nearly flawless. Thus, regardless of the outcome, they had devised a strategy to ensure Team Rocket would take the blame, as they were, after all, an evil organization. Moreover, they had summoned a Venusaur of peak champion caliber, indicating their serious commitment to capturing a legendary Pokémon. Kona, although present, posed a certain deterrent. Yet the Ueno family felt confident in their ability to handle Kona, not anticipating the involvement of Alice. Once the captain divulged everything, Xiaosua utilized psychic powers to induce brain death in the remaining survivors. It was not Team Rocket, but rather the Ueno family, exhibiting remarkable audacity. Kona's eyes sparkled with icy fury. She was genuinely enraged. Indeed, I shall have my grandfather teach the Ueno family a lesson, Side-Eye stated, clenching his fist in anger. Take me along. I shall have my family create trouble for the Ueno family, Alice asserted, revealing her own strength. No need for anger. I shall resolve this matter myself. I had intended to remain low-key, but now it's time to show them the true meaning of deterrence, Xiaosua smiled, unfazed. Although they could handle their own affairs, any harm to their loved ones would be met with regret. It was time to demonstrate some strength. Do you not require my assistance? Kona inquired. No need. Your methods are adequate. However, I want the entire Kanto region to recognize that I am not to be trifled with, came the reply. Kona, what is the situation here? Jusha arrived on her motorcycle. Upon witnessing the fallen individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms, she was taken aback. Miss Jusha, these individuals attacked us, but they have all been neutralized. Please handle the situation, Kona instructed. Understood, Champion Kona, Junsha nodded. But what about that Venusaur? She pointed towards the distant creature. Kona glanced at Xiaosua, who considered capturing the formidable Venusaur. Leave it to me. Nay, perched atop Yasu's head, vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Nay returned, the Venusaur. Now healed, glanced around with bewilderment before departing with a weary gait. Xiaosua, this is for you. Nay presented a vial of emerald liquid to Xiaosua. Miss Jusha, may we depart? Xiaosua inquired. Jusha, after consulting Kona, shook her head. I am sorry, but even with champion Kona present for safety reasons, you must accompany me to provide a statement, she stated politely. Her internal conflict was palpable. Despite her trust in Kona, safety necessitated her request. Since it is protocol, we shall not make it difficult for you, Jusha. My apologies, side-eye. It seems your anticipated voyage on the SS and will not occur, Xiaosua conveyed. Unable to refuse the courteous Junsha. Chapter 67. What constitutes a legendary Pokémon? It is alright. If we cannot board this time, there will be future opportunities. Side-eye replied with a smile. Xiaosua shook his head slightly. This chance would not come again, as the SS and was destined to sink shortly after departure. However, even without the SS, there were other luxurious vessels, and perhaps they could visit another cruise line in the future. After arriving at the police station with Junsha and completing their statements, the process did not consume much time. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Perhaps I could treat you to a meal afterward? Junsha offered, her expression filled with regret. No need to apologize. It is your duty, Kona assured her, understanding Junsha's commitment to her responsibilities. Once they left the police station, Xiaosua led Kona and Side-Eye away from the urban area to an open field. Hee. Now is my moment to shine, Xiaosua chuckled mischievously. What do you intend to do? It seems rather ominous. Side-Eye expressed her apprehension. Really? Xiaosua turned to the others. You look rather foolish, Alice laughed. I am curious to see what you will do. You shall see shortly. Arise, Giratina. At Xiaosua's call, Giratina, residing in the distortion world, suddenly opened its eyes, spiraled around, and created a spatial portal, arriving in the present world. Indeed, Xiaosua planned to unleash Giratina's might. Using it as an example, the Ueno family would be the unfortunate target of this demonstration. They had dared to be the first to act, and they would face the consequences. Xiaosua directly transmitted his intentions regarding the Ueno family to Giratina through the power of aura. Giratina nodded and ascended into the sky, heading towards the Ueno family with great ostentation, revealing Yasu's strength to the world for the first time. Kona stood in stunned silence, regaining her composure only after Giratina had departed. Xiaosua, was that Giratina, the sovereign of the distortion world? She asked excitedly. Kona was somewhat familiar with the myths of the Sinnoh region and could recognize the 3 legendary dragons. Side-Eye, on the other hand, was bewildered. She had no knowledge of Giratina, but seeing Kona's excitement made it clear that the oddly shaped Pokémon was indeed formidable. Understanding Kona's exhilaration, Xiaosua recalled how Professor Oak had reacted similarly upon witnessing Giratina. Indeed, that is Giratina, the legendary Pokémon of the Sinnoh region. Let it showcase its might. Everyone is now aware of the purpose of this meeting, President Damalanki began. It was not us who instigated the attack. How does this involve us? A voice from the assembly remarked. While it was not our attack, the incident occurred under our oversight. We cannot avoid responsibility. You have witnessed Yasu's capabilities, if mishandled. The Alliance could face significant repercussions, Damalanki said, his brow furrowed. We can simply shift the blame to Team Rocket, as the situation appears to dictate, another proposed. Damalanki sighed. If it were that simple, there would be no need for a meeting. Some individuals would not engage in rational discourse. Indeed, according to Junsha's report, it was Team Rocket that attacked, but the matter will not be resolved so easily, one of the vice presidents interjected. If Xiaosua were to retaliate against the Alliance, we would likely face dire consequences, which is something the higher-ups wish to avoid, Damalanki lamented. Now, we can only entrust the matter to Tian Wang for mediation. It is also difficult to ascertain the stance of Dr. Ohm on the situation, as it is rumored that he holds great affection for Yisu. Another vice president remarked. There is no other option but to hope that this incident will pass without further consequences. Fortunately, Yisu has emerged unscathed. Otherwise, given his temperament, the entire Kanto region would likely be thrown into chaos. In the city of Tokiwa, within the Tokiwa Gym, Bama wore a grave expression. The information regarding Team Rocket was exceedingly well informed, and it didn't take long for Bamu to learn about the alleged attack on Yisu. Conduct a thorough investigation to determine who is impersonating Team Rocket, Bama commanded, his anger palpable. This time, Bama was genuinely furious. To brazenly impersonate Team Rocket and incite animosity was something he could never forgive. If Yisu were to confront them, Team Rocket could face utter annihilation. Rest assured, We will spare no effort in our investigation and will provide you with a satisfactory explanation, Apollo said, his head bowed in deference. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the Kanto region, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the inhabitants and Pokémon of both regions, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. This is the pressure of a divine beast. Bama struggled to rise and released his Beedrill. He too possessed Pokémon of divine strength and could discern that this aura emanated from a formidable divine beast. Once released, Beedrill immediately unleashed its own aura to counteract this oppressive force. With its level 3 divine strength, Beedrill could barely withstand the might of Giratina, alleviating some of the tremendous pressure. Though Banmu felt the strain as well. Of course, this pressure was not directed solely at one Pokémon. It was a pervasive force encompassing 2 regions, which is why Beedrill could only manage to hold it at bay. Were it aimed at an individual, it would be an insurmountable challenge. As level 3 divine beings, an ultra-divine beast existed across 2 grand realms. What divine beast is this? Bama stepped out of the gym, gazing into the distant sky. From the information we have just gathered, it appears to be one of the 3 legendary dragons from the Sinnoh region, Giratina, reported Team Rocket Executive Lance. Giratina? Sinnoh? Could this be connected to Yisu? Bamu's mind raced with thoughts. His instincts told him that Giratina's arrival in Kanto was undeniably linked to Yisu. The coincidence was too striking. Just as Yisu faced an attack, a divine beast from Sinnoh materialized in Kanto, prompting a torrent of speculation. Surely, Giratina is not targeting Team Rocket, right? Bamu's expression darkened suddenly. If an ultra-divine beast had set its sights on them, it could spell catastrophic doom for Team Rocket. Do we know where Giratina is headed? Bamu inquired urgently. Based on current speculation, it is flying towards Shallow Red City, Lance promptly replied. Bama closed his eyes in contemplation. Since it was not directed at Team Rocket, he decided to observe the situation. It appeared that the Mutwo plan would need to be expedited. The power of divine beasts was indeed overwhelming. Chapter 68, The Destruction of the Winnow Family and the Winnow Family's Territory in Shallow Red City. Giratina had come to a halt, its released pressure filling onlookers with despair. Master, what should we do? The divine beast above seems to be targeting us. The other members of the Winnow family looked anxiously at the middle-aged man leading them. The Winnow family head wore a bitter expression when asked what to do. How could he possibly know? They had been waiting at home for good news, but instead, they were met with the arrival of Giratina, its demeanor foreboding. Do you think it could be that person named Yisu who summoned Giratina? We have just offended him, one family member speculated. In truth, Yisu could also summon Rayquaza, yet no one recognized Rayquaza in this world. To others, it merely appeared as a powerful Pokémon, not a divine beast. Those who could identify Giratina, understanding some of the underlying truths, could speculate that its presence in Kanto was indeed related to Yisu. This was an act of intimidation. Yisu intended to demonstrate to all that he commanded Giratina, warning anyone who dared to provoke him. Giratina surveyed the Winnow family below with icy indifference before unleashing a devastating shockwave from its maw. The ground trembled as if struck by a meteor, causing buildings to quake. The entire Shallow Red City witnessed a meteor-like brilliance strike the Winnow family's territory. Under the fury of Giratina's dragon rage, a 10-mile radius was transformed into a colossal pit, leaving nothing behind of the Winnow family. Following their annihilation, Giratina let out another roar. Its overwhelming presence pushed aside the clouds in the sky, intensifying the pressure, causing the people and Pokémon of Shallow Red City to bow before it as if the end of days had arrived. This day would be etched in the memories of all. Fortunately, Giratina did not linger for long and soon departed, though it left behind an air of dominance. Although Giratina displayed its might, no divine beast emerged to contest it. The Kanto region had no divine beast capable of standing against Giratina. While Mew could be considered a divine beast of Kanto, Mutwo, although originating from Kanto, had since wandered far and wide, rendering its allegiance uncertain. However, the Johto region did possess Ho-Oh and Lugia, yet they too remained absent. Divine beasts rarely revealed themselves unless their existence was threatened, and given Giratina's immense strength, it was unlikely that any would dare intervene. Giratina flew towards Leafless City, then vanished without a trace, causing the pressure that had enveloped Kanto and Johto to dissipate. Observers who had been closely monitoring Giratina's movements were now convinced that its summoning was indeed orchestrated by Yisu. The Winnow family had been obliterated. Let us share our thoughts. Damaranchi surveyed the others, who remained silent. Giratina would not destroy the Winnow family without cause. Perhaps those who attacked Yisu were indeed members of the Winnow family. Damaranchi was no fool and quickly pieced together the situation. President, discussing this now serves little purpose. You have felt Giratina's pressure. It is best to console some individuals and discourage them from making foolish decisions, Damaranchi advised. He nodded, preparing to warn others not to provoke Yisu. as the fate of the Winnow family stood as a dire reminder. The terrifying pit left behind continued to serve as a warning to the world. Meanwhile, in Tokiwa City, Banmu received word of the situation. Notify everyone not to provoke Yisu. He is not one to be trifled with, Banmu commanded. Moreover, those connected to the Winnow family should know how to proceed. Banmu instructed. Since Giratina had destroyed the Winnow family, it was evident that they had been the ones impersonating Team Rocket. With the Winnow family now eradicated, the matter could not simply be brushed aside. It was time to exact retribution on those closely associated with them. This would also serve as a deterrent to others, making it clear that those who dared to implicate Team Rocket would not go unpunished. The open annihilation of a family was a grave accusation, however. Such accusations required someone to assign blame, as rules merely bind and protect the so-called weak, while the strong dictate the rules. Who would dare confront Yisu? Do divine beasts feast on the meek? Especially one as formidable as Giratina, rumored to be an ultra-divine beast. Furthermore, even if one wished to confront him, there would be no evidence. The destruction of the Winnow family was wrought by Giratina, while it was speculated to be connected to Yisu. He could deny it without consequence. No one would seek justice for a family that had perished, especially given that they had instigated the attack first, rendering their demise justifiable. The actions of Giratina and Kanto are bound to capture the attention of the entire world, remarked Kona in astonishment as he perused the information online. The inhabitants of both Kanto and Johto have been profoundly affected. The oppressive aura emanating from Giratina made them feel as though the apocalypse had arrived. Those who have never experienced such pressure cannot comprehend it. Even now, they remain haunted by the memory, which has truly unveiled the might of the legendary Pokémon, the true essence of what it means to be a deity. Nightshade gently patted Giratina's body and chuckled softly, acknowledging that Giratina had performed admirably, likely ensuring that no one would dare to challenge him again. Giratina's imposing presence is undeniable, as the deity of the distortion world. Its extraordinary power should deter any adversaries from troubling Nightshade. Although the full extent of the legendary Pokémon's strength remains unknown, ancient texts describe their capacity to plunge the world into chaos. Many may doubt it, yet the opportunity now lies before them, and no one dares to test it. After all, the consequences of failure are too dire to contemplate. Giratina, please return to the distortion world, Nightshade instructed. Giratina nodded, opening a portal to return to its realm for a well-deserved slumber. Kona observed the interaction between Nightshade and Giratina, noting, your bond with Giratina seems quite extraordinary. Some families indeed share a connection with legendary Pokémon, often stemming from ancestral favors that grant them tokens to summon assistance in critical moments. However, Nightshade and Giratina's relationship appears to transcend that. Giratina seems to be genuinely Nightshade's companion. Giratina is indeed my captured Pokémon and partner. Our bond is undeniably special. Nightshade responded, I am quite curious. How did you manage to capture Giratina? You are not even from the Sinnoh region. Kona inquired, puzzled. Because I also have Rayquaza. Nightshade revealed, producing Rayquaza's Master Ball to summon the majestic creature. Chapter 69. Journey to Lumiose City. The black and white figure, illuminated by the sun, appeared elegant as it spiraled gracefully before landing beside Nightshade. Rayquaza exuded a refreshing chill, dispelling the heat of the day, akin to a cool spring in the forest. Kona was utterly stunned, realizing that Nightshade possessed yet another legendary Pokémon. How many does he truly have? Moreover, what type of legendary is this? Kona had never encountered such a creature before. With Dragonite, Celebi, the recently departed Giratina, and the present Rayquaza, that made for legendary Pokémon. Little did Kona know that the playful Nay, nestled on Nightshade's shoulder, was another significant entity. Including Nay, Nightshade had amassed 5 legendary Pokémon, and with one more, he could complete a full team of 6. Cousin, what kind of legendary Pokémon is this? I have never seen it before. And it seems there is no record of it in books, asked Shurdai curiously. Her question mirrored Kona's own intrigue, which he had intended to voice before Shurdai beat him to it. Ah, this is Rayquaza, a true legendary Pokémon, simply yet to be discovered, Nightshade explained. In truth, Rayquaza is predominantly green, but its undiscovered nature renders such details moot for now. I recall that a black Rayquaza appeared in the Hoopa movie, looking incredibly powerful. That must have been the shiny variant, Nightshade mused. However, his Rayquaza was a result of a lottery draw from the system, boasting 3 unique attributes, making it arguably the most exceptional Pokémon aside from Nay. Kona observed Rayquaza with curiosity for a moment before heading off to prepare lunch, while Shurdai continued to gaze in fascination at the legendary creature. Nightshade had initially intended for Nay to cook, but Kona was eager to showcase her culinary skills. Seeing Kona preparing the meal, Shurdai joined in to lend a hand and learn a few techniques. knowing that a girl who can cook earns extra points. Cousin, you must prefer girls who can cook. As the two young women busied themselves with lunch, Nightshade released his Pokémon to train independently. By the way, Nay, what is this? Nightshade asked, pulling out a small bottle containing a green liquid. This was given to me by Nay. I am unsure of its contents, but I am certain it is something beneficial. This is what I call the essence of life. It can heal wounds and restore the intrinsic essence of Pokémon. Nay explained, her eyes sparkling with delight at Nightshade's interest. This can repair a Pokémon's essence? Nightshade's expression brightened with excitement. Yes, indeed, Nay affirmed. Upon receiving confirmation, Nightshade's enthusiasm soared. This was indeed a remarkable item capable of restoring essence. Nay, how did you come by this? He inquired curiously. Nay lowered her gaze, replying softly. It's perhaps best if you don't know, Nightshade. Is it related to the previous Venusaur? Nightshade speculated, remembering that Nay had dealt with the Venusaur before returning with the essence of life. Yes, it is derived from extracting the life force and essence of Venusaur. You won't hold it against me, will you? Nay asked nervously. Since it was taken from that Venusaur, it is of no concern, Nightshade reassured her, patting her head. He recalled that the Venusaur had previously attacked him, so he felt no sympathy if it perished. Nightshade did, however, remind Nay that in the future, she must seek his permission before taking such actions. While he did not consider himself a villain, he also could not condone the reckless extraction of life from other Pokémon to create the essence of life. However, if it involved an enemy, that was an entirely different matter. Nightshade, come and taste my cooking, Kona called out. Hearing her, Nightshade gathered his Pokémon for a brief rest and distributed their food. So how does it taste? Perhaps it doesn't compare to Nay's cooking, but it shouldn't be too unpalatable, Kona asked, gesturing to the large spread of dishes. I haven't tasted it yet. How can I provide a judgment? But from its appearance, it seems quite appetizing, Nightshade remarked, picking up chopsticks to sample a piece of rib. I would say it's quite decent. After tasting it, Nightshade found Kona's culinary skills satisfactory. As long as it wasn't unappetizing, he was content. He had feared that she might serve a table full of culinary disasters. Feeling a bit disheartened at receiving only a decent review, Kona pouted. I suppose that's the highest praise I can earn. Nightshade chuckled. Kona playfully poked Nightshade's forehead with her finger, wishing for a compliment to brighten her mood. Let's head to Lumio City. I have a seaside villa there with a private beach. Are you interested, little knight? After tidying up, Kona suggested. Upon hearing the word beach, Nightshade's mind instantly conjured images of swimwear and bikinis, particularly as he glanced at Kona's figure. He readily agreed. What are we waiting for? Let's set off. A fiery excitement ignited within him. Oh, little knight, you seem quite eager. Are you perhaps contemplating something inappropriate? Alice leaned closer to Nightfall's ear and whispered, No. My dear sister, I am but a pure child. How could I harbor any ill thoughts? Nightfall replied with righteous indignation. Enough chatter, let us make haste. Would traveling by sea be quicker? Nightfall inquired as she pulled out a map. All right, then we shall proceed by sea, Kona agreed, releasing her Dragonite. Given the oceanic journey, having a Dragonite was indeed the best option, although Nightfall also had a Gyarados capable of carrying passengers. She chose to squeeze onto the back of Kona's Dragonite along with Shindai and Alice. Perched atop the Dragonite, Nightfall felt like a hamburger caught in the middle, expressing her contentment with the situation. Little Knight, you seem to be enjoying this. What is going on? Alice smiled, observing her. Not at all. I merely feel a bit cramped, Nightfall replied. If you feel cramped, then ride on your own Pokémon, Alice suggested with a grin. No need. I find this quite agreeable, Nightfall insisted. At the speed of the Dragonite, they soon arrived at Blue Plush Beach within half an hour. We are almost there. I can already see the villa, Kona pointed toward the distant mansion. It looks quite large. I never imagined Sister Kona could possess such an expansive villa here. Truly a wealthy beauty, Shindai remarked. Sister Kona, may I seek your patronage? Nightfall playfully leaped into Kona's embrace. With my modest assets, I fear they are utterly insignificant in your eyes. You two girls hail from prominent families, and Nightfall, you possess considerable wealth as well, Kona chuckled gently. Wealth alone cannot procure this. Blue Plush is a resort paradise. Not only is land here exorbitantly priced, but even the affluent find it challenging to acquire, Shindai replied. Upon entering Kona's villa, though it had been long since her last visit, it remained immaculate thanks to the daily upkeep. It's so spacious. One cannot discern its vastness from the outside, Shindai remarked as she gazed at the expansive interior, which, despite its size, was sparsely furnished, lending an air of emptiness. Under Kona's guidance, they toured the villa before heading to the bedrooms to change into swimwear. Nightfall stripped off her clothes and donned her swimming trunks. Only to realize they were in the changing room, a fleeting thought of peeking crossed her mind, but she quickly suppressed it, Such fleeting pleasures were not worth the risk. Nightfall. You've emerged. Neha floated up from the beach, resting atop Nightfall's head. Ah, I miscalculated. I didn't realize this was a private beach. Neha, are you joining me for a swim? Nightfall inquired of the spirit perched atop her head. No, thank you, Neha replied, floating away to occupy a chair beside the shore. Nightfall stepped into the sea, basking in the glorious summer weather, savoring the perfect conditions for swimming. As she waded into the crystalline waters, she suddenly realized, oh dear, I seem to have forgotten how to swim. It dawned on her that in her previous life, she had spent all her time online, leaving no opportunity to learn. After a while, the three girls emerged, spotting Nightfall standing foolishly in the water with her back to them. Little Night, what are you doing just standing there? Alice queried in confusion. Nightfall turned to face Alice, Shindai, and Kona, and had to admit, Kona looked stunning in her swimsuit, while Alice seemed slightly less impressive, and Shindai, surprisingly, had developed well, something that had gone unnoticed before. Nightfall's gaze lingered briefly between Alice and Shindai before settling on Kona. Sister Kona, your cousin has been watching you. Shindai teased, a hint of jealousy evident. Yet, as she compared herself to Kona, she felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing she still paled in comparison. Kona noticed Nightfall's lingering gaze and felt her cheeks warm. After all, she was still an innocent girl who had been busy managing affairs and rarely had the chance to travel with Nightfall, let alone experience romance. Kona, I can't believe you blush. You showed no signs of it when you were flirting with Nightfall. Alice seized the opportunity to tease her. Nightfall is beckoning us. Let us go. Kona chuckled lightly, dismissing Alice's banter as she took Shindai's hand and headed toward Nightfall. Little Night, can it be that you cannot swim? Alice inquired. You've discovered my secret. Nightfall admitted with no shame. There was no need for pretense. Would you like me to teach you? Kona offered. No. Little Night is my little brother. If anyone's teaching, it should be me. You, an outsider, have no place in this, Alice firmly asserted, emphasizing the term outsider. As Nightfall and Kona had yet to establish their relationship, making her the more familiar sister. After several hours of frolicking by the sea, Nightfall felt utterly at ease, especially as the three girls vied to teach her how to swim, demonstrating various strokes, and Nightfall wished for such moments to last forever. Dinner is ready, Neha communicated telepathically. Let's go. I'm quite hungry now, Nightfall said, rubbing her stomach before returning to the villa with the three girls. Upon returning, Nightfall immediately headed to the bathroom to wash away the sand and grime, feeling uncomfortable. After dinner, the sky had turned completely dark, and after spending some time playing and chatting with the girls in the room, Nightfall retired to her quarters to rest. Having arrived in this resort city of Blue Plush, Nightfall had resolved to linger a few more days, as there was no rush in traveling. After spending a few days here, she also allowed her Pokémon to rest, refraining from training. Haste makes waste. Too much of anything is not good. Nightfall understood well. Her Pokémon needed relaxation just as much as training. Ah, life is truly splendid. Nightfall reclined in a beach chair, basking in the sun. Cousin, here is the juice you requested, along with chilled watermelon. Shindai placed the drinks beside Nightfall. Thank you, Shindai. There is no need for such formality between us. Shindai waved her hand dismissively. Is that the Yuching Pier over there? It seems something is afoot. Nightfall sipped her juice, glancing toward the distant pier. Blue Plush City was likely embroiled in a storyline involving a jellyfish invasion, notably featuring a massive onyx jellyfish. However, unlike the ancient Aerodactyl, this creature was not a relic from a bygone era. The onyx jellyfish evolving into a colossal venomous jellyfish was likely influenced by Team Rocket's 3 cups of vinegar. In reality, if vinegar were sprinkled, jellyfish would flee. Hence Team Rocket's plan to disperse the swarm with vinegar. Yet, it was unclear why one onyx jellyfish evolved into a gigantic venomous jellyfish due to the vinegar. But it was certain that the mutation was triggered by Team Rocket's concoction. The thought of vinegar causing the mutation of the venomous jellyfish, and that it was the handiwork of Team Rocket, intrigued Nightfall. Though the Yuching Pier was far, Nightfall's extraordinary abilities allowed her to discern the enormous jellyfish from a distance. Is there something happening? Kona followed Nightfall's gaze toward the pier. Though lacking Nightfall's extraordinary perception, she could only make out the vague outline of the pier. Little Night, you mentioned something happening over there. What is it? Alice asked curiously. The onyx jellyfish is attacking the city, Nightfall stated calmly. What? The agate jellyfish is attacking the city? Kina stood up in surprise upon hearing Knight's words. She certainly did not wish for anyone to be harmed. Chapter 71. The enormous jellyfish. Although she could not see it, Kina trusted that Knight would not deceive her. If the agate jellyfish were indeed assaulting the city, it would spell trouble. Knight, can you discern the number of agate jellyfish? Kina asked cautiously. If their numbers were few, she might handle it herself. However, If they were numerous, she would need to notify the Alliance for assistance. There are many, not just the agate jellyfish, but also the evolved stinging jellyfish, Knight replied. Let us hasten to investigate. Kina immediately rose and returned to the villa to change clothes. She could not possibly go dressed in a swimsuit. Knight, Shengdai. And Alice also went to change, and once dressed, Kina instructed the dragon to swiftly take them to the Yuqing Pier. As they neared the pier, a colossal stinging jellyfish suddenly appeared, its size truly terrifying. Can stinging jellyfish grow this large? Shengdai exclaimed, gazing at the creature. She felt as though her theoretical knowledge from school had been in vain. First, there was the ancient giant dragon that survived from a bygone era, and now a stinging jellyfish of similar magnitude. What on earth is happening with this jellyfish? How did it become so immense? Alice also expressed her confusion. First, we must evacuate the crowd, Kina stated seriously. This enormous stinging jellyfish will not survive much longer. Its life force is steadily waning. Nei interjected. Really? Nei, you can talk? Shadai looked at Nei in astonishment. This time, Nei was not using telepathy but speaking directly, which surprised Shengdai. Is it so strange? That Meowth from Team Rocket can talk. I am no less capable, Nei remarked. Right, I almost forgot that Meowth could speak, Shadai said, tapping her forehead as she recalled the Team Rocket's Meowth. Though this stinging jellyfish is enormous, it is not particularly strong. It has forcibly surpassed its potential limits, Knight explained. As mentioned before, breaking through one's limits can result in two outcomes, and the giant stinging jellyfish represents the unfortunate scenario. Fortunately, it is still manageable. At least it won't die immediately. The agate jellyfish attacking the city must have some ulterior motive, Kina frowned. Humans and Pokémon typically do not come into conflict. It is unheard of for a group of Pokémon to assault a city. Clearly, someone has invaded the agate jellyfish's habitat. To my knowledge, that area was originally the agate jellyfish's dwelling. Yet a hotel has been constructed there, encroaching upon their territory, Alice informed. Upon hearing this, Kina looked towards the unfinished seaside hotel. Did no one investigate the underwater environment before constructing the hotel? Who authorized this? Kina was now quite angry. In the Pokémon world, most people strive for harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon, and such acts of destroying Pokémon habitats are strictly forbidden. While Alice and Kina conversed, the enormous stinging jellyfish had already brought the agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish ashore. The colossal stinging jellyfish unleashed destructive beams from behind. While the agate jellyfish continuously approached the hotel, the giant stinging jellyfish had surpassed its potential limits, possessing the strength of a champion. Yet, even with champion-level power, its devastating beams could demolish buildings. Having grown to such a size, its destructive capacity exceeded that of ordinary champion Pokémon. Its sheer enormity alone could instill fear in many. After the massive stinging jellyfish reached the shore, despite the early evacuation, casualties still occurred on land. Even Ash, the protagonist, would fall victim to a blast from the enormous stinging jellyfish. In the original narrative, the giant stinging jellyfish was described as being capable of leading a group of agate jellyfish to attack human cities, causing catastrophic damage. With its destructive power rivaling that of legendary Pokémon, humans had no means to retaliate against this stinging jellyfish. Even cannons could not inflict harm. However, this was the real world, and while it was not as powerful as the legendary creatures described in the original story, its destructive capability was still formidable. This cannot continue. We must stop them, Kina thought urgently upon witnessing the scene. It seems someone is coming to assist you, Kina, Knight remarked, observing a group of individuals nearby. Xiaoyi, what are you saying? Kina began to respond when a boy interjected. Oh, it appears to be a rather unique Pokémon. Is he courting death? He seems to be a novice trainer, Alice commented. Come forth, Dragonite. The boy threw his Pokeball, revealing a massive Dragonite before Knight and her companions. Although still smaller than the giant Dragonite, it was certainly impressive compared to an ordinary one. The enormous stinging jellyfish noticed the giant Dragonite in the air, its eyes glinting with an enigmatic light, and then it let out a roar. What? Do you wish to fight us? If you lose, you'll become my Pokémon. The boy shouted, precariously balancing on Dragonite's shoulder. Hearing this, the giant stinging jellyfish roared again, seemingly accepting the challenge. Then, Dragonite, let us go. The boy and Dragonite's eyes sparkled with determination. This battle was inevitable. Dragonite, use Thunderbolt. The boy shouted, seizing the initiative to gauge the giant jellyfish's strength. Dragonite's antennae glowed with a yellow light as it unleashed Thunderbolt. The stinging jellyfish raised its tentacles, slapping the water's surface, creating a powerful wave that acted as a barrier against the Thunderbolt, which failed to reach the stinging jellyfish. I was also curious about why the boy's Dragonite was so large. Logically, there should only be one giant Dragonite, even though his was much smaller than Knight's. Very clever. Dragonite, use electromagnetic wave, the boy said, licking his lips with excitement. He seems a bit unhinged, Shengdai whispered to Knight. Don't say that. Perhaps he simply loves battle. Kinna replied. The massive stinging jellyfish was not to be underestimated. After withstanding the thunderbolt, the two large red jewels on its head began to emit a sparkling light. The surrounding sea, as if provoked, erupted with waves, marking the use of the stinging jellyfish's signature move, supersonic. The giant Dragonite was forced to cease the electromagnetic wave. Clutching its head in pain, the boy merely felt a strange sensation in his body, without any real discomfort. Chapter 72. Departing from Blue Polky City Dragonite. Use Earthquake. The boy shouted urgently to his Pokémon. Dragonite, enduring the discomfort, stomped its feet, unleashing an earthquake that momentarily drowned out the stinging jellyfish's supersonic with its tremendous noise. The pain on Dragonite's face gradually subsided. Suddenly, several enormous spears emerged from the waves ahead, shimmering with a purple light, likely a poison needle attack from the stinging jellyfish. Dragonite, take to the skies. The boy commanded, battling a water-type Pokémon, especially a powerful one. In the water was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Give it a big one. Unleash the destruction beam. Xiao Tian exclaimed loudly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A yellow glow began to gather in the mouth of the Dragonite, and upon seeing this, the massive Tentacruel also started to charge its energy, albeit in a noticeably shorter time frame. It was a high-pressure water jet. A thick, pillar-like blue water cannon soared towards Xiao Tian and Dragonite. At that moment, Dragonite's destructive beam of light was finally ready, and a similarly sized yellow beam collided with the water cannon in midair. However, due to the Tentacruel's initiative, Dragonite suffered a moderate setback this time. Subsequently, the giant Tentacruel unleashed its destructive beam, striking the boy's Dragonite, causing him to tumble off its shoulder. Yisu utilized a system scan on the boy's Dragonite, discovering that despite its large size, it possessed only the strength of an early elite. Dragonite, come forth. Catch that boy. Upon its emergence, Dragonite stared at the enormous Tentacruel, momentarily taken aback, as it was its first encounter with a Pokémon of such a colossal size. It immediately enlarged its own body to match that of the Tentacruel and caught the boy. In truth, such gigantic Pokémon still existed, albeit sealed away. Yisu recalled tales of an island inhabited by enormous Ho-Oh, Jingar, and Jigglypuff, ancient Pokémon of extraordinary size. Dragonite, release your aura and make them cease. Yisu commanded. Dragonite nodded and emitted an aura of secondary divine strength, causing most of the smaller Tentacruel and Stereo to faint, with only the massive Tentacruel struggling to withstand it, revealing that Dragonite had not unleashed its full power, but merely a fraction of it. Dragonite, retract your aura. Yisu instructed. Having a divine beast was indeed convenient. It could effortlessly resolve any situation, something that Kinna envied. If Kinna had to handle it herself, even with her strength, the multitude of Stereo would keep her occupied. Xiaoyi, do you think those people will be alright? Alice inquired of Yisu. A question that Kinna shared. The pressure from Dragonite was not solely aimed at Pokémon. It also affected humans, causing them all to faint as well. Rest assured, they will be fine. They will merely slumber for a while. Dragonite, demolish that water hotel. Yisu commanded Dragonite. Upon hearing this, Dragonite unleashed its destructive beam upon the still incomplete luxurious hotel, which instantly disappeared as if made of paper. Not even ruins were left behind. Everything was utterly obliterated. This was the true essence of the destructive beam. Tentacruel, you have seen it. The hotel is no more. Will you abandon your intention to attack humans? Yisu addressed the enormous Tentacruel. The giant Tentacruel still regarded Yisu with hostility. Although its habitat had been restored, its minions had been knocked out by him. It seemed Yisu would have to trouble Nai. Looking at the scattered Tentacruel, Yisu sighed. Wait, I want some candy. Nai waved her small hand and utilized the healing wave, reviving the fainted Tentacruel and Stereo. The massive Tentacruel, accompanied by its minions, departed, seemingly aware of its impending demise, choosing not to pursue human trouble and instead retreating back into the sea. After the battle, the boy approached. Hello, I'm Xiaoyu. Thank you for rescuing me. Your Dragonite is quite special. Normal Dragonites aren't this large. Where did you get it? He asked curiously. Speaking of special, your Dragonite is also quite large and can change sizes, Yisu remarked, without revealing the origins of the gigantic Dragonite. Xiaoyu, sensing the hint, refrained from further questioning, only asking if Yisu could travel with him. After Yisu politely declined, Xiaoyu and his companions departed. Following the Pokémon attack on the city at Utown Dock, under Kinna's inquiry, the elderly woman known as Gold Granny, who constructed the luxurious water hotel, was arrested. Resolving that matter. Apart from Gold Granny, the high-ranking officials of Blue Plush who were bribed by her did not fare well either, being taken away by Miss Xiaosua, likely to face years of imprisonment. Let us go. There is nothing more to do here. After spending a few days at Kina's villa and exploring Blue Plush City, Xiaosua and his companions boarded a ship to commence their journey. What a coincidence. I've encountered you again, Ash. Xiaosua exclaimed upon spotting Ash and his companions on the ship. Xiaosua, what a stroke of luck. You're on the ship too. Ash and his friends turned upon hearing the voice. Are you the elite Kina? Misty's eyes sparkled upon seeing Kina. Kina was Misty's idol. Her dream was to become a master of water-type Pokémon, and Kina embodied that ideal, having famously trained a Dragonite for her prowess. A master is someone who has achieved extraordinary success in a particular field, and Kina is a master of both ice and water types. And you are? Kina inquired, puzzled as she regarded Misty. Kina, I'm your fan. May I have your autograph? Misty asked hopefully. It was quite natural to seek an autograph upon meeting an idol. Kina smiled and graciously signed for Misty, prompting Ash to eagerly challenge Kina. If you are a master, then you must be formidable. As someone aspiring to be a Pokémon master, I cannot miss this opportunity, Ash declared, undeterred by the challenge. Ash, don't overestimate yourself. You couldn't even defeat Xiaosua, yet you wish to challenge an elite? Dream on. Misty playfully knocked Ash down. A novice trainer, just embarking on his journey, had no right to challenge an elite. After Kina declined Ash's challenge, Ash turned to Xiaosua, unyielding in his pursuit, proving to be a truly legendary character. Chapter 73. The Legend of Maiden Gorge. After conversing with Ash and his companions, Ash departed to seek challenges against Pokémon trainers aboard the ship. We're nearing the dock. This place is called Maiden Gorge. I believe there is some legend associated with it, Shang Dai remarked expectantly as he gazed at the harbor. I heard there are ghosts here, Alice said fearfully. Xiaosua looked ahead to the harbor, where a massive stone statue of a maiden stood, which was the origin of the name Maiden Gorge. The town's population was fewer than 1,000, yet during the summer festival, it welcomed tens of thousands of visitors from around the world. It seems the summer festival is underway. We can have some fun, Kina said with a smile. The summer festival is held before the end of summer, attracting tourists from various places. It's quite lively. Xiaosua nodded at Kina's explanation, recalling that he had some knowledge of this place, remembering the tale of a millennium-old ghost and a maiden spirit. A ghost that had lived for 1,000 years was undoubtedly an ancient relic, while Pokémon generally had long lifespans. Those that could live for a millennium were exceedingly rare. Before long, the cruise ship docked, and as Xiaosua and his companions disembarked, they were greeted by the bustling crowd. The summer festival has many delicious treats, Shang Dai exclaimed, eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager for the array of snacks at the festival. I wonder if there are any berries to eat? Alice's eyes sparkled. Her favorite was an assortment of berries. Since the festival hasn't started yet, let's find a place to settle down first, Kina suggested. Following the guidance of Sister Kina, they decided to find a place to settle down. Xiaosua agreed with Kina's suggestion and was about to follow when he caught a glimpse of a girl with long, powdery pink hair, adorned with a red flower. He remarked, the specter of the Maiden Gorge, and is that a Jengar? It seems intriguing events are about to unfold. Stop right there. Upon hearing the shout, Xiaosua halted and turned to see an old woman dressed like a kappa. Well, how frightening. Sandai and Alice instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Xiaosua as they gazed fearfully at the old woman. You must be travelers, the old woman spoke, her tone sending shivers down their spines. This person is a Jengar in disguise. Nai communicated telepathically to Xiaosua, having only directed her thoughts towards him, leaving the others oblivious. Xiaosua nodded. It made sense that the old woman felt off, for she was indeed a Jengar in disguise. Ghost-type Pokémon were notoriously mischievous, especially Jengar. Apologies, but we have no interest in conversing with you. Farewell. Recognizing the old woman as Jengar, Xiaosua pulled Kina along with the frightened Sandai and Alice away. Earlier, Xiaosua had utilized his system to assess the Jengar's potential, discovering it was surprisingly impressive. However, he had no intention of capturing it. For one, the Jengar might not follow him, and secondly, Jengar's penchant for pranks could frighten those around him. I advise you to be wary of beautiful women. Disregarding the wisdom of the elderly may lead to misfortune. Yet, Xiaosua paid no heed, knowing that acknowledging her might invite unwanted attention. Xiaosua, I find that old woman quite peculiar, Alice remarked. Indeed, the aura surrounding her is ominous and terrifying. Sandai nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, Sandai had nearly been frightened to death, not only because of the old woman's unappealing appearance, but also due to her chilling aura. That old woman is a Jengar. Her essence is certainly not human, Xiaosua reflected, glancing back. Meanwhile, the old woman had approached another group, likely to frighten them as well. Is it a Pokémon in disguise? Kina pondered. Yes, I just remembered. That aura is characteristic of ghost-type Pokémon. Having frequently collaborated with Kikuko, the ghost-type champion, Kino was well acquainted with the unique essence of ghost types. Since it is a Jengar, it is likely aiming to play a prank. No, it may not necessarily be a prank. Perhaps it wishes to preserve some legends for eternity. Yisu chuckled lightly. It seemed as though Yisu possessed insights into matters unknown to others. Who knows? The festival is about to begin. Let us find suitable lodging and then participate in the festivities. Due to the festival, the area was exceptionally crowded. Yet fortunate for Yisu, he successfully located an inn with available rooms. Though there was only one room left, it suited Yisu's needs perfectly. That night, Yisu and Nai excused themselves from the inn under the pretext of needing the restroom and ventured to a nearby beach. Jengar, are you not going to reveal yourself? In midair, the ghost seemed to contort in fright before swiftly transforming back into Jengar. Gazing at Nai above Yisu with trepidation, stammering, how terrifying. This is no ordinary Pokémon, having existed for over 1,000 years. Jengar could sense the true horror emanating from Nai far more keenly than other Pokémon. Yisu sighed softly, diverting his gaze from Jengar to the Maiden Rock, and stated, "All right, you need not hide any longer. Come forth, Maiden of the Gorge." As soon as Yisu finished speaking, a genuine specter emerged from the rock, markedly more vibrant than the Jengar's guise. Before Yisu could utter a word, the Maiden Spectre gazed at him with fervor, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "It is you. It is truly you. I have awaited you for 2 millennia. You have finally returned." Yisu was taken aback, a series of question marks forming above his head as he stammered, Miss, do we know each other? Do you not remember me? I have waited here for 2,000 years. You truly do not recall me?" The maiden's insistence left Yisu feeling awkward. He waved his hand dismissively, chuckling nervously. "Could you perhaps calm down a bit? Let us sit and converse." After half an hour of discussion, Yisu finally discerned the situation. The specter's name was Ming Xue, the very Maiden of the Gorge's legend, and she was convinced that Yisu was the reincarnation of her beloved. Yisu was at a loss for words. While he was indeed a reincarnated soul, he felt no connection to her. They were not of the same world, after all. Having read a similar plot in stories before, he had not thought much of it, but experiencing such a scenario firsthand revealed just how troublesome a single-minded girl could be, especially one unafraid of death. Yisu sighed and communicated telepathically with Nai. Is it possible for her to regain her physical form? His hopes were low. The ability to reverse time to such a degree was not something just anyone could wield. All right, it should be feasible. Nai waved her hand, and Jengar observed a monumental transformation occurring in the small space where Ming Xue resided. The lush green grass recoiled as if startled, the earth quickly becoming parched and cracked, only for withered grass to emerge. Moments later, the grass surged back to life, vibrant and full of vitality. But this state lasted barely 10 seconds before the grass retreated back into the soil. Jengar stood in awe, unable to articulate what had transpired, but sensing a profound terror from this bizarre spectacle, an overwhelming fear that transcended nature itself. While Pokémon were extraordinary beings, akin to animals, they still held an intrinsic fear of nature, surpassing human comprehension. Such scenes had been depicted in numerous tales and films. As an earthquake approached, animals would behave erratically, fleeing in all directions, an instinctual reaction to nature's wrath, far sharper than any human technology. Now, Jengar experienced a similar dread, recognizing this was a power beyond nature, not something an ordinary Pokémon could possess. This was strength belonging to divine beasts. Though Jengar had lived for 2 millennia, in the grand scheme of nature, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. Nai's power evoked an unfathomable fear within it, a force far beyond what a typical Pokémon could wield. As time flowed, Ming Xue reformed her corporeal body, and surprisingly, Nai exhibited little fatigue. One could not deny that Nai's abilities were comparable to those of the creation deity, Arceus. "You are awake. Please rise," Yisu addressed the newly awakened Ming Xue. As Ming Xue found herself lying in the embrace of Yisu, she sprang to her feet, overwhelmed with excitement. "What is happening?" she exclaimed, observing Ming Xue's bewilderment. Yisu felt a twinge of distress. How had he allowed Naya to resurrect Ming Xue without prior discussion? Now, he was unsure how to navigate this unexpected situation. If Kana, Alice, and Side-Eye were to discover that he had returned home in the middle of the night with a stunning woman, his life might be in jeopardy. "Well, as you can see, you have been revived and possess your own body now. What are your plans moving forward?" he inquired, attempting to gauge her intentions first, rather than pressing for answers right away. "I wish to travel with you. Wherever you go, I will follow. Is that all right?" Ming Xue gazed at him with a mix of longing and hope. Unable to resist her pitiful expression, Xiaosua turned his gaze slightly away and replied, I have no objections. But the 3 companions traveling with me are your girlfriends, right? Mingxue smiled, her tone filled with certainty. No, one is my cousin. Another is my younger sister, and the last is a friend of my sister, Xiaosua clarified, though he felt that while the 3 harbored feelings for him, their relationship had not yet been defined. Really? Mingxue's eyes met his, and Xiaosua found no reason to evade the truth. They had indeed not confirmed their relationships. Having existed as a spirit for 2 millennia, Mingxue saw through the veils of uncertainty. She had waited 2,000 years to see him again, forsaking reincarnation. And without the aid of Gaisai, her unwavering belief might have led her soul to vanish into oblivion. 2,000 years of anticipation stemmed from her obsession with Xiaosua, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had yearned for all this time. Now that she had regained life, even if Xiaosua had a girlfriend, she could not bear to lose him again. As long as he held her in his heart, that was enough for her. Alas, I must confess, I am not the person you believe me to be, and I possess no remarkable qualities. Why are you being so foolish? Mingxue remained silent, her gentle gaze fixed upon him. Very well, let us consider how to explain this to them tomorrow. Xiaosua sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. As expected, upon waking, Alice and the others discovered Mingxue's presence and rushed to confront Xiaosua. Xiaoyi, have you become so bold as to sneak out and find a woman behind your sister's back? Are you tired of living? Alice fumed. Cousin, is Side-Eye not cute enough for you? Why abandon her? Side-Eye added, looking pitiful. I believe we should hear Xiaosua's explanation first. Kana interjected rationally, despite her own anger. If he cannot clarify this, you know the consequences. Before Xiaosua could express his gratitude, Kana raised her hand in a playful gesture, threatening him. Kana is right. May I have a moment to explain? Xiaosua felt the immense pressure from the 3 of them. After hearing Xiaosua and Mingxue's account, Alice sighed. How pitiable. Indeed, to wait for someone for 2,000 years requires a depth of love that is unfathomable. Side-Eye empathized with Mingxue. It's all Xiaosua's fault for looking like the one Mingxue has waited for, Side-Eye declared, quickly warming up to Mingxue and affectionately calling her sister Mingxue. Well, if that's how you feel, I have nothing further to say, Xiaosua replied, somewhat resigned. All right, now that we understand how Mingxue came to be here, let us not linger on this topic, Kana said, though she continued to cast disdainful glances at Xiaosua. Chapter 75, Golden City. Very well. Today is the summer festival at Maiden Gorge. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves, Xiaosua suggested, shifting the conversation. Xiaosua, I want that, Naya exclaimed, pointing at a small plush doll at a stall, specifically a Larulus doll. All right, I will buy it for you, Xiaosua replied promptly, knowing that otherwise Naya would create quite a scene. While he felt that Naya's cooking was the most delicious, these snacks were also quite delightful. There were many unusual flavors to sample. As Xiaosua observed the array of treats, he realized many were specialties from the Kanto region that he had yet to taste. Thankfully, Mingxue blended well with the group, and they all shared laughter and conversation, though Xiaosua bore the burden of numerous bags behind them. After not long, the group returned to the hotel to prepare for their journey the next day. Side-Eye, why are you here with me? Xiaosua asked, noticing Side-Eye sprawled across him when he opened his eyes in the morning. I was so tired from yesterday's outing. I just needed to rest a bit longer, she replied, her eyes still heavy with sleep before closing them again. Is my shoulder comfortable to rest on? Yes, it's quite comfortable, he answered without much thought. However, he suddenly felt something was amiss and gently shifted Side-Eye to lie beside him, glancing toward the tatami mat. There lay Kana, clad in loose pajamas and without her glasses, looking rather lovely. As he took in the sight of her, he felt a lump in his throat. Kana, just awakened, was undeniably alluring. Wasn't he just resting on her? No wonder it felt particularly soft earlier. Did you find it comfortable? Kana asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yes, it was quite pleasant. No wonder I feel so energized now, Xiaosua awkwardly replied. What are you two discussing? Alice inquired, rubbing her eyes. Naya, it's time to wake up and help prepare breakfast, Xiaosua called to Naya, who was still sleeping with her Larulus doll. Xiaosua, could you step outside? I need to get dressed, Kana said. You want me to leave? What a pity. I don't mind staying here. He scratched his head and stepped outside. Kana sighed. Though he was unbothered by being there, she certainly was. Despite her mature demeanor, she was still an innocent girl. Although she harbored special feelings for Xiaosua, she felt embarrassed to change clothes with him present. Once outside, Xiaosua intended to ask Naya to assist with breakfast, only to discover a sumptuous spread already laid out on the table. Xiaosua, you're awake. I made breakfast. I've called everyone to eat, Mingxue said. Having grown closer to Alice and the others during their time together, though they all felt a tinge of jealousy over her budding relationship with Xiaosua. After finishing breakfast, the group prepared to set off, gathering their belongings for the journey to Golden City. Xiaoyi, the gym leader in Golden City, specializes in Psychic-type Pokémon. Kana informed him. I am aware. I have done my research, Xiaosua replied. Oh, Xiaoyi, you even investigate gym information? If I had a legendary Pokémon, I would probably be insufferably proud, Alice teased. Let us go. We must reach Golden City before noon. I hear it is the most developed city in Kanto. And I am eager to see it, Xiaosua declared, resolutely ignoring Alice's remarks. Indeed, Golden City is a pride of our Kanto region, Kana said proudly. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived in Golden City before noon, and it was evident that it was a bustling metropolis, unlike any other city they had encountered. Although it exuded opulence, an uncomfortable sensation lingered within. Upon entering the Golden City, Xiaosua remarked on its bustling populace, yet the faces of the crowd bore no smiles. Each individual appeared to be in a hurried state, with some wearing expressions of sorrow, creating an atmosphere of desolation. This is quite typical, despite its luxury. The pressures of life here are immense, Kina chuckled lightly. After securing accommodation at an inn, just as Xiaosua was preparing to challenge the gym, Ming Shui and Alice, along with two others, pulled him to go shopping. The numerous commercial streets of Golden City overflowed with luxury items, designer bags, and clothes, rendering it a veritable shopper's paradise for women, yet a nightmare for men's wallets. Even Ming Shui found herself tempted to indulge. Xiaosua, what do you think of this dress? Does it suit me? Sheng Dai twirled in a pure white gown before him. It is indeed beautiful. But it doesn't seem quite fitting for you, Xiaosua replied, stroking his chin. Really? Then I'll try something else, Sheng Dai continued with enthusiasm as she browsed for more outfits. Little Yi, why not try on this trench coat? It would suit you perfectly, Alice called out to him. Upon hearing her voice, Xiaosua turned only to see the pink fabric, and his expression darkened. Isn't this pink? How could it possibly suit me? I almost fell for your nonsense. Little Yi, everything here is so expensive. Let us check out another store, Ming Shui suggested, unaware that Xiaosua was quite affluent. To her, still rooted in a mindset from over 2,000 years ago, the novelty of the prices had begun to sink in after yesterday's exposure. It's fine. I'm indeed wealthy. To me, money is just a string of digits, Xiaosua thought, appreciating Ming Shui's restraint in shopping, which demonstrated her consideration for him. Come on, just try it on. I think it would be perfect for you, Alice insisted. No, I have no inclination to wear women's clothing, Xiaosua firmly refused. Who said this is women's wear? This is men's clothing, Kina interjected, approaching with the trench coat. Upon closer inspection, Xiaosua realized it was indeed men's attire, albeit one that might appeal to cross-dressers. He remained resolute in his refusal. I believe I have enough clothes already. I really don't need to buy anything more, since you're not interested. Then let it be, Kina said, disappointment evident as he put the coat back. Dear cousin, how about this dress? Shaddai returned, bouncing with excitement in a black gown. While the dress was lovely, Xiaosua mused that wearing such attire during their travels was impractical for traversing rugged terrain. You could wear it casually, Shaddai retorted. If it's for casual wear, it's quite beautiful. Paired with black stockings, it would be perfect. Oh, black stockings, so you fancy that style, do you? Kina teased, casting a playful glance at Xiaosua. No, I actually like white stockings too, and I believe it's quite normal. You could ask any man, most would agree, except for a few. Xiaosua responded, meeting the curious gazes of the four. There is a beverage shop across the street. Let us take a break there after we finish shopping, Xiaosua suggested, redirecting the conversation. A break? Little Yi, are you tired? Ming Shui inquired with concern. Xiaosua nodded silently, feeling the fatigue of being dragged around by Kina and Shaddai for hours. Little Yu isn't tired. He is simply bored, Nai remarked. Her tone flat. Nai spoke truthfully. Xiaosua was not fatigued in the physical sense. His stamina was robust, but rather weary of the monotony. Once Shaddai purchased her clothing, Xiaosua led her and Kina to the adjacent beverage shop. This was no ordinary establishment. It was a maid CAF. The previous street had been a haven for women. And now this CAF presented itself as a sanctuary for men. Xiaosua, you're not here just to gaze at the maids, are you? Kina questioned skeptically. No, I merely seek a respite for my weary body. After accompanying you in your shopping, my eyes are overwhelmed and need a moment to recover. Cousin, you're staring intently at those maids. Is that really resting your eyes? Shaddai retorted, her annoyance palpable. Especially as she noticed some bold maids casting flirtatious glances at Xiaosua, intensifying her ire. Xiaosua rubbed his nose, uncertain how to respond. The maids were indeed eye-catching, not necessarily more attractive than Kina and Shaddai, but their attire rendered them captivating. After 10 minutes in the CAF, Kina and Shaddai forcibly pulled him away. Places like this aren't meant for someone your age, Kina admonished. Yes, you can only watch us, Alice added. while Ming Shui remained silent, aware of Yisu's true character. I am an adult, Yisu protested. Yet he could only continue to endure the shopping excursion with the 4 women. Unexpectedly, Ming Shui discreetly purchased a maid outfit, igniting Yisu's spirits. Imagining her in that attire brought a foolish smile to his face, but he quickly composed himself to avoid revealing his amusement. The following morning, after breakfast, Yisu made his way to the Golden Gym. As he recalled Ming Shui in the maid outfit from the previous night, his thoughts wandered. Fortunately, they remained unaware of his musings. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Little Yi, if you don't snap out of your daydream, you might walk into a lamppost. Nai Yi advised, giving his head a light tap to rouse him. Awakened from his reverie, Yisu ran a hand through his hair. Feeling slightly awkward under the curious stares of passers-by, he was relieved that they hadn't followed him. Otherwise, his previous demeanor would have been utterly compromised. Before long, he arrived at the Golden Gym. Though it was a psychic gym, stepping inside evoked the eerie ambience of a ghost-type gym, sending a chill down his spine. Reminiscent of the ghost-type gym in Eterna City of the Sinnoh region. However, in Yisu's opinion, Naji was far more formidable than the trainer Melissa from Eterna. You are here to challenge the gym leader, aren't you? A figure blocked his path. Indeed, I have come to challenge the gym, Yisu confirmed. I advise you to reconsider. You are no match for Miss Naji, the individual scoffed. Why should I heed your advice? Yisu sidestepped the individual and continued deeper into the gym. This person was likely a student of the gym, possessing psychic abilities, albeit rather feeble ones. Many had such powers, yet a staggering 99% of them were pitifully weak. The difference between having abilities and lacking them was negligible. While some were indeed powerful, like Yisu, Jayadilya, and Naji, most were not. How rude. You will surely face severe consequences at the hands of Lady Naji, the student fumed. As Yisu passed a room, he glimpsed numerous individuals in white lab coats engaged in rudimentary psychic training, such as bending spoons or identifying patterns on cards. Yisu believed that genius was 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration, yet with psychic abilities. It was evident that talent played a far more significant role than sheer effort. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, I found myself in a dimly lit battleground reminiscent of a Pokémon arena. A faint light filtered in, illuminating the space, while a throne-like seat stood at the forefront, conspicuously vacant. Where could Nasi be? Why is there no one here? Perhaps she hasn't risen yet, Nei remarked. Hasn't risen? We arrived too early. What should we do now? Yuesu shook his head and approached the throne, opting to sit and wait patiently. After a few tedious hours of waiting, Yuesu could no longer endure the stillness. Just as he was about to rise and rouse Nasi from her slumber, she entered through the door. Who are you? And why are you seated in my place? Nasi inquired, her gaze fixed upon Yuesu. As Nasi scrutinized Yuesu, he found himself assessing her in return. Her beauty was undeniable, utterly flawless. Comparable even to the likes of Mingxue. It was difficult to declare who was more stunning. Each possessed their own unique charm. Regarding her physique, she appeared quite impressive. Yet her attire, a bright red bodysuit, did not quite match her striking features. Her azure-violet eyes held an unreadable depth, concealing her thoughts, while her long, emerald hair cascaded down to her waist, suggesting years of growth. I'm the challenger here to contest the gym. Do you realize I have been waiting for over 2 hours? Yuesu declared. And what does your tower weight have to do with me? Nasi replied nonchalantly. Rising to his feet, Yuesu stepped closer to Nasi, playfully pinching her cheek, finding it surprisingly amusing and quite delightful to the touch. Nasi stood frozen, as Yuesu was undoubtedly the first to dare such an action. Your indifferent demeanor is quite irksome. Let us commence the battle. Yuesu released her cheek and moved to the challenger-esque position. You dare to pinch my face? Prepare to meet your end. Nasi lowered her head, as dark energy enveloped her, casting an aura of malevolence. However, if one were to look closely, they would see the flush of her cheeks, a sign of her embarrassment cleverly masked by her lowered gaze. This was the first instance of anyone but her family touching her. The last time her father held her hand was before she turned 18. Suddenly, objects around them were manipulated by an unseen mental force, hurtling towards Yuesu. Yet, Nasi was cautious, ensuring that only small items were thrown, inflicting mere discomfort rather than true harm. Wait, isn't this a Pokémon battle? Why has it devolved into a physical confrontation? Yuesu exclaimed as a psychic barrier materialized before him, deflecting the objects launched by Nasi. Nasi shot her gaze at Yuesu, asking, Are you also a psychic user? Indeed. Does it surprise you? Are there not many psychics here? Yuesu replied. Those individuals hardly qualify as true psychics, Nasi spoke haughtily. I concur. Such feeble powers do not warrant the title of psychic. Yuesu nodded in agreement. They merely possess psychic abilities. To have withstood my attack, You are the strongest individual I have encountered, aside from that woman, Nasi remarked, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. You are Xiaosua, are you not? This revelation took Xiaosua aback, momentarily stunned. How do you know my name? He asked. Nasi fell silent, her gaze drifting as if lost in memory. After a prolonged pause, she replied softly, I have heard mention of you from a woman named Gedelia. That made sense. Gedelia had traveled to Kanto previously, so it was unsurprising that Nasi would know of him. Xiaosua recalled meeting Gedelia during a trip when she had struggled to control her psychic abilities, which would often erupt due to her emotional state. After helping her regain composure, he had provided her with methods to manage her powers. Xiaosua had not thought much of it at the time. He merely wished to assist. However, from Nasi's tone, it seemed Gedelia held some regard for him. Yet, observing Nasi, Xiaosua sensed that her familiarity with him was not merely due to her connection with Alice. Her expression suggested a longer history. Xiaosua found himself puzzled. He had only arrived in the Pokémon world a year ago. How could this familiarity span so long? But that was a matter for later. He had come to challenge the gym, and first, he must complete that task. He retrieved a Pokeball, determined to earn the golden badge. Knowing it would not come easily, a Hypno appeared in the arena, and upon seeing it, Xiaosua silently withdrew his Pokeball. He had intended to send out his Charizard. But this Hypno, a peak elite Pokémon, would undoubtedly defeat it in an instant. Go, Fairy Pokémon. Xiaosua called forth a Fairy type instead. Realizing that aside from the Fairy Pokémon, all his others were of champion caliber, while his Gyarados held little advantage in this setting. And his Beedrill only had potential at the elite level. Hypno boasted an astounding IQ of 5,000, with a mind capable of calculations faster than a supercomputer, albeit at the cost of its physical strength and endurance. Hypno used Psychic. As Hypno unleashed its psychic attack, Nasi discreetly amplified its power with her own abilities, creating an effect far beyond mere addition. Nasi's Hypno, empowered to peak elite status, combined with her support, posed a significant threat to Xiaosua's newly ascended champion Pokémon. You can enhance its abilities too? Xiaosua discerned Nasi's subtle use of her powers, recognizing that his own abilities far exceeded hers, allowing him to see through her facade. Unfazed by being discovered, Nasi simply replied, You are capable of doing the same. Xiaosua remained silent, using his powers to aid the Fairy Pokémon in withstanding much of the force, while the remainder could be countered by the Pokémon itself. Xiaosua felt a growing headache. This could very well be his most arduous battle yet. In the clash between himself and his Fairy Pokémon against Nasi and Hypno, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. If Nasi refrained from intervening, Xiaosua was confident he could secure victory. However, her involvement made Hypno's enhancements formidable. Though the Fairy Pokémon could utilize psychic moves, it lacked the inherent psychic type, limiting the extent of Xiaosua's enhancements. Illusion Beam. Xiaosua commanded as the beam approached. He used his powers to teleport the Fairy Pokémon out of harm's way. Fairy Pokémon, attack without hesitation. Xiaosua encouraged. You are cheating egregiously, Nasi frowned. You have no right to accuse me. Had I not possessed some semblance of conscience, I would have simply used my powers to incapacitate your Hypno. The two were evenly matched. Nasi's enhancements were excessively powerful, forcing Xiaosua to rely on teleportation to evade. Fortunately, Xiaosua's formidable abilities allowed him to use teleportation from a distance. Otherwise, a single hit from Hypno could spell disaster, as its special attack was overwhelmingly potent, even against the Fairy Pokémon, which excelled in special defense. Xiaosua, do you require my assistance? Nay inquired. No thanks. Your involvement would be blatant cheating, Xiaosua replied. If Nay were to intervene and assist the Fairy Pokémon, there would be no doubt that she could effortlessly defeat Naz and Hudi in an instant. However, such an action would be rather excessive. Hudi, use Psychic. Fairy Pokémon, deploy Light Screen, then utilize Fairy Wind. The Light Screen mitigates the power of special attacks, and Psychic falls under this category. The Fairy Pokémon braced itself against the blow, swaying slightly before unleashing Fairy Wind. Although this move is guaranteed to hit in-game, in reality, it is not infallible, nevertheless. Its remarkable speed makes it difficult for many to evade. Hudi was pushed back by the Fairy Wind, and only after Naz assisted Hudi with teleport did they manage to escape. Both Pokémon emerged from the encounter wounded, but overall, the Fairy Pokémon had gained the upper hand. With its already formidable special defense, bolstered by the Light Screen, the Fairy Pokémon sustained minimal damage. Hudi, on the other hand, was already at a disadvantage in terms of stamina. This was essentially an exchange of blows, but with the Fairy Pokémon having greater vitality, it naturally found itself in a more favorable position. Fairy Pokémon, use Shadow Ball. Hudi, evade with Teleport. The Shadow Ball, a Ghost-type move, inflicts double damage on Hudi, a Psychic-type Pokémon. especially considering the fairy Pokémon's impressive prowess. Chapter 78. A Journey Together? For a delicate Pokémon like Hoodie, being struck would likely result in immediate incapacitation. Alas, teleport is indeed a nuisance. The fairy Pokémon decides to use Lock-On. According to the game mechanics, the fairy Pokémon cannot learn Lock-On, but this is the real world. A Pokémon that has been locked on is virtually guaranteed to be hit by the next attack. Once more, Shadow Ball. Hoodie, use Protect. Naz had no choice. With the opponent employing an unavoidable technique, she could only command Hoodie to use Protect to shield against the Shadow Ball. Let us endure this. Let us see who falters first. Nightshade observed Hoodie evade another attack with Teleport, feeling a headache coming on. This is the troublesome aspect of Psychic-type Pokémon. In the game, Teleport might seem underwhelming, but in reality, it is akin to a divine ability. As long as one's stamina holds, if the opponent strikes, one can simply teleport away and retaliate with telekinesis, which was exasperating for Nightshade. A seemingly balanced battle stretched on for nearly half an hour, primarily due to Naz's Hoodie successfully using Protect 3 times. Nightshade felt utterly drained, and Naz, despite being the Psychic Queen, wasn't faring much better, continuously relying on her abilities. Hoodie, however, was in a relatively better position, as it could utilize Recover to restore half its health and wounds. Hoodie's moves were truly bothersome, first Teleport, then Recover. If not for Nightshade's exceptional skill, he might have already been defeated. Nightshade's fairy Pokémon maintained a decent state. If the battle continued, victory was all but assured. Fairy Pokémon, unleash another Shadow Ball. I refuse to believe it can be blocked again. This time, Hoodie failed to activate Protect and was struck, collapsing to the ground. Nightshade sighed in relief. Had Protect succeeded again, he would have truly lost his patience after such a lengthy fight. Though Hoodie had not yet lost its combat capability, Nightshade pressed the advantage, commanding the fairy Pokémon to use Dazzling Gleam for a decisive strike. Naz, expressionless, recalled Hoodie, her gaze fixed on Nightshade. This battle was also a test for her, as she had relied solely on her psychic abilities, and now fatigue was evident in her eyes. While Nightshade had also exerted himself, his psychic prowess outshone Naz's, leaving him relatively unscathed. My golden badge. Nightshade extended his hand, requesting the golden badge from Naz. Though you have defeated me, I have not declared the challenge rules. Thus, our battle can only be regarded as a private affair. And you are not entitled to the golden badge. Nightshade felt like he might burst. After over half an hour of combat, more exhausting than his battle at the Shadow Gym, he had won yet was unable to claim the badge, and worse, could not vent his frustrations physically. What must I do to obtain the badge? Nightshade restrained his impulse to lash out. Naz tapped her chin, tilting her head in contemplation. An undeniably adorable sight. Are you on good terms with Gardevoir? Naz inquired. Nightshade, puzzled by the connection, replied, I don't believe we share much of a relationship. We've only met once. Our relationship is not particularly good. She defeated me. Naz responded earnestly, your poor relationship with her shouldn't implicate me. I am not a scapegoat. And our connection is rather tenuous. I wish to travel with you. If you agree, I shall give you the badge. Otherwise, even if you report me to the League, I will not part with it. What is happening? Nightshade was left in a state of confusion, struggling to keep pace with Naz's logic. I am curious. Why do you wish to travel with me? Nightshade asked, intrigued. Naz stared at him, offering no answer, merely gazing intently. Is a reason truly necessary? She queried. Isn't it? Nightshade countered. But first, aren't you the gym leader? What will happen to the gym in your absence? I will manage the gym. Let Naz accompany you. Naz's father suddenly interjected. Who are you? Where did you come from? I am Naz's father. Nightshade glanced at Naz, then at her father, surprised to see no sign of discord between them, contrary to what he had heard. In truth, Naz has wished to meet you for quite some time. Her father suddenly stated. To meet me? Nightshade was perplexed. What was this about? He had never met Naz before, among those he knew. Perhaps only Alice and Kona were familiar with her. Enough with the chatter. Naz interrupted her father before he could continue, causing him to fall silent, slightly disgruntled. Do you agree? Naz asked Nightshade. Well, if you desire to travel with me, I suppose it is acceptable. After all, who would deny a beautiful woman? However, your attire is rather unappealing. Naz's initial delight at his words quickly soured upon hearing her clothing critiqued, her mood darkening. With a cold huff, she tossed the golden badge toward Nightshade. Ha ha ha. Now I possess the golden badge, and even if I change my mind, you cannot reclaim it from me. Nightshade teased, tossing the badge playfully. Naz froze, her face turning crimson with anger, almost as if she might explode. Then return my badge, she demanded, irate. Apologies. But I must refuse. What is in my possession is now mine. Naz was left speechless with rage, struggling to articulate her frustration, as communication was not her strong suit. She could only simmer in silence. Should you disclose your reasons for wishing to travel with me, I might consider taking you along. Naz cast another glance at Nightshade. Still silent, her sparkling eyes betraying a hint of surprise and a touch of melancholy. Very well, come find me at this address tomorrow. Nightso was scrutinized under Naz's gaze. Feeling as though he were a scoundrel who had abandoned his wife, reminiscent of his past with Mingxue. Naz accepted the paper that had been thrown her way and nodded slightly. As Nightso turned to depart, a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. During their brief eye contact, he felt as though she truly recognized him. However, he could not recall ever meeting Naz before. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, sensing that she bore him no ill will. Chapter 79. The battle with Beedrill. As long as there was no malice directed at him, it was acceptable. Having a beautiful companion on his journey was a pleasant notion. Yet, he pondered how Mingxue and Naz would react upon discovering that he had brought a gym leader back after challenging the gym. Mingxue was understandable due to specific reasons. But Naz seemed unfamiliar with him. Was it necessary to linger here for another day? That is fine. Nightso, why don't you join us for shopping? Let us not do that. I feel as though I've developed a phobia of shopping. It's terrifying. I'm off to train my Pokémon. Goodbye. After declining, Nightso swiftly fled, eager to escape this daunting place. Upon reaching the top floor of a luxurious hotel, he discovered a grand training arena equipped with various Pokémon training facilities and numerous battle arenas. The rooftop, constructed from special materials, could withstand battles unless they involved champions, alleviating any concerns of structural collapse. It was only when Nightso arrived at the top that he realized he had no Pokémon available for training. Beedrill had reached mid-champion level, while its potential had peaked. His Fairy-type Pokémon had progressed from quasi-champion to champion, now limited to merely grasping its essence. Nightso found himself unable to conduct any substantial training. Dragonite and Charizard were mid-champion Pokémon, while his Gyarados had reached the pinnacle of champion status, similarly restricted to understanding its essence for enhancement. Reflecting on this, he realized that only Marl remained, but Marl had no desire to grow stronger. Only wishing to play the following day, Nightso felt troubled. It seemed he should capture some lower-level Pokémon. After all, he couldn't lead with the champion-level Pokémon in gym battles, especially when high-potential Pokémon were scarce in the wild. You possess a Fairy-type Pokémon, a rarity. You must be quite an impressive trainer. Would you care for a Pokémon battle? A young man who issued the challenge caught Nightso's attention. Nodding, Nightso replied, sure. I was just looking for a worthy opponent. Go, Venusaur. Upon seeing the Venusaur, Nightso called upon Beedrill. Beedrill, it's your turn to battle. The opposing Venusaur appeared well-trained. Likely at mid-champion level, a fitting match for Beedrill, who was similarly positioned. Since his hard power couldn't be enhanced, improving combat capability was the next best option. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. The opponent recognized Beedrill's approximate strength and approached the battle with seriousness. Beedrill, evade with Quick Attack, then use Poison Sting. Nightso's thoughts were clear. He aimed to poison Venusaur, gradually sapping its strength. Beedrill darted through the air, leaving afterimages as it dodged the incoming Leaf Blade, closing in on Venusaur to strike with its stinger. Venusaur's speed was indeed its weakness, unable to evade Beedrill's Poison Sting. Its complexion began to turn a shade of purple, signaling the onset of poisoning. Oh no. The young man's anxiety escalated as he saw Venusaur poisoned, its vitality waning. Beedrill could simply engage in a war of attrition now, as Venusaur had no means to counteract it. Venusaur, use Leech Seed. The young man commanded. Opting to employ Leech Seed for gradual recovery, albeit counteracting the poison's effects, it was better than losing health. Beedrill, avoid it, then use Twin Needle. Beedrill's speed allowed it to readily evade Venusaur's Leech Seed. Beedrill, unleash Bug Buzz. Oh no, Venusaur, use Protect. The young man hastily directed Venusaur to shield itself as Beedrill executed Bug Buzz, catching him off guard. Venusaur, now, use Solar Beam. With the Protect's end. Beedrill momentarily faltered, and the young man seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful Grass-type move. Beedrill, use Protect, then follow up with Hyper Beam to finish it. Nightso had little recourse. Typical Pokémon would find themselves immobilized after using Hyper Beam, with training merely reducing the duration of the paralysis. However, Nightso noted that Venusaur was nearing its limit. The poison steadily drained its vitality, making it an opportune moment for Hyper Beam to conclude the battle. Indeed, when Beedrill's Protect faded, it unleashed Hyper Beam, sending Venusaur flying, its eyes spiraling as it succumbed to defeat. You truly are formidable. I concede the match, the young man said regretfully, recalling Venusaur into its Pokeball. I must tend to my Pokémon, but if given the chance, I would love to engage in another battle with you. Absolutely. I look forward to our next encounter, Nightso replied politely. Just as Naitso prepared to continue training his Pokémon or seek another opponent for battle, his phone rang unexpectedly. The phone is ringing? Naitso pulled out his mobile device. Recognizing that it was a call from Sidai, Sidai informed him that someone was looking for him, and from his tone, it seemed rather displeased. Never mind. Since no one is challenging me right now, I'll head back. Naitso stored B-drill and returned to his room. Upon his return, he was met by a stunning young woman clad in a kimono, prompting Naitso to tentatively inquire, "Are you Naz?" Yes, Naz nodded gently, her expression neutral. Yet, upon witnessing Naitso's astonished gaze, she felt a surge of joy within, though she did not outwardly express it. "Little Knight, shouldn't you explain what is happening here?" Elise approached, smiling warmly. "Indeed, shouldn't you clarify? As if having Mingshui wasn't enough, you've brought another?" Kona interjected, grasping Naitso by the collar. "Kona, could you please let me go? I can hardly breathe." Naitso gasped, gently tapping her hand. "Oh, is that so? You seem perfectly fine," Sidai remarked. Mingshui remained silent. Yet her expression suggested she anticipated his defense. Naitso felt a flush of embarrassment. If something arose, it would be too late to clarify. However, he was also astonished at Naz's unexpected visit, especially dressed in a kimono. It was undeniable that Naz's figure and features were already exquisite, and paired with the kimono, she was a vision of beauty that nearly rendered Naitso unable to recognize her. Kona released Naitso, crossing her arms as she scrutinized him. "Kona, don't tell me you don't recognize Naz, the illustrious champion of the Kanto region? If you don't even know the gym leaders of Kanto, wouldn't that be rather disappointing?" Naitso hastily attempted to explain himself. Chapter 80, The Grand Arena of Chaos. No, Naitso, it seems you've misunderstood my intent. I didn't ask you to introduce who Naz is. I meant for you to explain your relationship with her. Introduce my relationship with Naz? Naitso struggled to articulate. It seemed there was no substantial connection between them. They were merely participants in a gym challenge, exchanging badges. Why did Naz wish to travel with him? "Well, Nasi will be our companion on this journey," said Xiaosua awkwardly. "The gym leader of the Goldenrod gym, suddenly joining us on our travels, doesn't the gym require management? If one leaves without permission, the league certainly won't allow it," Kana remarked coolly. Nasi fixed her gaze on Kana, and the two women locked eyes, releasing an aura that made Xiaosua's heart race. Having always perceived Kana as a gentle older sister, Xiaosua was taken aback by the terrifying intensity she now exuded. He could only cower in a corner, trembling. Beside him, Alice and Shindai looked on as if they were watching a show, with Nei holding a Ralts doll, all seemingly amused by the spectacle. "Someone will manage the gym. You are worrying too much, Kana," Nasi said after a prolonged silence. Kana let out a light laugh and suddenly embraced Xiaosua, pulling him into her bosom. Xiaosua felt as though he might suffocate, reminiscent of a previous encounter. Though the atmosphere felt decidedly different this time. Nasi's pupils constricted, her icy gaze fixed on Kana, causing nearby objects to levitate due to her psychic powers. Kana remained unfazed, still smiling at Nasi. "Nasi, as Xiaosua's sister, I can't allow just anyone to get close to him," Kana stated. "But his sister doesn't seem to be you." Nasi shot back, having already learned about Xiaosua's background upon her arrival. "Yes, it appears I am indeed his sister," Alice interjected at that moment. Silence. Both women shouted in unison, prompting Alice to promptly quiet down. Xiaosua secretly reveled in the drama unfolding before him. "You see, a recognized adoptive sister is still a sister. It's only natural to be cautious of you, especially when you suddenly decide to travel with us," Nasi said. Xiaosua broke free from Kana's embrace, gasping for air as if he had nearly suffocated. Was it truly so blissful to almost be smothered? Perhaps this was what one might call a true form of euthanasia. After regaining his composure, Xiaosua observed the formidable auras emanating from both women. Even he, who had encountered the presence of legendary Pokémon, felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this the unique atmosphere of a battlefield? He quietly settled onto the sofa, attempting to minimize his presence. Keenly aware of the terrifying reputation of battlefields, he certainly did not wish to be ensnared within one, lest he suffer a terrible headache. In the opulent living room, an inexplicable tension enveloped the space as Xiaosua sat quietly with Nei, while Mingsu remained silently by his side. Shindai and Alice appeared to be entranced by the overwhelming auras, merely staring blankly at the two women. After half an hour of silence and mutual glaring, Xiaosua finally broke the stillness. "Aren't you too tired? Especially you, Nasi. You've been using your powers to levitate those items for quite some time. Doesn't that wear you out?" "Well, it is somewhat tiring." "Xiaosua, would you mind giving my shoulders a rub?" Kana replied as she settled down. Xiaosua was at a loss for words. She had merely been standing for half an hour. How could that possibly warrant a shoulder rub? Had he known, he would have refrained from speaking. He had only invited trouble upon himself. Noticing Nasi's unwavering gaze, Xiaosua decided to ignore both women, knowing any attempt to engage would only lead to complications. However, he increasingly felt that Nasi recognized him. Had they met before? Yet he truly could not recall. Nasi approached Xiaosua, taking a seat beside him and leaning towards Mingsu, her eyes never leaving Xiaosua. "Excuse me, may I sit in the middle?" Shindai interjected, placing herself between Xiaosua and Nasi. "No," Nasi replied curtly. "Xiaosua, come with me for a moment," Kana said, pulling him into her room. "Xiaosua, do you really know Nasi? Why does she want to travel with you?" Kana inquired. Previously, Kana and Nasi had been at odds, partly out of concern that Nasi might take Xiaosua away from her. The thought of Xiaosua being whisked away by another woman left Kana feeling unsettled, especially since Mingxue had already taken the lead as a competitor. She was unsure if she had genuinely fallen for Xiaosua, who was 5 years her junior, but she certainly harbored fond feelings for him. The mere sight of another affectionate girl by Xiaosua's side was disheartening. Additionally, there was the concern that Nasi might have ulterior motives. Many were now aware that Xiaosua possessed a legendary Pokémon. Thus, Kana's worries were not unfounded. After all, Xiaosua still appeared to everyone as a mere boy, and a beautiful woman's charm could easily ensnare him during this impressionable age. "Alas, I don't know Nasi well, and she is the one who proposed traveling with us." You wouldn't believe how pitiful she looked at the time. There was simply no way to refuse, Xiaosua admitted, though he was conscious of the underlying concerns that Kana had voiced. "Rest assured, I understand your concerns. Nasi means no harm. This is merely my unique ability. Trust me," Xiaosua quickly clarified, aware of what Kana was about to express. "Very well," Kana conceded with a nod, though she resolved to keep a close watch on Nasi. If Nasi truly harbored ill intentions towards Xiaosua, Kana would not let her off easily. Soon, Xiaosua and Kana emerged from the room. As they did, Nasi's gaze fixated on Xiaosua, lingering for a long moment before finally shifting away. Initially planning to remain in Goldenrod City for an extra day to await Nasi's arrival, Xiaosua decided they would embark today. He turned to Nasi and said, "Let us set off." "That is fine. I'll follow your lead," Nasi replied earnestly. "Nasi, could you please stop staring at me? Although I have a thick skin, I can still feel shy," Xiaosua remarked. "I will try," Nasi responded. And Xiaosua felt an urge to retort, questioning what trying meant. Yet, if Nasi enjoyed staring, so be it. Being gazed upon by a beauty wouldn't cost him anything. Chapter 81, Departing Goldenrod City. However, Nasi, after changing out of her drab clothing, appeared transformed, radiating an entirely different charm, far more beautiful than before. "Is that so? Do you like it?" Nasi countered. Upon hearing her question, Xiaosua clearly sensed the collective gaze of the others upon him, and he feared that if he didn't handle this delicately, it might lead to yet another battlefield. I think it looks lovely. But if you were to wear it, I believe the effect would be the same," Xiaosua cleverly responded. After uttering those words, he couldn't help but admire his own quick thinking. He had managed to navigate a potential trap. Next to Goldenrod City lies a town called Ziyuan, rumored to host ghost-type Pokémon. "Xiaosua, are you interested?" Kana inquired. "Ah, ghost-type Pokémon," Shindai exclaimed, leaping up. "We should avoid Ziyuan town. I'm terrified of ghost-type Pokémon. It seems Ziyuan town has a renowned Pokémon tower and urban legends associated with it," Xiaosua began, but was quickly interrupted by Shindai. "Don't say any more. If you do, I want to be able to sleep tonight," she blurted, hastily covering Xiaosua's mouth. "All right, we want to go to Ziyuan town. Let us head straight to Rainbow City instead," Xiaosua declared. Rainbow City stands as the second largest city in the Johto region, following Goldenrod City, and is a bustling hub filled with numerous visitors. In the northern part of Rainbow City, most residents are locals, while the southern area is predominantly populated by tourists and trainers eager to challenge the Rainbow Gym. Moreover, Rainbow City and Golden City are often referred to as a paradise for women. Golden City boasts a vast shopping center, while Rainbow City is renowned for its alluring perfumes, primarily marketed towards women, despite the availability of fragrances for men. "It's wonderful to visit Rainbow City. I can hardly contain my excitement," exclaimed Shindai. Being well acquainted with the fame of Rainbow City's perfumes, she held a deep admiration for them. Yet, Xiaosua couldn't help but smirk. Once they arrived in Rainbow City, it was inevitable that they would be dragged into a perfume shop. "Nay, stop snacking and start preparing dinner," Xiaosua declared, snatching the chips from Nei's hands. Nei had recently developed a penchant for snacks, but after transforming into her Shinado form, she displayed indifference towards them, only enjoying snacks in her Relura's form. Although accustomed to this, Xiaosua found Nei's behavior quite peculiar. "No wonder you always say Nei is a unique Pokémon," Alice remarked, observing Nei. Dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. And even Nashi, who usually consumed little, found herself indulging more than usual, prompting curious glances from Xiaosua and the others. Nashi's cheeks flushed with shyness as she realized her actions. Nashi is so adorable. It's my first time seeing her shy, Xiaosua teased, noticing Nashi's reddened face. After Yuesu's comment, Nashi's blush deepened. What about me? Am I cute? Shandai suddenly interjected. You're cute as well, Yuesu replied dismissively. The next morning, Yuesu and the others departed from Golden City, embarking on their journey to Rainbow City. The distance between the two cities is neither too far nor too close, requiring several days of travel. However, after merely 2 hours, Nashi could no longer keep up and resorted to levitating using her psychic abilities. Having spent most of her time in the gym since taking over at the age of 11, Nashi had little experience with long-distance travel, which explained her lack of stamina. Nashi, you really need to work on your endurance. You can't solely rely on your psychic powers. What if they fail you one day? Yuesu advised. How could my psychic powers fail? Kina interjected. If the opponent's powers surpass yours, they can nullify them, Alice explained. I thought my stamina was poor. But Nashi is even worse off, Shandai mused, finally finding solace in her own abilities compared to Nashi. Nashi paused her psychic levitation and began to walk step by step, prompting Yuesu and the others to deliberately slow their pace. Due to Nashi's presence, their travel speed decreased, but it mattered little, as they had ample time before the Quartz Conference in Kanto, and Yuesu was in no rush to collect badges. Let us take a break, Yuesu suggested, glancing up at the sun, which was nearing noon, time for lunch. Although Yuesu could forego a meal, the lovely ladies around him could not, and Nashi appeared thoroughly exhausted. In a clearing, Yuesu released his Pokémon. Kina had only brought her Lapras, while Nashi had her Gardevoir and Metagross, and Alice had merely her three-headed dragon. Shandai had no Pokémon yet, as she was not yet ready for travel. To my surprise, you also have a Metagross, and it seems quite powerful, Yuesu remarked. Observing the grayish-blue Metagross, which matched Nashi's Gardevoir in strength, both at the pinnacle of the elite level. If they were to battle, Metagross might have the upper hand due to its robust physique and formidable psychic abilities. If Yuesu had challenged the gym with Nashi's Metagross, it could have proven to be a greater challenge. Nashi, your Beedrill is battling with your Dragonite, Nashi reminded. Yuesu glanced over calmly. No worries, they're just training. Beedrill relentlessly attacked Dragonite, which evaded rather than retaliated. This method trained Beedrill's offensive speed while enhancing Dragonite's evasive skills, a win-win situation. Speaking of which, Beedrill seemed to be the weakest Pokémon in Yuesu's collection, possessing only mid-tier elite strength. Its potential had reached its limit, unable to progress further without extraordinary opportunities. Rillalu. Marilulu nudged Yuesu's hand, gazing up at him with wide eyes. Marilulu, do you want to play with Celebi? Yuesu inferred. Marilulu's rabbit ears perked up, and she nodded. Undeniably adorable in her demeanor. Initially accompanying Yuesu for leisure rather than battle, Marilulu felt rather bored while the others trained. Chapter 82. The slacker with champion potential. Yuesu summoned Celebi, who immediately flitted to his side, nuzzling against him. He then suggested that Celebi and Marilulu play together. I had no idea you had a Celebi, Nashi exclaimed in surprise. Yuesu has many secrets. There's no need to be astonished, Alice replied. How wonderful. You have a mythical Pokémon. I wish I had one too. The burden of being an elite is quite heavy, especially with dealing with Team Rocket and confronting Dado. Kina expressed enviously. Legendary Pokémon aren't simply obtainable. If you desire one, Kina, I can only assist you in defeating it. Whether you can capture it depends solely on you, Yuesu said. Let's eat. Nei and Mayuki prepared the meal. I can't wait to see how delicious it is. Yuesu called back his Pokémon and began serving them food, and soon they commenced their meal. A voice interrupted from nearby, Dai. Yuesu turned to see a slowpoke. It often lay by the water's edge, pondering its existence, and would evolve if bitten by a shelder. During their travels, Ash and his companions had arrived at Slowpoke Town, where it hadn't rained for years. According to legend, if a group of slowpokes yawned atop the mountain, it would rain. However, Team Rocket had stolen the slowpokes, and Ash's group rescued them, leading to a collective yawn and the long-awaited rain. The legend also spoke of a Slowpoke king, who ruled Slowpoke Town and referred to himself as Kong Shadai. Yuesu, do you wish to capture a Slowpoke? Kina inquired, noticing his interest. Indeed, capturing it is a certainty. This Slowpoke possesses champion potential. How could I let it slip away? Yuesu had long sought to capture exceptional Pokémon, and now fortune smiled upon him with the prospect of a champion-level Slowpoke. The Slowpoke's gaze was fixed intently on the food belonging to Yuesu's Pokémon, clearly intrigued. The fruits were cultivated within the confines of his system space and thrived in the realm of mythical beings, making them particularly enticing to Pokémon. Slowpoke. Would you like to eat? Xiaosua asked, approaching with some berries. As the dull beast observed Xiaosua approaching, it displayed little apprehension, merely fixating on the fruits in Xiaosua's hand. Nearly drooling in anticipation. Xiaosua, in turn, approached with a calm demeanor, tossing a few fruits towards the dull beast. The creature hesitated for a moment, then sprang into action, snapping up the fruit and clutching it with its paws as it began to feast. After finishing, the dull beast's gaze returned eagerly to the fruits in Xiaosua's possession. Xiaosua stepped closer once more, extending the fruit toward it. This boldness was not without cause. Had Xiaosua lacked formidable strength, such proximity would have been unthinkable. The dull beast hesitated again, but then cautiously accepted the fruit, its expression softening into one of contentment as it consumed the offering. Would you care to accompany me on a journey? If you agree, you can enjoy more of these fruits tomorrow, Xiaosua coaxed. Holding the fruit in one hand and a Pokeball in the other, akin to a seasoned elder enticing a young girl. How can you capture Pokémon in such a manner? Asked a cousin incredulously. One must battle and conquer them to earn their allegiance. As the top student of the academy, Shengdai was well versed in the intricacies of capturing Pokémon. Isn't Xiaoya's approach rather peculiar? Remarked Alice. Indeed, Kona concurred. Unfazed by their comments, Xiaosua continued to observe the dull beast, which, this time, wasted no time. It extended its paw toward the hovering Pokeball, which promptly captured it without any resistance, a result of its voluntary submission, much like the initial capture of Eevee. Although capturing a Pokémon without a battle had occurred once before, Xiaosua was nonetheless taken aback by the outcome, having merely wished to experiment. You may be the first to capture a Pokémon without combat, Kona noted. Judging by its appearance, this dull beast seems quite powerful, Alice exclaimed in surprise. Not particularly. My success in capturing it without a battle primarily stems from its gluttonous nature, Xiaosua replied, watching the dull beast happily munching on its fruit. This dull beast possesses considerable strength, reaching the pinnacle of the potential champion tier and poised for ascension to a true champion Pokémon at any moment. Encountering such a formidable Pokémon is indeed a stroke of luck for Xiaoya, Mingxue remarked. With the dull beast now under his care, Xiaosua felt a surge of joy, contemplating the creature's future growth and the prospect of its eventual mega-evolution. Yet, he was aware that nurturing the dull beast into a champion would not be a simple endeavor, especially given the complexities surrounding its evolution. After their meal, they rested briefly before continuing their journey, waiting for the sun to soften its harshness. While the journey to Rainbow City could have been completed in a day, it took 2 days due to the need to accommodate Nashi. During this time, Nashi's stamina had improved, which was beneficial, as she no longer relied excessively on her psychic abilities. At last, we have arrived in Rainbow City. Let us find suitable accommodations, Shaddai declared. Revitalized upon entering the city after their arduous travel. Shall we visit a perfume shop soon? Shengdai asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing her enthusiasm, Xiaosua decided to indulge her wish. Very well, but we must first secure our lodgings. There are still a few hours until nightfall. We can explore and appreciate the sights of Rainbow City. Having booked their rooms at the hotel, Xiaosua led them to a perfume shop. Rainbow City boasted numerous such establishments, a hallmark of its charm. There was also a beauty street, another distinctive feature of the city, though this beauty was intended for Pokémon rather than humans. This is the perfume shop owned by the Rainbow Gym leader, Ilegia, renowned for having the finest fragrances, Kona informed them. In fact, most perfume shops in Rainbow City are part of Ilegia's enterprise, Alice added. Inside the shop, Xiaosua found himself disinterested in perfumes and opted to sit alongside Nei as they observed the others selecting their scents. Mingxue, why aren't you joining them? Xiaosua inquired, surprised that she had not accompanied Kona and the others. I have no fondness for perfumes. If one requires fragrance to adorn oneself, I would rather purchase a bottle of body wash. However, if you enjoy them, I wouldn't mind trying one, Mingxue replied. Very well, since you aren't interested. I won't press you, Xiaosua responded. Nei, would you like a perfume? I can buy you a bottle, he asked, turning to her. Nei shook her head. She had little interest in perfume, preferring to spend her time acquiring snacks instead. After the others finished their purchases, Xiaosua, at the suggestion of a store attendant, found himself compelled to buy several bottles of perfume. Cousin, why are you buying so many perfumes? Shaddai questioned, puzzled. Of course, they are for gifts. Why else would I buy them? Xiaosua replied, mentally calculating if he had enough for Tozi, Mei, and Shalina. Are they for girls? Shaddai asked, puffing her cheeks. Indeed. You all may return to the hotel. I will send these perfumes out, Xiaosua informed them. All right, but make sure to return early, Xiaoya. Alice cautioned as she led the others back to the hotel. Upon reaching the courier station, Xiaosua was impressed by the speed of the delivery service, especially with Pokémon assisting. Some couriers even rode on Dragonite, a luxury he could only liken to driving a BMW in his previous life. After dispatching the perfumes, Xiaosua returned to the hotel, realizing that due to the late hour of their shopping, challenging the gym that day was out of the question, as it was likely already closed. The following morning, after breakfast, Xiaosua asked, "I plan to challenge the gym today. Would you care to join me?" "I will." Nashi replied succinctly, her words few. "I want to go too. I'm curious about how perfumes are made," Shadai chimed in excitedly, eager to learn about the materials used in crafting such delightful scents. "I will accompany you. Wherever Xiaoya goes, I shall follow," Mingxue declared, clinging to Yuesu's arm. Seeing Mingxue's attachment, Nashi also took hold of Yuesu's other arm. "You are all quite cunning. I want to go as well." "Who knows? Xiaoya might end up coaxing another girl into joining us," Alice teased, a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Since you are all going, I suppose I might as well join you, for it would be rather dull to go alone." "I'll keep an eye on Xiaosua," Kona remarked, aware that Iligia was indeed an attractive woman and that Xiaosua was already surrounded by numerous companions. The Rainbow Gym was not situated in the city center, but rather on the outskirts. After approximately half an hour of walking, they finally arrived at the gym. "Wow, what a grand glass structure. Is this truly a gym? It appears more like a garden," Shangdai exclaimed in astonishment. "The flowers and plants inside are quite beautiful," Mingxue noted. "This must be an enormous botanical garden. The air quality here should be excellent," Xiaosua observed, admiring the diverse flora within. "May I ask who you are?" Several individuals resembling gardeners approached, their gazes fixated on Xiaosua, their intense stares making him feel somewhat awkward. "Can't you ladies exhibit a bit more decorum? What are you staring at?" Nashi interjected, breaking their gaze upon Xiaosua. As they gazed at Naz, a sense of unease enveloped them. Naz's piercing gaze was rather frightening. "Greetings. I am a newly initiated trainer, here to challenge the gym. May I inquire if your gym leader is present?" Nightfall boldly stated. "Cousin, your audacity is astounding. Is this truly how you present yourself as a novice trainer?" Saint teased. "Ah, so you are here to challenge the gym. Unfortunately, our leader is currently away on business but is expected to return shortly. In the meantime, would you like us to show you around?" Is that permissible?" "Certainly. This indoor garden is open for visitors. Isn't your gym leader, Iligia, residing here?" Nightfall asked, perplexed. "Indeed, she does reside here. But she left quite early to inspect the sales at the perfume shop. Given the time, she should be back soon, so it won't delay your challenge." Under the guidance of the staff, Nightfall and the others explored the expansive indoor garden. It was indeed impressive for a location in the Kanto region's second-largest city, particularly near the city center, where land is at a premium. The ability to construct such a grand indoor garden is a testament to Eligia's wealth. "Look at all these grass-type Pokémon," Alice observed, admiring the creatures within. "Indeed, there are many," Saint remarked, crouching down to gently stroke a nearby Oddish, which surprisingly showed no fear of humans. "Since these Pokémon interact with people daily, they are quite accustomed to us," the staff member smiled. After a stroll through the garden, Iligia returned from her inspection. "Hello, I'm Iligia, and I assume you are here to challenge the gym. I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. I'm Nightfall, and it's a pleasure to witness such a beautiful place," Nightfall replied with a warm smile. Seeing Nightfall's gentle smile caused Iligia to blush slightly, captivated by the charm of the young man. "Nightfall, I suggest you refrain from displaying such a tender smile towards girls in the future," Ness suddenly interjected. "Yes, I concur with Naz," Kona added with a nod. "Iligia seems quite taken with you," Saint chimed in. Iligia's cheeks flushed deeper, and she quickly redirected the conversation. "Well then, shall we proceed with the Pokémon battle?" Nightfall, wishing to avoid lingering on the topic, nodded in agreement and followed Iligia to the battle arena. The rules of the Rainbow Gym dictated a 3-on-3 battle, with the challenger taking the first turn and allowed to switch Pokémon mid-battle. The staff member who had previously guided them through the garden now assumed the role of referee. "My first Pokémon is Victreebel," Iligia declared as she released her Pokémon. "Come forth, Beedrill." Nightfall tossed his Pokeball into the air, as Beedrill emerged and soared into the sky. It was visibly excited to face Victreebel, its stingers glinting ominously. Beedrill, use Poison Sting. Victreebel, evade the attack. Beedrill, having honed its speed in practice with Dragonite, dashed towards Victreebel, its sharp stingers piercing the plant Pokemon's body. Victreebel's complexion turned a ghastly shade of purple as it collapsed, swiftly incapacitated. The disparity in their strengths was glaring. Victreebel was merely at the pinnacle of ordinary capabilities, while Beedrill was at the mid-tier of elite trainers. "Impressive. Your Beedrill must have been with you for quite some time," Iligia remarked, astonished as she retrieved her defeated Pokémon. despite her awareness of its limitations. The swiftness of the defeat underscored Beedrill's formidable prowess. For my second Pokémon, you should be on guard. Go, Gloom. Oligia announced, releasing another Pokeball. Gloom. Use Leaf Tornado. Nightfall, resting his chin on his hand, noted Oligia's evident lack of strength. The disparity among Kanto's gym leaders was indeed pronounced. Beedrill skillfully evaded the attack before countering with a cross poison, swiftly incapacitating Gloom as well. Another loss, Oligia lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Nightfall. It was rather embarrassing for a gym leader to be so decisively defeated by a challenger. In response to Oligia's disheartened gaze, Nightfall shrugged, "This is hardly my fault. I am simply too strong, and the Rainbow Gym is only marginally superior to the Misty Gym, as recognized by many. Now for my final Pokémon, go Weepinbell." Upon seeing Weepinbell, Nightfall's expression shifted slightly, not due to its strength, but rather the overpowering odor it emitted. If Weepinbell released its foul stench, it could incapacitate everyone present. And Nightfall had no desire to endure that. Initially, he had hoped to engage Oligia longer, but the prospect of Weepinbell's odor changed his mind. Beedrill, use agility. Then execute cross poison. With its already impressive speed enhanced, Beedrill became a blur, delivering a swift cross poison that knocked Weepinbell unconscious. Are you alright, Weepinbell? Oligia rushed to check on her Pokémon, relieved to find it only slightly injured. Nightfall, you are rather ungentlemanly, Oligia reproached him. Feeling humiliated by the successive defeats of her Pokémon. I apologize. I didn't anticipate this outcome, Nightfall replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Though he recognized it was unkind to make her lose face, Oligia's lack of strength rendered any attempt to ease the situation futile. Due to her commitments to her perfume shop, Oligia had devoted her energy to business rather than training her Pokémon, which explained her current limitations. Well, here is the Rainbow Badge. Despite her loss, Oligia offered the badge to Nightfall. Upon receiving the badge, Nightfall couldn't help but admire its beauty. A splendid imitation of a rainbow's colors that shimmered in the sunlight, casting a myriad of hues. Now that the battle is concluded, would you care to visit my perfume shop? Oligia cheerfully invited. Actually, we visited the shop yesterday, Nightfall replied. Oh, what a pity. I had hoped to personally show you around. Kona and Naz, we should be on our way and not impose any longer. Nightfall suggested as his companions each took hold of one of his arms, guiding him away. Are you leaving so soon? I wish to have you stay a while longer. Do visit again. Oligia waved as they departed. Certainly. Nightfall turned his head, intending to wave goodbye, but with both arms firmly held, he had to forego that gesture. Why are you pulling me? Isn't it obvious? Nightfall, you are simply too attractive to girls. We must whisk you away before you attract more attention. Alice replied. Alice is right. Cousin, you are too captivating for your own good. If we don't leave now, we might just end up with another member in our group. Saint nodded in agreement. Nazi remained silent, yet nodded in agreement. As they prepared to depart, Kina inquired of Yisu whether they should continue their journey or linger a few more days in Rainbow City. Let us first visit Beauty Street. I wish to find a breeder to assist in caring for my Pokémon, Yisu replied. With the help of a breeder, Yisu could alleviate some of his burdens. In truth, he had long desired to find one, as his Pokémon seemed to thrive on berries, which he felt was not ideal. Even though his Pokémon never complained, Yisu felt a twinge of guilt, especially during mealtimes when he and his companions savored delicious dishes while his Pokémon had to settle for simpler fare. Moreover, he was aware of a particularly skilled and attractive breeder in the area, the renowned Xiaosua, who, like Xiaojang, aspired to become an exceptional Pokémon breeder. Xiaojang had referred to her as one of the finest in the field, though it was likely that his admiration was influenced by her beauty. In the world of Pokémon, while the training speed of those nurtured by breeders might be slower, they ultimately possess superior attributes compared to Pokémon trained by ordinary trainers. Now, Yisu had set his sights on Xiaosua as an ideal candidate. She could address his Pokémon's dietary needs while also enhancing their attributes, a perfect solution. Beauty Street was synonymous with breeding, and upon their arrival, they were greeted by a dazzling array of beautifully adorned Pokémon. The street was not only home to breeders, but also to makeup artists specializing in adorning Pokémon. However, Yisu had no need for a makeup artist. After all, could a Pokémon dressed in outlandish makeup possibly fight? He was not a coordinator and had no intentions of participating in glamorous contests. Are we searching for a breeder at this shop? Sheng Dai remarked, scrutinizing the unassuming establishment. A modest shop does not necessarily lack skilled Pokémon breeders. Let us venture inside, Yisu declared as he pushed open the door. Welcome. Xiaosua greeted them with a warm smile as they entered. Upon seeing her, the group exchanged curious glances at Yisu, having initially speculated about the prowess of the breeder, only to find that her appeal seemed to overshadow her abilities. Hello, Xiaosua. I am Yisu, a traveler, he introduced himself. Ah, you know me? Xiaosua replied, her eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, Miss Xiaosua is quite famous among breeders, a renowned figure, Yisu praised. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment, Xiaosua said. Her cheeks tinged with a blush, somewhat bashful from the praise. Though this may seem sudden. I would like to invite you to join me on my travels and assist me in caring for my Pokémon. Would you consider it? Yisu proposed. Xiaosua was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected invitation, feeling somewhat unprepared. A person I have just met, how could they possibly agree? My cousin is truly something. Shengdai remarked with a pout. Yes, to invite someone to travel together upon first meeting is quite bold, Alisai concurred. Travel with me? Xiaosua scrutinized Yisu, noting his handsome features and concluding he could not be malicious. However, she still felt a bit dazed by the abrupt proposition. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. In truth, Xiaosua had been considering a journey herself, feeling there was much she needed to learn. Yisu's invitation presented an opportunity she found appealing, especially since having a companion for her travels would be delightful. Additionally, Yisu was the most striking individual she had encountered, making it difficult for her to decline. Shengdai was astounded that Xiaosua had indeed accepted the invitation to travel together, having previously thought it unlikely. After all, it was a sudden request from someone she had just met. Most people would likely refuse. Yet, the reality was that Xiaosua had agreed to accompany them. You are the Kina champion? Xiaosua exclaimed, surprised as Kina removed his hat. In the Kanto region, Kina was indeed a celebrity. Any Pokémon trainer would recognize him, necessitating that he embellish his appearance when out and about. Nothing to worry about. Just consider me an ordinary person. From now on, we shall be travel companions, Kina smiled. To travel with the Kina champion. I look forward to your guidance, Xiaosua said. Is Kina really that famous? Shadai queried. Indeed. Kina is the most renowned among the Elite Four in Kanto, Alisai explained. Xiaosua, did you really agree to travel with us so hastily? Yisu questioned in disbelief, as he too had not anticipated her swift acceptance of the invitation. I have spent too long in this shop without venturing out. Perhaps that is my shortcoming. Your invitation comes at a perfect time, Xiaosua replied with a smile. Are you not concerned? Concerned about what? I believe Yisu is a good person. Yisu, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had been labeled a good person. I have agreed to travel with you, but I must first tidy up the shop and transfer ownership, which may take a few days. That is no issue. I am not in a hurry. However, Xiaosua, if you transfer the shop, do you not intend to open another? Xiaosua chuckled softly and replied, as you can see, I currently have not a single customer. You must be quite skilled. Why is there no one here? Shengdai questioned, puzzled. In this area, people prioritize appearances over the intrinsic attributes of Pokémon, which is why my shop sees little patronage, Xiaosua explained. After speaking, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and glanced at Yisu, realizing that she too was somewhat superficial. Upon first encountering him, her admiration had largely stemmed from his appearance, which was indeed a significant factor in her agreeing to travel with him. After all, who would easily accept an invitation from a stranger without knowing anything about them? This street, once known solely as the Breeder's Street, had recently acquired the moniker of Beauty Street, where beauticians were more sought after than breeders. Xiaosua elaborated on this shift. I find the makeup applied by those individuals unappealing, transforming Pokémon into ghastly figures. Surely they look best in their natural forms, Alisai remarked, recalling the peculiar Pokémon she had seen earlier. I share your sentiment. Natsu nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, the wealthy seem to adore it. There is little one can do, Xiaosua sighed. Yisu and his companions helped Xiaosua organize her shop and posted a notice about the transfer. Mere minutes after it was posted, inquiries began to flood in. Such a quick response. Yisu was taken aback. I did not expect it to happen so swiftly, Xiaosua echoed, equally surprised. Just moments after posting the notice, she had yet to take a sip of water when the phone began ringing with potential buyers. Moreover, it was not just one. Several individuals arrived in succession, all vying to purchase Xiaosua's shop. The competition grew so heated that it nearly escalated into a confrontation. Observing Xiaosua's flustered demeanor, Yisu spoke up. Why don't we auction it off? The highest bidder wins. Indeed, my brother has a point. Those of you without funds should hasten home. This shop shall be mine, declared one of the prospective buyers. Humph, do you think you're the only one with wealth? I can compete as well. We shall see who ultimately triumphs, another retorted. Humph, do you really believe you will secure it? Our beauty salon possesses considerable strength too. After a series of bids, the shop sold for an astonishingly high price that Xiaosua could hardly fathom. The individuals vying for Xiaosua's shop were all owners of beauty salons on the same street, where competition was fierce. Given the prime location of Xiaosua's establishment, it was unsurprising that the auction fetched such a high price. I can't believe it was resolved so quickly. Thank you, Yisu. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do, Xiaosua said, looking at him. It's nothing, since you've agreed to travel with us. We are companions now, and companions help each other, Yisu replied with a warm smile. Xiaosua paused, then hurriedly lowered her head to conceal the blush on her cheeks. Cousin, you display such gentle smiles towards girls again, said Shangdai suddenly. Indeed, it seems yet another girl may be captivated, remarked Alice, unfazed. Chapter 86. The abandoned power plant. Upon returning to the hotel with Xiaosua, everyone was famished after a long day, and Nei went to prepare dinner. Let us depart tomorrow. We completed our gym challenges. Does anyone have objections? After Yisu's statement, everyone felt they had acquired what they needed and expressed no dissent. Cousin, look. There is an Abelang ahead, a fighting-type Pokémon. Do you want to catch it? Shangdai pointed at the Abelang throwing punches by the roadside. Yisu glanced at the creature and shook his head. Judging by its state, its strength was lacking, and its potential was merely elite. Moreover, the creature seemed to have an owner, likely the person lurking nearby. Let us not bother with this Abelang, Yisu whispered. However, just as they were about to leave, the Abelang suddenly blocked Yisu's path, swinging its fists at him. It appears this Abelang wishes to battle you, Kono observed, since it seeks to challenge me. Let us proceed. Come forth, Slowpoke. Yisu released Slowpoke. Although this Abelang was not particularly strong, it would serve as a good practice opponent for the Slowpoke he had captured days prior. Upon emerging, Slowpoke placed its pink hands on its head and, wobbling, approached Yisu, extending its hands in request for food. You really are a glutton. You must battle Abelang first. If you defeat it, I shall reward you with food. Upon hearing this, the food-loving Slowpoke perked up, its eyes gleaming with determination as it faced Abelang. That is the spirit. Use Water Gun. Slowpoke, a water and psychic-type Pokémon, leaned towards its psychic abilities, making its water-type moves relatively weaker. As energy coalesced in Slowpoke's mouth, it unleashed a powerful jet of water that struck Abelang, sending it flying and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Abelang seems to have been defeated in an instant. Slowpoke is truly impressive, Xiaosua praised as she looked at the fire monkey. Slowpoke maintained its adorably vacant expression as it returned to Yisu, seeking food again. You truly are greedy. Here, take this, Yisu said, retrieving a berry from his system space. Slowpoke happily devoured the berry. Yisu shook his head, thinking that while Slowpoke was wonderful, its gluttony was excessive, and Abelang's low strength hadn't even provided a proper training opportunity. Is Abelang all right? Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed over, heading directly for Abelang. Does this Abelang have an owner? Shangdai and the others watched in surprise as the man appeared. Initially, they had thought Abelang was a wild Pokémon, standing alone by the road. After checking Abelang and confirming it was unharmed, the man sighed in relief. Hello. I am Shandu, a Pokémon fighting trainer. It seems my Abelang has caused you trouble. I apologize. The man turned to Yisu with a sincere expression. Your Slowpoke is quite remarkable. I wish I could have one, but unfortunately, Slowpoke holds little advantage in the one fighting tournament. Your Abelang is also commendable. You will surely train it into a formidable Pokémon, Yisu replied, recognizing Shandu as the trainer associated with Ash's Fire Monkey in the original story. Ash's Fire Monkey had led him to victory in the tournament. Although it was a lesser-known event, it was still significant. However, since Shandu had not wronged him, Yisu saw no reason to create conflict. We shall take our leave. Farewell, Yisu said to Shandu. By the way, Yisu, he mentioned the one fighting tournament. I wonder if you would be interested in participating? Kona inquired. Yisu shook his head, deeming such tournaments to hold little merit, considering participation a waste of time. Xiaosua, you don't possess an electric-type Pokémon yet, do you? Conveniently, there is an abandoned power plant ahead, home to many electric-type Pokémon, Alice mentioned. Upon hearing this, Yisu paused. An abandoned power plant? If it were in a game, that would be the domain of Zapdos. Kona, is there really a Zapdos at the abandoned power plant? Yisu asked curiously. As a champion of the Kanto region, Kona would surely know if Zapdos existed there. There are legends of such a creature, which have drawn many to capture it, but they always return empty-handed. No one has come back after multiple attempts, she replied. Then let us take a look. We might just encounter it, Yisu said, intrigued. Although Zapdos might not be the most visually appealing, it was still a legendary Pokémon, and capturing it would yield points. Yisu regretted not having captured Ho-Oh. Despite its looks, it was undeniably powerful. The area has been abandoned for a long time, and there are no paths leading there. We will need to create a new route, Kona warned. That is fine. It will only take a bit of time. Are you all okay with that? Yisu asked the group. Since my cousin wishes to explore, I shall accompany him. If we find it, I would love to see what a legendary Pokémon is like, Alice said eagerly, although she had seen legendary Pokémon. They had always been Yisu's, She had yet to encounter a wild one. All right, Nazi said, remaining mostly silent. The group agreed to head towards the abandoned power plant. Let us take a break first. It's time for dinner. We'll eat before we go, Yisu suggested. Finding a suitable spot, Nei and Mingxue prepared lunch. While Xiaosua used the berries Yisu had given her to create food for the Pokémon. Not only did she prepare Pokémon food, but she also made energy cubes. Compared to Yisu, Xiaosua had a much broader range of culinary skills. The food for the Pokémon was made from the berries Yisu had retrieved from his system space. Shengdai cradled the adorable Vulpix, stroking its fur and enjoying its warmth. I wonder if we will see Zapdos. That would be a legendary Pokémon, Shengdai said, filled with anticipation. The likelihood of encountering it is exceedingly slim. Even if the legendary Zapdos truly exists, we would be unable to detect it unless it reveals itself, remarked Kona. As long as Zapdos is present in the abandoned power plant, there is no way it can evade detection. Uesu chuckled in response. With Nei's formidable senses, if Zapdos is indeed within the power plant, it will undoubtedly be found. Even in the absence of Zapdos, Uesu is eager to capture an electric-type Pokémon. Capturing a powerful electric Pokémon would be a worthy endeavor. Chapter 87. The Appearance of Zapdos. Uesu had not considered becoming a specialized Pokémon trainer focused on a single type, as such trainers are often easily countered. For instance, Dato, despite having a Dragonite of champion-level strength, could not overcome Kona due to the disadvantage posed by Ice-type Pokémon. After a hearty meal and a brief rest, they set off towards the abandoned power plant under Kona's guidance. The power plant is unmarked on the Kanto map, and even most locals are unaware of its location. After more than 2 days of travel, Uesu and his companions finally arrived at the power plant. Although it had been deserted for over a decade, some equipment still operated autonomously. Upon reaching the abandoned power plant, Shengdai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Be cautious, there are Voltorbs and Electrode here. If you encounter them, they may explode, Kona warned Uesu and the others. They tend to appear in large numbers, and as they consume electricity, nearby towns may experience power outages, resulting in widespread panic. Any external stimulus may trigger a self-destruct, which is one of the most powerful moves. Indeed, we must exercise caution with the presence of Electrode, Shengdai whispered as he carefully followed Uesu. Upon entering the power plant, they observed numerous electric-type Pokémon, predominantly Voltorbs and Magnemites. Nay, is there a Zapdos here? Uesu inquired. Despite possessing the power of Aura, he could not sense a large area, and the power plant was vast. Nei concentrated for a moment and nodded, confirming the presence of a formidable Pokémon, though she could not ascertain if it was Zapdos. Really? A hint of excitement lit up Uesu's face, suggesting that Zapdos might indeed be nearby. Is there truly a Zapdos? Kona asked in astonishment. Kona had previously searched this location as part of a large-scale expedition by the Alliance, but after 3 days of searching, they had found no trace of Zapdos. Nay, please lead the way. Let us seek out Zapdos. Uesu, do you think you can defeat it? Xiaosua asked hesitantly. Fear not. I shall subdue this Zapdos without issue. Uesu reassured her. Zapdos is fundamentally at the peak of the 3rd-tier divine level. Even if this Zapdos possesses exceptional talent, it would not surpass Dragonite. If Uesu's own Dragonite cannot prevail, he also has the 1st-tier divine Celebi at his disposal, or alternatively, he could unleash the peak of the legendary Rayquaza. Deep within the abandoned power plant, a bird-like Pokémon with wings and a tail adorned with numerous spiky yellow feathers opened its eyes. This creature was Zapdos, one of the legendary birds, which are considered to belong to the Kanto region. However, their guardian, Lugia, is a legendary beast from the Johto region. Zapdos possesses boundless electric energy, and its appearance is accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. When it flaps its shimmering wings, it unleashes fierce lightning. It has the ability to heal electric-type Pokémon and often appears to replenish its energy when it is at its weakest. Roar! Zapdos screeched in anger, disturbed from its slumber by the intruders. Unlike Giratina, which would have driven them away, Zapdos merely flapped its wings and prepared to flee. It's trying to escape. Nei informed Uesu. Allow it to flee? Absolutely not. Upon hearing that Zapdos intended to escape, Uesu could not allow such a prize to slip away. Dragonite, take to the skies and intercept it. If a large yellow bird emerges, bring it down. Uesu commanded, releasing his Dragonite. Once Dragonite was unleashed, Uesu looked to the sky, anticipating Zapdos' appearance. Kona and the others gazed upward as well, for this was one of the legendary trio of birds from Kanto, stories of whom every household had shared. Kona had grown up hearing tales of these legendary birds, and now, witnessing Zapdos firsthand ignited a thrill within her. Although she had seen Giratina, the pinnacle of divine beasts, The excitement of encountering another legendary creature remained palpable. Even Xiaosua felt a rush of exhilaration, awaiting Zapdos' arrival to capture it. Soon, a flash of electricity shot into the sky with blinding speed. Xiaosua could only catch a glimpse of its shadow, while Kona and the others saw nothing. Dragonite, witnessing Zapdos' emergence, swiftly approached the speeding bird. Before Zapdos could react, Dragonite seized it and slammed it to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Dazed, Zapdos took some time to regain its senses, its eyes now filled with fury. Zapdos was no gentle creature, its temper was notoriously volatile. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a powerful electric attack, the move known as Electro Ball, which could incapacitate its opponents. Dragonite, with a swift flap of its wings, dodged the attack, leaving Zapdos' strike to miss entirely. This truly is Zapdos, though it does not appear particularly striking, Shengdai commented. It looks rather unappealing, Nashi added in her assessment of Zapdos. I share that sentiment, Alisai concurred. Although it may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, it is, after all, a legendary beast. Must you be so critical? Xiaosua felt Nashi's judgment was rather harsh. After all, it was still a divine Pokémon deserving of respect. Yet, deep down, Xiaosua shared a similar sentiment regarding Zapdos' appearance, feeling it lacked the grace of Ho-Oh. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Zapdos' value lay in its strength, not its looks. Is Dragonite truly a match for Zapdos? Xiaosua asked with concern. Rest assured, Xiaosua, overcoming this Zapdos will pose no challenge, Xiaosua replied with a smile. Xiaosua directed the system to analyze Zapdos, seeking to comprehend its capabilities. Name: Zapdos type, electric, flying potential, 3rd tier divine strength, late 3rd tier divine. While Xiaosua and his companions conversed, Zapdos had already taken to the skies, charging towards Dragonite. Dragonite, unleash blizzard. With a soft cry, Dragonite summoned a fierce blizzard that swept towards the oncoming Zapdos. Chapter 88. Zapdos vs. Dragonite. Zapdos struggled in the blizzard, forced to abandon its attack on Dragonite as it maneuvered out of the storm's reach. Xiaosua, your Dragonite is remarkable. I never anticipated an ordinary Pokémon could contend with a legendary beast, Xiaosua exclaimed in astonishment. Although Dragonite is considered a quasi-legendary Pokémon, it pales in comparison to true legendary creatures, falling within the realm of ordinary Pokémon. However, the Dragonite belonging to Xiaosua is no ordinary specimen. Despite not being a legendary Pokémon, it possesses the strength of one. Kina remarked to Xiaosua, what? This large Dragonite is actually a legendary Pokémon? Does that mean I have already raised a legendary creature? Xiaosua said, somewhat dazed. Initially, she thought it was merely a larger Dragonite, not realizing it was a legendary one. Nasi was equally astonished. The commotion from this battle is quite significant. We should retreat for now. Otherwise, we might get caught in the crossfire, Xiaosua advised them. The clash between legendaries caused the entire abandoned power plant to tremble, yet it remained standing. Dragonite, take Zapdos to a more distant location to battle, so as not to cause destruction here. Xiaosua called out to the Dragonite soaring in the sky. This power plant is home to numerous electric-type Pokémon, and should the battle between Dragonite and Zapdos wreak havoc, it would be disastrous. Upon hearing the command, Dragonite nodded and flew in front of Zapdos, delivering a powerful punch that sent Zapdos flying, before quickly pursuing it. You all stay here. I'll go check the situation, Xiaosua instructed Kina and the others. At that moment, Zapdos was sent soaring into the clouds by Dragonite's punch, prompting Xiaosua to follow and potentially capture Zapdos. Go ahead, but be careful, Alice cautioned Xiaosua. Come forth, Rayquaza. Xiaosua summoned Rayquaza and leaped onto its back, allowing it to fly toward the unfolding battle. What kind of Pokémon is that? It's enormous, Xiaosua exclaimed, watching Rayquaza vanish from sight. Kina chuckled at Xiaosua's bewilderment. Xiaosua mentioned it's also a legendary Pokémon, just one that has yet to be discovered. Another legendary Pokémon? Xiaosua gasped. Alice and Side-Eye exchanged knowing smiles, remembering their own surprise upon learning of Xiaosua's collection of legendary creatures. Xiaosua is truly remarkable. It seems I've gained an extraordinary companion, Xiaosua finally said after a moment of contemplation. Nasi displayed little emotion. Her knowledge of Pokémon extended primarily to psychic types, leaving her somewhat uninformed about others. Having had few friends growing up due to her formidable psychic abilities, she had developed a solitary disposition and had not delved deeply into the study of legendaries. Before long, Xiaosua and Rayquaza caught up, witnessing Dragonite overpowering Zapdos in a display of significant strength. The gap in their abilities was evident. Zapdos was merely managing to endure the onslaught due to Dragonite's restraint. Currently, Zapdos was utilizing agility to evade Dragonite, fully aware it was no match for the powerful creature. However, despite its speed, Dragonite's strength proved insurmountable. And even with its evasive maneuvers, Zapdos found itself unable to escape. In a moment of desperation, Zapdos decided against evasion and charged towards Dragonite with its signature move, Thunder. Is that the flying-type move Thunder? Dragonite unleashed Dragon Pulse. Dragonite enveloped itself in a radiant white light and, like a shooting star, collided with Zapdos. The impact generated a tremendous shockwave, which Rayquaza skillfully shielded Xiaosua from, preventing him from being blown away. Although Zapdos is indeed a true legendary Pokémon, Xiaosua's Dragonite surpassed it in power. The collision caused Zapdos to plummet to the ground, creating a crater over 100 meters wide. As the dust settled, Xiaosua tossed a Pokeball to capture the now unconscious Zapdos, which offered no resistance. With its will utterly diminished, Zapdos was unable to fight back. After capturing Zapdos, Dragonite retrieved the Master Ball and returned it to Xiaosua. Rayquaza, take me back, Xiaosua commanded. Rayquaza acknowledged and began their journey home, with Dragonite following closely. Xiaosua, how did it go? Did you manage to capture Zapdos? Alice and Kinna approached him as he returned. Xiaosua produced the Master Ball and released the unconscious Zapdos. You truly captured Zapdos. You're incredible, cousin. Side-Eye reached out to touch Zapdos, only to be halted by Kinna. It's best if you don't, Side-Eye. Just look at the electricity coursing through it. You wouldn't want to get shocked, would you? Kinna's warning made Side-Eye reconsider, realizing the potential danger of touching Zapdos. What are you thinking about, Xiaosua? Nasi nudged him. I was pondering how to truly capture it, Xiaosua replied, running a hand through his hair. Though I have managed to capture it, that doesn't guarantee Zapdos' loyalty. If it doesn't recognize me, it might retaliate upon regaining consciousness. Isn't it already captured? Side-Eye questioned, puzzled by Xiaosua's concern. It's not that simple, Side-Eye. Capturing a legendary Pokémon involves more than merely defeating it. It requires gaining its respect, Xiaosua explained. Cousin, after inflicting such a beating on it, do you really think it will accept you? Side-Eye asked, gazing at the battered Zapdos. I'm uncertain, but if it refuses to acknowledge me, I'll just have to continue battling until it submits, Xiaosua stated resolutely. Nay, heal it, he instructed. Nay used Heal Pulse to mend Zapdos' injuries. Once restored, Zapdos slowly opened its eyes, momentarily dazed, before recalling the events that transpired and displaying fierce anger. Zapdos, you have been defeated. Become my Pokémon, Xiaosua declared. However, Zapdos was not so easily swayed. With electricity crackling around it, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. As a legendary creature, Zapdos harbored its own pride and would not submit to a human. Just as Zapdos prepared to retaliate, Rayquaza struck it with a swift tail, knocking it out once more, this time with greater severity. Chapter 89, Capturing Zapdos. Without employing any special moves, Rayquaza's simple yet powerful blow subdued Zapdos instantly. Xiaosua instructed Nay to heal Zapdos again, and after several attempts, Zapdos finally expressed its willingness to submit. Despite its inherent pride, the repeated defeats had made it acknowledge its limitations. Observing the now compliant Zapdos, Xiaosua nodded in satisfaction. Once captured, Pokémon typically do not rebel. As long as trainers treat their Pokémon with respect, betrayal is unlikely. With this, Xiaosua had effectively captured Zapdos, marking it as his 6th legendary Pokémon, albeit the weakest among them. After capturing Zapdos, it was stored within Xiaosua's system space. Nearby, a triangular island materialized, featuring a large circular altar symbolizing life at its center, with 3 corners representing altars for Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres, corresponding to their respective legendary Pokémon. The central altar was dedicated to Ho-Oh. Congratulations to you, Xiaosua, on successfully capturing Zapdos, though your method of doing so is quite unique. Reflecting on the unfortunate state of Zapdos, Kinna felt a pang of sympathy. After all, it is a legendary creature. How could it have come to be in such a condition? There was little I could do. Zapdos has a temper fiercer than its own strength. If I couldn't subdue it, I couldn't think of any other means to capture it. Xiaosua remarked with a shrug of resignation. Now that you have captured Zapdos, can we leave? Asked Xiaosua. No, I still wish to capture another electric-type Pokémon, Xiaosua replied. With Zapdos, the most powerful electric-type Pokémon already in your possession, what more do you seek? Nasi questioned in confusion. Firstly, Zapdos does not rank as the strongest electric-type Pokémon. The Black Dragon Zekrom from Unova could easily overpower it. Additionally, I have no desire to flaunt a legendary Pokémon in gym battles. It seems rather ostentatious and lacks excitement, Xiaosua asserted, demonstrating his principles. Kinna chuckled at this. I primarily wish to avoid drawing too much attention, Xiaosua stated, scanning the area for electric-type Pokémon with high potential. You are quite peculiar, Xiaosua. If it were anyone else who obtained a legendary Pokémon, They would likely showcase it every day, Xiaosua commented. My cousin is not like an ordinary person, otherwise. How could he have encountered a legendary Pokémon? Feeling hungry, let's prepare a meal first. After we eat, we can search for a suitable electric-type Pokémon, Xiaosua suggested. Glancing at Nei and Mingxua, cooking was best left to Nei and Mingxua, as their culinary creations were delightful. As Nei prepared the meal, Xiaosua approached her to learn. Having previously expressed her desire to acquire cooking skills, why are there so many Voltorbs and Magnemites, yet not a single electric mouse? Xiaosua mused, observing the surroundings filled with Magnemites and Voltorbs. By the way, Xiaoya, isn't Zapdos usually found here? It should know where the stronger Pokémon are, Alice noted. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Xiaosua exclaimed, realizing that searching slowly would undoubtedly waste a considerable amount of time. He decided to see if Zapdos could assist. Releasing Zapdos, he inquired, Zapdos, do you know which Pokémon here possesses the greatest innate strength? Zapdos nodded. Having resided in the area long enough to be aware of its surroundings, spreading its wings, it soared into the sky and quickly returned. Shortly after its return, an Electivire approached at a swift pace. As the evolved form of Electabuzz, this Electivire exhibited formidable strength, possessing the potential to become a champion and already displaying peak Elite Four capabilities. Electivire, would you like to journey with me? Xiaosua asked the creature. Electivire nodded. And due to Zapdos' influence, there was no need for a battle. Xiaosua effortlessly captured it. After all, the Pokémon living here were under Zapdos' protection, and it had also provided them with means for growth. In summary, during this visit to the abandoned power plant, Xiaosua successfully captured two extraordinary Pokémon, one a legendary and the other on the verge of becoming a champion. This journey was indeed fruitful. Let us depart, Xiaosua said as he recalled his Pokémon. Leaving the abandoned power plant, Xiaosua and his companions set their course for Shallow Red City. Although the journey would take several days, after traveling for a few days, they finally arrived at their destination. We finally made it. The distance from the power plant to here is quite extensive, said Shengdai, appearing somewhat fatigued. Not only was Shengdai looking weary, but Nasi was equally drained. The journey had been a true test of endurance for her, as she could not utilize her psychic abilities and had to rely solely on her legs. Even Xiaosua, who was usually full of energy, bore a tired expression. Let us find a hotel to rest, Xiaosua suggested, glancing at them. Kina and Alice, experienced travelers, along with Mingxua, whose physique had been enhanced by Nei, were not as fatigued as the others. Upon finding a hotel, Shengdai and the others freshened up and retired for rest. Kina, feeling a bit weary as well, joined them. Only Xiaosua appeared full of vigor. You all should rest for a while. Nei and I will take a walk, he said, carrying Nei outside. After exploring the city, Xiaosua found little of interest in Shallow Red City. He visited the legendary forgetful old man from the game, who resided next to the Pokémon Center. Although he was known for his forgetfulness and could help Pokémon forget any skill, in reality, he was merely a forgetful individual and could not assist Pokémon in shedding abilities. Upon returning to the hotel, Shadai and the others had already regained their energy. Xiaosua, are you currently preparing food for the Pokémon? Xiaosua asked her. Yes. The berries you provided seem more nutritious than ordinary ones. Look at my Vulpix. Doesn't it appear stronger than before? Xiaosua proudly presented her Vulpix before Xiaosua. I don't notice much change, though its fur does seem more lustrous, Xiaosua remarked, gently petting Vulpix's head. Xiaosua, please teach me how to prepare food for Pokémon. It feels a bit awkward to only offer them berries during meals, Xiaosua requested. Sure. But aren't you planning to train your Pokémon today? Chapter 91. The challenge begins at that moment. The roof suddenly collapsed. What is happening? Aerie quickly inquired. All the poison-type Pokémon here belong to Team Rocket now, meow? Team Rocket has made their entrance, targeting the poison-type Pokémon, came the classic line from Team Rocket. Upon hearing their words, Xiaosua recognized the infamous Team Rocket trio. They were indeed persistent, having followed Ash for so long that one wondered whether he was thoroughly annoyed by them. What did you say? Aerie exclaimed, visibly angered by Team Rocket's remark. Go. Weezing and Arbok commanded Musashi and Kojiro as they sent out their Pokémon. Enough. Let me handle this. I'll use my psychic abilities to immobilize them and then throw them out, Xiaosua declared, finding their presence irritating. How bothersome, he thought, recalling the classic lines of Team Rocket. Thank goodness Xiaosua drove them away. But was that your psychic power? Xiaosua asked curiously. Indeed, you are aware of psychic abilities? Xiaosua replied. Of course. The elder from the Goldenrod Gym also possesses psychic powers, Ash interjected. The elder from the Goldenrod Gym must be Nasi's father. When Ash challenged the gym, it was likely Nasi's father who battled him, Xiaosua surmised. Let us not dwell on these details. You all continue your battle. He intervened to ensure Team Rocket would not disrupt Musashi Kojiro, and Meowth, as he did not wish to waste time. Although their antics could serve to train Ash, Xiaosua had no time to spare. If he were not present, he would not mind their antics. All right, come forth, Zubat. Kojiro announced, sending out his Zubat. Pikachu. I'm counting on you. Ash called upon his Pikachu. Without Team Rocket's interference, Ash faced Kojiro and managed to secure a hard-fought victory, ultimately winning the pink badge thanks to Pikachu and Charmander's efforts. I finally obtained the pink badge. Xiaosua, after you finish your gym challenge, let us battle again, Ash exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Well, I believe the Indigo Conference is approaching. We can battle then. I am confident you will have made significant progress by that time. Knight so reluctantly declined Ash's challenge, yet he also offered Ash an opportunity for a challenge. Ash lowered his head in disappointment. Very well. Once the Indigo Conference commences, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you, Ash proclaimed, clenching his fist. Excellent. I eagerly await it, Knight so replied. In that case, we shall take our leave, Ash and his companions said as they departed. Mr. Aju, it is now time for our battle. Knight so turned his gaze towards Aju. Although Aju was merely a gym leader, his strength far surpassed that of an average leader. He was a certified substitute champion, a force not to be underestimated. Thus, Ash's previous victory was solely due to Aju's leniency. Otherwise, with Ash's current prowess, defeating a champion would be an implausible feat. However, leniency is quite common, as gym trainers do not solely aim for victory, but rather to assess the competency of their challengers. All right, but this time I shall be more serious, Aju said to Knight So. Aju had gleaned some information about Knight So from the League. The previous appearance of Giratina in Xianhong City had left an indelible impression, akin to an apocalyptic event. The rules of the match remained a 2-on-2 format, and my first Pokémon is Mothim. This Mothim was significantly stronger than the one Ash had previously defeated. It possessed elite-level peak strength. Come forth, Psyduck, Aju exclaimed. What a robust Psyduck. It has been nurtured exceedingly well, Aju remarked, observing Knight So's Psyduck. Psyduck, use water gun. Psyduck opened its mouth, unleashing a swift jet of water that reached Mothim before Aju could react. Mothim, evade, Aju shouted. Although Mothim attempted to dodge, its speed was insufficient, and Psyduck's water gun struck true, instantly knocking Mothim out. Although water gun is the most basic water-type move, the overwhelming strength disparity rendered Mothim an elite peak Pokémon, incapable of withstanding Psyduck, which was on the verge of becoming a champion. Furthermore, Psyduck had mastered the essence of water-type moves, significantly amplifying their power. Aju stared in shock at the swiftly defeated Mothim, utterly embarrassed that it had been vanquished so effortlessly without even the chance to retaliate. Assessing Knight So's Psyduck, Aju deduced its formidable strength based on the move it had just employed. According to Aju's estimation, it was undoubtedly nearing champion level. Such power must have stemmed from nurturing a Pokémon from a young age. May I ask, is this Psyduck one that you raised since childhood? Aju inquired. No. It's merely a Pokémon I captured. Is there a problem? Knight So replied. No problem at all, but this Psyduck is remarkably strong. You must have expended considerable effort to capture it, Aju awkwardly remarked, surprised that it was simply a captured Pokémon without long-term training, yet it possessed such impressive strength. However, Aju suddenly recalled that Knight So had a legendary Pokémon, making capturing a Pokémon likely not a strenuous endeavor. He awkwardly scratched his head. Knight So smiled silently, as Psyduck had not been captured through battle but had willingly followed him for food. If Aju were to learn that this powerful Psyduck had been lured with mere food, he might be taken aback. Yet, the fact that Knight So managed to attract such a strong and potentially powerful Pokémon was indeed a stroke of luck. Perhaps he had experienced a lucky draw at that moment. Mr. Aju, you may freely use your strongest Pokémon, Knight So suggested. Aju, momentarily taken aback at the prospect of facing a legendary Pokémon, pondered before returning the Pokeball he held and retrieving his most formidable Pokémon. Come forth, Crobat. This was Aju's strongest Pokémon, possessing late champion level strength. As a substitute champion, such a Pokémon was sufficient. However, compared to the likes of Kinna, Aju appeared somewhat lacking. While reflecting on Kinna's prowess as a champion alongside a champion-level Dragonite, Aju realized he lacked even a peak champion-level Pokémon. Even Nasi outshone him, as she possessed both an Alakazam and a Metagross at peak champion level. Aju was likely to be the lowest tier among champions. His strength was indeed not formidable, though he still held the title of a substitute. Despite Crobat boasting late champion-level strength, Knight So remained resolute in his determination. In the realm of Pokémon battles, the most prevalent aspect is the trainer's command over the fight, with underdogs frequently overcoming superior opponents, provided the level disparity is not too vast. Psyduck, use Ice Beam. Crobat evaded and countered with wing attack. Crobat flapped its wings, its form vanishing instantaneously, causing Psyduck's ice beam to miss its target. Psyduck, use bite behind you. Nightso commanded promptly. Upon receiving the order, Psyduck swiftly turned and bit down just as Crobat reappeared, clamping onto Crobat's wing. Psyduck was sent flying by Crobat's flapping wing, but Crobat displayed a pained expression. One wing rendered immobile. Nevertheless, Crobat had 4 wings. While one wing could not function, it would not be incapacitated, though maintaining balance became challenging, and its speed would be diminished. It managed to react. Aju's expression grew serious. Having suffered a setback, he no longer underestimated Psyduck. This Psyduck may not have been a champion-level Pokémon, yet it had inflicted a blow on his strongest Crobat. Psyduck, use Thunderbolt. Psyduck rose and immediately unleashed Thunderbolt. Several arcs of electricity surged towards Crobat in midair. Evade. Crobat, facing the incoming electricity, remained unfazed, its wings fluttering rapidly as it deftly maneuvered through the lightning, leaving behind afterimages. Now, Crobat, use Supersonic. Aju commanded. Psyduck, overwhelmed by the sound waves of Supersonic, struggled, covering its ears with its paws, helpless against the penetrating sonic assault. Crobat, press the advantage and use Air Slash. Aju's orders were relentless, as Crobat's massive wings beat rapidly, unleashing crescent-shaped silver blades that sliced toward the suffering Psyduck. Psyduck, roll away and use Thunder. Psyduck, enduring the pain, rolled on the ground, evading the silver blades that left faint scratches on the ground. Psyduck then unleashed its Thunder move. Crobat, defend and then use Cross Poison. Aju commanded in a timely manner. A faint blue protective shield absorbed the impact of Thunder in battles against powerful opponents. Employing defensive techniques is crucial, as the first to initiate often finds themselves at a disadvantage. However, with Crobat's wing injured, it may not be able to evade the oncoming Thunder, as electric-type attacks are characteristically swift. The cross-shaped bat is a Pokémon of the poison and flying types, and electric-type moves are particularly effective against it, inflicting double damage. Despite Aju's awareness of the significant disparity in strength between the cross-shaped bat and the Slowpoke, he dared not allow the cross-shaped bat to withstand a direct hit and opted instead for a protective maneuver. After successfully blocking Nidoqueen's Thunder, the cross-shaped bat swiftly retaliated with a cross poison, sending Nidoqueen hurtling away. The Slowpoke crashed heavily onto the floor, shattering it and sustaining severe injuries. Slowpoke, return, Yeshu called out, recognizing that Slowpoke had already performed admirably under the circumstances, given the vast difference in their strengths. Inflicting damage on the opponent's wings and forcing its protective shield was commendable. Slowpoke shook its head and fixed its determined gaze on the cross-shaped bat, resolute in its desire to continue the battle. Witnessing Slowpoke's unwavering spirit as it rose to its feet and stood defiantly in the arena, Yeshu recalled Slowpoke into its Pokeball. If this is your wish, Slowpoke, then let us fight. I believe you can achieve victory, Yeshu encouraged. Slowpoke. The creature met Yeshu's gaze with a firm nod, enveloped in a radiant white light as it evolved. Slowpoke has evolved. Yeshu must be thrilled, Kinna remarked with a smile. No, it's now Slowking, Yeshu corrected himself, patting his head before addressing Slowking. Well done, Slowking. Now go forth and defeat your opponent. Yeshu was surprised that his Slowpoke had evolved mid-battle, akin to a sudden breakthrough, truly a protagonist's moment. Aju furrowed his brow upon seeing Slowking, determined to defeat it at all costs. It would be a disgrace if he could not conquer even one of his opponent's Pokémon, especially when he had unleashed his strongest Pokémon. Slowking, it shouted with excitement. Following its evolution, Slowking's strength surged dramatically, transitioning from the peak of a quasi-champion to the initial stage of a champion. Although it still lagged behind the late-stage cross-shaped bat, the evolved form possessed a notable advantage in stamina. Slowking, use Confusion and then leap into a double kick against the cross-shaped bat. Slowking nodded, and the cross-shaped bat suddenly felt a powerful psychic force invade its mind, freezing in place. Slowking, despite its seemingly cumbersome physique, executed a surprisingly agile jump. Cross-shaped bat. Utilize Supersonic to disrupt it, Aju commanded urgently. The cross-shaped bat emitted a wave of sound that inflicted considerable pain on Slowking. Nevertheless, it endured the agony and delivered 2 kicks, knocking the cross-shaped bat from the air. Fortunately, the prior injury to the cross-shaped bat's wings prevented it from escaping with its usual speed. Otherwise, Slowking would have been unable to land a hit. Excellent, Slowking. Unleash Heavy Slam. Yeshu beamed with satisfaction. The most troublesome aspect of dealing with the cross-shaped bat was its ability to fly. Now that it had been grounded, it was imperative to prevent it from taking to the skies again. As the cross-shaped bat landed, still disoriented, Slowking descended from above, crashing down upon it. Is it still capable of fighting? Yeshu observed as the cross-shaped bat struggled valiantly. Cross-shaped bat, bite down on Slowking and use leech life. Aju commanded without hesitation. Chapter 93. The pink badge. The cross-shaped bat clamped down on Slowking, rapidly draining its vitality, while the previously weakened cross-shaped bat slowly regained strength. Enduring the pain, Slowking unleashed a close-range solar beam. The cross-shaped bat was unable to escape the attack, and the entire light pink gym trembled from the impact. Due to the proximity of the attack, Slowking also suffered collateral damage, ultimately losing its fighting capability. However, the cross-shaped bat also succumbed to Slowking's assault. Return, Slowking. You have worked hard, Yeshu said as he recalled Slowking. Nay gently tapped Slowking's Pokeball, and within it, Slowking's injuries were completely healed. Return, cross-shaped bat, Aju called. His spirits dampened. Having been defeated by a weaker opponent, and by a trainer who had only recently embarked on their journey, Aju felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Yet, Yeshu's victory was a stroke of luck. Perhaps Aju had underestimated his slowpoke previously. Congratulations, here is the pink badge. Aju composed himself and presented the badge. Yeshu accepted it with gratitude, now having collected 7 badges, just one more to complete the set of 8. Although the court's conference was still a considerable distance away. With more than half a year remaining, reaching the final gym, the Crimson Gym, would require additional time. Mr. Aju, now that I have obtained the badge, I shall take my leave. Yeshu bid farewell. Indeed, Yeshu, you have truly opened my eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a champion trainer. I hope for the chance to engage in a true battle with you next time, Aju replied. In truth, Aju felt a deep-seated reluctance at the outcome of the cross-shaped bats and Yeshu's Slowking's mutual demise. Being outnumbered and losing was a bitter pill to swallow. And Aju was acutely aware that this was not Yeshu's true potential. Had the cross-shaped bat's wings not been injured previously, the battle would not have been so lopsided. The cross-shaped bat's greatest strength was its speed. With that advantage nullified, it had ended up in a draw against a weaker Slowking. Well, should the opportunity arise, I shall challenge Mr. Aju to a duel. Perhaps by then, Mr. Aju will have become a champion, Yeshu said with a smile. Aju chuckled at the thought, pleased at the prospect of becoming a champion himself. Mr. Aju, I must caution you. The traps you have set at your entrance are quite perilous. If someone were to get hurt, it could jeopardize your chances of becoming a champion, Kina warned. Ayako, standing behind Aju, shivered and quietly slipped away, fearful of being discovered. What? Is that true? Aju frowned and turned to look at Ayako, but she had already made her escape. Aju suppressed his frustration, preparing to deal with his unruly sister later. He had been too lenient with her. Both he and his sister were trained ninjas. While Ayako's occasional use of shurikens had not resulted in serious harm, the current situation suggested that trouble was brewing. Excuse me, are you the champion, Kina? Aju turned to Kina, uncertainly inquiring. Kina had disguised himself, making it difficult for most to recognize him, but Aju had noticed a few discrepancies. Indeed, I am Kina. Kina affirmed, dropping any pretense and warning Aju of his status as a champion. My apologies, Champion Kina, Aju responded quickly. No need for formalities. Once you become a champion, we shall be colleagues, Kina replied nonchalantly. While the Johto and Kanto champions could be considered colleagues, it was unprecedented for someone like Dato to be a champion in both regions. I will certainly take the matter of the traps seriously, Aju stated. He had no choice but to heed this warning, for if he were to be hindered from becoming a champion due to this issue, he would likely regret it for the rest of his life. As they departed, Uesu could not help but voice his discontent once again, questioning why this dojo was established in such a remote area. With a flourishing city nearby, it seemed illogical to build a dojo in the desolate mountains. Upon returning to the hotel, Uesu immediately collapsed onto the soft bed, reflecting on the fierce battle he had faced at the shallow red dojo that day. It was perhaps the most arduous fight he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Had it not been for the crucial moment when his dull beast evolved into a dull shell beast, he might have faced defeat. Despite the difficulty, the challenge allowed Uesu to gain significant insights and learn numerous techniques for combat. Suddenly, the sound of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was Toko calling. As he answered, he was greeted by Toko's silly grin, which sparked a twinge of concern in Uesu's heart. Toko, have you been triggered by something? Are you alright? Upon hearing Uesu's inquiry, Toko finally snapped back to reality, concealing her goofy smile, though her excitement remained palpable. Uesu, do you know what I saw today? Toko exclaimed without addressing Uesu's question directly. What did you see that has you so thrilled? Uesu asked, bemused. Toko, usually composed and mature, was acting quite out of character. I saw a divine beast, she declared, jumping with glee. You saw a divine beast? Was it the white dragon Reshiram? Uesu inquired, drawing the attention of Kona and Xiaosua, who were familiar with the name Reshiram. It wasn't Reshiram, It was Zekrom. Toko replied. Ugh, so it was Zekrom. I thought it might be Reshiram. What is there to be so excited about regarding such a fierce creature? Xiaosua scoffed. Zekrom was one of the legendary beings known as the Tao Trio. Akin to the 3 legendary birds and the 3 sacred beasts of the Unova region, Zekrom and Tornadus were notorious for their tempestuous natures, often instigating battles wherever they roamed, leaving behind scorched earth marked by lightning strikes. The embodiment of Zekrom resembled a dragon, with clouds swirling from its hands, an elongated snout, and a prominent purple gem adorning its navel. Tornadus, on the other hand, was regarded as the deity of harvest, often intervening during battles between Zekrom and Tornadus. Excuse me, I share this wonderful news with you, and you respond with disdain? How appalling. Toko retorted, clearly vexed. You're not the one who captured Zekrom, you merely saw it. Is such excitement truly warranted? Xiaosua replied. Humph, I'm done with you. Toko huffed before abruptly ending the call. Xiaosua, who is she? Naji inquired. Her demeanor markedly different from her usual calm, mirroring the intensity she had displayed when she first met Kona. She's a dear friend of mine. I'll introduce you to her another time, Xiaosua replied, feigning nonchalance as he met Naji's piercing gaze. Oh, Naji nodded and averted her eyes. As her gaze shifted away, Xiaosua felt the weight of pressure lift from his mind, allowing him to exhale in relief, grateful for his clever choice of words. Let us venture to the wild plains. I have heard there are rare Pokémon to be found there, Xiaosua suggested. The distance to the wild plains was not far. A day's journey would suffice. Xiaosua was well aware that a Dratini and a Dragonair resided in the wild plains. If word got out about these semi-legendary Pokémon, poachers would undoubtedly take notice, as such creatures commanded exorbitant prices in the black market. Xiaosua, capturing Pokémon in the wild plains does not permit the use of Pokémon in battles. Kona cautioned him. Kona's implication was clear. Even though the wild plains housed precious Pokémon, capturing them without battling would be an arduous task. Attempting to capture Pokémon without engaging in combat was exceedingly difficult, particularly since the hunting balls provided were subpar. Is there a rule against human and Pokémon battles? Xiaosua asked curiously, catching Kona off guard. The League had no such regulation. Historically, few dared to battle Pokémon. Even the weakest Weedle possessed strength surpassing that of an ordinary human. Xiaosua, you're not planning on personally entering the fray to capture Pokémon, are you? That could be perilous, Ellis warned, aware of Xiaosua's combat abilities but still concerned for his safety. Please don't take unnecessary risks, Minshue echoed, knowing many of Xiaosua's secrets but recognizing the unpredictable nature of battles. Indeed, Pokémon are far more formidable than humans. While I acknowledge your extraordinary abilities, do refrain from overestimating yourself, Xiaosua advised Xiaosua. Fear not. You have yet to witness my true strength, Xiaosua declared, scanning his surroundings until he spotted a large boulder. He reached out to lift it, and the stone defied gravity, floating into the air. With a mere gesture, the solid mass crumbled into dust. Kona and the others stood in stunned silence, astonished by the display of power, realizing this was no mere trick. I can shatter the boulder, but I lack the ability to reduce it to dust as you did, Naji remarked, her eyes wide with wonder. Is the power of abilities truly so formidable? I yearn to possess such strength, Shengdai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Nazi regarded Shengdai with curiosity. The ability to wield supernatural powers often drew disdain from others. Yet Shengdai seemed eager to embrace it. Not all who possess abilities are exceptional. Many within the Golden Pavilion are just as weak and ordinary as anyone else. Xiaosua explained to Shengdai. Moreover, possessing such power is not always beneficial. Numerous powerful individuals have been ostracized for their inability to control their abilities, Xiaosua noted, observing a flicker of emotion in Naji's expression and promptly shifting the topic. And I can also utilize Aura Sphere, he proclaimed, conjuring a blue-purple energy sphere in his hand before launching it, creating a massive crater over a 30-meter radius. Kona and Xiaosua gaped at Xiaosua in astonishment, completely unaware of his capabilities. Let us proceed to the wild plains, Xiaosua declared, ignoring their expressions of disbelief as he strode confidently ahead. Kona and the others paused momentarily before catching up, encircling Xiaosua and curiously probing him as if he were a specimen under study. Xiaosua, feeling slightly overwhelmed, quickened his pace to evade their inquisitive hands. Xiaosua, how can you use Aura Sphere? Kona could no longer contain her curiosity and pressed him for answers. Have you heard of the Aura Guardians? They project their aura for attack and defense. Aura Sphere is merely one application of this power. Aura is a form of mental energy, and throughout the history of the Pokémon world, some individuals can sense and control it. These individuals are known as Aura Guardians. who wander the land to perform good deeds and share their techniques with those capable of wielding aura. A notable aura guardian is Sir Aaron, whose apprentice was Lucario. Sir Aaron sacrificed his life to thwart the enemies surrounding the Tree of Beginning, thus earning the title of the Aura Hero, Xiaosua explained. Recognizing the insatiable curiosity in the eyes of the four girls, seeing their eager expressions, Xiaosua realized that failing to satisfy their curiosity might lead them to dissect him for answers. The Aura Hero? Xiaosua's eyes were filled with confusion, as she had never heard of it before. I am somewhat familiar with it, but the Aura Guardians seem to have become a thing of the past, Kenna remarked. In fact, when I battled with the Jew before, I utilized the power of aura, which can sense any subtle movements in the surroundings. It was precisely for this reason that my dazed beast was able to accurately grasp the wings of the Zubat upon my command. I see, Xiaosua responded. Understanding why the dazed beast had seemed to possess a premonition, suddenly turning around to bite the Zubat's wings. After nearly 2 days of travel, Xiaosua and the others finally arrived at the wild prairie zone. The vast expanse of grassland was under a blue sky, where a flock of Pidgey chirped lightly as they flew overhead. Occasionally, a few Oddish would leap out from the grass, while Nidoran and Nidorina chased and frolicked on the ground, presenting a tranquil and serene scene. Are you all wishing to enter the wild prairie zone? Inquired Caesar, the zone's administrator. Indeed, the wild prairie zone should be open for entry, right? You can enter the wild prairie zone, but you must be aware of the rules regarding capturing Pokémon here, Caesar stated. We have familiarized ourselves with them before coming. Xiaosua nodded in response. Observing the group of 1 man and 6 women, Caesar perceived no ill intentions, which led to a friendly expression on his face. Moreover, he envied their formation. What? You wonder why Caesar thinks they are not bad people? It's quite simple. One can judge by appearances, before getting to know one another. People often rely on first impressions based on looks. After paying the entrance fee, they each received 30 hunting balls along with a Pokémon fishing rod. Albeit a rather ordinary and rudimentary one, far inferior to those available in the market. In the wild prairie zone, you may only use these items. Should you be found using other Pokémon or rods, do not blame me for being ungracious, Caesar warned, placing his gun on the table. Of course, he would not dare to fire it. It was merely a threat. We understand, Xiaosua assured him. After acquiring the hunting balls and rods, they entered the wild prairie zone, where Xiaosua planned to capture a Dratini and earn some points. Actually, I have no intention of capturing Pokémon. Feel free to take what you need, Kenna declared, presenting all the hunting balls. I feel the same. I only need my Vulpix, Xiaosua added with a smile. I also have no desire to capture Pokémon. Here, take this from me, said Alice. Me too. Being a person from over 2,000 years ago, I am not a Pokémon trainer, Minshua remarked. I have no interest in capturing these Pokémon. I only capture Psychic-type Pokémon, Nazi stated. I believe 30 hunting balls are more than sufficient for me. You can have them, cousin, Shadai insisted, stuffing all the hunting balls into Xiaosua's arms. Perhaps it would be better for you to keep them, Shadai. These hunting balls are inferior even to the most basic Pokeballs. They are quite difficult to use, Xiaosua replied, ultimately giving all the hunting balls to Shadai. Alright then. Kenna, could you help me carry them? I can't manage them all alone. The wild prairie zone indeed boasted a greater variety of Pokémon than the wilderness, and some rare Pokémon not commonly found outside could be seen here. This place is truly beautiful. It deserves its designation as a protected natural area, far surpassing the reserves of my past life, Xiaosua mused silently. Look, there is a Rhydon. Cousin, do you want to capture it? Shengdai pointed excitedly at the Rhydon emerging in front of them. You can go ahead. Its potential seems quite promising, Xiaosua replied, shaking his head. Then I want to be shy about it. But can I really capture it just by throwing a Pokeball? Shengdai questioned with uncertainty. Perhaps you could try enticing it with food, like Xiaosua does, Kenna suggested to Shengdai. Her eyes brightened as she hurriedly asked Xiaosua for some Pokemon food and energy cubes. Using these, she successfully lured the Rhydon. Yes, I captured a Rhydon, Shengdai exclaimed joyfully, only to feel a sense of decorum and quickly suppress her excitement. I'll head to the water's edge for a while. I might be gone for quite some time. If I'm not back by sunset, you all should return to the hotel first. Xiaosua informed Kenna and the others before making his way toward the water. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Xiaosua looked puzzled at the swirling dust approaching from the distance. That's a stampede of Tauros, he exclaimed, witnessing hundreds of Tauros galloping across the prairie, a truly spectacular sight. Hey, what are you doing? At that moment, a girl riding a Ponyta approached Xiaosua. I was appreciating the majesty of the Tauros, Xiaosua replied with a feigned nonchalance. Oh, really? Hiki, you have quite the eye. Let me introduce myself. I'm Fingzi. The girl cheerfully introduced herself. Hello, I'm Xiaosua, he politely responded. Where are you from, Xiaosua? You look like a trainer, Fingzi inquired. I hail from Pallet Town. I just finished challenging the Vermilion Gym. I heard that the Laramie tribe is about to hold a celebration soon, along with a marathon, so I came to see, Xiaosua explained. Making sure to say nice things while on unfamiliar ground. Is that so? As a member of the Laramie tribe, I'll be your guide. My home is just a short distance ahead. Come visit me. Fingzi invited with a smile. After a round of insincere refusals, Xiaosua followed Fengzi to the Laramie tribe's estate. Upon entering the gathering place of the Laramie tribe, he was met with a multitude of small Pokémon. Each group comprised of various species such as Bagons, Rhydons, Tauros, and Dojuos, at least 5 or 6 distinct groups visible to the naked eye. Isn't it magnificent? Our Laramie tribe's Pokémon thrive in nature, rarely fed by us. They forage for food themselves, and through the trials of nature. Their qualities surpass those of ordinary city Pokémon, Fengzi said proudly, as though the Pokémon were her own creations. Xiaosua concurred with her sentiments. Not only were each of the Pokémon impressive, but the leaders of their respective groups were predominantly elite level, particularly the leader of the Bagon group, which was at an elite high level, already formidable enough for an average Pokémon trainer. Regrettably, the Pokémon in the protection area could not be captured, as they were safeguarded by the Laramie tribe for generations. Young man, since you've come to our Laramie tribe, feel free to enjoy yourself. Don't be shy with the old man. I appreciate trainers like you who have the courage to travel. You are welcome to stay at our home for these few days. After dinner, let Fingzi take you out to explore. Our night market is quite lively. A burly man with a thick beard warmly welcomed Xiaosua. Rest assured, I won't hold back. Allow me to raise a glass in gratitude for your hospitality. This is a fine liquor I happened upon. Let us indulge tonight. Xiaosua poured Fengzi's father a drink of Chinese erguotu purchased at the system store, which would undoubtedly outshine the Laramie tribe's homemade fruit wine. In the blink of an eye, a delightful dinner passed, and as the sun set, the night market in the Laramie tribe's town buzzed with excitement and anticipation of the grand celebration. Under Fengzi's encouragement, Xiaosua followed her into the bustling market. It seems you are quite popular among your people, Fengzi. The popularity is quite remarkable, Xiaosua observed as everyone greeted Fengzi with admiration. It was merely a ruckus. I secured first place in the Pokémon Marathon last year, thanks largely to the efforts of my little fire horse. Wouldn't you agree? Fengzi remarked while affectionately patting the little fire horse. Nay, the little fire horse nuzzled against Fengzi's chest and let out a cheerful whinny. Subsequently, Xiaosua bid farewell to Fengzi and made his way to the riverbank within the reserve. He nearly forgot that a mini-dragon resided here, with Pokémon food in hand. He set about fishing, hoping to catch the elusive mini-dragon. Chapter 96. The mini-dragon. Although Xiaosua already possessed 2 dragonites, he would not pass up the opportunity to acquire a mini-dragon, for after all, who would ever complain about having 2 mini semi-divine beings? Half an hour later, as Xiaosua gazed at yet another Magikarp he had caught, a look of frustration crossed his face. While he could accumulate points, his true aim was the mini-dragon. The Magikarp were indeed plentiful, and Xiaosua had lost count of how many he had reeled in during this time. Xiaosua, the mini-dragon has surfaced, suddenly exclaimed Nai, sitting nearby. Sure enough, a small head emerged from the water. It was the mini-dragon. Upon inspection, Xiaosua noted that this mini-dragon's potential was rather ordinary, possessing only the qualifications of a champion. While this was high for other Pokémon, it fell short for semi-divine beings. Among semi-divine creatures, most exhibited champion potential, with only the rarest boasting divine-level potential. Meh. The mini-dragon regarded Xiaosua without a hint of fear. Xiaosua produced the dragon-type Pokémon food and energy cubes he had prepared in advance and offered them to the mini-dragon. The mini-dragon approached, sniffed cautiously, hesitated briefly, and then began to eat. Xiaosua reached out to gently stroke the mini-dragon's head, and it did not resist, instead appearing to revel in the affection. What a delightful little creature, Xiaosua chuckled. Is that a mini-dragon? I can't believe there's a mini-dragon here, came the astonished voice of Kana. To encounter a semi-divine being is quite the stroke of luck, Xiaosua. Xiaosua chimed in, having been searching for Xiaosua in the wilderness for some time. Kuna and the others were pleasantly surprised to find him. However, merely encountering a mini-dragon does not guarantee capture. Xiaosua shrugged, unfazed by their discovery. If the mini-dragon wishes to leave, I will take it with me. If it does not, I will not force it, Xiaosua stated. Given the mini-dragon's average potential, he felt no urgency to press the matter. After all, the mini-dragon had its mother nearby, and should the mother disapprove, it would not depart. Mini-dragon, do you wish to leave this place? Xiaosua inquired gently. Meh. The mini-dragon tilted its head, called a few times, and then dove back into the water, disappearing from sight. Cousin, the mini-dragon has fled, said Sheng Dai. It has not fled, It has gone to seek its mother as counsel, Xiaosua replied. With the power of the Eternal Oak, he could understand the intentions of Pokémon. The mini-dragon wished to remain with its mother, and it would not leave unless its mother did as well. Is there truly a mother mini-dragon here? Does that imply there is another semi-divine being? Shangdai and the others expressed their astonishment. Could there be a father mini-dragon as well? Xiaosua queried. I am uncertain, Xiaosua admitted. Although the original story featured only one Dragonair and one mini-dragon, one could only speculate about the existence of a father mini-dragon. Before long, the mini-dragon re-emerged, accompanied by a Dragonair. Unlike the mini-dragon, the Dragonair regarded Xiaosua and his companions with a wary gaze. However, upon sensing that they bore no ill intent, its guard lowered, particularly as Xiaosua's aura was comforting to the Dragonair. Shangdai and Xiaosua crouched down, gently caressing the mini-dragon's head, their faces illuminated with joy. The mini-dragon was indeed a marvel. Before evolution, it resembled a charming snake with its azure body, and upon evolving into Dragonair, the changes were minimal, save for a deeper hue. This is the Pokémon food I prepared. Please enjoy. Xiaosua offered to the mini-dragon and Dragonair. Both accepted the food graciously, their eyes narrowing in contentment as they savored the offerings. What a pity. The Dragonair is unwilling to leave this place, Shangdai lamented. Two living semi-divine beings are a rarity. Encountering a mini-dragon in the wild is nearly impossible, especially a Dragonair that has already evolved. Ultimately, the Dragonair remained steadfast in its decision to stay, and Xiaosua respected its choice, for battles could not be conducted within the wilderness. Cousin, you came here to capture Pokémon, yet you have not succeeded in acquiring a single one, Shangdai remarked. I simply have not encountered any Pokémon of suitable potential, Xiaosua replied, shrugging once more. While the wilds teemed with Pokémon, he had yet to find one that possessed exceptional talent. Nonetheless, I did capture a Rhydon, Shangdai said, holding up the Pokeball containing the Rhydon, her face beaming with excitement. As they departed the wilds, Xiaosua and his companions continued their journey through the forest. Approaching a beautiful waterfall, Xiaosua exclaimed, How lovely. Let us rest there for a while, and perhaps take a bath. I feel rather sticky, Xiaosua added. Just as he spoke, he felt a chill run down his back, turning to find Kana and the others staring at him intently. What are you all doing? I don't believe I have done anything, Xiaosua said, perplexed by their scrutiny. We also wish to bathe. You must not peek, Kana said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, cousin, you are quite the lecher. You absolutely must not sneak a glance, Shangdai asserted with conviction. Xiaosua, peeping is hardly gentlemanly conduct, so you must refrain. Otherwise, we shall ignore you, Xiaosua added. In truth, if Xiaosua desires to see, we could find a secluded spot, Nazi suggested. Her head bowed and her cheeks reddened. Nazi's words left Kana and the others in shock. They had not expected the usually quiet Nazi to express such boldness in front of everyone. Impressive. Shangdai admired Nazi. Little Knight belongs to me, Ming Shui declared, clinging to Xiaosua's arm, while two little rabbits squeezed his hand between them. He is mine, Ellis retorted defiantly. Xiaosua felt a pleasant thrill at this attention. Chow, keep an eye on him, and do not allow him to approach, Kana ordered, releasing her Chow to watch over Xiaosua as she led Nazi and the others away. What a pity, Xiaosua sighed, reclining on the grass nearby. If only the aura could perceive the world like the psychic powers in fantasy novels, he lamented. Chapter 97. Pikachu Forest. The aura could sense the ambient energies, yet it offered no visual clarity. Xiaosua could only hear the sounds of laughter from the riverbank, yet he had no visual context, relying solely on his imagination. Half an hour later, Kina and her companions returned. Hey, Xiaosua, are you alright? Kina waved in front of Xiaosua. What happened? Xiaosua snapped back to reality, having just been lost in thought, appearing somewhat foolish to outsiders. How did you wash up so quickly? Xiaosua hastily changed the subject, embarrassed at the thought of being caught in such a silly state. Of course, we were worried you might be spying, Kina teased. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. If I wanted to see something, I would do so openly, not engage in the petty act of peeping. Xiaosua retorted disdainfully. What? You wish to see openly? Kina playfully tapped Xiaosua on the head. Cousin, you truly are a lecher. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to wash up too, so don't peek at me, Xiaosua declared as she stood up and headed toward the river. As if anyone would peek at you, Side-Eye remarked. The cool river water feels delightful, Xiaosua exclaimed as she stripped off her clothes and stepped into the water. After a brief while, she returned, droplets of water still clinging to her hair. Is there a hairdryer? I need to dry my hair. I can help you, Kina replied, retrieving a solar-powered hairdryer from her backpack and approaching Xiaosua to dry her hair. Actually, cousin, you could have had your Dragonite use Hurricane to dry your hair, efficient and swift. Side-Eye interjected. You truly are a genius, not to mention whether your small frame could withstand a hurricane. Employing such precise techniques to dry hair is remarkable. Xiaosua shot her a look of disbelief. Pika. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the bushes. Upon hearing it, Xiaosua and the others turned to see a Pikachu watching them warily from a short distance. Pikachu? There's a Pikachu here, Xiaosua exclaimed, moving closer. Upon noticing her approach, the Pikachu immediately scurried away, seemingly frightened. This is Pikachu Forest, home to many Pikachu, so it's not surprising to see one, Kina chuckled. I want to catch a Pikachu. Cousin, are you interested? Side-Eye asked Xiaosua. Not really, Xiaosua shook her head. While Pikachu is undeniably adorable, its combat prowess is rather limited. After all, it is a Pokémon known for its cuteness. Evolution into Raichu does enhance its strength, but it loses that charm, so I have little interest. If I were to seek cuteness, capturing a Mew would be far superior. However, capturing Mew would require waiting for Mewtwo to appear, which likely wouldn't take long. Mewtwo must have already been created by now. Then, cousin, accompany me to catch that Pikachu. Side-Eye tugged at Xiaosua's arm, eagerly chasing after the fleeing Pikachu. Wow. So many Pikachu. Look, there's another. Side-Eye exclaimed, finding the Pikachu even more adorable than before. I've changed my mind. I no longer want to catch a Pikachu. I want to catch that Pikachu, she declared, running towards the creature with the intention of embracing it. Be careful, Xiaosua warned loudly. Knowing a shock from a Pikachu, while not lethal, could be quite unpleasant. Pikachu, being a timid creature, might react defensively to such an approach. However, to their surprise, the Pikachu did not attack Side-Eye. Instead, it nestled into her embrace, seemingly enjoying the contact. What is going on here? Kina remarked. It seems it has taken a liking to you, viewing you as its mother. If only I truly had such a lovely child, Side-Eye mused, her cheeks flushing slightly. Her mind drifting to other thoughts. Pikachu, would you like to be my Pokémon? I have delicious food, she offered, presenting some snacks she had received from Xiaosua. The Pikachu struggled slightly in Side-Eye's arms, calling out a few times as if trying to convey something. Cousin, what is it saying? I can't understand. Side-Eye looked to Xiaosua for clarification. It says it still needs to care for others and cannot become your Pokémon yet. If possible, it would appreciate a bit more food, Xiaosua translated. But there are so many berries around. Why does it still need food? Xiaosua questioned in confusion. Upon hearing her, the Pikachu called out again, and Xiaosua explained, it says the berries here have been claimed by several powerful ground-type Pokémon. Our attacks are ineffective against them, which is why it has come out seeking food. Am I really becoming a translator? Powerful ground-type Pokémon. Kina echoed, ignoring Xiaosua's complaint, her brow furrowing in concern. I remember when I was last here, there weren't any powerful ground types. The Pikachu continues to call out. It says these strong ground types have recently taken over this area. Xiaosua reported. Cousin, they sound so pitiful. Can we help them? Xiaosua expressed sympathy for the Pikachu, which had once lived carefree but now struggled for sustenance. I feel for them as well. Pikachu, can you tell me where those Pokémon are? Xiaosua asked. It seems they're Nidoqueens, over a dozen of them. Xiaosua relayed after interpreting the Pikachu's cries. No wonder, while Pikachu is considered weak among Pokémon, it's understandable that so many would struggle against them. A few Nidoqueens might not pose a threat, but a horde certainly has the potential for destruction. Moreover, ground types are immune to electric type moves, which explains why Pikachu Forest has fallen into turmoil, Xiaosua continued. Pikachu, please lead us to the Nidoqueens, Side-Eye requested, still offering the Pikachu a piece of fruit. The Pikachu accepted the fruit from Side-Eye but shook its head, calling out to Xiaosua, seemingly aware that Xiaosua understood its words. It says the Nidoqueens are too formidable. It would just like a bit more food, Xiaosua translated. Don't worry, we are quite strong, and we have plenty of us, Xiaosua reassured. Xiaosua felt a surge of gratitude for the Pikachu's kind nature.